Lu Tinka was dead. He died on the eve of his 50th birthday, alone silently in his sleep. The ruthless fox, like Grand Secretary, had died so abruptly that everyone felt an uncanny sense of disbelief. Yet in truth he had passed away cleanly and without a sound. Emperor Shun's first thought was that the old man of the Lu family had struck in the dark. He dispatched imperial physicians and coroners to examine the body repeatedly, while the Court of Judicial Review and the Shuntian Prefecture joined forces to investigate, but they found nothing at all. This matter left Emperor Shun both vexed and somewhat guilty. Had he perhaps driven his Grand Secretary too hard in life? But he thought again. Though he himself was a monarch with responsibilities from dawn to dusk, and over a decade older than Lu Xunji, was he not still living well? No matter how much Emperor Shun resented the untimely death of Lu Tinka, considering years of loyal service, and the fact that Lu Tinka had no family to mourn him, the emperor still issued a special decree ordering the Imperial Household Department to handle his funeral arrangements and granting him the posthumous title of Wenjing, upright and proper. Such an honor was unprecedented since the founding of the great Ning dynasty. Lu Tinka gazed upon the mourning hall, set up at a standard befitting national mourning, and felt a complicated surge of emotion. He had lived in obscurity all his life, never expecting that his most glorious moment would come after death. What Lu Tinka had never expected was that the very first to come pay respects would be the old man of the Lu family. Grand Tutor Lu Jinghan, already 72 this year, was remarkably spry for his age. He sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, placing sheet after sheet of yellow spirit paper into the burning brazier. You and I have been rivals for 20 years. Now that I think carefully, much of my standing today was actually granted by you. Truly the will of heaven is unfathomable. You stand alone now, and your incense offerings will surely grow thin in the days to come. I shall light an eternal lamp for you at Puji Temple and have the venerable monks perform rites for 81 days. I hope in your next life you shall know great wealth and honor surrounded by children and grandchildren. Consider this but a small token of this old man's gratitude. He paused for a moment, gazing at the massive golden coffin in the center of the mourning hall, and said with calm certainty, "But win or lose, it is still a loss. I have personally pinned your chapter in the history books. Shall I read it to you?" Lu Tinka did not want to hear a single word of it, yet he could not stop him. He could only listen as Lu Zhenghan, while placing yellow paper into the brazier, spoke. Lu Tinka, courtesy name, Xinji, a native of Li County in Xinjiang. Born to humble origins, fair of face and clever of mind, he was adept at climbing the ladder of success. He married into the prominent Zhou clan as a son-in-law. When the Zhou wife proved unchaste, he furiously plotted and annihilated the entire household to curry favor with the throne. The emperor was greatly pleased and appointed him Grand Secretary. A man of repeated slander and ruthless scheming, skilled in sophistry. He died in his sleep at the age of 50. The emperor was deeply grieved, suspended court for a day, and specially decreed funeral honors. The emperor bestowed the posthumous title of Wenjing, but posterity shall change it to traitor. Traitor. Lu Tinka was furious, but aside from passing his ghostly fist through the old man's body in vain swipes, there was nothing he could do. Lu Jinghan sat for a while longer, added another bundle of yellow paper to the fire, then rose and smoothed the creases from his robes. As if talking to himself, he murmured, "One of base birth who stole his wealth and status. How could such a man be fated to enjoy them long?" Lu Tinka clenched his fists so tightly that he ached. Even when he had uncovered the Zhou family's affair with the deposed crown prince, he had not felt this enraged. But as a ghost, all he could do was helplessly watch Lu Zhenghan saunter away leisurely, a sensation like having swallowed half a fly. Others had fortunes that blessed their husbands, wives, parents, and children. But what was his? Did he bless his sworn enemies to death? 10 years ago, in his fury, he had exposed the case of the deposed crown prince's rebellion. The Zhou clan's direct lineage was executed to the last member, its influence carved up and scattered. The Wang family's patriarch had atoned with death, and even now, wounded to the bone, they did not dare show their faces. Only the Lu family had suffered virtually nothing, and instead reaped enormous benefit, leaping to become the unrivaled leader of the aristocratic clans. After nearly 20 years of political maneuvering, he and Emperor Shun had together managed to keep the Lu clan in check. Now was the critical moment for eroding the privileges of the aristocratic clans. Yet he himself had died without a cause. Thus the aristocratic clans led by the Lu family would certainly not sit and wait for death. They would strike back viciously. If nothing unexpected occurred, Emperor Shun's grand ambitions would die in the cradle along with him. The aristocratic clans would once again tower above imperial authority. Commoners unable to survive without attaching themselves to the clans would toil endlessly to fuel the clan's prosperity, forever without a chance to rise. Lu Jinghan had spoken rightly. His achievements today were indeed largely granted by Lu Tinka himself. To have struggled against the clans all his life only to pave their road, even in death. What bitter irony. Lu Tinka was unwilling to accept this. Born to commoner roots, he had clawed his way up. Even as Grand Secretary, he was nothing but a stray dog in the eyes of the aristocratic clans who could tread on him as they pleased and humiliate him at will. They had slapped the label of the foremost traitor of Great Ning upon him while he lived, and now they wished his name to be cursed for 10,000 years after his death. This was beyond cruelty, beyond insult. If only he were given the chance to start over, no matter the cost, he would drag those lofty aristocratic clans down from their pedestals. He would force them to open their eyes wide and watch as the stray dog in their midst bit them to death piece by piece. Lu Tinka raged to the point where his head split with pain as though invisible hands were tearing at his very soul. When awareness returned to him, the first thing he heard was an angry woman's voice followed by the wailing and pleading of children. He struggled to crack open a slit in his heavy eyelids. And who could it possibly be? Do Meower had finally managed to kill herself just before turning 30, but she didn't know if everyone's next life arrived as quickly as hers. A second ago, she had been soaring through the high skies, savoring the thrill of flight and the terror of a parachute that refused to open. So quickly, she had not even had time to fully process the sensation. The next second, she was lying face down in a mountain ditch pelted with cow dung by a gang of wild children. Do Meower was the kind of person whose hands acted faster than her brain. Before she had even figured out what was happening, she had thrashed those wild children until they wailed for their fathers and mothers, fleeing with their hands over their heads. Only when she turned around did she notice someone else on the ground, unconscious. The one lying before her wasn't a wild child at all, but that made it even more troublesome. This was her little husband. Do Meower's mouth twitched. She didn't even have a boyfriend, and now she had a husband straight away. And that husband of hers was nothing but a little bean sprout. Do Meower had originally intended to wake him, but the moment she touched him, her hand came away slick with blood. She couldn't help thinking, if this little bean sprout died like this, would she count as husband killer? But his breathing was steady, so she eased her mind. She bandaged him up roughly, then carried him on her back to the Lu family home. Along the way, Do Meower both got used to her unfamiliar body and tried to sort through everything that had happened to her. She figured she must have transmigrated. The original owner of this body was a child bride in the Lu family. Lu Dahai and his wife had once carried 4 children, but only Lu Erniu survived, and they treasured him dearly. However, Lu Erniu was sickly and weak, afraid of any accident befalling him, so following a fortune-teller's advice, they bought a child bride whose birth chart would bring him good fortune. That was the original owner. Lu Dahai was a peddler, and originally the family had lived quite well. A year ago, Lu Dahai went out to sell his wares. On his way home, a torrential downpour fell, and he was crushed to death by boulders tumbling down the mountain. His wife Neema, who had been 8 months pregnant upon hearing the dreadful news, died along with her unborn child. From then on, the original owner and her little husband Lu Erniu became orphans. The clan head could not bear to see them starve, so he had the old Lu family branch take Lu Erniu back to live with them. But life under another's roof was never easy. Do Meower carried Lu Erniu back to the Lu family home. As soon as she entered, she encountered second aunt Wang Shi, Grandma Lu's niece, whose sharp, contemptuous triangular eyes were the spitting image of Grandma Lu's. It was she who tormented the original owner and Lu Erniu the most on ordinary days. Erniu, a grown boy like you, still needs to be carried. Even the county magistrate's young master isn't that spoiled. I sent you up the mountain to gather firewood, and you come back empty-handed. You eat and drink for free all day without lifting a finger. I'd be better off keeping 2 dogs. At least dogs know how to guard the house. In the past, the original owner would have been at a loss, standing there dumbfounded at such mockery. But Do Meower acted as if she hadn't heard and returned to their small room. After a while, Wang Shi, seeing that Do Meower didn't come out, shouted loudly, "If you don't bring back a load of firewood today, you won't eat tonight. Or tomorrow morning either." Do Meower paid her no mind. She set Lu Erniu down, went out to fetch a basin of water, and helped him change into clean clothes. Only when she undressed him did she see how pitifully thin he was. Though 12 years old, he looked no more than 8 or 9, every bone clearly visible. The blue veins beneath his deathly pale skin resembled a demonic painting, as if its completion would mark the end of his life. She knew Lu Erniu was frail, and everyone in the village thought he wouldn't live long. Even though he had already reached 12, they still believed so. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but think the same. She suspected the child might die at any moment. She understood the feeling of waiting for death that could strike at any time. The Do family was a legendary lineage, for they were all geniuses. Some said the Do family were the most perfect beings, meticulously crafted by the gods. No matter which field any Do family member set foot in, they would become the brightest star in the shortest time. Yet for centuries, an inescapable curse had plagued the Do's. Every member, male or female, would die in their sleep at the age of 30. In the last 100 years, the family had produced mostly theologians, physicists, biologists, and madmen. By Do Meower's generation, she was the last descendant of the Do family. When she was 4, her father died in his sleep, and her mother committed suicide. She lived with her uncle, but at 6 her uncle also never woke up. Later her 2 aunts passed away as well. After that she became known as a good-for-nothing rebellious prodigal. Relying on the family's accumulated wealth and status, she could even do as she pleased, spending all her time on meaningless pursuits. To everyone she was undoubtedly wasting her talent. She refused love, refused learning, and was determined to let the Doe family's perfection and curse vanish with her. She loved extreme sports because she craved the sensation of teetering on the edge of death. She feared dying silently and without a trace, hoping instead for a violent end. Now that she had gotten her wish, she couldn't tell whether she felt regret or relief. Looking at the Lu Erniu before her, Dou Meower's hands unconsciously became gentler. Perhaps her arrival here and meeting this child was a predestined arrangement. No matter what, she would make sure Lu Erniu lived. She didn't know if the curse of death at 30 still followed her, but letting this child struggling on the brink of death survive might be another way for her to fight against fate at this moment. Dou Meower also changed her clothes, took out the ones soiled with cow dung, and when she returned she saw Lu Erniu was already awake, vomiting over the edge of the calm. But there was nothing in his stomach, he only spat out a few mouthfuls of water. Lie still and don't move. You've hurt your head, you'll need a few days to recover. Lu Tinka wanted to get a good look at the thin girl before him, but the world spun around him. He was about to say something when Wang Shi's shrill scolding came from outside. You wretched girl, what trouble have you stirred up now? They've even come to our door. I think this family can't keep you anymore. It seems this family can no longer keep you. Dou Meower looked outside and saw the beaten children bringing their parents to the door. As soon as she stepped out of her small room, Wang Shi rushed at her like a black whirlwind, clutching a thin, tough bamboo stick, and began lashing out indiscriminately. But Dou Meower was not the original owner. She wouldn't stand there like a wooden post letting herself be hit and scolded. Dou Meower, feigning fear, slightly sidestepped and quietly stuck out her foot, causing Wang Shi to fall flat on her face. Wang Shi was both embarrassed and furious. Mother, look at this wretched girl. She eats and drinks for free all day, and now that she's caused trouble, I as an elder want to discipline her, and she dares to trip me. I think this unteachable girl should be sold to a brothel to be rid of her. Second aunt, I won't accept that. How would I dare trip you? Grandma and all the aunties here saw it clearly. I cannot bear the accusation of disrespecting an elder. You dare to. Before Wang Shi could finish, Dou Meower interrupted. Besides, I know why all the aunties are here today. This is perfect. I won't have to go door to door myself. Have you brought enough silver? What? Everyone thought they were hearing things. Miao, who usually couldn't squeeze out a single word even after 3 beatings, dared to turn the tables today. Zhu's mother, a notorious shrew in the village on par with Wang Shi, immediately shouted at Grandma Lu. Aunt Lu, your grandson's wife beat my Zhu, and now she demands silver from me. Your Lu family's logic is truly something. If I beat someone from your family to death today, I suppose I could make a fortune too, huh? Grandma Lu's face was dark enough to drip water. Her triangular eyes glared viciously at Dou Meower. Although Grandma Lu was also known for being difficult, she cared most about face. Having so many people come to her home today was already embarrassing, and now Zhu's mother's sarcasm stoked her anger even more. Before Grandma Lu could speak, Dou Meower spoke first. No need for you to lift a hand. Erniu is already dying. How much silver do you want me to pay? Is my life enough to compensate you? Dou Meower's words shocked everyone. They all knew Lu Erniu looked like he wouldn't live long, but to hear it so bluntly. Erniu's head was bashed open. Who knows how much longer he'll live? After Dou Meower said that, Wang Shi suddenly remembered that Erniu seemed to be lying on the calm. Instantly she became the one in the right. Wang Shi, who could twist even the wrong into right, would never let go when she had a point. Wang Shi's triangular eyes seemed to bulge into coin shapes. The women who had come to make trouble were now uneasy. Knowing Wang Shi's character, if Lu Erniu really died, she would not let this go without taking a huge bite out of them. Erniu is the only seedling left by my elder brother and his wife. We have always taken great care of him, even not letting him go to the academy for fear of him getting hurt. If Erniu can recover now, everything can be negotiated. But if my Erniu suffers any mishap, I will make you pay with your life, even if I have to appeal to the county magistrate. Wang spoke with such conviction that anyone would believe she truly cherished Lu Erniu. Hearing that someone might die, the children were frightened into crying, each shifting blame and denying throwing the stones. The parents began arguing as well, but Grandma Lu remained calm. Since such a serious incident has occurred, we womenfolk are hardly fit to make decisions. Let's wait until the men return later to discuss it. Grandma Lu offered a way out, and soon the others left. But in their hearts they knew this matter was troublesome. That Lu Erniu was as fragile as paper. He might die by tomorrow. They hurried home to discuss with their families, eager to resolve it as soon as possible. If he really died, they would be in the wrong, and Wang and her mother-in-law would surely make them pay until they were bankrupt. After the crowd dispersed, Grandma Lu and Wang went to check Lu Erniu's injuries. Dou Meower said as she walked, I wonder if Erniu can survive tonight. Hearing this, the two involuntarily quickened their pace. Dou Meower in front of them tore off the old clothes stained black with blood. Erniu has lost so much blood the ground is soaked. If Ernie dies, grandmother and second aunt remember to ask for an extra coffin from them. Before mother left, she told me to raise Ernie. Now that Ernie is about to die, I have no face to live on either. Wong did not respond, but she clearly took the words to heart. Grandma Lu slightly frowned. Don't talk nonsense. The eldest couple will bless Ernie to be safe. After they left, Ernie opened his eyes. On his pale little face, a pair of dark pupils seemed exceptionally large. Am I going to die, eh? Do Meower felt a little more sympathy, but she had never been a gentle person, let alone good at comforting others. Even when faced with a pitiful child, she couldn't manage to act like a caring older sister. The gentlest she ever got was when she was about to scare a child into tears. But seeing Ernie in such a half-dead state, she clearly had no interest in that. Do Meower casually said, no, then fetched a basin of hot water to clean Ernie's wounds. Given his injuries, he should at least have received a tetanus shot, but in this place, without even medicine, a vaccine was a pipe dream. It all depended on his luck. Tinka felt Do Meower's skilled hands cleaning and bandaging his wounds, full of doubts in his heart. He had already accepted the fact that he had returned to the age of 12, so he knew this disaster wouldn't kill him. In his previous life, Do Meower had been beaten severely, and he himself had lain in bed for a few days and slowly recovered. This time he wanted to see what Do Meower was up to. Do Meower had no idea she was being watched. As she fed Ernie egg soup, she said, if I hadn't said you were dying, would you have gotten egg soup to drink? If anyone else comes, pretend you're about to die. After a pause, she added, forget it, no need to pretend. You already look like you're dying. Tinka's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Originally, Ernie and Do Meower were not very close. Dahai and his wife treated Do Meower more like a servant. Ernie had attended a private school for several years and knew that a child bride was an embarrassing presence for him, so he didn't like her at all. Now that Ernie remained silent, Do Meower didn't suspect anything, because in the original owner's memory, Ernie was a taciturn and very withdrawn person. Later, Old Master Lu and second Uncle Lu Jiang returned from the fields. Old Master Lu came to take a look, told Do Meower to take good care, then went to the main room. Do Meower suddenly asked, do you know what grandmother and second uncle are discussing? No idea. Do Meower suddenly leaned in and whispered, they're discussing whether you're worth more alive or dead. Tinka. Fortunately, he wasn't a real child, or he would have been scared to tears. But I'll tell you, the correct answer is to live first, then die. First get a sum of money for treatment, then die from ineffective treatment. That way the family can get 2 sums of silver, enough to get Debao a wife, prepare a dowry for Ernie, and send Sambao to the academy. So, guess whether they want you to get better. Tinka. Seeing his stunned expression, Do Meower was very satisfied. Want to go home? Back to the home where your parents used to live? Seeing Ernie didn't respond, she continued, probably later the other families will come. If you don't believe me, see if they invite a doctor tomorrow. But the medicine. It might not be real medicine. Tinka knew she was making a valid point, and it was entirely possible. But was it not too heartless to scare a child struggling on the edge of life and death like this? Do Meower didn't think so at all. This time it wasn't a prank, but a well-intentioned scare. So, want to go home? Tinka essentially acquiesced. Do Meower smiled, her eyes curving into crescents, making her sallow, gaunt face suddenly come alive. She pinched his cheek, which had little flesh on it. Good boy. Tinka instantly got goosebumps. Sure enough, when it was completely dark, the other families came together, apparently having discussed it earlier. Seeing the blood-stained clothes and Ernie's dying appearance, their expressions were grim. As they all went to the main room to negotiate, no one noticed that Do Meower had slipped out. She stealthily made her way to the clan chief's house. As soon as she entered, without a word, she knelt before the clan chief with tears streaming down her face. Meow girl, what's wrong? Third great uncle, save me. Exiting the clan chief's house, Do Meower felt refreshed. She sneaked back to the Lu family kitchen, ate her fill, and then returned to her room. Where did you go? Do Meower didn't answer directly. Tomorrow, third great uncle will come to see you. You tell him you want to die at home. Tinka immediately understood. She had gone to make a false accusation. How do you know they will definitely harm me? I don't know, but it's possible. You're accusing them on unproven grounds. Do Meower was unconcerned, showing no shame. If you think this is despicable, go ahead and expose me to third great uncle tomorrow. At worst, I'll be sold again. Once I'm gone, you'll be on your own. See who will work for you and wash your clothes. Tinka naturally wouldn't expose her. The Lu family treated him poorly, that was a fact. He wouldn't hesitate to mess with them once. But this girl before him was worth investigating. Tinka stared at her intensely. You are not Do Meower. Who are you? Do Meower was stunned. Do Meower knew that Ernie was clever, but she hadn't expected him to be so bold as to ask her directly. In the original host's memories, Ernie had been a smart, yet aloof boy, stubborn, but timid. She raised an eyebrow. Who am I? I could be some mountain spirit or wild demon that has cultivated itself into sentience, feeding on human essence and blood. You'd best obey me, otherwise. Lu Tinka closed his eyes and ignored her, wondering where such a maliciously playful woman had come from. Given her circumstances, he had his own guesses about Do Miao's transformation, but he was absolutely certain she was not going through the same thing as him. In her previous life, Do Miao had only lived to 17. The following year, Lu Debao would go to town for work, molest a woman, and have his legs broken by her father and brothers. The marriage arrangement he had been plotting fell through, and his attention shifted to Do Miao. Having grown tired of Wang Shi's abuse, she believed life would improve after marrying Lu Debao. Although he had disliked her, he still felt a surge of anger at this perceived betrayal. In the end, he took 3 taels of silver from Wang Shi and attended the cheapest academy himself, only to hear the next year that she had died in childbirth, both mother and child perishing. From Do Miao's behavior, there was no way she could be the same person from his memories. He had wanted to catch her off guard and extract some clues, but instead she had deflected him with talk of mountain spirits. Though he did not know whether such creatures truly existed, his intuition told him that Do Miao was lying. After we return home, how about I send you to the academy? Weren't you quite outstanding during your time at the private school? Sambao will be entering the academy next year. Wouldn't you like to go? Lu Tinka said nothing. Do Miao let out a yawn and lay down to sleep. Before dawn broke the next day, the clan elder arrived. He was roughly the same age as old Master Lu, but held a much higher generational rank, so everyone addressed him as third granduncle. With the clan elder personally visiting to offer his regards, the entire Lu family came out to welcome him. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Lu Erniu spoke in a feeble, half-dead tone. Third granduncle, I am dying. I want to go home. Third granduncle immediately agreed without hesitation. Furthermore, he summoned several mischievous boys' parents to help restore the courtyard formerly belonging to Lu Dehai, and his wife assisting Lu Erniu in moving. The medical compensation that had originally been negotiated was now handed to Do Miao. From that point on, Do Miao and Lu Erniu once again separated from the Lu family, just as Lu Dehai and his wife had done back then. The only difference was that Lu Dehai and his wife had been driven out, whereas Do Miao and Lu Erniu were leaving of their own accord. Lu Tinka could not help but regard Do Miao with new respect. She had not only resolved the matter of their relocation, but also secured so much silver. Wang Shi truly was a formidable mother-in-law. She had managed to extract a total of 12 taels of silver. A common farming household might only earn 3 or 4 taels in an entire year. These 12 taels were more than enough to fund his academy education and even sustain them with adequate food and clothing for a full year, and now all 12 taels were in their hands. Lu Tinka watched the young girl clinging to his hand, weeping as though her heart had been torn apart, and thought that perhaps her appearance in his life was not altogether unwelcome. In merely 2 days, she had successfully helped him separate from the Lu family, while securing a considerable sum of money. Without her, although he might have managed on his own, nothing could have been accomplished so smoothly. Third granduncle remained until noon with no intention of departing, so Wang Shi could only go prepare a meal. Miao girl, go help me in the kitchen. Do Miao's body stiffened immediately. Third granduncle noticed and interjected. Let Miao girl tend to Erniu. It seems Erniu cannot bear to be apart from her for even a moment. Wang Shi could only withdraw with a sour expression. Lu Erniu squeezed Do Miao's hand slightly, silently conveying that he was aware of her schemes. Do Miao squeezed back, letting him know, if you know, so what. Nobody noticed their secret exchange. At noon, they took advantage of third granduncle's presence to enjoy chicken. Though quite greasy, it was at least a meat dish. Throughout the meal, third granduncle kept praising how upright and honest Lu Dehai had been in his lifetime, making the faces of Lu family members somewhat awkward. After lunch passed another hour, Lu Dehai and his wife's former house had been tidied. Lu Erniu was carried over, and under third granduncle's witness, the 12 taels of silver were placed into Do Miao's hands. Wang Shi's eye seemed determined to stick to the silver. Once third granduncle dismissed, everyone Do Miao, seeing no outsiders left, knelt heavily and kowtowed to third granduncle with overwhelming gratitude. Her display of sincere emotion was so convincing that Lu Tinka could barely bring himself to watch. Had he not already detected her abnormality, he might very well have been moved himself. Third granduncle patted Do Miao's head. When my eldest daughter-in-law gave birth to my grandson, she died in childbirth. Your father used the ginseng root prepared for your mother as a dowry to save 2 lives in my family. But when your mother gave birth, the child was not preserved. I have always felt that I owed your father a life. I originally intended for you to return to the Lu family. Never mind. If you ever face difficulties in the future, come find third granduncle. Thank you, third granduncle. I plan to properly nourish Erniu's body this year and send him to the academy at the start of next year. His former private tutor once said he was a promising student. I promised my mother that I would raise Erniu well. Once Erniu achieves success, he will surely repay third granduncle's kindness today. Lu Tinka almost believed her own words. Indeed, before Mother Ma had breathed her last, she had earnestly asked Do Miao to take good care of him. But Do Miao had never actually agreed. As a child bride in the household, she was in truth nothing more than a servant. Do Miaoer was deeply dissatisfied with the treatment she received, though Lu Tinka had known this since childhood. He bore her no grudge. After all, Mother Ma had never treated Do Miaoer as a beloved daughter. Compared to life within the Lu family, however, her situation here had been 10 times better. He knew Do Miaoer had regretted her choices, for within her brief life those years spent alongside Lu Dahai and his parents had been the happiest she had ever known. After third granduncle departed, Lu Tinka extended his hand. Do Miaoer shot him a cold glance. This silver was earned by me, and I am formally notifying you. Henceforth between us, I am the one in charge. In charge? I am a man. Your husband. Do Miaoer swept him a disdainful glance. A man? A husband? Have you even grown a full beard yet? Lu Tinka's face darkened. Do Miaoer paid him no mind, and collected the silver herself, then headed to the mountain, where she dug up a nest of bird eggs, and gathered plenty of food before returning. There were steamed buns, meat, and egg drop soup. Lu Tinka frowned and asked, "Where did you get this?" "I took a walk around the graveyard." "Lu Tinka, are you going to eat or not?" Though conditions were hardly luxurious, Do Miaoer ate with great relish. Lu Tinka hesitated only a moment. "I'll eat." Do Miaoer smiled with satisfaction. "That's a good boy. Eat more and grow taller, otherwise you won't be able to find a wife in the future." Lu Tinka murmured, "But you are already my wife." Do Miaoer paused, nearly forgetting that she was indeed a child bride. "Talk to me about it when you're taller than me." The original host was so thin she was practically skin and bones, with yellow withered hair and hollowed-out cheeks. Her curved brows and eyes lacked any spark of vitality, yet her figure was tall and slender. Standing before Lu Tinka, she barely reached his chest, appearing like a paper cutout, somewhat eerie at first glance. The house had been abandoned for a year, and nearly everything usable had been taken away when the Lu family came to take them back. There wasn't even a bronze mirror in sight. Do Miaoer had yet to see her own face, or else she might have been moved by Lu Tinka's acceptance of her. After dinner they lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, Do Miaoer heard a sound. She always had light sleep, and was about to get up when someone grabbed her hand. She hadn't expected Lu Tinka to be awake too. He patted her hand reassuringly, then she casually picked up the wooden stick she had specially placed within reach, tiptoed off the Kong, and hid behind the door. Sure enough, the person soon pried open the door and walked toward the inner room. Do Miaoer tightened her grip on the wooden stick, and the moment he entered she brought it down with a single strike. Guess who? Lu Tinka didn't even glance at the unconscious man on the ground. Lu Jiang. Do Miaoer pulled the cloth from the man's face. It was indeed him. Then she pulled the cloth back over his face, and then there came a bone-chilling scream. Do Miaoer moved swiftly. Before Lu Jiang could react, both of his arms were dislocated. Before he could even speak, his jaw was dislocated too. Then another blow of the stick, and Lu Jiang passed out again. Lu Tinka watched his mouth twitching. This woman was far too ruthless. No, what came next was even more vicious. Do Miaoer ran into the courtyard and screamed for help, attracting the neighbors from all around. When they arrived and heard a thief had broken in, everyone's spirits rose. Farmers detested petty thieves the most. If someone could steal from others today, they could steal from your home tomorrow. The villagers' attitude towards such scoundrels had always been uncompromising. 5 or 6 men entered the room and began beating the unconscious Lu Jiang mercilessly. The pain woke him, but with his jaw dislocated, he could only produce incoherent gurgling sounds of begging for mercy, which only invited more kicks. Do Miaoer feared that if they continued beating him, he might die. She quickly spoke up. "Uncles and elders, if you keep beating him, someone could lose their life. Why not hand the thief over to the magistrate?" The men roughly dragged the half-dead Lu Jiang into the courtyard to turn him over to the authorities. When they held a lantern up to his battered, swollen face, Do Miaoer immediately recognized him. "Oh my, Uncle Air, why is it you?" Lu Jiang quickly nodded, mumbling indistinctly through his mangled jaw. Do Miaoer hurried to support him. "Uncle, why didn't you say anything when you came? This is like the Dragon King's temple flooded. Misunderstanding all around." By the time she finished speaking, the villagers who had heard about the thief at Do Miaoer's place arrived along with members of the Lu family. Wang Shi knew exactly why Lu Jiang had come here. She had rushed over in a panic, and upon seeing Lu Jiang's wretched state, she burst into tears and embraced him tightly. To her surprise, Lu Jiang cried out even worse than she did, startling Wang Shi into letting go immediately. "What happened? How did they beat your second uncle like this?" Since childhood, Lu Jiang had been the apple of Granny Lu's eye. Though she had 3 sons, she favored her second son the most. The eldest, Lu Dahai, had been driven out and died a year ago. The youngest, Lu, he had gone to a family in town as a live-in son-in-law. Now the old couple only had Lu Jiang, their sole remaining son. Seeing their cherished boy beaten into something between human and ghost, how could she not ache? Answering her mother-in-law's question, Wang Shi wiped her tears and said, "Today was the first day Brother Ernie and Miss Miao moved in. My husband came to check on them out of worry, and who would have thought? Who would have thought?" Do Miaoer saw Lu Jiang's miserable state, and felt a surge of hidden joy though her face wore an expression of guilt and fright. It's all my fault. My uncle didn't knock, and when I heard someone prying the door, I thought a thief had broken in. I just swung the stick and knocked him out. Next time someone comes in the middle of the night, I'll ask first. Anyone could hear the irony in Do Mir's words. The villagers looked at the Lu family with contempt. It was well known that the couple Lu Jiang and his wife loved to take petty advantages. Everyone knew Lu Jiang was a lazy worker who cut corners, but no one expected him to stoop to theft, not to mention targeting 2 children. This had gone far too far. Wang Shi was caught between shame and anger. This damn girl had barely moved out and already thought herself independent, daring to humiliate her in public. You wicked girl, you did that on purpose. Your second uncle came in good intent to visit you, and not only did you knock him unconscious, you also gathered a crowd to beat him like a thief. All the grain I provided for over a year was wasted. 2 ungrateful wolves. Let me tell you, if your uncle is fine, so be it. But if he's left with any permanent injury, I won't let you 2 little brats off. Do Mir seemed frightened by Wang Shi's outburst and stammered, Auntie, I truly didn't mean to. Today, Brother Ernie happened to receive 12 taels in compensation. Otherwise, I could have offered some of it to buy medicine for my uncle. At the mention of silver, Wang Shi instantly grew bolder. What is there to discuss? You beat your second uncle to this state. You should pay for his medical medicine. But Brother Ernie also needs money for his illness. He was terrified tonight, and his condition seems to have worsened. When has Ernie ever been healthy? He's never been well. If Ernie's illness matters, what about your second uncle? You heartless lowborn girl. I fed you and clothed you, and this is how you repay me, by beating your own second uncle to death. The onlookers could bear it no longer. Wang Shi's greed was simply too obscene. Zhuazi's mother had a fiery temper and had been demanding over 2 taels from Wang Shi. Though the silver hadn't gone into Wang Shi's pocket, giving her some schadenfreude, she wouldn't miss the chance to trample Wang Shi while she was down. I say, second aunt, your upper lip meets your lower lip, and the words flow so smoothly, but I wonder where you get such audacity to talk nonsense in front of so many people. Those present weren't blind. Was there anyone in their right mind who would cover their face, pry open a door in the dead of night, and claim it was a visit? When that silver was handed to Miss Meow earlier today, I already sensed something was off. I didn't expect you 2 to plot to steal it back. Only Miss Meow, being young and gullible, fell for your lies. As for me, I wouldn't have negotiated. I would have taken you straight to the magistrate. Wang Shi and Zhuazi's mother had long been at odds, and now they were ready for a fight. Suddenly Granny Lu slapped Wang Shi across the face, leaving her stunned. Mother, have you not brought enough shame upon this family? Even back at your father's home, you had a habit of sneaking petty advantages. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. I turned a blind eye for years, but now you're inciting your second son to steal. I've lost control of you. Tomorrow I'll have your eldest brother bring you back. Mother, silence. Take your second son home at once. After watching the spectacle as dawn began to break, everyone dispersed, and Do Mir warmed up some food. I will go to town later to buy medicine for you, and some other things. I have placed water by your side. Do not move around, and do not get out of bed. Just as Lu Tinka was resting quietly on the Kong bed, the Lu family erupted into chaos. The screams of Lu Jiang echoed endlessly, and Grandma Lu was extremely distressed. Only after returning home did they realize how severely Lu Jiang was injured. Apart from the dislocated joints, hardly any part of his body was unharmed. A doctor was hastily summoned, and it was found that 2 ribs were fractured, and the bones in his left leg might be cracked, requiring at least 3 months of bed rest. Amidst Lu Jiang's groans and Wang Shi's cries, Grandma Lu's face darkened, her inverted triangular eyes seeming to burst into flames. Shut up. Keep crying. Are you cursing the second son, or cursing me? Wang Shi immediately fell silent, not daring to cry further. Grandpa Lu sat at the door puffing on his pipe, but Grandma Lu saw him and became furious. The second son has been beaten like this, yet you don't even dare to utter a word. What sin did I commit to marry you? Grandpa Lu took a hard pull on his pipe. What do you expect me to say? As far as I'm concerned, this is all the second son's own doing. Are you even speaking human language? Didn't you hear the second son say what that girl did? She clearly recognized him, but still struck with lethal force. She's a vicious little ungrateful wolf. If I had known that dead girl had such deep schemes, I should have sold her directly to a brothel from the start. Grandpa Lu struck his pipe bowl heavily. All day long you spoil the second son, which is why he turned out this way. Ernie is also my grandson, and I see how you treat him daily. Now it's uncertain whether Ernie will survive, yet how could you be so heartless as to steal his life-saving money? After speaking, Grandpa Lu took his sickle and went out to cut grass for the ox. Grandma Lu was extremely angry, for this old man usually couldn't even draw out a word with 3 sticks, but today he was quite spirited. Your grandson. I never acknowledged him. That slut only gave birth to a sickly kid after all these years. It's not even sure if he's Dalai's offspring. Now he's suddenly acknowledged as your grandson, but back then I wonder who drove Dalai out of the house and said he'd rather die than recognize this marriage. Grandpa Lu didn't turn around, but his steps quickened. Do Myler took Uncle Kwan's donkey cart from the village to town, bought 2 doses of medicine for Lu Ergu, some rice flour and condiments, and most importantly 2 sets of clothes and shoes, as she was nearly naked. In the afternoon she returned on the donkey cart. Uncle Kwan saw she had bought fine grains and kindly advised her, but Do Myler had to explain it was for Lu Ergu. Despite this, Uncle Kwan still said she bought too much. She really couldn't eat the coarse sorghum flour, it felt like chewing sand in her mouth. These small amounts of rice and white flour cost quite a lot of silver, so it's no wonder Uncle Kwan felt sorry for her. What farmer would be so reckless as to spend so much money on grain? That was enough for an ordinary family to eat steamed cornbread for 3 months. As soon as Do Myler arrived home, Grandpa Lu came to visit. "How is Ernie? I went to town today to get the medicine, but haven't decocted it yet." Grandpa Lu looked somewhat uneasy, glanced around, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Do Myler, feeling anxious for him, couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, did you come for something?" "No, nothing particular." Grandpa Lu coughed twice, took out 2 strings of copper coins from his bosom. "Your second uncle, he. Grandpa knows you take this, I'll leave now." Without waiting for her response, Grandpa Lu hurried away. Do Myler holding the copper coins. This must be Grandpa's lifetime savings. Lu Tinka remained noncommittal. Grandpa Lu only knew farming was extremely honest, and all household matters were decided by Grandma Lu. They never even thought Grandpa Lu would save private money. Throughout the Lu family, only Grandpa Lu was relatively kind to them, but he still couldn't speak up. Do Myler simply cooked some vegetable porridge. As they ate, Lu Tinka said, "Your skills are not bad. Do I need you to say that? Do you think sister practiced for nothing?" Lu Tinka didn't respond. Do Myler pouted. "You're so young, why are you as boring as an old man?" "Maybe I am an old man." Do Myler looked at Lu Tinka's obsidian-like eyes as if behind that gaze was a bottomless black hole, making one both fearful and involuntarily captivated. "Stop trying to scare me with your nonsense." While decocting the medicine, Do Myler added a big handful of coptis, almost making Lu Tinka's tongue bitter. "Learned your lesson." Lu Tinka glanced at her, childish. "There's even more childishness." Do Myler smiled with curved eyes, her whole being coming alive. She slowly took out a pack of candied fruits, so sweet. Lu Tinka. To avoid eating into their savings, Do Myler noticed that game meat was popular at the market, so she planned to make some traps. She used to find wilderness survival shows thrilling, took a special course, and once ran through a primeval forest herself. She never imagined it would be put to use now. Only one household in the village were hunters. They were outsiders living at the mountain foot. Out of politeness, Do Myler went to inform them. "Uncle Lin, Auntie Lin." Hearing someone come, the Lin couple was clearly surprised. They hardly ever had visitors. "I want to catch some pheasants and wild rabbits on the mountain, and I'm wondering if you mind." Auntie Lin quickly wiped her hands on her apron. "What's there to mind? The mountain isn't mine. Ernie Yu is currently ill, we can't let him eat wild vegetables every meal. Ernie Yu is also a child with hard luck. Don't worry, he will surely recover." Uncle Lin also said, "You don't often go up the mountain. Let Huzi take you." Lin, who was 16 this year, tall and strong with healthy wheat-colored skin. "Meow. Myler, wait for me to get some things, and I'll take you up the mountain." Do Myler wanted to refuse, but realizing she indeed had no tools, she thanked them and accepted the Lin family's kindness. Although Lin, who looked like a reckless man, his nature was honest and shy. Along the way he hardly spoke, yet his face was already red to the neck. "Let me do it, you rest for a while." "No. Don't worry, once we catch the rabbit I promise I won't compete with you." Do Myler smiled. "No, brother Huzi, you misunderstood. I have a simpler method." Lin, whose trap was digging a not-too-deep pit, then inserting sharp bamboo blades inside, which was time-consuming and laborious. Once a rabbit avoided the bamboo blades, it would dig a hole and escape. Do Myler only took a thin hemp rope, tied a slip, not to make a snare, and fastened the other end to a tree. That was it. Once an animal steps into the snare, it will only tighten the more it struggles, and certainly won't escape. Lin, who tested it, and found it to be exactly as Do Myler had said. "Sister Myler, you are truly clever." Yet with just those few words his face flushed crimson, as if blood were about to drip from it. They had set quite a number of snare traps. After descending the mountain, Aunt Lin gave Do Myler half a wild pheasant, which she accepted without demur. If all went well, her traps would surely yield a substantial harvest, and she could repay the favor then. Moreover, her methods could save them considerable effort, so Aunt Lin's kindness was one she appreciated without any sense of awkwardness. Back home they enjoyed a rich chicken soup, and for Lu Tinka, who was clearly quite pleased, this simple pleasure felt like one of life's finest moments. "You're quite capable. There's no helping it. I'm just naturally likable. Rest assured, follow me, and you'll enjoy the good life." "Then I must thank you, Sister Myler." Lu Tinka had spent 3 more days in bed before his dizziness finally subsided, and he could move around slowly on his own. The moment he showed signs of improvement, Do Myler handed him a small stool. "Tend the fire." "But I'm still a patient." "When have you ever felt well? Besides, we're depending on each other to survive. You should let me rely on you too. It's just lighting a fire, what's there to haggle over?" Despite still recovering from his illness, Lu Tinka found himself working as the cook. Just then Lin, who came by and witnessed the scene. Ernyo, you're feeling better. That's wonderful news. Not entirely. He's just improving a bit. I wanted him to get some light exercise and keep his mind active. Lying around all day makes the brain rust. Lin, whose face flushed again. That makes sense. My father always says the same thing. Even a good person becomes useless if they just lie around all day. Brother, who did you come for something specific? Lin, who suddenly remembered. All right. I came to tell you that your snares caught 10 rabbits and 3 wild pheasants. All mostly alive, so they should fetch a good price. I've already tied them up for you. I'm heading to town tomorrow. Would you like to come along? That sounds great. Lin, who scratched his head. Then I'll come pick you up early tomorrow. After Lin, who left, Lu Tinka raised an eyebrow. Just the two of us, alone. Domir gave him an exasperated look. Little guy that you are, you know too much. Even if I'm small, I'm still your husband. Domir pretended to sigh dramatically. My husband can't earn money to support the family, so I, a mere woman, have to venture out and show my face in public. Such is my bitter fate. She even wiped away imaginary tears. In just a few short days, Lu Tinka had grown accustomed to Domir's dramatic nature and now mostly ignored it. The next morning, Domir and Lin, who headed to town together, accompanied by Aunt Lin, which kept things from getting tedious. Otherwise, with Lin, whose tendency to blush before even speaking, it would have been agonizing. What she hadn't expected was that right after she left, Wang Shi and her daughter arrived. Lu Ernie, who plump and fair-skinned, bore a striking resemblance to Wang Shi, at least 7 parts alike. Both were seething with anger and immediately launched into harsh words as soon as they entered. You two ungrateful wretches. You eat from our table and drink from our wells, yet you actually harm my father. You deserve to be sick all day long. Wang Shi didn't bother responding. She rummaged through the house from top to bottom, searching repeatedly, but finding not a single copper coin. Lu Ernie, do you have any conscience? For over a year now, if it weren't for your second uncle and me, you'd have frozen and starved to death. Now that you've grown strong and independent, you just stand by and let that cursed girl mistreat your second uncle. Your second uncle can barely get out of bed, several bones are broken, and you've gotten so much silver you should at least compensate him with half. Second aunt, there's no need to worry. Mia has all the silver. That wicked girl. If I'd known she was so cruel at heart, I should have sold her off long ago to save myself the trouble. I'll wait right here for her to come back. Today I'll risk my life to settle this score with her properly. Wang Shi showed no intention of leaving. Lu Tinka spoke calmly. Second aunt, I'd like to try your pickled cucumbers. Pa, I wouldn't even feed them to a dog. The jar with the chipped rim under your eaves. Wang Shi's expression instantly changed. What are you talking about? Grandmother also loves your pickled cucumbers, second aunt. All of Wang Shi's words seemed stuck in her throat. Glaring hatefully at Lu Tinka a few times, she stormed out in a huff. He recalled that Wang Shi had hidden a considerable amount of secret money beneath that jar, but instead a dog stumbled upon it by accident. Grandmother Lu had been so furious she nearly demanded a divorce. Meanwhile, Lin, who took Domir to their usual restaurant. With so much game, over half of it still alive, they sold everything for 4 taels of silver. Domir thought to herself, I might as well become a hunter myself. She gave 2 taels of silver to Aunt Lin. All she had done was set the traps, and even the hemp rope belonged to the Lin family. She hadn't contributed anything else. But Aunt Lin refused to accept it no matter what. In the end, Domir had no choice but to buy a bolt of cloth and present it to her, persuading her with endless pleas until she finally agreed to take it. While Aunt Lin went to the apothecary to sell the medicinal herbs she had dug up herself, Domir visited the bookshop. Upon seeing a young girl, the shopkeeper immediately asked, Who are you buying books for? Domir asked directly, My younger brother will be entering an academy next year. What books should he study? The shopkeeper stroked his goatee. That depends on which academy your brother wishes to attend. Each academy is different, and the examination content varies greatly from year to year. Domir picked up a book and casually flipped through it. The characters were traditional Chinese that she recognized, clearly a handwritten manuscript. The calligraphy could only be described as legible. It was far from pleasing to the eye. Can you read? When my brother attended private tutoring, I learned some alongside him. Could you tell me about the differences between these academies, master shopkeeper? Qilin Academy is the finest and naturally the most expensive. Tuition alone costs 5 taels, and with bedding robes, brushes, ink, and other expenses a year runs about 12 taels. Most students come from wealthy families. Baichuan Academy ranks second. Tuition is only 3 taels, and they provide a set of robes. Students must supply everything else themselves. The academy's facilities aren't particularly fine, so expenses depend largely on individual circumstances. Additionally, the shopkeeper paused. There is also Mingfeng Academy. Its fees are similar to Baichuan's, but the atmosphere for study is superior and the instructors are better. Domir idly turned the pages of the book in her hands and remarked nonchalantly, But I heard that Mingfeng Academy has fallen on hard times. In fact, it hasn't produced a single successful examinee in 7 years. I've heard rumors it may not survive. The shopkeeper's expression shifted. Who is spreading such nonsense? Master Zhao Jincheng, son of the director of Mingfeng Academy, is a celebrated prodigy of Qingyang. Once he passes the examinations this year, Mingfeng Academy will surely make a triumphant return. 10 years ago, Mingfeng Academy was the top institution in our Li County. Will young Master Zhao definitely succeed? Naturally. 3 years ago at 17, he was only 2 points away from passing the examination. After 3 years of diligent study, he is fully confident this year. There is no question he will pass. Observing the shopkeeper's proud demeanor, Do Miao couldn't help but ask, "What is your surname, master?" "My surname is Zhao, sir." Do Miao shifted the topic. "How much does it cost to copy a book?" "It depends on the handwriting and the book. Let me see your writing first." "I can't write. Just give me 1 copy each of the Book of Songs and the Book of Documents. I'll take them back and have my younger brother copy them. You can decide the price then." Do Miao hadn't expected that the deposit for just these 2 books plus some paper, ink, and brushes would cost her 4 taels of silver. She hadn't even earned that much today. She bought some meat and eggs, then took a donkey cart back to the village. As soon as she arrived home, she saw Lu Tinka sitting in the courtyard squinting in the sun. His posture was exactly like an old man's. "I went to the bookstore today and borrowed 2 books for you to copy." Lu Tinka opened them, glanced at a few pages, and closed the books. "They smell like steamed buns." Do Miao shot him a glare. "You must have a dog's nose, don't you?" She pulled 2 meat buns from behind her back and tossed them to him. Lu Tinka ate with elegance. "Thank you for saving me too." "What do you mean saved?" "I brought them specially for you." Lu Tinka ate unhurriedly and spoke unhurriedly. "A meat bun costs 5 won, but you get 1 free for every 5 you buy. So you must have bought 6. Aunt Lin and her son definitely wouldn't take your buns, so you couldn't finish them and left the leftovers for me." Do Miao. "But I'm not as big an eater as you. 2 is enough for me." Do Miao immediately grew displeased. Was this little brat implying she ate too much? "I eat a lot so I can grow tall, and everything I eat is earned with my own silver. How dare you, a freeloader, criticize me?" Lu Tinka paused for a moment. "I'll pay you back later." A man's mouth is a lying ghost, and a little man is no different. Lu Tinka fell silent. He hadn't expected that after being reborn, he would still be called a freeloader, an awkward yet somewhat amusing situation. In his past life, when he married into the Zhou family, everyone said he was a freeloader. But he ate the Zhou family's food for 10 years only to become a mere director of the Imperial Academy who could be belittled by anyone. Later, when he discovered the affair between his wife and the crown prince, he finally saw through everything, stopped deceiving himself, and resolved to take revenge. Yet after taking revenge, he was branded as ungrateful. As Lu Tinka recalled the first half of his previous life, which had been steeped in humiliation, his expression involuntarily turned wary and furious. Do Miao was startled. "Hey, I only said 1 word to you. You're not going to sneak up and kill me while I'm asleep, are you?" "Huh. The look on your face. It's as if you wish that bun were me, so you could bite me to death 1 bite at a time." Lu Tinka didn't explain that the person he truly wanted to bite to death was someone else. Instead, he said again, "I'll pay you back double in the future. By the way, which academy do you plan to attend?" "Mingfeng Academy." Do Miao was taken aback. "But I heard Mingfeng Academy is about to go under. It won't close." Do Miao didn't try to dissuade him. She had long known from the original owner's memories that Lu Erniu was very clever, but a child's intelligence was different from an adult's. Throughout history, there had been people with supernatural wisdom, but Lu Erniu was clearly not one of them. Do Miao didn't believe he could change overnight. Given her own situation, she naturally had her own suspicions, but just as she would never reveal her own secret, neither would Lu Erniu. So she didn't ask further. She set up a small medicine stove, added water, and told Lu Tinka to watch the fire himself. Lu Tinka had clearly grown accustomed to Do Miao's way of caring for the sick. "This is the last batch, isn't it?" "Yes, but I got you another prescription today. I think it's working well, so we can't stop the medicine now." "Actually, Oh, don't worry about the silver. This silver is meant to cure your illness." Who was worried about the silver? Lu Tinka knew that this illness would heal even without medicine, but he could tolerate Do Miao making him drink it. What was truly outrageous was that every time he drank the medicine, she would eat candied fruit right in front of him, claiming that watching him drink the medicine made her feel bitter. "It's almost time for the autumn harvest. Aunt Lin asked me today what we plan to do." Lu Tinka said nonchalantly, "Didn't you say that between us you have the final say? So this matter is also up to you." Just as Do Miao was about to speak, Lu Tinka immediately added, "But if you share half of your candied fruit with me, I'll help you solve this problem. How about that?" Do Miao directly handed him a packet. "I bought you a packet today. You're welcome." Lu Tinka. Do Miao spent her days gathering firewood and wild vegetables on the mountain, stealing bird nests, trapping rabbits, and roaming around. She had little to do each day, and when she came home she ate and drank heartily. Within less than a month she had gained a circle of flesh and no longer looked as frightening as before. Lu Tinka's transformation was even more noticeable. His injuries had long healed. If he were dressed in silk and finery, his bearing would make anyone mistake him for a young master from a wealthy family. During this time, he had been copying books steadily and never left the house. But today he didn't grind ink. Where are you going? Since I ate your candied fruit, I'm going to solve the problem. Lu Tinka left the house. After a month's absence, he once again stepped into the Lu family compound. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Shi working in the courtyard. Second aunt, what are you doing here? Don't forget, third granduncle said, from now on we have nothing to do with each other. As Wang Shi spoke, she glanced casually at the pickled jar, her eyes full of smugness. Lu Tinka looked at Wang Shi with a half-smile. If you want others not to know, don't do it. If I tell grandma about this, I'm sure second aunt hasn't spent that silver yet, right? Second uncle is bedridden, yet you're hiding private money. Wang Shi's face instantly changed. You don't talk nonsense. Lu Tinka said in a low voice. As long as second aunt doesn't talk nonsense, I naturally won't either. Just then Grandma Lu also came out. Seeing Lu Tinka, her expression was extremely hostile. What do you want? I heard that second uncle needs to rest for 3 months, and there's a lot of work around the house. The autumn harvest is coming soon, so I won't trouble grandfather with my land. Before Grandma Lu could speak, Lu Zhang's furious voice rang out. That's the land I planted. You ungrateful brat. You've been kicked out of the Lu family. How we harvest the autumn crops is none of your concern. Grandma Lu also said with a dark face, the bow has returned for the harvest, and several of my nephews from my natal family are coming to help. You don't need to worry about labor. We won't shortchange your grain after the harvest is done. Lu Tinka smiled. I'm afraid you've misunderstood my meaning. Since our two families are now unrelated this year, it can only be considered that you are renting my land. I'm here today to inform you that the market rate for land rent is 70%, but since you provided the seeds yourselves, I'll only take 60%. What did you say? Grandma Lu could hardly believe her ears. Collect rent. Do you think you're a landlord? It's a total of 4 mu of land. Back then, seeing it lie fallow with no one to till it, we kindly planted it for you. If we hadn't, you wouldn't even have food to eat. Now you have the nerve to talk about rent with me. A woman like your mother. No wonder she raises a child without a conscience. If it weren't for that vixen of a mother, how would your father have been driven out? And if he hadn't been driven out, how would he have died tragically outside? You don't have a single trace of my Dahai in you. Just like your mother, that vixen born to be a curse. Your mother killed my son, and now you've brought your second uncle to this state. Now you come to push this old bones. Are you happy only when you've forced me to death? Lu Tinka's smile froze on his face like a mask. His small back was straight as a ramrod, fists clenched tightly. Before he could finish, Dou Miaoer had somehow followed. You should stop spouting nonsense. At your age, aren't you ashamed to say such things? What do you mean my mother killed my father? Back then it was you and Grandpa who insisted on driving my father out. My mother is pure and innocent, yet you keep calling her a vixen. Why don't you show us some evidence? Moreover, we all know the real reason for second uncle's plight. Out of respect for the Lu family name, we haven't pursued it further. But you're pushing your luck. I'll say this now, do not bully a youth for being poor. We have a long future ahead. Ernyo, let's go home. Dou Miaoer stormed off with Lu Tinka. On the way home she spoke a lot, but Lu Tinka remained silent. Still angry, Lu Tinka shook his head. No. When did you follow? Right after you. I was afraid you'd get hurt in a fight with your small frame, so I went to check. He fell silent again. Dou Miaoer said, quarreling and sophistry are a woman's talent. How could your head full of classical Confucian quotes stand a chance? It takes a woman to deal with a woman, just a shrew's quarrel. You always put on that air of an old man who has seen through the world. Aren't you dropping the act now? It's just a few bad words about your mother. Why take it seriously? Lu Tinka gave Dou Miaoer a deep look. Taking advantage of someone's weakness is not the conduct of a gentleman. Caught out, Dou Miaoer was not embarrassed at all. She said openly, I'm not a gentleman, though I'm a woman. Only women and petty men are hard to raise. Didn't the sage teach you that? Lu Tinka clasped his hands. I stand corrected. Women do have a talent for verbal sparring. It was true that Dou Miaoer wanted to comfort him, but it was also true that she wanted to probe his background while he was in a bad mood. Living under the same roof, both were well aware of each other's changes. Not asking was a rational decision to avoid wasted effort, but given the chance, anyone would seize the opportunity to extract a little more information. Besides, Lu Ernyu had probed her far more. Lu Tinka began to grind ink again. In 3 more days I'll finish copying this book. Then I'll pay you back. What money? The buns. Dou Miaoer rolled her eyes. Could he be that petty? Having been insulted by Grandma Lu, it was clear that Lu Tinka would not simply swallow it. That afternoon, he went to Hunter Lin's house. Ernyo Miao, what brings you two here today? Actually, the question was mainly directed at Lu Tinka. Dou Miaoer spent her days catching wild chickens, rabbits, and digging for bird eggs, so they saw each other almost every day. But Lu Tinka almost never went out, let alone visited. I came today indeed for something. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, you know that after my parents passed away, the family had a few mu of land. But I'm not in good health and can't do farm work. I can't leave all the field work to Miaoer, a girl. So I was wondering, would you be willing to buy my family's land? The old couple exchanged astonished glances. How could they not be willing? They were outsiders with no land and had wanted to buy some. But land was everyone's treasure, and no one sold unless it was a matter of life and death. They had considered reclaiming wasteland, but suitable farmland was hard to find. After finding it, they would have to go through layers of approval from the village head and the yamen, accompanied by layers of taxes. In the end, it was cheaper to just buy grain. The old couple had already resigned themselves to waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. They never expected that today a pie would actually fall. In fact, it wasn't just the old couple who were surprised. The Domyower was equally astonished. When they came, he had only said he wanted to ask if the Lin family would be willing to work his land. She thought it was a lease, but he went straight to selling it outright. However, she didn't call him out on it. After all, it was Lu Erniu's own land. But she still felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, they were practically dependent on each other, and he hadn't even breathed a word. Since you two have no objections, we'll go to third granduncle's place tomorrow morning to sign the papers. From then on, the land will belong to the Lin family. All right, tomorrow morning I'll come with Hu Zi to find you at home. As they left, Aunt Lin, to show her gratitude, and knowing they had no vegetable garden, gave them a lot of greens. From now on, just come to our house for vegetables. They're all homegrown, not worth much. On the way back, Domyower was unusually silent. Not until they reached home did Lu Tinka notice something amiss. Are you unhappy? But we don't farm or eat coarse grains anyway. What's the point of keeping it? What happiness or unhappiness would I have? The land is yours, you can sell it if you want. We're at most roommates. It's only right that you didn't even inform me. Lu Tinka finally understood. So this was what she was angry about. But he was used to being alone. He never had the habit of discussing his private matters with others. Besides, as a solitary man, there was no one he needed to inform. He had truly overlooked Domyower. However, it was rare to see her angry with him. In the past, it was always he who was angered by her. Lu Tinka couldn't help but feel like teasing her. Since you've thought it through so clearly, I won't say more. I was wondering how to comfort you, but I didn't expect you to be so clever and solve it yourself. The little flame in Domyower's heart instantly turned into a blazing fire. Lu Erniu, do you think I have too good a temper? Lu Tinka quickly shook his head. Never. Then who gave you the nerve to provoke me, eh? Let me tell you, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Always putting on that profound and carefree air. I work my fingers to the bone, feeding you well, raising you fair and tender. Just so you can act like a lord. I was joking. Domyower curled the corner of her mouth into a malicious arc. Too late. Lu Tinka watched her approach step by step. Rationally, he thought Domyower wouldn't really do anything to him, but his intuition told him she would. Men and women should not touch. But we are betrothed, my little husband. Domyower grabbed Lu Tinka by the collar like a hawk catching a chick. Lu Tinka, with his frail frame, was no match for Domyower, an avid enthusiast of various combat techniques. Though her strength was limited, her skills remained intact, and dealing with Lu Erniu required little effort, didn't it? Domyower yanked down Lu Tinka's trousers and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his fair bottom, leaving him utterly stunned. In both his past and present lives, he had never been spanked, let alone by a woman who had pulled down his pants to spank him barehanded. Lu Tinka was consumed by shame and fury. Domyower. After 2 slaps, Domyower stopped, not out of mercy, but more out of mischievous amusement. I just love seeing you hate me, but can't do anything about it. What? Want to fight if you're not convinced? Lu Tinka gnashed his teeth in anger, yet he was utterly helpless against her. Are you even a woman? Do you know what it means that men and women should keep their distance? Domyower thought seriously. A woman? I suppose I am one, but I really don't know about that men and women thing. Unlike you, I never attended a private school with a tutor. Besides, I've raised you since you were little. I've seen every part of you, not just your bottom. You. I. What about me? Domyower said triumphantly. I've warned you before, only women and petty men are hard to raise. Why can't you remember? The next morning, when he went with Uncle Lin to third granduncle's place to draft the contract, his face was sullen, and he exuded cold air, nearly making third granduncle think the Lin family had coerced him. Uncle Lin had to explain at length, and finally Lu Tinka said he was in a bad mood after being upset at the Lu family the day before, which got third granduncle to nod. For the next 2 full days, Lu Tinka didn't say a word to Domyower. However, under her reign of terror, he was obedient enough. Though he wore a sour face and stayed silent, he didn't slack off on the chores. I never noticed before, but you look really cute when you don't talk. I heard that wealthy families poison those who know their secrets to make them mute. I wonder what kind of medicine they use and if it's sold in the town. Lu Tinka's glare was met with Domyower's hearty laughter. He now realized that this woman's twisted pleasure was that whenever he was unhappy, she was happy. You finished copying the book, right? Let me take it back to the bookstore. No need. Domyower shrugged and ignored him. Lu Tinka had been walking for about half an hour. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and nose. How could his frail body handle such a long journey? If he hadn't been well fed lately, he would have collapsed on the road. Lutinka sat down to rest under a large tree by the roadside, and in the distance he saw Do Meower chatting and laughing on Lin Hu's donkey cart. Ernie, what are you doing here? I'm going to the town. Lin Hu glanced at Do Meower in surprise. Didn't you tell Ernie that we're also going to town today? Do Meower said innocently. He didn't ask me, and I didn't know he was coming to town on his own. He's been sulking with me. Hasn't spoken to me for 2 days. With her aggrieved expression, one would think she was the one who had been wronged. That was exactly what Lin Hu thought. Ernie, you come on up and ride with us. My father often says a man should be magnanimous. Meower works hard managing the household inside and out. She really has a tough time. Lutinka choked on his anger, wanting to explain, but unable to speak. In the end, he gave in to the seemingly endless road and climbed onto the donkey cart. Ernie, what are you too upset about? It's nothing, I just spanked. Try saying that if you dare. Lutinka's words were squeezed out through gritted teeth, while Do Meower beamed with crescent-shaped eyes revealing a row of cute little white teeth looking innocent and pure. Only Lutinka knew how wicked this woman truly was. They first went to the restaurant where Lin Hu usually sold his game. The young waiter recognized Lin Hu and said, "Your recent deliveries have been larger and fresher. Our manager asked me to inquire if you can supply consistently." That might not be. Before Lin Hu could finish, Do Meow cut in. "May I ask, young sir, can you make the decision? I naturally can't decide, but if you can guarantee supply, I can go get our manager. Then please, young sir, do us the favor." The waiter took a step out, but then pulled back, eyeing Do Meower suspiciously. "Don't you dare fool me, little girl, or don't blame us for no longer accepting your goods from now on. I wouldn't dare to toy with you, young sir." The waiter did go to fetch the manager, but Lin Hu panicked. "Sister Meower, autumn harvest is coming soon, and a month after that it'll start getting cold. Where are we going to get so much game? You're not a hunter. There are things you don't know. We've had good catches these past days, but it's only 2 or 3 months a year. The rest of the time, there's hardly any prey. Otherwise, hunters would have become landowners long ago. When the manager comes, don't say anything foul, apologize to him." Lin Hu was usually simple and not much of a talker, but today in his urgency, he spoke fluently. Yet even then he still thought of taking the blame himself, which filled Do Meower with genuine gratitude. At least she had never met such a kind-hearted person. Lin Hu was the first. Lin Hu was usually simple and not much of a talker, but today in his urgency, he spoke fluently. Yet even then he still thought of taking the blame himself, which filled Do Meower with genuine gratitude. At least she had never met such a kind-hearted person. Lin Hu was the first. "Brother Hu, don't worry. I know all that, but since I dare to say it, I have my own way." As they spoke, the manager came out. The manager of Rui Restaurant was short, around 30, a bit plump, and seemed to have a naturally smiling face. "Can you two really supply consistently?" "Yes, as long as the price is right." The manager invited the three to the back hall and poured tea. "Young friend, what price do you have in mind?" Do Meower took a sip of tea. She couldn't tell what kind it was, but it tasted good, so she downed it in one gulp. She was indeed thirsty. After finishing, she said, "You name the price. After winter, I'll add 21 per animal to the current price. This is a fair offer, as Rui Restaurant already pays the highest prices." The manager poured another cup of tea for Do Meower as he spoke. Do Meower glanced at Lin, who quickly said, "Rui's prices are indeed high. How about this? Haggling back and forth is boring. Add 10 more, and we have a deal." "Deal?" Do Meower stood up. "I'll come back another day to sign the contract. I have some things to do today." With that, Do Meower drained the tea in her cup. The manager smiled and agreed. "My surname is Chun. May I ask your name, young friend?" Do Meower. "Since Miss Meower seems to enjoy the tea, I'll have some wrapped up for you. Tu Liang. Please don't refuse." Do Meower didn't decline as she thanked him and accepted it. Once outside, Lin, who grew anxious. "Sister Meow, where are we going to find so many rabbits?" Do Meower remained calm. "I said I have a way, and I do. Don't worry about it, Brother Hu. We'll talk it over with Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin once we get back today." Then the three split up. Lin, who went to buy farming tools, while Do Meower and the other headed to the bookstore. As soon as they entered, Boss Zhao recognized Do Meower. After all, girls visiting a bookstore were a rare sight. "Is this your younger brother? Don't you think he's too young to start school? I am already 12 years old." Seeing Lutinka's less than pleasant expression, Boss Zhao smiled awkwardly. "This young master has an extraordinary appearance. Oh, anyone can see he is a gifted person." Lutinka remained silent, taking out the book he had copied. "Name your price," he said. Boss Zhao opened it, and his eyes lit up. "May I ask which master's calligraphy the young master is emulating?" Lutinka had no need to emulate any calligraphy model. Having spent 10 years at the Imperial Academy and served as the Chief Grand Secretary for 20 years, his calligraphy at first glance appeared extremely proper, but upon closer inspection, it concealed hidden sharpness with restrained vigor and a spirit that transcended form. In his past life, Lutinka's calligraphy was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. But now he was just a child, so naturally, he could not write such characters. He had spent so long copying just this one book because he had to try his best to conceal his handwriting. The process of copying the book was also quite distressing. However, handwriting could never be completely hidden. In the eyes of ordinary people, his characters were still very beautiful. I am not emulating any calligraphy model. This young master is truly remarkable. These characters are round on the outside, but square within. At such a young age, your calligraphy has already begun to show spirit. The writing mirrors the person. I imagine the young master also has great depth in his heart. Domyower took it and glanced at it. The characters on this page were clearly not as good as the ones he had written at the beginning. May I ask the young master's name? My surname is Lu, given name Tinka, style name Shinji. Boss Zhao's eyes grew even more admiring. Reverence, respect, diligence, and frugality. These are the virtues of a minister. A fine name, a fine name. Young Master Lu is indeed a man of great ambition. Unlike Boss Zhao, Domyower, though not showing it on her face, was thunderstruck inside. Lu Tinka, style name Shinji. Since when did that happen? They had been eating and sleeping together, and yet she only now learned his name. Domyower felt it was absurd, but also somewhat angry. If he had wanted to change his name all along, would it have killed him to say something? Does the young master have a preferred academy? Mingfeng Academy, I suppose. I recall that the top scholar in the county examination, prefectural examination, and courtyard examination were all young Master Zhao, were they not? To be able to cultivate such a genuinely top scholar, Mingfeng must have people of true talent and learning. Moreover, Dean Zhao has a good reputation. Boss Zhao's face bloomed into a smile. Young Master Lu, you have good taste. To be honest, I have some connections with Mingfeng Academy. If you wish to enter Mingfeng Academy, I could put in a word for you. Thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper, but since I've decided to attend an academy, I have some confidence in the entrance exam. Shopkeeper Zhao was so fond of Lu Tinka that he wished he could trick him into Mingfeng Academy right away. In the end, Lu Tinka earned a net profit of 2 silver taels from copying this book, besides the deposit and the cost of paper and brush. Even though his calligraphy was indeed excellent, probably no one in the entire county could surpass this price. As they left the bookshop, Domyower said darkly, Lu Tinka, your name. Since I'm going to an academy, I can't still be called Lu Erniu. In his past life, Lu Tinka had been mocked relentlessly for the name Lu Erniu. This time he had learned his lesson. Although the name Lu Tinka was bestowed by his good father-in-law Grand Preceptor Zhou, for one thing, he was used to it, and for another, this name could constantly remind him that everything that happened in his past life was not a dream. Domyower snorted. A good excuse, but when it comes down to it, aren't you also an old cucumber painted green, pretending to be young? Lu Tinka keenly noticed that she said, also, but he said nothing. Instead, he took out a silver tael. Here's your money back. Domyower didn't stand on ceremony. Lu Er. You can call me Lu Tinka, Lu Shinji, or husband. Domyower gave a contemptuous snort, casually gesturing at their height difference. Go ask anyone on the street. Who would believe it? Lu Tinka fell silent again. He had nothing to say. It was a fact that he was not tall now, and even when he grew up he wouldn't be particularly tall. Because he had been frail since childhood and hadn't had enough to eat during his growth spurt, he was even half an inch shorter than the average man. So no one knew that he always wore insoles an inch thick in his shoes. After they had walked for a while, Lu Tinka said, You want to raise rabbits? Domyower was surprised. How did you know? If you don't raise them yourself, where would you find wild rabbits in the middle of winter? Domyower said sarcastically, Changed your name, and changed your brain too. Suddenly so smart. What are you so angry about? I still don't know who you are. If anything, I'm the one at a loss. Believe it or not, I am Domyower, so I'm still the one at a loss. Lu Tinka didn't want to argue such a pointless issue with her. But raising rabbits is actually simple. Once you make money, others will also raise them. When there are too many people raising them, they won't be worth much. I know. I only want to make the first pot of gold. Thanks to you, we now have a few silver taels in hand, but we can't just sit idle and eat away our savings. We have to make money somehow. Are you sure? Besides cooking, I wash the clothes, sweep the yard, heat the kong, and recently I've been gathering firewood. Do you think you can tend to those rabbits every day? I don't plan to raise them myself. I'm going to have you raise them, since you're the one going to the academy anyway. Domyower's matter-of-fact attitude made Lu Tinka feel like an old blood clot was stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. This was clearly bullying, wasn't it? But he couldn't beat her. He calmed himself for a long while before saying, I'll give you a good idea. After the three of them finished their business, they returned to the village and went directly to the Lin family. Lin, who directly explained Domyower's idea. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin hesitated. It sounds good, but for continuous supply, we would need at least a few dozen rabbits. Where can we come up with that many? Even if we put in all our savings, we can't afford to raise them. Domyower nodded. I didn't plan to have your family raise them alone. I'm going to bring third granduncle into the partnership. Third granduncle has 3 sons and daughters-in-law. With more people, naturally, we can put together enough. Moreover, third granduncle is highly respected, which will save us from people with ill intentions trying to pull any tricks. That's good, that's good. With third granduncle backing us, I feel relieved. By the way, I don't plan to raise them myself. I negotiated the business and signed the contract. I'll take a commission of 20 won per rabbit. Do you have any objections? The two elders of the Lin family exchanged a glance. Uncle Lin nodded. That's only right, only right. Do Meower stood up. Then I'll go find third granduncle right now. Oh, and don't bother making iron cages. Just build a stone nest inside the house. This business will only last about a year. Once everyone starts raising rabbits, they won't be worth much, so there's no need to invest a lot of capital. Watching Do Meower and Lu Tinka leave, Aunt Lin shook her head. Meower is really sharp. In the past, she was tormented by the Lu family until she was barely human. If only she were with our Huzi. Lin, who instantly blushed. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Meower is Erniu's wife. Erniu is just a child. Adopting him as a younger brother and raising him is no big deal. Lin, who? Third granduncle agreed almost as soon as Lu Tinka proposed it. Who would turn down more money? Even though third granduncle was the village head, he was only slightly better off than ordinary folks, and no one wanted to push away a profitable venture. By the way, third granduncle, I want to change my name in the family register. I'm planning to take the academy entrance exam next year, and I can't still be called Air Nyokanaye. Have you thought of a new name? Yes. Third granduncle was straightforward. He took out the family register and changed the name, and at Lu Tinka's request, he separated him from Old Master Lu's branch, making him an independent household. This time, he truly stood on his own. You were the smartest in the private school. Study hard, and let our Liujia village produce a scholar official. When they returned home, Lu Tinka resignedly began to light the fire and heat the Kong. Even in his most destitute past life, he had at most gone hungry, but he had never spent every day fussing around the stove. You said you'd take care of me, but now I feel like I'd be better off taking care of myself. What? Do you feel wronged? Then write me a letter of divorce, and we'll go our separate ways. What do you say? Lu Tinka paused for a moment. As a man supporting his own wife is only natural, isn't it? Lu Tinka would never agree. Do Meower had appeared out of nowhere. She might be the greatest variable. Until he figured out her identity, it was better to keep her by his side. Do Meower pulled up a small stool and sat beside him. Lu Shinji, if I'm not mistaken, you've been reborn, haven't you? Lu Tinka was silent. Do Meower didn't mind. I bet your previous life didn't go well. Don't worry, I won't be a stumbling block on your path of revenge. I don't have grand ambitions, just enough to eat and wear and maybe find a handsome man to grow old with. I won't clash with your grand plans. I can ensure you have food and clothing. And, in a few years I'll qualify as a handsome man. Do Meower waved her hand dismissively. Really, men as virtuous as you are rare. I suppose I'll make do and settle for you. Do Meower wasn't determined to cut ties with him right away. After all, she had no idea what to do next if she left. Under the circumstances, a little lip service wouldn't cost her anything. Lu Tinka could clearly see that she wasn't truly willing to settle. She just wanted to end the conversation. He accepted the label of virtuous with a straight face. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't drive her away. What else could he do but endure? Third granduncle's household began bustling about building rabbit hutches, while Do Meower and Lin, who went into the forest on a frantic rabbit-catching spree, capturing every rabbit they could find, big or small. The Lin family's yellow dog even found several nests of baby rabbits. The first day's harvest was plentiful, and in the following days Uncle Lin joined in. Within half a month, aside from the deep mountains, the forest's periphery had been temporarily stripped of rabbits. The rabbits varied in size and were divided into 4 shares, with each family receiving over 20. These breeding rabbits were sold to third granduncle at half price, which in Do Meower's eyes was practically a gift. Building a good relationship with third granduncle was crucial, especially for an outsider family like the Lins who had moved here only a few years ago. They truly needed such an opportunity. 4 months to mature, and they could produce a litter every 2 months. With over 2 months left until winter, they could still catch more. For now, this number should suffice. The autumn harvest officially began. The first field the Lu family harvested was the one left by Lu Dahai and his wife. But when they arrived, the Lin family was already there. The two families quarreled fiercely, nearly coming to blows. In the end, they called for third granduncle to bear witness, but how could the Lu family accept such a loss? Lu Debeo rushed home to inform Granny Lu, while someone else went to notify Lu Tinka. When Lu Tinka arrived, the Lin family stood awkwardly to the side. Wang Shi sat on the ground, crying, and Granny Lu wore an expression of great grievance. Third granduncle, I'm sorry to trouble you again. It's my fault. Old Master Lu saw Lu Tinka and immediately asked, did you really sell the land? I can't do farm work with this body of mine, so keeping it is useless. Besides, I'm going to the academy next year, and I'll need money everywhere. Selling it is for the best. Wang Shi shot up. You ungrateful little brat, you spendthrift. Land is a farmer's life, and you just sell it. And why didn't you sell it to your own family? What's the meaning of selling it to outsiders? The Lin family grew even more awkward. Granny Lu interjected. I know you have a grudge against the family, but the whole village is surnamed Lu. Wasn't there anyone among them good enough for you? Selling it to the Lins. You're slapping the face of every Lu in the village. Granny Lu, ever the sly one, turned Lu Tinka into the village's public enemy with a single sentence. Land was hard to come by these days. Even if he didn't sell to his own branch, he could have sold to another family. The villagers watching suddenly felt cheated, as if they could have bought it themselves if not for the Lins. Third granduncle tapped his cane twice. The land is Tinka's own, he can sell it to whoever he wants. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Tinka explained, since I'm going to the academy from now on, I'll be called Lu Tinka. And as for why I sold it to the Lin family, after I moved out, only Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin regularly helped me. Almost all the vegetables we've eaten lately came from Aunt Lin. Everyone knows the saying, a favor received makes one beholden. As for this year's harvest from the land, the cost of seeds and labor comes to 40%, no more no less. The remaining 60% goes to the Lins. The price was already factored into the sale. Third granduncle knows this, it's all written in the deed. Let it be settled this way. I have the deed. If anyone has objections, they can take it to the county court. Everyone disperse. Third granduncle had spoken, and the crowd scattered. Old Master Lu caught up to Lu Tinka. Ernyo, how could you sell the land? That's land, that's land. The land is already sold. Lu Tinka looked at Old Master Lu's pained expression and nodded in farewell. He could understand a farmer's reverence for land, but the old man had never shown such distress over his own grandson. He had always known he was a man of thin familial bonds, but living through it again, it still stung too much. As he entered the yard, a rich aroma hit him. That morning, the first thing she said upon waking was that she wanted braised pork. She had gotten up unusually early and walked 5 li to buy meat. It seemed almost ready. Lu Tinka set out the bowls and chopsticks. Do Meower lifted the pot lid, took a deep breath, and the satisfaction on her face was something Lu Tinka had never experienced before. All settled. It was nothing. They're just bullies who fear the strong. With third granduncle around, they can't trouble me. Do Meower served herself a large bowl of steamed rice, took a bite of the braised pork, and sighed. The world is perfect. You're so easy to please. If a chef came along one day, would he be able to lure you away? Do Meower shoveled rice into her mouth and said, only if he's a handsome chef. It had to be said Do Meower's cooking was excellent. Lu Tinka felt that even the capital's finest chefs could only match her. Apart from her reckless antics, Do Meower's only hobby was eating. Food was the first necessity of the people. Whenever she heard of a delicious dish, she would travel like the wind to get it. Having eaten so much, her cooking skills naturally improved. This flavor is more like the style from the Jiangnan region, sweet, soft, and smooth. I love eating sweet braised pork. Lu Tinka ate with concentration. Watching his refined manners, every move precise and proper, yet he ate without slowing down. Before long, Do Meower noticed the plate of braised pork was already empty. He doesn't look particularly large. Where does such a big appetite come from? He's still growing, so naturally his appetite is better. Do Meower could only speed up her eating, terrified he'd finish it all in the next moment. Seeing her anxiety, Lu Tinka ate even faster. Always dominated by Do Meower at the table, this was finally his chance for revenge. You dare! Gazing at the last piece of braised pork under his chopsticks, Do Meower shouted anxiously, if you eat that, I'll beat you up. Lu Tinka paused briefly, then veered his chopsticks away from his own mouth and placed the meat into Do Meower's bowl instead. Do Meower wore a smug expression. That shows some sense. The next morning, they went to town together to sign documents with Manager Chun at Rui Tower. Upon seeing Do Meower, Boss Chun smiled and said, I never expected your visit would be delayed so long. I've been longing for you until my eyes grew weary. I've been busy with the autumn harvest these past few days, only finding time today. Manager Chun produced the contract and Do Meower glanced at it. 100 per month seems unwise. I can only guarantee no less than 50 monthly. The contract should specify both the purchase price and a minimum of 50 per month. And I'm only signing for 6 months. Manager Chun showed no embarrassment at being called out. This was standard practice among merchants and understood arrangement. His gaze toward Do Meower brimmed with admiration. You're quite shrewd, Miss Do. Then I'll honor your terms. Manager Chun had someone fetch ink and writing materials, drafted a new contract, and only then did Do Meower press her seal. With business concluded, Lu Tinka entered the brokerage house. What brings you here? A servant approached upon seeing visitors. What are you two looking for? Lu Tinka replied, near Mingfeng Academy. We'd like to rent a house and see what's available. Please wait a moment. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache arrived. He was short but sharp-eyed. Is this young man looking for a house? Lu Tinka nodded. Not urgent. Probably for next February or March. Just curious about the rent. Upon hearing they were just inquiring, the man's enthusiasm didn't wane, and he detailed all the available rentals nearby. If you plan to rent, I'd recommend securing a place during the first lunar month. Once February arrives, all the academies will be starting terms. Even though Mingfeng Academy hasn't been doing well these past years, properties with better surroundings still attract small merchants. But if you're flexible about the location, there's no rush. There are always vacancies in this area, and you can just come find me next time. After leaving the brokerage house, Do Meower asked, You're planning to live in town? What else was I supposed to do? Once I enter the academy, I can reside there. But what about you? Can you manage gathering firewood, cooking, doing laundry, and keeping the yard tidy on your own? Obviously not. Just the daily tasks of collecting firewood, cooking, and washing dishes would drive her mad. Then I suppose I'll reluctantly come take care of you. Lutinka offered no objection, silently conceding. After all, arguing with her was futile. He'd long grown accustomed to her twisting logic. He would never allow Do Meower to drift out of his reach. If she went anywhere while he was at the academy for his 10-day intervals, who knew where she'd end up? Besides, her cooking was genuinely delicious. But Do Meower remained unaware of Lutinka's true motives, mistaking his arrangements for genuine consideration. She felt unexpectedly touched and silently resolved to treat him better in the future, picking on him less. With nothing pressing to occupy them, each day followed the same rhythm, gathering firewood on the mountain, returning home to cook, then reading and writing. Lutinka studied, while Do Meower practiced her calligraphy. Her handwriting was worse than that of a 3-year-old. Lutinka couldn't help but wonder, if you can read, how can you not write? You look like someone who's never held a brush in their life. Who said knowing characters means you must also know how to write? I simply refuse to learn. Is that not allowed? Lutinka certainly dared not utter a single word of dissent. While her manner while writing suggested she wasn't from a refined, noble household, their interactions revealed something beyond what one might expect from an ordinary village girl. Lutinka still hadn't figured it out. If Do Meower had been replaced by another person, who could she possibly be? Do Meower grew tired after writing for a while and gave up. Never mind. I'm not taking the imperial exams, so why should I write well? Just teach me to write my own name. That's all. After writing a bit more, she couldn't help but complain again. Why does the character Do have so many strokes? The months slipped by in a blur. It was time to begin deliveries to Manager Chun. Fortunately, the Lin family only owned the small plot they'd purchased that year, so the autumn harvest wrapped up in under 3 days. This gave them time to set more traps in the mountains, netting nearly 40 more. Otherwise, supplying rabbits during the first 2 months before they matured would have been nearly impossible. Lin, who drove his donkey cart loaded with rabbits, and the entire village came to inquire. Overwhelmed by the crowd's overlapping questions, Lin, who didn't know how to respond. Do Meower stepped in. There's little to do in winter, so we're making some extra income to help with household expenses. Please make way. We need to pick up more rabbits from third granduncle's place. Hearing they needed to collect from third granduncle's, no one dared to keep them there. But behind their backs, everyone started whispering. No wonder those grandchildren of third granduncles were cutting grass these past few days. They're raising rabbits. I was wondering, the pigs at third granduncle's eat like nothing I've ever seen. Not just grass, but tree leaves too. I never knew the Lin family had such capabilities. They've lashed onto third granduncle, and now they're bringing along those 2 kids. What's the point? Do Meower ignored all the speculation, but Lin, who felt embarrassed. Don't you think we should? Why should we care what they say? You've lived here for years, and no one's ever been particularly close to your family. Now that you're making money, why include them? As long as third granduncle approves, let others talk. They're nothing but worthless noise. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin are too soft-spoken. Sometimes you just need to stand your ground and give them a cold look, and they'll back down and treat you with respect instead. There are plenty of ungrateful people in this world who don't know when to quit. Let them rot. Lutinka glanced at Do Meower, who retorted defiantly, What's wrong with what I said? Rough words, but sound reasoning. So what if they're rough? At least people understand them. Your pedantic scholars speak so elegantly, wrapping one sentence in 800 twists and turns. Try finding a handful of people in all of Lu village who can even follow what you're saying. Lutinka glanced at Do Meower, who retorted defiantly, What's wrong with what I said? Rough words, but sound reasoning. So what if they're rough? At least people understand them. Your pedantic scholars speak so elegantly, wrapping one sentence in 800 twists and turns. Try finding a handful of people in all of Lu village who can even follow what you're saying. Lutinka said nothing, and Lin, who remained silent, as well, though his face flushed red. Lin, who agreed with Do Meower. Why was she so incredibly smart, beautiful, and clever? Now that Do Meower ate well and slept well, she seemed like a completely different person compared to 2 months prior. Her curved brows appeared to smile even before she spoke, and paired with her adorable dimples, her skin fairer than any ordinary village girl's, made her look as beautiful as a painting in Lin, whose eyes. Lutinka noticed, but pretended not to. Lin, who was clearly not Do Meower's type, and he harbored no worries. At third granduncle's place, since they had not received any more rabbits after the autumn harvest began, their 3 households combined amounted to only a dozen or so. Taking more would affect their future breeding rate, but they had managed to gather 50 in total. Sister Meow, last time you and Brother Hoosie brought over a pregnant doe, and 3 days ago, she gave birth to 9 little bunnies. Really? Let me go see. Do Meowie had actually seen baby rabbits before. Her family's household had already had 2 does give birth over the past month or so. But seeing Lu Yan's excited expression, she followed along anyway, unwilling to dampen the young girl's enthusiasm. The donkey cart carrying 50 rabbits set off from the village. To the villagers, these were not merely rabbits. They were gleaming silver. Uncle Lin, did you go into the mountains again today? The traps on the periphery can no longer catch rabbits. My father said today he would venture deeper. When you return, tell Uncle Lin to clear all the outer traps. In the coming days, villagers will be heading into the mountains. Let no one else reap what we have sown. And in a few more days, we will stop hunting the inner rabbits as well. If we catch too many, the wolves will descend from the mountains. Yes, my father planned it exactly the same way. The first transaction had gone exceptionally smoothly. This 18 taels of silver was the largest sum she had ever held, though only one tael belonged to her. Still, 1 tael a month was no small income for a farming household. However, after leaving Rui Tower, they stopped by the clothing shop. Autumn garments needed to be procured, 2 sets each for her, and Lu Tinka costing 2 taels. Her joy vanished like smoke. Sister Miaoi, without you we would never have earned so much money. Let these autumn outfits serve as my token of gratitude. That won't do. We had an agreement beforehand, and I merely offered suggestions. The real work was done by you both. I have already received my payment. Lin Hu could not argue with Do Miaoi. On the way back, he ended up buying 2 steamer baskets of buns and treating the 2 of them to lunch before giving up. Lu Tinka then visited the scriptorium once more, delivering the completed copies and picking up 2 new books to transcribe, finally making up for the silver spent that day. Lin Hu could not help but say enviously, studying truly pays off. Tinka is still so young and already earning so much silver. I am already 12. Lin Hu felt somewhat awkward. He always forgot this fact. Lu Tinka simply looked far too young. There was no way to regard him as a youth. Standing beside Do Miaoi, the only relationship that made sense was siblings. He could not help but recall what his mother had said, and somehow he found himself reluctant to look at Do Miaoi anymore. Lu Tinka pursed his lips. Some grow earlier, some later. I suppose I will begin shooting up soon enough. That is true. You will likely grow tall soon, Tinka. Do Miaoi glanced at Lu Tinka. Better not. You just bought those clothes. If you grow taller, the money will be wasted. I will earn it myself. Do Miaoi ignored him and continued chatting with Lin Hu. Along the way home, they purchased some candied beans and brought a bag for the children at third granduncle's house. Looking at the 4 taels of silver they had received, the entire family was overjoyed. None had expected to earn so much in merely a month, and they had not done anything particularly arduous. With so many children at home, handing over the rabbit feed to them sufficed. If they had known this business was so profitable, they should have started raising rabbits much earlier. Now we can truly celebrate a good new year. You children have worked hard. Tinka and Miaoi did not grow vegetables either, so I prepared some ahead of time. Take them home later. Lu Tinka declined a few times before accepting, but was surprised by the quantity. There seemed to be plenty of radishes, potatoes, and other vegetables. When Lu Tinka attempted to carry a bundle, he could barely lift it. Seeing this, Do Miaoi just shouldered it, but Lin Hu took it from her. Let me carry it. A bountiful harvest. This bag of vegetables would sustain them for some time. Yet Do Miaoi appeared somewhat displeased, lost in thought, wondering what she could be planning. Are you upset because we spent so much silver today? Why does silver seem to run out so quickly? Just wanting to eat our fill and stay warm is already this difficult. What will we do in the future? Lu Tinka, think quickly. What business could we pursue to earn money? Lu Tinka pondered for a moment. Many options exist. Rui Tower is highly profitable with branches across the nation. The one in the capital alone brings in a fortune daily. Moreover, the owner of Rui Tower is the Mu family of Jiangnan, reputed to be the wealthiest in the Great Ning realm. Their business touches nearly every industry. In the Mu family's hands, anything they do proves profitable. The implication was clear. While the Mu family could profit from anything, that was not necessarily true for ordinary people. Hey, we cannot simply sit here and watch our savings dwindle. The silver we have now, after setting aside money for next year's rent and your academy fees, barely covers our meals. You must think of ways to earn money. At the very least, having been reborn into this life, shouldn't you possess some insight into profitable ventures? Lu Tinka glanced at her, his meaning evident. Wasn't she equally reborn? Do Miaoi retorted indignantly. I have never earned money in my life. Since birth I have had wealth that could last several lifetimes. Lu Tinka lowered his eyes in thought. He truly had never heard of any wealthy merchant surnamed Do. I have also never earned money myself. I am a scholar. Among the 4 estates, scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, I as a scholar have only ever made money by copying books. I have never considered engaging in commerce. Do Miaoi was infuriated and snapped, you bookworm. Do Miaoi spent her days pondering ways to make money, while Liu Tinka paid her no mind, devoting himself entirely to his studies. Gongsan Shu's granddaughter Xiao Yan came to visit whenever she had free time. She would turn 14 after the new year, an age when young women should begin considering marriage prospects. She came to Do Miaoi mainly to share girl talk. This was a novel experience for Do Miaoi. Her former like-minded friends were almost all thrill-seekers, bold and reckless. When they liked someone, they went for it, and if rejected, they simply moved on. No problem couldn't be solved through some grand act of recklessness. Where were those delicate feminine thoughts? Xiao Yin was the first girl in 2 lifetimes to confide in her. Domia wasn't very good at styling her hair. It was always tied up in a loose, careless manner. She couldn't even braid the simplest pigtails that village girls wore. As soon as Xiao Yin arrived, she began doing Domia's hair. As Xiao Yin worked on her hair, she said, "In a few days my mother will take me to meet a prospective husband. I'm a bit frightened. If they don't find me suitable, what should I do? Shouldn't it be you who doesn't find him acceptable? I've heard he studies at the Baichuan Academy in the county. He passed the Tongxing examination this year, and the master often praises him. He might become a shortstory someday. I can't even read, so how could I look down on him?" Domia frowned upon hearing this. What's wrong with not knowing how to read? You can learn that. What matters is a person's character. A gentleman scoundrel is truly frightening. Only daughters of wealthy families can study and learn to read. How could girls from common families like ours attend school? Not attending school doesn't mean you can't learn to read, does it? Isn't there a ready scholar right there? When I have nothing to do, I'll have him teach me how to write. I remember your older and younger brothers were educated too, right? Xiaoyan pouted. Where would someone from my family ever develop into a scholar? They only attended private academies for a few years. My second brother got into the academy, but after 3 years couldn't even pass the Tongxing exam and had to return home. Grandfather said our Liu family has never produced any scholars. When he suggested those boys in my family teach me to read, forget it. They were overwhelmed themselves. Besides, grandfather says a woman without talent is virtuous. If I can read and write, I'll either be unmatched or unmatchable when it comes to finding a husband. Then I can teach you when I'm free. At least you'll be able to write your name and do basic arithmetic, enough to keep track of the household finances in the future. Xiaoyan looked at Domia with envy. Sister Mia, brother Tinka treats you so well. Not only does he patiently teach you to read and do math, but he also helps with chores. My father and 2 uncles never touch anything in the kitchen. If my future husband is even half as considerate as brother Tinka, I'll be satisfied. Domia thought to herself, it's only because he can't beat me. After Xiaoyan left, Domia couldn't help but sigh. What nonsense is this idea that a woman without talent is virtuous? It's all made up by men to better control women, because you fear that if women could read and manage affairs, they'd surpass you and turn the tables on everything you've done to women. Liu Tinka neither agreed nor disagreed. Perhaps so, but it's been this way for centuries. Just like only the wealthy can afford education. Throughout the ages, no one has considered this wrong. Even commoners blame themselves for being poor rather than the aristocratic families who control access to books. Domia wasn't quite sure about this. Aren't the 4 books and 5 classics sold in the bookshops? That may be true, but the path to officialdom is like a beautiful woman. The 4 books and 5 classics are merely the bones, the sinews, flesh, skin, and beauty all lie beyond them. The books available in bookshops are far from enough. The truly valuable classics and histories are held by aristocratic families. To access them, you must first find a family willing to take you in as a retainer, and once you pass the exams you belong to their faction and must prioritize their interests. Domia frowned. Then isn't the imperial court just a battleground for aristocratic factions? Exactly so. Domia's eyes shifted. Which faction do you belong to? Liu Tinka smiled. I'm the antagonist. After autumn arrived, the cold came suddenly. The 2 of them went into the city once more, each buying a cotton-padded outfit and a pair of cotton shoes. Charcoal sellers had already appeared on the streets. Do you think we should buy some charcoal? This kind produces a lot of smoke, and it's not cheap either. A single basket would cost as much as our food expenses for 2 months. Then they decided against it. For all they knew, poisoning themselves might only leave them in an even worse state in their next life. This time, Liu Tinko's earnings from copying 2 new books had also gone entirely to expenses. Domia felt quite ashamed. She had promised to support the household, yet for nearly 2 months they'd been surviving almost entirely on his manuscript copying, otherwise the rent for next year would have been depleted. No, I need to make money. What if we produced and sold charcoal ourselves? Charcoal does sell at high prices and moves quickly, but do you know how to make it? I've heard of the methods. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Charcoal production is a craft passed down through generations. If you're interested, give it a try. Upon returning, she dragged Liu Tinka up the mountain to gather a large pile of firewood. She recalled having glimpsed the charcoal-making process by chance, and with her photographic memory, she felt confident this minor task wouldn't challenge her. Liu Tinka's slight frame couldn't handle strenuous labor, so she took on the digging and constructing of the simple kiln herself. Unexpectedly, the original owner's body, though emaciated from a lifetime of hardship, possessed considerable strength. Her original physique had good strength and endurance, but that came from training, and she'd never done manual labor. The original owner, by contrast, was born with raw power. After waiting 3 to 5 more days for the kiln to dry completely, she began splitting firewood and loading it into the kiln. She lit the fire and counted every second. Once 30 minutes elapsed, she sealed the kiln immediately. But after sealing it, she discovered the kiln wasn't properly closed, so she frantically patched it up. By the time she finished, darkness had fully settled. Just a small gap. It shouldn't make much difference, right? It should be fine. Domioer gazed at the small earthen kiln in the courtyard, as though it were a pile of gleaming silver, instantly gaining the confidence to command Liotinka. Though she did boss him around regularly, she'd always felt a twinge of guilt, but not anymore. I'm exhausted. Fire up a pot of bathwater for me. It's already heated. The food is warm too. You can bathe right after eating. Domioer was thoroughly pleased. Oh my, you're quite teachable. You've worked hard. This is only proper. That evening, while Domioer bathed inside, Liotinka waited in the outer room, gazing at the earthen mound in the courtyard with a persistent smile curving his lips. His mood was genuinely excellent. Domioer observed his eager demeanor and felt even more triumphant, convinced her decision couldn't have been more correct, her status in the household climbing steadily. A few more days passed, and soon it was time to deliver goods to Rui Tower again. Lin Hu arrived at the house, and as soon as he entered, he saw the earthen kiln in the yard. Meower, you're so good to Tinka, you even made charcoal for him. It's not just for him, I can use it too, and maybe even sell it. Lin Hu scratched his head. Well, the wood around here isn't really suitable for making charcoal. Besides, the heated brick bed in our village is much warmer than a brazier. Only families with scholars buy some charcoal to keep their hands from freezing when writing. But making your own charcoal at such an effort, that's rare. Do Meower. Lutinka smiled. It's all because Meowerjia cares for me. Thank you so much, Meowerjia. He smiled like a fox, and Do Meower realized he had known all along. So she had worked herself to the bone only to benefit Lutinka alone. By the way, my mother said today we should bring back some cotton. The weather is getting colder, and we need to make new quilts. I doubt Meowermei knows how to do it, so we'll make one for you too. It was truly a timely help. Do Meower had been thinking of ordering 2 quilts from the tailor's shop, but with Aunt Lin's help she could save a considerable sum. This time, just like last time, there were about 50 rabbits. The Lin family still contributed a few more, but in 2 months the number would increase. Most of the current ones were over a month old or newborn bunnies. Lin Hu said, making a quilt is nothing. Recently, many villagers have come to our house to buy rabbits, but my parents used third granduncle as an excuse not to sell. Luckily, you brought him into the partnership, or we would have offended the whole village. My mother said she must thank you properly. No matter what you do, you need a backer. It's thanks to third granduncle trusting me. After all, he invested several taels of silver. Anyway, thank you. The cotton was bought, but there were only 2 sets of bedding in the house. If both were taken for quilting, what would they sleep on? Do Meower glanced at Lutinka's slender frame and immediately decided to make one set first. At worst, they could share the bed. What could a little boy do? So that night, Lutinka looked at the single set of bedding on the heated brick bed, and his face slowly reddened. How are we sleeping? Do Meower was quite casual. Together, of course. Tea together. Sleep. Did this woman not realize he was a man? And a man with a very mature mental age. Are you sure? Didn't you want to go your separate ways? So what? How old are you? What could you possibly do to me? Lutinka's face turned green. So this woman didn't even see him as a threat. Do you really want to know how old I am? Do Meower looked at him seriously and said, I know you're teasing me, but... She scanned him from head to toe and said bluntly, I really don't feel offended. This time his face darkened completely. He had been questioned about his ability. Do Meow, I think I need to remind you that after the new year I'll be 13. In wealthy families, some boys are introduced to worldly matters at 13. In the village, it's not uncommon for someone to become a father at 14 or 15. Do Meower said indifferently, Oh, that doesn't matter. You can't beat me. Lutinka, are you going to sleep or not? If not, then forget it. So infuriating. But he still crawled into the bedding. If he slept outside all night, he would surely freeze and fall ill. The quilt was small and the mattress was small too. Even though they were both thin, they had to press tightly against each other. Don't move around tonight, or I'll kick you out. Lutinka snorted. Clearly the one with the bad sleeping habits is you. They turned their backs to each other. Soon Do Meower's even breathing could be heard. Lutinka gritted his teeth in frustration. She wasn't just saying it as she really didn't see him as a man. That wasn't the end. Lutinka felt the warmth of the girl's body and couldn't sleep at all. Then before long, Do Meower turned over and wrapped her arms around him. Lutinka's whole body stiffened. Then her legs also entangled him like an octopus. He couldn't move at all. She seemed to use him as a pillow. Lutinka stared helplessly at the ceiling. After a long thought, he decided not to struggle. He believed Do Meower would indeed kick him out. The next morning, when Do Meower woke up, she saw the top of Lutinka's head. She was holding him tightly with both arms and legs. But sleeping while holding him was quite comfortable. The height difference was just right, and more importantly, it was warm. She thought she let go lightly, but Lutinka had long been awake. He didn't make a sound. Only after she had dressed did he pretend to just wake up, moving his stiff body. Last night I dreamed I was entwined by a giant snake. I still feel stiff all over and exhausted. Do Meower said guiltily. Really? And you? Did you sleep well? Do Meower pretended to move her neck. Oh, I'm exhausted too. Lutinka looked at her with a half smile. Then rest. I'll cook some porridge. Do Meower always felt he knew what she had done last night. She hated this look of his. I know everything, but I'm not saying it. He was being deliberately mysterious, but she was the one feeling guilty. As evening approached, Do Meower silently repeated to herself, don't hug him, don't hug him, don't hug him. Lutinka was not shy today. He crawled into the bedding first muttering, I hope the giant snake in my dream won't bother me tonight. Do Meower. She had something on her mind, and wanted to wait until Lutinka fell asleep before sleeping herself, but he seemed unable to sleep. Eventually she fell asleep first, and as expected as soon as she was asleep, she wrapped herself around him again. Lutinka knew it would be like this. With such a bad sleeping position, he now believed she really wasn't from a wealthy family. The next morning the same situation occurred. Do Meower quickly got up quietly. Lutinka still woke up after her stretched his stiff body and said nothing, but that half-smile said everything. Do Meower could only swallow her anger. This person was sly and cunning. She wasn't even sure if he knew or not, leaving her without the courage to just let it all out. Early in the morning, Lin, who brought the quilt and mattress that Aunt Lin had helped make. Do Meower gave back the old bedding they had used last night to Lin Hu. If Lin Hu had known they only had 2 sets of bedding, he might not have left so cheerfully. Another day passed. Now Do Meower herself regretted the decision to sleep together. She really hadn't expected her sleeping habits to be so bad. Holding on to him in her sleep was not her intention. Do Meower lay down first. The newly made bedding was wonderfully soft. She resolved that she would not sleep unless Lutinka did. However, her sleep came so easily that the moment her head touched the pillow, drowsiness immediately claimed her. She suddenly turned over and poked Lutinka's back. Hey, are you asleep? Even if I was asleep, your poking woke me up. Do Meower showed no sign of apology. When Lutinka turned around under the moonlight, she could clearly see the light in his eyes against the dark night. Do Meower said, let's have a chat. About what? Tell me about yourself. How did you die? Lutinka, you certainly have a knack for conversation. Do Meower felt a bit embarrassed. She had only asked that offhand. This was the legendary death by one word. The two fell asleep like this, with the difference that they faced each other. Lutinka was held by her in a tangle of limbs. In the early winter night, he felt the most genuine warmth, and he quietly placed his hand on her waist. Lutinka gazed at her sleeping face. He genuinely found this woman delightfully naive. Though their time together had been brief, it was undeniably engaging. She was often high-spirited and outspoken, yet her heart was kind. She always bore the air of a diligent housekeeper fretting over trivialities, but in truth her carefree spirit was almost laughable. Lutinka reflected that if she had not crossed paths with him, such a gullible soul would surely have been sold off long ago, with the seller counting the coin in happy disbelief. The memory of his previous life surfaced. He had been a penniless scholar, uncertain of his next meal. Despite passing the imperial examinations and becoming the chosen son-in-law of Grand Preceptor Zhou Lady, Zhou held him in contempt. Aware of his humble origins, he had never dared to contradict her in the slightest. For 10 years of marriage, he could count the nights they shared a bed on 2 hands. In countless cold nights like these, the only warmth he had known was the fading memory of Lady Zhou's retreating back. Now he understood. Truly a single embrace could hold such profound warmth. He couldn't help but think that her willingness to share a bed with him without any guard meant that even if she didn't see him as a mature man, she at least regarded him as family. Unconscious movements in sleep cannot deceive. Lutinka could feel her trust and closeness, and certain ideas he had stubbornly held onto suddenly shifted. He had been reborn, fated to be an anomaly. She hailed from an unknown origin, equally anomalous. Perhaps 2 anomalies made the most fitting pair, otherwise why had she become his child bride? Perhaps it was heaven's grace, sending him a true kindred spirit. Lutinka's hand tightened slightly around her waist. The girl's waist was slender and soft, feeling wonderful. However, Do Meower seemed to sense something, and as if on display, gripped his arm more tightly. Lutinka could only smile bitterly. If only she weren't so strong. Carefully adjusting to a more comfortable posture, he became aware of his own doting sparrow pose. It would be ideal if she would simply stop growing taller. A subtle smile touched Lutinka's lips as he closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to Do Meower, on this simple night of sleeping beneath a cotton quilt, her profound sleep and delightfully indecorous posture had conquered the heart of the powerful and deeply affectionate Grand Secretary. The following morning, Lutinka awoke early. He gently withdrew his misplaced arm and feigned the dignity of a mere human bolster. Do Meower slipped from his embrace with the stealth of a thief, and though he fully comprehended the situation, he remained silent. Then Do Meower noticed that his mood seemed very good after getting up today. Did you sleep well last night? I slept very well. The giant snake in my dreams didn't entangle me anymore, and my body doesn't feel tired. Do Meower thought, didn't he get used to being hugged by me? His adaptability is quite strong. But on the surface, she could only say that's good. It seems changing the bedding helps with sleep. Tomorrow we can both sleep in our own new quilts. The second set of bedding did not wait until tomorrow, it was delivered in the evening. One could imagine that Aunt Lin must have rushed to make it. Do Meower couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tonight she would finally not have to squeeze together with Lu Tinka. Actually, she also knew that Lu Tinka, although looking young, was almost 13 years old. She was a bit embarrassed, of course, but this embarrassment came from her own uncontrollable, undignified sleeping posture. Yet Lu Tinka harbored a slight regret. Her slender, supple waist, her light and fragrant breath, like the spring breeze that greens the first tender shoot, or the first downy feather of a fledgling bird, had rested gently upon his heart. Still, he was not hurried. In a few short years he would mature into the form she would favor, and he was certain he would make her understand that no man in this world could ever be a better match for her. The winter quilt had just been made for a few days, and the first snow of this winter had already arrived. On this heavy snow day, Do Meower's charcoal kiln should be opened. With great anticipation, she examined the fruits of her own labor for the first time. It simply could not be too poor lest she be utterly humiliated. After all, she had once been hailed as a prodigy. Once the kiln was opened, Lu Tinka carefully sorted through the charcoal. Not terrible. We can make use of it. Do Meower surveyed the charcoal's appearance. It was indeed of a quality unsuitable for sale. Yet everyone has their own strengths. It seemed a prodigy could not excel at everything. Her photographic memory was already a remarkable gift. After collecting the charcoal, they returned to their room. Lu Tinka had stoked the Kong until it was warm, and sitting upon it kept the chill at bay. Lu Tinka took a small charcoal stove, lit several pieces of charcoal, and placed them on the desk. He began copying books. His hands were red and swollen from last winter's frostbite. As soon as it got cold this year, the chilblains returned. Do Meower suffered similarly. In truth, this year had been relatively kind, and during her time at the Lu estate, their hands had cracked and bled from the cold, yet they were forced to labor without respite. Soaking my hands in hot water every day doesn't seem to work. I wonder if it will get worse with this snow. Do Meower still cared about her appearance. She didn't want to have pigs trot her hands all winter. Lu Tinka glanced out the window. Wait until the snow stops, then go to the yard to find some clean snow. Rub vigorously until your hands lose sensation, and then reheat. The redness and swelling will subside. As long as you don't get frozen again, it will be fine next year. Using snow, counteracting poison with poison. Lu Tinka smiled. Something like that. A rustic method from the countryside. Do Meower also remembered that in some period dramas there seemed to be this method. Wait until the snow stops, and we'll go rub them. Gazing at the swirling snowfall, Do Meower's thoughts drifted. She had been here for half a year now, and days had slipped by in a blur. She had nearly forgotten that she had unknowingly passed her 30th year. Did this mean that in this lifetime, she might live out her days in tranquil ease unto gray old age? After the heavy snow, Lin, who came by. When he arrived, Do Meower was already at Lu Tinka's desk eating roasted sweet potatoes. The small brazier originally intended for warming her hands had been surrounded by Do Meower with sweet potatoes, and potatoes emitting mouth-watering fragrance. Brother Huzi, you've come at just the right time. These are freshly roasted and absolutely delicious. I'm not hungry right now. He then produced 2 pairs of boots from behind his back, made of rabbit fur, and looking exceedingly warm. My mother only finished making them a few days ago. Give them a try. They may be slightly large for Tinka, but there are still several months of winter ahead. My mother says boys at this age grow so fast. Second, Lin has been so kind to us. I truly don't know how to thank you all. Lin, whose face turned red. No need to thank me. It's your help to my family that's far more significant. Lu Tinka, seeing Lin, whose flushed face, changed the subject. Sit down, Brother Huzi. We need to deliver goods to shopkeeper Chen again soon. Has the heavy snow caused any trouble? Not much of an impact. But the rabbits are breeding far too quickly. In 2 months I estimate we'll have 200 kits alone. That's nothing to worry about. If shopkeeper Chen can't take it all, we'll find other buyers. We never agreed to sell exclusively to him. The 3 of them, munching on roasted sweet potatoes, chatting idly. Suddenly Lu Tinka asked, You'll be 17 after the new year, Brother Huzi. Has Second Lin been looking into matchmakers for you? Well, as he spoke, Lin, whose eyes unconsciously flicked toward Do Meower, our family are outsiders here. It's not easy to find a girl willing to marry into our family. Lu Tinka said, That may have been true before, but now everyone knows your family has made a fortune raising rabbits, and you've even struck up a connection with third grandpa. There should be plenty of girls eager to marry into your family now, Meower. Don't you think? Do Meower shot Lu Tinka a sharp look. Watch your manners. Call me Sister Meower. Do Meower then turned to Lin, who, and said, But Tinka has a point. Nowadays, apart from third grandpa's household, I doubt any family in our village is wealthier than yours. This business could easily accumulate 100 or 80 taels. Then you could start some small trade and girls would line up from one end of the village to the other crying and begging to marry you. Lin, who blurted out, Then what do you think, Sister Meower? What kind of small business would be good? Before Do Meower could respond, Lu Tinka jumped in. She doesn't understand business at all. All she wants is to be an official's wife. eating and drinking without lifting a finger. Do-mia took another bite of roasted sweet potato, nodding between chews. Only you would understand me, Lu Tinka. Lu Tinka smiled. See that, brother Huzi? If I failed the provincial examination, I genuinely wouldn't be able to support her. Lin Hu offered an awkward smile and left before finishing his sweet potato. Lu Tinka saw him out, then casually asked, didn't you say yesterday that this brazier would be perfect for barbecue? Want to try today? Do-mia hesitated. I want to eat, but I don't want to move. Then tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Do-mia's eyes lit up. You're in a good mood today. Something good happened. No special anything. Skip it if you want. Eat, eat, eat. I'll order, you'll cook. Watching Lu Tinka bustle about in his small frame, she suddenly felt like she was mistreating a child. But after a moment's thought, she decided to close her eyes and look away. It was truly too cold. Only on the heated Kong could she feel warm. Besides, Lu Tinka wasn't really a child. Lu Tinka skewered the meat, mixed the seasonings, and the two of them sat beside the brazier roasting together. Soon the fragrance of meat filled the air. Do-mia murmured, if only we had beer. What? She only then realized she'd spoken aloud. Nothing. Lu Tinka flipped the meat. This is the first time you've mentioned things from your world. You must have tasted many delicious foods, right? Perhaps it was because the atmosphere was pleasant, or perhaps because Lu Tinka's mood today suited her. She let the topic rest. I've eaten my way across the land, every famous regional dish. Consider me a connoisseur. Someday when the opportunity comes, I'll take you to taste them all from north to south. She didn't catch the underlying meaning in Lu Tinka's words and merely said regretfully, pity there's no spicy gluten strips here. Let me tell you spicy gluten is. Halfway through she suddenly snapped back to reality. Lu Tinka, I'm going to get rich. Huh, I'm going to strike it rich. Ha ha. Do-mia believed there was no one in this world who could resist the allure of spicy gluten strips. There had been a period when various unsanitary workshops producing spicy gluten strips were exposed, which made her too nervous to buy them. In the end, she and a few friends simply opened their own little operation, not to make money, but so she could eat with peace of mind. She had inspected it a few times and roughly remembered the process. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine this would be the thing that turned her fortunes around. Lu Tinka, go buy soybean sheets with me tomorrow morning. Huh. The easiest ingredient to work with was soybean sheets. She had no other materials on hand, and the rest would be difficult to come by. Start with this and see. Early the next morning, the two of them went to Fourth Auntie's tofu-selling household in the village and bought a large bundle of soybean sheets. Though cheaper than tofu, not many people bought them. Do-mia swept up all of Fourth Auntie's stock at once. Fourth Auntie was both astonished and delighted. Mia, why are you buying so much soybean sheets? Tinka will be entering the academy next year, and he's still growing. Eggs are too expensive, so I'm boiling him some soybean sheets every day to supplement his nutrition. Fourth Auntie, seeing how much she bought, knocked off the charge. Come back and get more when you've finished. By the way, I heard you were the one who found the rabbit-raising opportunity for the Lin family and third grandpa. Not exactly. It was mostly a happy accident. The rabbit business has nothing to do with me now. It's all managed by elder grandpa and brother Huzi. Fourth Auntie didn't ask further. Elder grandpa was the eldest son of third grandpa and the next clan leader. She dared not set her sights on him. On their way back, Lu Tinka said, I think Fourth Auntie didn't really believe you. Let her believe what she wants. No one else was going to squeeze any benefit out of this business. When I was starving in the Lu family, no one spoke a word of justice for me. No one even offered me a bite of food. Now that there's profit to be made, suddenly we're all relatives again. Does such a convenient arrangement exist? Brother Huzi said quite a few people have been asking about the rabbits at his place recently. Now with the snow blocking the mountains, the wild rabbits in the hills have already been hunted heavily by us, and it's even harder to catch them now. I'm afraid before long quite a few visitors will come knocking at our door. Do-mia snorted, not a chance. Let them wait until next year and figure it out themselves. I've done the math. By next year, even if we have rabbits, it'll already be summer. We've nearly wiped out the local population this year. By the time they source enough breeding rabbits from elsewhere, they'll have spent at least 3 months on reproduction. When next year draws to a close, rabbit prices will have collapsed. So we pull out in early autumn next year. Guaranteed big profits. First, you only signed a 6-month contract. By next March, this matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Second, no matter how much silver you make, you'll never see more than 10% of it. Do-mia rolled her eyes at him. That still doesn't negate the fact that my plan is brilliant. Do-mia first soaked a small portion of tofu skin, prepared several seasonings, and asked Lu Tinka to help her taste them. Although he had already said it tasted good, she felt it was far from the flavor in her memory. The seasonings were still incomplete, and most importantly, it lacked cumin. She had to find cumin. Since the seasonings were incomplete, she put the spicy strips aside for now. The purchased tofu skin, however, truly became the nourishing meal she had described. The heavy snow had mostly melted, and it was time to enter the city once more. But this time, unexpectedly, she encountered someone she had not anticipated. Miss Do, our young master would like to meet with you. Would it be convenient? Dou Miao glanced at Lu Tinka, who spoke up. Thank you for the trouble, Manager Chun. Manager Chun led the three to a private room where a man around 20 years old sat. He wore a sky blue round-collared robe with only a single white jade hairpin in his hair, simple and elegant to the extreme. Master Heya, I have long admired your reputation. I am Lu Tinka, courtesy named Shinji. Mu Ziyu clearly had not expected someone in such a small place to know Master Heya. After a moment of surprise, he nodded slightly. Mu Ziyu, courtesy named Heya. The three took their seats. Lu Tinka and Dou Miao both appeared composed and steady as mountains, while only Lin, who fidgeted uneasily. In such an elegant setting, he felt completely out of place. He suddenly realized how starkly different he was from Lu Tinka and Dou Miao. He did not even know how to face such a prominent figure as the young master of Rui Tower, whereas Lu Tinka, though clearly a head taller than Mu Ziyu, carried himself with equal poise, and even Dou Miao remained unfazed. This realization left him somewhat embarrassed. Miao Tinka, you talk first. I will go out to feed the donkey. Besides, my father asked me to buy some things. Young Master Muai, I shall take my leave first. Mu Ziyu smiled. No matter at all, Lord Lin, please make yourself comfortable. He personally poured tea for the two. Manager Chin told me Miss Dou is exceptionally clever, but I did not expect Lord Lu to be even more profound than he appears. Lu Tinka took a sip of tea. You flatter me, Lord Mo. There is nothing profound about me. Simply no one to rely on, leaving me no choice. I imagine you understand such feelings well. Mu Ziyu's gaze sharpened, but Lu Tinka neither flinched nor avoided it. He raised his teacup and took a taste. Top grade to Hong Pao. Fine tea. Dou Miao had no idea what Lu Tinka was playing at, but at moments like these it was safest to play along with him. Lord Lu speaks too modestly. At least you have Miss Dou to care for you. Dou Miao smiled. Then you are mistaken. Though we are brother and sister, it is mostly he who takes care of me. Lu Tinka added, Miao is my betrothed. Dou Miao paused in surprise. She had not denied their sibling relationship at all. Where does Lord Lu study? After the new year, I will take the academy entrance examination. Mu Ziyu. It seems Lord Lu is full of confidence. Lu Tinka did not bother to be modest. Indeed, Mu Ziyu had never met anyone as audacious as Lu Tinka. Whether it was bluffing or genuine ability remained unclear. Miss Dou appears considerably older than Lord Lu. Dou Miao smiled. Only 3 years older. He simply had a weak constitution since childhood, so his growth may have been delayed. Mu Ziyu let the matter pass. Does Lord Lu plan to enter officialdom in the future? I wonder if you have found a clan academy. I do not intend to join a clan academy. Oh, not join a clan academy. Lord Lu has great courage. Lu Tinka took another sip of tea. Why has Lord Mu come to such a remote and backward place? It is the end of the year, and I came to inspect the family's businesses. But encountering Lord Lu this time has been an unexpected delight. Lu Tinka did not decline Mu Ziyu's flattery. Even Dou Miao thought he was being somewhat overly bold today, but the food at Rui Tower was quite delicious, and she was focused on her meal and said nothing. Mu Ziyu had never encountered two such people before. One so arrogant at such a young age, the other eating with such calm composure. Mu Ziyu believed he could not have eaten so attentively in front of someone he had just met for the first time, even though her manners were not crude, but carried an almost earnest seriousness. Lu Tinka fell silent for a moment. Has Lord Mu come out to seek refuge? Mu Ziyu remained silent. On one hand, he had not expected anyone to ask so directly. On the other, he did not feel the need to share such matters with someone he had just met. Lu Tinka did not mind. As if speaking casually, he said, a son-in-law like Lord Mu is hard to find even with a lantern in hand. No wonder the Wang family is reluctant to let go. Mu Ziyu finally began to look at the youth before him with new eyes. Few people in his own family knew of his escape, for it concerned the reputation of Miss Wang, and the matter had been discussed only by the principal figures of both families. How does Shinji know? By using Lu Tinka's courtesy name, Mu Ziyu signaled his intention to forge a connection. Lu Tinka naturally would not reveal that he had already lived an entire lifetime. Later, when dealing with the Zhou family, he had thoroughly investigated the Wang family, which was closely aligned with the Zhou family. He had also examined Mu Ziyu, the son-in-law who served as the Wang family's financial backer. For most of his life, Mu Ziyu found himself unwelcome in both the Mu and Wang families. In the end, he fell ill from long-standing frustration and lay bedridden. Before Lu Tinka could even get his hands on the Zhou clan, Mu Ziyu had already died. Lu Tinka looked at the refined gentleman across from him and truly pitied him. He bore the noble blood of the Qinghe Chui clan, the first aristocratic family of the previous dynasty, and was the legitimate son of the Mu family, the wealthiest in the current dynasty. Brilliant and gifted, he was reduced to merely a merchant. He had married the daughter of the Chancellor Wang, yet could only serve as a living purse. Heaven itself seemed jealous of his talents. Shaking off his thoughts, Lu Tinka said calmly, the ancestral lands of the Wang family are in Fengyang. You have not forgotten the smuggling salt case uncovered last year by the floods, have you? I would not dare forget. It was merely some worthless branches of the clan who, misled by treacherous men, facilitated the smugglers within Fingyang's borders. The Vice Grand Secretary was enraged and personally oversaw the executions. Among those worthless kinsmen was even the Vice Grand Secretary's own brother-in-law. What a true example of sacrificing family for justice. His Majesty even issued an imperial edict commending him. Lutinka smiled faintly. Others may not understand, but surely Lord Heya understands. Understand? And then what? Lord Heya is the young master of Rui Tower and must know the salt profits better than anyone. When His Majesty cut off the salt trade, he severed one of the Wang family's legs. The Wang family may be a century-old aristocratic clan, but their expenses are equally vast. As a distinguished scholarly family, their lifestyle is elaborate, and there are countless collateral branches to support. The silver these dependents spend flows like water. Ordinary businesses cannot sustain them. The simplest solution is to find a money bag, and what better fit than the richest man in Daning? Mu Ziyu felt this reasoning was not entirely convincing. The so-called title of richest man is merely rumor. The Daning dynasty has wealthy merchants beyond the Mu family. But others' families do not possess a legitimate son of the Qinghe Chui bloodline. Lutinka paused, and Mu Ziyu gestured for him to continue. In the previous dynasty, the Wang clan was merely a second-rate aristocratic family unworthy even of comparison with the Chui. Now times have changed, the Chui have declined, and even the imperial family had to seek a bride from the Chui, who was then married off to a merchant household. Yet in the hearts of the aristocratic clans, the Chui hold a special significance. If the Wang must indeed form an alliance with a merchant, there is no other suitable candidate than you, young Master Mu. Mu Ziyu let out a soft laugh, one of genuine joy. Being a graceful gentleman, his smile was never improper, bringing a warmth like a spring breeze. Only now am I convinced that this trip to Li County was truly worthwhile. To meet Shinji is the fortune of Heya. I wonder what insightful advice you have for the predicament of your elder brother. Mu Ziyu admitted that he had come to seek refuge, or more precisely to flee from marriage. Lutinka unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup with his finger. Brother Heya, do you truly wish to ask me? Naturally. Lutinka replied with an air of indifference. Miss Wang has just turned 15 this year, and is one of the 4 beauties of the capital. Suitors have been queuing up for years. Now this opportunity is laid before you, Brother Heya. Many would envy you. Why are you unwilling? Shinji, are you mocking me? Do Miaoer thought to herself, just a moment ago they were calling each other, young master, and now they're already as close as brothers. Mu Ziyu keenly sensed Do Miaoer's change in mood. Miss Do, what is your opinion? Me? What opinion could I possibly have? But this is after all a personal matter for young Master Mu. As the saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Asking us siblings about such a matter seems inappropriate. Lutinka was not annoyed by her use of the term siblings. Sister Miaoer is right. Talented scholars and beautiful ladies are always admired by the world. Miss Wang and Brother Heya are surely destined to be a legendary couple. Do Miaoer finished her meal, set down her bowl and chopsticks, and looked at Lutinka. You barely ate. Don't expect me to cook for you separately when we get home. Lutinka quickly took a few bites. Sorry for making a spectacle of myself, Brother Heya. Though he said that he showed no real sign of embarrassment. He ate swiftly yet with impeccable manners. Mu Ziyu could hardly believe that these two were truly raised in a rural village. Brother Huzi is still waiting for us downstairs. We won't stay longer. It was a great honor to meet you today, young Master Mo. May fate bring us together again. Do Miaoer said this as she and Lutinka left together. As soon as they were gone, Mu Ziyu sent someone to investigate them. Leaving a story half-told is the most annoying thing. Lutinka raised an eyebrow. If he wants to know the rest, he'll come to ask. Besides, if we don't let him check us out, do you think he'll believe what I said? See, you're the real fox. The two left Rui Tower, and Lin, who had already bought what they needed and was waiting for them in the backyard. Brother Huzi, did you wait long? We brought you a basket of steamed buns. No, I just got back too. The three boarded the carriage and returned to the village. Lin, who was unusually quiet the whole way. At first, Do Miaoer didn't notice, but later she sensed it. Brother Huzi, are you upset? No, why would I be upset? We earned so much silver today. I'm overjoyed. Do Miaoer didn't know what to say, as she was never good at comforting others. She looked at Lutinka, who shook his head, indicating he was at a loss as well. Lin, who returned home and handed the money to Aunt Lin. She asked, did everything go smoothly today? He let out a grumpy mm. Seeing this, Aunt Lin said, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? By the way, why didn't Miaoer come over today? Did you have a quarrel with her? You're a man. You should be more accommodating. Mother, please stop. Miaoer is Tinka's fiancé. When he passes the imperial examinations, she'll be the wife of an official. Don't say things carelessly that could ruin her reputation. Aunt Lin was taken aback and gave Lin Hu a light slap. You rascal, what did I say? I hadn't even said anything before you started scowling at me. I only had that thought in passing. Besides, in all these years, only 2 Jiren have come from the county. Tinka will definitely pass. Mother, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to feed the rabbits. Lin, who felt frustrated inside, yet he also felt he had no reason to be. He could only blame himself for not being cut out for scholarly pursuits and for lacking Tinka's abilities. When he met the legendary young master of Rui Tower, he couldn't even speak fluently. Recalling how composed and at ease Lu Tinka had been, he felt even more useless despite his tall stature. Meanwhile, Dome Yower was also puzzled. Lu Tinka, is Brother Huzi upset because we stayed upstairs to eat without him? I can't think of any other reason. Lu Tinka had ground the ink and was copying text while asking, do you care so much about whether he's upset? Have you no conscience? Do you have any idea how much the Lin family has helped us? Lu Tinka thought to himself, they helped you, not me. It's fine. He's just insecure. Insecure? Dome Yower couldn't figure out what had hurt Lin Hu's pride today. It's normal for common folk never to encounter someone like Mu Ziyu in a lifetime, let alone dine with him. He'll get over it after a while. In truth, Lu Tinka had done it on purpose. Though he genuinely wanted to befriend Mu Ziyu, he had taken the initiative away from Dome Yower, mainly to show Lin Hu. He knew he didn't appear to be a reliable man, so he used Mu Ziyu to make Lin Hu realize that they were from different worlds, that he, Lu Tinka, was the one who could give Dome Yower a good life in the future. Dome Yower never suspected Lu Tinka's scheming. Instead, she worried, don't you think we acted too casually? That doesn't seem like two village children at all. What are you afraid of? No one can find anything out. As for our behavior, can't we just be naturally brilliant? There have been such prodigies throughout history, though rare. Dome Yower scratched her head. But they say one such genius appears once in a millennium. And here we have two in one family. Isn't that a bit too? Lu Tinka said calmly, don't worry. I'm the one who's a prodigy, not you. Dome Yower, are you asking for a beating? After all, she was a genius with a photographic memory and far more worldly knowledge than this ancient man. How dare he look down on her? Why are you angry? I mean, even if someone grows suspicious, let them suspect me. There's no need for both of us to be targets. Besides, society is always more tolerant of men. If I excel in everything, I'll be called a legendary genius. But if you do, they might brand you a witch. Dome Yower was stunned. So he was trying to protect her. Lu Tinka was quite satisfied with her reaction, but he would never tell her that his true ambition was to keep her hidden away from the world. A special person always stirs one's curiosity to explore, and exploration is the very beginning of fondness, and even the desire to claim them as one's own. And for a man, it seemed that what belonged to others was always more desirable, even a wife. Just like in his previous life, Lady Zhou had managed to bewitch the Crown Prince utterly despite having married him. Did the Crown Prince truly love her with his whole heart? More likely it was the thrill and satisfaction of an illicit affair that sustained him, even though he was merely a low-ranking official with no influential backers or connections. So in this life, he would certainly keep a close watch over what was his. From this moment forward, he would lock her away tightly, ensuring no one else could discover what made her special. Dome Yower's origins were unknown. She might prove to be a troublesome liability, but he alone wanted to unravel her mysteries, and he alone wished to uncover her secrets. Hardly had their words faded when a guest arrived at their doorstep. It was none other than Elder Lu. In truth, this was the first time in months that Elder Lu had paid them a visit. Ordinarily, they would merely exchange a nod upon meeting, so his visit today must have had an ulterior motive. By the way, have you eaten yet? We ate quite late in town. We can just grab something simple later. Oh, then what will you eat later? You're still growing and should eat more. Tofu skin soup and a roasted sweet potato will do. Right. Elder Lu appeared thoroughly uncomfortable, clearly burdened by something he wished to say, yet couldn't bring himself to voice. All he could do was keep sipping from his teacup. Grandfather, if there's something on your mind, please speak plainly. Seeing that Elder Lu had nearly emptied his cup of scalding tea, Lu Tinka could not help but speak up. I have nothing. No. Dome Yower also chimed in, Grandfather, just say what's on your mind. Even though we've branched out on our own, we still share the surname Lu. Elder Lu clutched his teacup as though the modest vessel could shield his restless, uneasy countenance. Actually, it's nothing major. It's just, I heard you're on good terms with the Lin family. Could you perhaps purchase a few rabbits from them? Lu Tinka lowered his eyes. You didn't come here on your own accord, did you, eh? Elder Lu was utterly flustered. You two are still children. How could you possibly decide such a weighty matter? I'm only here to ask. I'll be going now. Grandfather, Elder Lu looked thoroughly awkward. He had already been excised from the family genealogy. Strictly speaking, he was no longer Lu Tinka's biological grandfather. Judging by clan relations, Lu Tinka should at most address him as second grandfather, and the formal appellation only made Elder Lu feel more out of sorts. Lu Tinka said, this matter is not one where I lack the willingness to help, but this business belongs to the Lin family. We have no authority to interfere. The Lin family has already extended kindness to us out of consideration for our youth. How could we justify seizing their livelihood? Moreover, even with one or two animals, such an enterprise would hardly yield any profit. I understand. I understand. I'll be going now. You two have your meal. Elder Lu departed quickly, almost as though in flight. Do Meower sighed. I imagine grandfather will be scolded once he returns home. There's no way around it. Not only is it impossible to help, but even if it were, I simply would not want to. Do Meower understood, for their relationship with the Lu family bordered on enmity. Setting aside the grievances between Lu Dehai and his wife, even after their deaths, the Lu family's conduct toward them was hardly something easily forgiven. Elder Lu appeared relatively sympathetic only because he had never actively plotted against them. Set against others, he seemed to retain a measure of human feeling. Yet in reality, Elder Lu had never once stood up for them, nor had he ever resisted even a shred of unfair treatment on their behalf. His perpetually apologetic and irritated glances were worth far less than a proper meal or a warm cotton coat. Thus, regardless of whether this favor could be granted, neither of them would alter their stance for Elder Lu's sake. Within 2 days, Mu Ziyu had uncovered the background of Lu Tinka and Do Meower. When he learned that Lu Tinka was merely 12 years old, orphaned and abused by his uncles, he found it nearly impossible to reconcile the documents in his hand with the person he had met that day. Moreover, the records stated that Do Meower was a child bride, dull and unremarkable, but Mu Ziyu had failed to detect any trace of such qualities in her. Fascinating. Uncle should make arrangements. I shall visit Lu village tomorrow. Meanwhile, Do Meower had discovered another new business opportunity. Little Yin visited again. Clearly very pleased with the husband, she had chosen her face glowing with shyness whenever she spoke of him. Do Meower reminded her once more to thoroughly investigate his character, and then said no more. However, Little Yin mentioned another matter. The 12th lunar month was fast approaching, and every household was preparing New Year goods, among which couplets were indispensable. Little Yin said that the couplets in the village were all written by the tutor at the private school. A pair of couplets and 2 fu characters cost no less than 8 eggs. If one wanted elaborate phrases such as Jingquan Daji, Taitu Jinshi, Wugu Fingding, or Luchu Xingwang, to complete the set they would need to bring 2 caddies of meat to the tutor's door. Why must one seek out the tutor? Don't we have many literate children in our village? Their writing is so crooked and shabby. How could they bear pasting it on the main gate? That made sense. In this era, people placed extraordinary importance on the New Year festival. After Little Yin left, Do Meower gazed at Lu Tinka as though he were nothing short of walking silver. You want me to do the hard labor again? Her crescent-shaped eyes curved with amusement. We can make a fortune during the new year. There will be many expenses when we move next year. Lu Tinka said nothing. Do Meower continued. I know it will be exhausting for you, but I'll contribute as well. You write, and I'll take them to sell. How does that sound? Lu Tinka said helplessly. How could I possibly refuse? Just as Do Meower finished preparing the red paper, Mu Ziyu arrived. Mu Ziyu had come by carriage. The village roads accommodated only ox carts and donkey carts, the finest being mule-drawn. Where could a carriage be found? Worse still, this carriage boasted a brocade canopy. Not even a landlord's family possessed such a splendid vehicle. It was clear he was a person of great consequence, and the curious villagers followed along, only to be astonished when he turned into Lu Tinka's courtyard. Mu Ziyu wore a white fox-fur robe with a vivid green jade pendant at his waist. His bearing and manner were such that villagers usually only encountered them in the tales of traveling storytellers. No one could fathom what a celestial figure like him was doing in their village, and whispers spread throughout the settlement. Mu Ziyu said with an embarrassed smile, It seems I've caused you trouble, Shinji. No matter. His gaze fell upon the red paper and writing materials inside the house. Shinji, what are you planning to do? To earn some money for the new year. Forgive my humble endeavors, brother. Hey, there is nothing to laugh at. Might I offer my assistance? Do Meower immediately perked up, a volunteer worker at her doorstep. She would be a fool to refuse. We need you. Desperately. You've arrived at the perfect moment, Lord Mo. Mu Ziyu caught sight of Do Meower's utterly greedy grin, and without warning, a profound sense of regret washed over him. Mu Ziyu had brought quite a few things, seemingly planning to stay for several days. However, the awkward situation was that Lu Ting's home only had 1 master bedroom and merely 2 sets of bedding, so he didn't voice his concerns. But since Lu village wasn't close to the town, shuttling back and forth daily seemed impractical. Mu Ziyu had originally planned to come again tomorrow to ask about what he hadn't finished saying last time, and just let it go when unexpectedly Do Meower spoke first. Lord Mu has traveled from afar. Why not just stay here for a few days? I'm afraid that might be inconvenient. Do Meower smiled. The one advantage of our village is the calm. Our heated brick bed is enormous. We can simply hang a curtain down the middle to divide it into 2 rooms. As long as Lord Mu doesn't mind. Mu Ziyu had no objection, but Lu Ting did. Was she being too enthusiastic? Mu Ziyu was a man. A single curtain dividing the room. Although he had been thinking the same thing himself, when fellow students visited and rooms were insufficient, this was how they usually solved the problem. Yet hearing her say it made him uncomfortable. As long as Shinji doesn't mind, this humble one naturally has no objections. He doesn't mind. By the way, may I trouble Lord Mu to bring an extra set of bedding? That is easily arranged. I can send Shirtu to town now and fetch one in time. Domiter smoothly went on. Then please also buy twice as much red paper and some seasonings as well. I haven't prepared any. Last time at Rui Tower, Lord Mu treated us to a grand meal. I ought to return the hospitality properly and prepare something delicious. Domiter efficiently fetched a curtain and nailed it down the middle of the Kong. With the curtain drawn, the space became 2 separate rooms. Truth be told, Domiter wasn't particularly concerned about whether a curtain was hung or not. In winter, everyone slept in undergarments wrapped warmly. In her past life, she had worn bikinis without hesitation, and during camping trips, she had shared tents with men before. She truly didn't see it as a big issue. Having heard that Lu Ting's home hosted a distinguished guest, third great-uncle personally came to visit. Lu Ting did not reveal Mu Ziyu's true identity, merely saying he was an acquaintance from the county staying for a few days. Third great-uncle, ever perceptive, did not press further. He only noticed the red paper on the table and asked little Yanner to stay and help. You're just in time. Quick, help me cut the paper and grind the ink. Lu Ting glanced at the couplet Mu Ziyu had written. Swallows like jade scissors, threading through crimson rain, orioles cast golden shuttles through green mist. Yours won't do. No one would buy this. Follow my example. Mu Ziyu looked at what Lu Ting wrote. Years accumulate, and so does human longevity. Spring fills the world and fortune fills every door. Good fortune all year round. Wealth and treasures from all 8 directions flow into the home. Wealth rolls in with the arriving spring. Happiness and joy accompany blessings. Mu Ziyu could only laugh and sigh. I am enlightened. Domiter had also been practicing calligraphy. Though far inferior to Lu Ting's, she could at least manage a passable character of Fu Blessing. The 3 busied themselves enthusiastically, and before long half the red paper was written. Let's rest now. It's time to cook. Little Yanner, come help me, and you may eat with us afterward. Originally, little Yanner would have helped Lu Ting with cooking today, but instead Lu Ting accompanied Mu Ziyu in the room sharing tea. Today you came with me, and it saved my life. Mu Ziyu smiled bitterly. Shinji, you spoil Miss Maeder dearly. Lu Ting neither confirmed nor denied. I know your purpose, Brother Haya. There are 2 paths. Only I wonder which one you wish to take. Which 2? Either self-harm or harming others. Mu Ziyu pondered. How does one practice self-harm? Brother Haya, you are a gentleman. I am truly ashamed beside you. At that moment, Shirtu returned driving a cart. He was Mu Ziyu's young servant, around 14 or 15 years old, with a fair complexion and a clever appearance. He had brought not only luggage, red paper and seasonings, but also quite a bit of meat and vegetables. It's inconvenient to buy anything in the village, so I brought extra. If the young master loses weight on the journey back, madam will surely punish me. Domiter understood he said this to avoid embarrassment. She appreciated Mu Ziyu's kindness. She simply could not afford to display such generosity herself, and she was not the sort to suffer silently for the sake of appearances. Young master, you speak so sweetly. Fear not. We shall certainly fatten Lord Mu. 3 dishes and a soup were served, but neither Shirtu nor little Yanner took their seats at the table. Shitu, as a servant, refused to dine alongside his master under any circumstances. Little Yanner claimed her mother had instructed her women must not sit at the table when men eat. Domiter said nothing and simply pulled her onto the bench. The rules of your household do not apply here, Lu Ting. May I sit at the table? Lu Ting quickly replied, I cannot sit at the table, but that certainly does not mean I can forbid you from sitting. Mu Ziyu added, Shita, take your seat. When we are away from home, we need not observe so many formalities. Domiter prepared a large platter of braised pork, a dish of candied sweet potatoes, and stir-fried sour cabbage to cut the richness, along with a simple radish soup. The fragrance filled the courtyard, and even Mu Ziyu could not help but praise Miss Do's culinary skills are remarkable. Indeed, she once said that if we ever face starvation, she will become a cook. Then we must keep Rui Tower in mind. Definitely, as long as Lord Mu enjoys it. After eating well, I can help you write spring couplets tomorrow. Domiter was quite open about her intentions. Having never encountered such a straightforward young woman, Mu Ziyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. By the time they finished eating, darkness had fallen. Little Yanner returned home. Shirtu and Mu Ziyu slept on one side, while Lu Ting and Domiter slept on the other. The next day was yet another of diligent writing. Though Shirtu had not studied much, his handwriting was neat enough. The team writing spring couplets grew by 1 more member, which made Domiter the happiest of all. To reward the 3 of them, she started simmering chicken soup in a clay pot early that morning. The aroma of the soup was the only motivation for the 3 who were writing until their hands ached. Mu Ziyu had never imagined he would one day sit on a giant Kong bed repeatedly writing, smooth sailing year after year, everything goes as you wish, step by step, higher and higher. From birth, he had been different from everyone in his family. His maternal grandparents, while disapproving of him, also felt guilty. His own family held countless expectations for him, while simultaneously treating him as a commodity to be traded. Even his dearest mother harbored contradictory feelings toward him. Undoubtedly she loved him. But he was also her shame, the evidence that the illustrious Chui clan of 100 years had bent its knee to base mercantile wealth. He was the product of her fall from nobility to disgrace. Mu Ziyu had always remained on the outside of every crowd. The aristocratic families looked down upon him, the merchants despised him. He was forever alone, with not a single confidant around him. Those above him expected him to bow and scrape, those below him sought to associate with him for their own ends. As the legitimate heir of the immensely wealthy Mu family destined for great expectations, anyone he befriended carried with them an intricate web of interests and agendas. To speak plainly, Lu Ting was the first to make him feel what it was like to have an ordinary friend. Although he also knew Lu Ting was shrewd and calculating, that did not prevent them from becoming friends, did it? Mu Ziyu had stayed here for 3 days writing until his hands trembled, yet his heart was filled with joy. This tangible busyness had allowed him to truly feel what ordinary people's lives were like. If it weren't for the letter from home, I'd truly wish to stay here for a few more days. There will be ample time in the days to come. Miaoer smiled and said, you are right. However, despite all the effort you have put in, Mu Ziyu, I have not yet turned it into silver. I have only prepared a few homemade snacks as a token of my gratitude. Miss Miaoer's culinary skills rival those of the finest chefs in the capital. This is already excellent payment. Mu Ziyu boarded his carriage and departed, but the couplets still needed to be written. Do Miaoer cut out squares of red paper and began carefully writing the character for fortune stroke by stroke. What advice did you give him? Lu Tinka smiled. I offered him 2 options, one that would harm himself and one that would harm others. He chose the former. Do Miaoer raised an eyebrow. And what about you? There is no need to ask what you already know. Besides, he will change his mind. Do Miaoer rolled her eyes. Do you simply resent others for being more noble than you? Lu Tinka sighed. You do not understand. Mu Ziyu and I share the same fate. He is a decent person, and I simply do not wish to see him lose his life again over some so-called gentlemanly code. When dealing with petty people, using their own methods is of course the most appropriate approach. Do Miaoer neither agreed nor disagreed. She had never experienced the deceit and manipulation that Lu Tinka had endured throughout his life. She had always lived according to her own desires, so she found it impossible to render judgment. How can you be certain he will change his mind? Because he will see clearly that those people are not worth his sacrifice. Do Miaoer noticed she had written quite a lot and decided it was time to take them out for sale. She borrowed a donkey cart from Lin, who drew on thick black eyebrows and wore a felt hat that Lu Dehai had once worn. Together with Lin, who she went to nearby villages to sell the spring festival couplets. As for why she did not sell in her own village, it was simply because everyone there was an acquaintance, making it difficult to collect payment. The couplets were priced at 15 when per set, the fortune characters at 3 win for 2, and other phrases such as, welcome auspiciousness when you go out, at 3 win for 1 or 5 win for 2. Do Miaoer and Lin, who traveled to nearby villages writing hundreds of couplets over 3 days. They visited only 3 surrounding villages and sold out by afternoon. When only a few remained, customers nearly came to blows trying to pay first. After repeatedly promising villagers who had not managed to buy any that they would return, they finally made it out smoothly. Do Miao, I never imagined the profits from selling spring festival couplets would be so substantial. After just a few short days of work minus costs, she had earned over 7 taels of silver. Knowledge really is power. The ancients certainly had not been exaggerating. With a month still remaining before the new year, there was plenty of time to continue this business. And she need not worry about competitors. Literacy was rare enough, let alone those who could write well, and even fewer still wrote beautifully. Brother Huzi, I may need to borrow your cart these coming days. Consider it a rental. I will pay you everything together at year's end. If you put it that way, I will not lend you the cart at all. You have helped my family earn so much silver, and if I were to charge you for this, what kind of person would that make me? Isn't that just looking down on me? Hearing him say this, Do Miaoer could not press the matter further and could only express her gratitude. The two returned to the village together. Even though Do Miaoer had disguised herself with makeup, the villagers soon recognized her after a few lingering glances. Meow girl, what is with that appearance? Where have you been? Before Do Miaoer could respond, Lin, who spoke up. Miaoer went out on an errand, and Tinka asked me to give her a ride. After saying this, he whipped the cart and drove away. These people love nothing more than spreading gossip. It is fine. Lu Tinka is not the type to act without reason. Lin, who nodded. Tinka is undoubtedly a good man. He will surely pass the provincial exams and become a shotsai. Following him is always the right choice. Do Miaoer did not overthink it, and simply agreed along with his words. When they reached her doorstep, Lin, who did not even step inside to rest, he simply turned his cart around and headed home. But Do Miaoer, ever oblivious, failed to notice that Lin, whose mood was far from bright. She was completely immersed in the joy of making money. This was her first substantial earnings. Lu Tinka, if we work hard for a month, I estimate we will earn enough to cover next year's living expenses. Lu Tinka gave her a wronged look. My hands will be ruined. But The feeling of earning money was truly exhilarating. Then, let us write a bit less. In her previous life, she had only ever spent money never earned it herself. After transmigrating, while she had not lacked for funds, she had essentially been in a constant state of financial crisis, relying almost entirely on Lutinka to keep things afloat, whether for compensation payments or copying fees. This time, however, was genuinely her first real business venture, her first money earned through her own efforts. Holding those silver coins, the satisfaction far exceeded anything she had felt when splurging lavishly in her past life. I estimate if I had to write this much myself, it would take me 10 or 15 days. She said this while shaking her aching wrists. Domjauer quickly grabbed Lutinka's hands. Let me massage them for you. Domjauer had previously had her own personal masseuse. Though she had never massaged anyone else before, having been on the receiving end so many times, she knew exactly what to do by observation. Lutinka lazily closed his eyes in comfort. Her technique was genuinely skilled. This hand is sore from grinding ink too. Domjauer continued massaging his other hand. Writing every day makes my head a bit dizzy. Domjauer then began massaging his head. Actually, my back is quite sore too. Are your legs sore? Your feet? No need. Lutinka shuddered. I am already fully recovered. Spanking was harmless, but deeply humiliating, and Lutinka immediately declared himself fully restored. Domjauer snorted lightly. The rain has passed, the sky has cleared, and now you think you are capable again. Lutinka picked up his brush, showing his intentions through action. Do not think I am exploiting or enslaving you. The money I earn is meant to support you after all. This made him sound like a kept man, but wisely he kept his mouth shut. Word about Lutinka writing and selling spring festival couplets spread quickly. Uncle San and the Lin family had already obtained complete sets. The villagers were all plotting their own plans. A full set would normally cost at least 2 pounds of meat or 50 to 60 copper coins, but purchasing just the characters alone would run only 30-something coins, saving them half. Since they were all neighbors and fellow villagers, how could he possibly charge so much? It would certainly be even cheaper. Whenever anyone tried to curry favor, Domjauer firmly declined them all. Lutinka had written until his hands trembled, and he had no intention of giving away his work for free to people who had turned a blind eye when they were in need. Aside from the Lin family and third grand uncle Lu, no one managed to obtain spring couplets from Lutinka. Domjauer turned everyone away with the same excuse: they've already been ordered out, there are none remaining for the time being. Gradually, dissatisfaction simmered, and whispers began to circulate. Domjauer was about to turn 15 this year, and Lin, who was 17. The two of them went out from time to time, and all manner of rumors flew. But the one who spared no effort in smearing their names was Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang had been badly beaten last time, and had not yet fully recovered. He limped out every day on a cane, sitting on a large wooden log in the warm sunlight, gossiping with a group of tongues-wagging women. He still remembered clearly that Domjauer had plotted against him. At first he was furious, but as he pondered repeatedly the way she had dislocated his arm, had been so clean and efficient. How had she acquired such skills? Then came the chilling realization. As that girl grew increasingly assertive, and their days grew better and better, he himself had nearly been crippled. His original wariness slowly morphed into something far more vicious: jealousy. It was he who first spread the rumors about Domjauer and Lin, who, in Lu Jiang's own words, if they had not separated from the main household, his family would never have tolerated such a fickle and loose woman. She was merely taking advantage of Lutinka's youth and ignorance. When Lutinka stepped out for some fresh air, he ran straight into Lu Jiang's gossiping. Upon seeing him approach, instead of falling silent, Lu Jiang called out cheerfully, "Ernyo, what brings you out today? Why aren't you busy making money?" "Second Uncle Lu, my name on the clan register is now Lutinka." Objectively speaking, Lu Jiang was his senior in every respect, and he still maintained basic courtesy. After all, Ernyo is the name your eldest brother and sister-in-law chose for you. Isn't this forgetting your roots? Lutinka had no desire to speak with someone like Lu Jiang, and turned to leave, but unexpectedly Lu Jiang grew even more relentless. "Ernyo, blood is thicker than water. I am only reminding you out of consideration for our family bond. Your child bride will be 16 after the new year, old enough to marry. That Lin family boy is tall and burly. Who knows what the two of them get up to every time they go out? You're young and naive, so it's understandable, but you do well to keep your eyes open. Don't let someone wear a green hat on your head, and then work yourself to death earning money for them." Lutinka's expression turned icily cold. "Second Uncle Lu, watch your tongue. Those with corrupted minds see corruption in everyone. I know perfectly well what kind of people Meower and brother who are." Lu Jiang sneered dismissively. No, nothing. Have you any idea of men and women at all? Compared to that Lin family boy, you're nothing but a child. Who's to say those two aren't off somewhere hiding and enjoying themselves right now?" The onlookers covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. As for Lu Jiang's kind of scoundrel, Lutinka had no intention of engaging him, but he realized his patience was still insufficient. At that moment he felt that Dome Meower's beating him with a sack over the head had been wonderfully satisfying, and he wouldn't mind doing it again himself. Second Uncle Lu had best mind his own affairs. You should take good care of your wounds. If you end up crippled it would be quite unfortunate. I seem to recall Granny Lu once hoping you would take over my father's trade as a traveling peddler. And without good legs that sort of work would be impossible. Lu Zhang's eyes blazed with fury. He had not forgotten how he had been injured. I warn you out of goodwill, and you refuse to take it. One day when you become a cuckold, it'll be your own damn fault. That won't be your concern. Lu Tinka returned home. Though he knew full well that Lu Jiang was merely spouting nonsense, he was still deeply angered and couldn't write a single character. As soon as Dome Meower arrived home, she saw Lu Tinka sitting before his desk radiating chill. What's wrong? Stop going out to sell spring couplets. I'll support you from now on. Dome Meower paused. Why? I like earning my own money. There will be opportunities for you to earn money later. This business doesn't bring in much anyway. Dome Meower shot him a look. A month's work can cover a whole year's living expenses. And you call that not much money? Next year, I'll be the one earning. And what if I absolutely must go? Then I won't write anymore. Dome Meower threatened him as usual, but this time Lu Tinka was unusually resolute in his refusal to cooperate. What childish tantrum is this? Don't think that just because you have a child's body, you can actually behave like one. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Nowhere did Lu Tinka wish to hear more about having a child's body. He kept his face stern and silent, and Dome Meower truly didn't know what to do with him. She had only just discovered the joy of earning money, and Lu Tinka was already throwing a fit. She was far from pleased. Lu Tinka meant what he said and truly refused to write another character. It wasn't until nearly noon, when Xiao Yinner came over, that Dome Meower realized Lu Jiang was the one behind this mess. Dome Meower was so furious she wanted to beat Lu Jiang to a pulp once more. But what made her angriest was Lu Tinka himself. Are you out of your mind? You actually suspect me, and brother who? No, I know you'd never look at him. Then why are you angry? I'm not happy. Dome Meower's temper immediately flared. So if he's unhappy, he comes to torment me. If some gossipmonger bothers him, next time will he also take it out on her? Do you even realize you're making a fuss about nothing? Lu Tinka remained silent, which in Dome Meower's eyes amounted to admission. He was simply asking for a beating. Will you write or not? No. Dome Meower cracked her knuckles, and Lu Tinka burst out angrily. Have you ever regarded me as your husband at all? What? Seeing her startled expression, he grew even angrier. Though he knew deep down that Dome Meower had never once regarded him as a husband, seeing that look on her face made his temper flare beyond his control. Who else would you want to marry? Setting aside the marriage certificate we have at the Yamen, we've shared the same conger for so long. Where else would you go? Can you try seeing me as a man? Why do you assume the two of us cannot live well together? Dome Meower was taken aback by his sudden outburst. She had always regarded the two of them as business partners, at most perhaps roommates. She had never entertained any feelings beyond that boundary. Moreover, Lu Tinka himself had never been sure whether she was friend or foe, constantly probing and testing her whenever he could. Their so-called engagement had always been mere pretense. How could he suddenly demand that their make-believe turn real? I don't think I would make a qualified wife. At least not the kind that people of this era would consider qualified. I know, but I don't care. I don't need you to be anything other than yourself. Except for bearing children, there is nothing I cannot learn. Dome Meower, that was truly a tempting reason. But can you at least show some consideration for a man's dignity? Dome Meower seemed to fall into deep thought at his words, but suddenly furrowed her brows. I'm sorry, I truly cannot convince myself that we are betrothed. At least not now. Because every time I think of you as my fiancé, I feel like some kind of pervert. Lu Tinka choked on his words, his heart seized. You simply wish to anger me to death. Dome Meower felt she had been overly blunt, but she was simply too honest. Honesty being a traditional virtue of the Chinese people, and she had embraced it perhaps a little too faithfully. To be honest, I've never been drawn to boys younger than myself. But given the circumstances, if we could somehow make this work, it would be the simplest path. I'm willing to try adjusting to you yet. If years pass, and my feelings don't change, don't take it to heart. You're a rare talent destined for greatness. You'll find plenty of beautiful women in time. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. No, you're stuck with me. No other tree will do. If you so much as glance at another, I'll tie you to this one myself, then chop down every other crooked tree in sight. Dome Meower, well, that was fiercely protective truly. But coming from Lu Tinka's mouth, it carried a childish stubbornness. Fine, perhaps she should wait a few years. She still couldn't accept a younger type boyfriend, not even a fierce one. After all, Lu Tinka had the face of a sweet, gentle pup. It's still too early to discuss this. Let nature take its course, and we'll talk again in a couple years. You still want to wait. Once the new year passes, you'll already be 16. Many girls are mothers by 16. Rest assured on that front. In my homeland, adulthood begins at 18. I won't entertain such thoughts at this age. But if I do decide to marry, you'll be my first consideration. Fair enough. Though Lu Tinka wasn't entirely satisfied with her answer, his expression did lighten somewhat. With that matter set aside, Lu Tinka resumed writing spring couplets. Though Do Mia believed she could never develop romantic feelings for an underage boy, their daily interactions had gradually softened her stance, something she may not have fully recognized herself. Lu Tinka, however, was keenly aware of the shift, and he found the outcome quite satisfactory. It was in a way a blessing disguised as misfortune. At the very least, he was beginning to understand he was a man. Sigh, how could he grow taller faster? Perhaps he should eat a bit more. Several days passed, and by the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, they were likely making their final trip. Any later, and every household would have already put up their spring couplets. No amount of lowering the price would help sell them then. When Xiao Yin'er learned that Do Mia was heading to Chun family village, she asked her to discreetly inquire about the man she was meant to meet. Chun Juansai, grandson of the village head. Why not come with us? Do Mia suggested. Hearing it with your own ears will be far better than my telling you. How can I go? Just dress like me. Go home and change into dark clothing. Bind your chest and waist with cloth strips, and I'll redraw your eyebrows. As long as you don't speak, no one will recognize you. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yin'er nodded and agreed. Lu Tinka also insisted on joining for the excitement. He had never done anything like this before and wanted to see firsthand how Do Mia conducted her business. Lin, who felt somewhat uneasy upon seeing Lu Tinka. He had long been aware of the village rumors and had deliberately avoided the boy out of embarrassment. Yet Lu Tinka acted as though nothing had happened, greeting him with a smile. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Huzi. I'm just coming along for the fun. Don't mention it. We're all neighbors, it's only natural. After a long while, Lin, who finally noticed the additional youth, was actually Xiao Yin'er. Sister Xiao Yin'er is coming too. She's going to. Do Mia hadn't finished when Xiao Yin'er stopped, her cheeks flushed. Do Mia smiled knowingly. She's merely curious and wants to accompany us. Seeing that Xiao Yin'er didn't wish to elaborate, Lin, who pressed no further. Lu family village and Chun family village were not far apart, barely half an hour's walk. Upon entering the village, villagers immediately recognized her. Brother Do, you finally arrived. I was about to go to Scholar Chen's for meat. If you delayed 2 more days, I'd have had to fetch the spring couplets myself. Do Mia grinned, adopting a rough voice. Some matters at home held me up. As soon as they were settled, I came straight over. Lin, who then produced a battered iron basin and began wringing it through the village. Soon a crowd gathered. Do Mia unfurled the spring couplets. Same as always. 15 coins per couplet, 3 coins for 2 fu characters, 3 coins each, or 5 for 2 for the rest. Money changes hands, goods are handed over. Take your time, plenty of stock this round. Everyone gets a share, so no pushing. Watching her stand atop the cart and hawk her wares, Lu Tinka couldn't help but admire her. He knew he could never bring himself to do the same. With Lu Tinka and Xiao Yin'er handing out goods, Do Mia collecting payment, and Lin, who keeping order, business moved swiftly. Before half an hour had passed, nearly half the stock was sold. Suddenly Xiao Yin'er gently tugged at Do Mia's sleeve. Do Mia looked up to see a woman approaching from a short distance away. The woman's clothes bore few patches, and the villagers who passed by greeted her with an air of deference. She must be Master Chen's mother. Do Mia immediately smiled and struck up a conversation. Auntie, are you looking to purchase a full set? Yes. Pick a good one for me, young man. Everything I have is of the finest quality. How dare I sell anything less? But looking at you, Auntie, you're clearly no ordinary person. I have larger spring couplets that would look splendid at your main gate. They do come at a higher price, 25 coins. Let me fetch them for you to see. Keeping her head bowed for fear of being recognized, Xiao Yin'er located the item and handed it to Lu Tinka to pass along. Indeed, it was nearly twice the size of an ordinary couplet, fitting for a family whose patriarch served as village head. Very well, I'll take this one. Do Mia's face broke into a beaming smile. Auntie, you're a woman of decisive action. I'll throw in 2 fu characters for free. I simply enjoy doing business with sensible people like you. I'm sure the children you've raised are equally exemplary. If you had a son, I'd almost wish to marry my sister to your family. The woman was thoroughly pleased by the compliment. But before she could respond, a girl of 14 or 15 spoke up. My cousin will be taking the imperial examination to become a jiren. He doesn't look down on his own worth. Even if you offered your sister as a concubine, my cousin wouldn't deign to accept her. Jenner, don't speak nonsense. If you continue with such foolish words, go straight home. This young lady is quite intriguing. It's obvious that Miss Jenner has secretly harbored feelings for Master Chen. I must apologize. I mistakenly thought you were the shopkeeper's daughter, but it turns out you're her niece. Nevertheless, cousins are naturally well matched, and a union between relatives would be even more advantageous. Jenner smiled triumphantly, clearly pleased with the notion of cousins meant for each other, and dropped any lingering grievance about Do Miao's earlier remarks. Do Miao smoothly shifted topics and added, it appears Miss Jenner is approaching her coming-of-age ceremony, correct? Auntie must be so fortunate. Having her own niece as a daughter-in-law would undoubtedly bring great joy. As Do Miao crackled playful banter, Miss Jenner's expression turned embarrassed. Why do you peddlers chatter so much? Just pick your wares and be done with it. Unfazed, Do Miao chuckled apologetically. Your esteemed countenance inspired me to speak a bit freely. I wonder, Annie, how many sons do you have? I truly believe you would adore my younger sister. Have you no end to your foolishness? My family will have nothing to do with your sister. Enraged Jenner shouted at Dome Meower, though the matron beside her frowned. After all, who does not enjoy flattery? Jenner, is this how I taught you to conduct yourself? Before your mother passed, she entrusted you to my care, yet you must uphold your family's honor. How do you differ from those common girls? Tears welled in Jenner's eyes as she pleaded grievously, Auntie, he. Seeing the woman's displeasure, Jenner swallowed her protests and fell silent. Xiao Yenner's fists clenched tightly. Without needing further proof, she realized she had been deceived by the Qin family. Plainly, Miss Jenner and Qin Junkai shared an improper intimacy. Just then a youth of about 16 or 17 approached. Noticing Jenner's red-rimmed eyes, he inquired, Mother, what is the matter here? The matron, mindful of the public setting, said nothing aloud, but shot Jenner a sharp glance. Jenner immediately slipped behind Qin Junkai, and out of the woman's sight traced playful patterns on his palm, with her finger, their tacit intimacy unmistakable. Xiao Yenner witnessed every detail, and even Dome Meower could perceive the subtle trembling of her friend's shoulders. This must be Master Chun, is it not? Indeed, a handsome young man well matched in beauty and talent with Miss Jenner. Qin Junkai neither denied nor acknowledged the compliment. Yet when Jenner scratched his palm, he gently squeezed her hand in return, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Master Qin, might I inquire about someone? Oh, who do you wish to know about? Lowering her voice, Dome Meower whispered, I hope to learn about the village head's grandson. I understand this young Master Chun is also a scholar. Though perhaps not destined for the Jinren rank like yourself, he has already passed the Tongxing examination, and rumors suggest he may achieve Shiozai status next year. Might you be acquainted with him? Qin Junkai paused, intrigued that his inquiries had turned upon himself. I do know him. Why do you ask? The matron leaned in, eager to listen. Dome Meower blushed sheepishly. Some days ago, I traveled to Liujia village, where the village head's granddaughter resides. She is quite striking, so I made some inquiries. Only to discover she has already been promised to a son of the Qinjia village head. While I recognize such a match would be socially suitable, I worry, what if that young master's character is flawed? Would I not then have an opportunity? Qin Juan sighed. Master Qin, might I ask, is the village head's grandson of good character? Does he harbor attachments to any particular young lady? I hear he is quite captivating and favored by many girls. Qin Juan sighed. Well, Master Qin's character is undoubtedly sound. But does he have any confidants? Qin Juan sighed. The matron's face darkened. Young sir, you would do well to desist from such careless questioning. I imagine Miss Lu would hardly consent to marry a wandering merchant. Social standing remains paramount. Having settled payment and gathered her goods, the woman departed with Qin Junkai and Jenner in tow. Dome Meower cast a glance toward Xiao Yenner, who sat hunched upon the cart with her face buried in her knees. No further investigation was needed. The truth was painfully clear. Are you quite all right? Though Xiao Yenner offered no verbal response, Dome Meower could feel the muffled sobs racking her frame. Once the villagers had gradually finished their purchases, Lin, who promptly drove the cart away from Qinjia village. This is ultimately a blessing in disguise. All is not yet lost. Had you married into that family and discovered the truth later, the misfortune would have been far greater. Return home and speak with third granduncle. He will ensure justice is served. Sister Meow, how could he be such a wretch? I had actually grown fond of him. Though Xiao Yenner wept so violently that breath came in gasps, she restrained her sobs into the slightest whispers against Dome Meower's embrace. Dome Meower gently patted her back. What is there to grieve over? You barely exchanged a handful of words after that single encounter, yet you claim to have fallen for him. In truth, he is only perceived as a potential future husband because your families arranged the match. If another man had been proposed, you would mourn him equally. Therefore, Qin Junkai is not the man you truly desire. Upon encountering a more suitable partner, next you will naturally forget him. Truly. But what of my reputation? What does your reputation have to do with this? He Chun Juansai schemed to deceive you into marriage, yet the blame falls upon you. If any man refuses to marry you because of this scandal, then such a short-sighted fellow is unworthy of your hand. Did you ever expect him to cherish you after all? Xiao Yana nodded. She found Dome Meower's reasoning sound. After all, Qin Junkai was the one who had acted disgracefully. Oh, why should she bear the sorrow? Moreover, Master Qin's mother is hardly a reasonable woman. Even though Miss Jenner is her own niece, she callously denied her any formal standing. Should Qin Junkai ever achieve the Jinren degree and secure an official post, do you genuinely believe she would ever accept you as a daughter-in-law? Xiao Yenner shook her head. Seizing the moment, Dome Meower urged precisely. Recognizing this trap early is undoubtedly advantageous. You have merely avoided plunging into a pit of fire. Xiao Yenner nodded resolutely. Sister Meower, you are correct. That I have not wed that scoundrel is a mercy. I shall return home at once and inform grandfather and father. I intend to break the engagement. Dome Meower smiled with satisfaction. You are a quick study. Lu Tinka observed how Dou Miaoer had so deftly comforted Xiao Yan'er, her words logical and persuasive. One might wonder whether she had endured similar trials herself. Upon returning to Liujia village, Dou Miaoer and Lu Tinka escorted Xiao Yan'er home. Since the matter was delicate for a young woman to voice, Lu Tinka outlined the situation briefly. Third granduncle's fury instantly erupted. He resolved immediately to investigate thoroughly. Should the Chen family indeed harbor malicious intent, Liujia village would not be easily bullied. The two returned home. Lu Tinka spoke as though casually. I had no idea you were so good at persuading people. With just a few words you convinced Xiao Yan'er. For others, even if justice is eventually served after such a misfortune, there would still be lasting psychological scars. I wasn't persuading her, I was simply stating the facts. There was never any emotional foundation between them to begin with. How could you talk about love or dislike? What emotional foundation? Marriage is always arranged by parents and matchmakers. It has always been this way. Isn't it the same where you come from? Dou Miaoer paused for a moment. This was the first time Lu Tinka had asked her so directly. But since he had said he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, she felt it was necessary to tell him. However, seeing him probe her again, she felt displeased. She wasn't foolish. She could tell he was subtly fishing for information about her romantic history. Then she would give him a proper explanation. Of course it's different. In our place women are scarce, so a woman can marry several men at once. And if after living together she realizes she doesn't like him, she can part ways anytime and find another man. So what's there to be sad over when it comes to men? Lu Tinka was at a loss for words. Dou Miaoer was quite pleased with his stiff expression and continued, my combat skills were taught by my eldest husband. He can take on 100 men alone. The wealth came from my second husband. He is exceedingly rich. And my culinary arts were learned from my third husband, who is a true connoisseur of food. There's also a fourth husband, though I haven't yet given him a formal title. Watching Dou Miaoer's regretful expression, Lu Tinka felt as though struck by lightning. But I don't have a husband younger than myself yet. If you behave well, I might consider making you my fifth husband, but you'll need to grow up first. With her curved brows and sweet dimples, she wore an innocent and endearing smile, yet the words she spoke shattered his worldview. Lu Tinka needed a while to compose himself before noticing the cunning gleam in her eyes. Do you think I'd believe that? Dou Miaoer shook her head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You asked and I answered. What difference does it make to me? Lu Tinka now regretted bringing this up. Hardly a truthful word came from her mouth. No, it was easy enough for her to say things that stung him, like complaining about his young age. All Lu Tinka could feel was a sense of frustration. You must be doing well too then. How many concubines do you have? Lu Tinka replied impatiently, not many, exactly 4. If you behave, I might even let you become my fifth wife. Dou Miaoer's eyes lit up suddenly. With your frail frame, you actually have 4 concubines. Could you have died from overindulgence and exhaustion? Dou Miaoer. What? Lu Tinka. Don't look at me like that. Even if you keep staring, you still can't defeat me. I could handle 10 of you. Lu Tinka felt he had lost his mind to even consider spending his life with such an insane woman. Lu Tinka refused to look at her, his entire back radiating his irritation. Dou Miaoer felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Watching this pretentious man reduced to such a state was incredibly rewarding. Lu Tinka was typically unpredictable in his moods. His lips would curve slightly when pleased, press together when displeased, and tilt upward again when deeply irritated. Despite being an old soul wrapped in a youthful face, he put on airs of maturity and composure. How tedious. The most overt display of his emotions came when he refused to cooperate with her act and turned it into something real. That's when she discovered how amusing it was to rattle someone who loved playing the profound. Even without looking at her, Lu Tinka could sense her joy radiating from behind him, gradually dissolving his anger. Once composed, he couldn't help but recognize she was teasing him deliberately. Did deceiving me bring you such delight? Lu Tinka turned abruptly, startling her, but the moment she met his dark gaze, she burst into laughter once more. Oh, it did. Who told you to play the profound philosopher? You have no idea how ridiculous your expressions look. Want me to reenact them for you? Ha ha ha. Lu Tinka wanted to protest. He wasn't pretending, but claiming to be genuinely profound seemed odd too, and profound hardly carried positive connotations anyway. He stayed silent. Her laughter rang pure, just like her eyes. She had never endured what he had never understood, why he played the grave. That was precisely why Lu Tinka seemed to discover why he wanted to spend his life with her. It was her bright, unblemished smile. She possessed qualities he longed for, but could never attain. Deep down he knew he was inherently stubborn and dark. Poverty in his past life eroded his dignity and humanity, and the betrayal by the Zhou family unleashed the demon within him. So he could slaughter the entire Zhou household without blinking, and when he held power, he stopped at nothing to achieve his goals. He despised the arrogant aristocratic families, and countless young lords of those clans had fallen to his schemes in his previous existence, making him a genuinely vile chancellor. Yet he loathed this version of himself, for in the end, he had become exactly what he despised most. Do Miaoer was his complete opposite. She was like a burning flame. She could strike at Lu Jiang without hesitation, could rack her brains for silver, cared nothing for powerful figures like Mu Ziyu, and would lower herself to hawk spring couplets on the street. Even her daily teasing of him was bold and unapologetic. This passionate and unrestrained spirit was something he could never possess. He gazed at her with calm, focused eyes. Do Miaoer's words caught in her throat, for she had already forgotten what she'd been about to say. They simply looked at each other, and somehow Lu Tinka suddenly recalled that moment from earlier, the one where Jin'er had scratched Qin Juanzai's palm. You're not angry anymore, are you? Yes, I forgive you. But don't lie to me about this again. You promised that once I grow up, we'll be husband and wife. Do Miaoer rolled her eyes. When did I ever promise you that? Besides, I never lied to you. Lu Tinka smiled dismissively. You said when you turn 18 and get married, you'd choose me first. At that time I'll be 15. We can get married right away. I only said I'd be your top priority, not necessarily you. He insisted confidently. After seeing me, how could your eyes take in anyone else? I'm the perfect match for you in this world. Do Miaoer really wanted to ask, who gave you such confidence? Lu Tinka quietly lowered his voice and said, I hold high position and power, I am handsome, and moreover, one is enough to replace 4, guaranteeing your satisfaction. Do Miaoer. Good heavens, what was she hearing? Was Lu Tinka driving? You shameless old man, you. Seeing her frozen in disbelief, Lu Tinka felt deeply satisfied. This was his revenge. With such thin skin, she claimed to have 4 husbands. Before long, it was almost the little new year. The two visited the Rui building again, where shopkeeper Chun had a letter for Lu Tinka from Mu Ziyu. Shopkeeper Chun understood that the pair had truly caught Mu Ziyu's favor, and his attitude toward them became even more solicitous. As they left, he even gave them a caddy of braised beef. Afterward, they went to the bookstore. Boss Zhao beamed as soon as he saw them. Young Master Lu, it's been a while since you last visited. Some family matters kept me occupied. Lu Tinka then produced a manuscript and handed it to Boss Chun. Boss Chun flipped through it casually and paid him without delay. Smiling, he asked, after the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Mingfeng Academy entrance exam will begin. Have you changed your mind, young Master Lu? Of course not. Since I've decided, how could I change it? Easily. Good. Lu Tinka said no more. He picked an ordinary writing brush, took a sheet of medium-grade rice paper, and finally selected a book to copy. Boss Zhao saw this and replaced the medium-grade paper with a piece of fine rice paper. It's almost New Year. Given my age, I should be considered an elder to you. I'll give you this paper at a discount. Consider it a New Year's gift. Lu Tinka was about to refuse, but Do Miaoer flashed a sweet smile. Then thank you very much, Uncle Zhao. Your sister sure knows how to talk. Lu Tinka glanced at Do Miaoer. She is my fiancée. Boss Zhao was taken aback. Just then a man entered the shop. He was tall and graceful, dressed in a sky-blue scholar's robe with regular features and a decidedly righteous demeanor. Second uncle. Jinxing, you came at the perfect time. This is the young Master Lu I mentioned to you, along with his fiancée. Zhao Jinxing was visibly startled. Lu Tinka was even younger than he had imagined. I am Zhao Jinxing, courtesy, name Mingguang. My second uncle has often praised you since meeting you, and now I see you are indeed extraordinary. Lu Tinka returned the greeting. Young Master Zhao flatters me. I am Lu Tinka, courtesy, name Shinji. It's merely Uncle Zhao's kindness. I am nothing extraordinary. This is my fiancée, Do Miaoer. Zhao Jinxing hadn't expected Do Miaoer to be his fiancée either. The height difference between them was rather. Still, he concealed his emotions well and was not impolite. But it couldn't escape Lu Tinka's eyes, which had seen countless people. Boss Zhao looked at them disapprovingly. What's all this young master business? In a few days you'll be classmates. Just address each other as equals. Meeting today ahead of time is fate. There's a study room inside. You young people can have tea and discuss scholarship. Jinxing, you can test him and see if your uncle's judgment is wrong this time. Zhao Jinxing said helplessly, if Brother Shinji doesn't mind. Brother Mingguang, please. The two entered the inner room. Boss Zhao immediately pulled Do Miaoer aside to gossip. Didn't you say she was his sister? How did she become his fiancée? Do Miaoer. Boss Zhao, you're a scholar after all. Is it really appropriate to gossip like this with the person involved? Zhao Jinxing was a bit embarrassed. My second uncle is just like that. He's actually a good person, and he doesn't like many younger people. This is the first time I've seen him so fond of someone other than me. It's my honor. I've long heard of Mingguang's reputation. The provincial examination for the Jiren degree is next May. Does Brother Mingguang have confidence? I have full confidence. The two smiled at each other, and a feeling of being kindred spirits filled the air between them. Zhao Jinxing was outwardly very humble, but inside, he harbored a certain arrogance. How many people who achieve fame at a young age are not proud? Some choose to hide it while others do not. But today, meeting Lu Tinka, a boy who hadn't even passed the academy entrance exam, yet dared to treat him as an equal, neither humble nor arrogant, though courteous, yet revealing an air of confidence. He intuitively felt that Lu Tinka was the same kind of person as himself. Both were people with true substance. So naturally he had uttered the words full confidence, and Lu Tinka indeed understood him. Brother Mingguang, will you try the imperial examination this August? Zhao Jincheng shook his head. No. If I accidentally end up in the third rank, I might as well not take it. The third rank was a very awkward position. It had the most slots, but those who placed in the third rank were often assigned to undesirable posts as county magistrates or left to do menial work in better places. Without connections and extraordinary luck, no matter how hard they worked, they would likely never surpass the fifth rank in their lifetime. Therefore, talented young men were reluctant to take the exam hastily. If they failed, it was one thing, but if they ended up in the third rank, they would have nowhere to cry. Exactly. 3 years from now, I'll strive to take the exam together with Brother Mingguang. Shinji has great ambition. The two became fast friends, discussing future prospects and scholarly matters. Unwittingly, nearly an hour passed. Dome Yaoer had already flipped through the Analects out of boredom before he came out. After bidding farewell, Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, "Second uncle really didn't misjudge this time. Shinji's scholarship is probably not far inferior to mine." Boss Zhao was surprised. He hadn't expected that. He hasn't even attended an academy. Some people are favored by heaven, either supremely skilled in martial arts, stunningly beautiful, or brimming with knowledge. Dome Yaoer noticed that Lu Tinka seemed in a good mood. What kind of person is this Zhao Jincheng? He's a good person, upright and genuinely talented, but unlucky. He's been stuck in a remote backwater his whole life. Oh, it seems our Lord Lu is going to use his golden finger to save an unrecognized talent. Lu Tinka ignored her teasing tone and pulled her toward a jewelry shop. What are you doing? It's almost New Year. Of course I'm buying you a flower to wear. Forget it, forget it. I can't even do my hair. Why wear a flower? But Lu Tinka pulled her inside. Then let's just browse around. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper's wife greeted them. Seeing that their clothes were 8/10 new and had no patches, she assumed they were from a well-off family and became even more enthusiastic. Lu Tinka knew nothing about women's accessories, and Dome Yaoer knew even less. He could only pick up a light green hair ribbon. This? How is it used? Young master has excellent taste. This ribbon is a new arrival from the capital. No other shop has it. The young ladies in the capital all use this kind of ribbon to tie their hair. It's all the rage. It was a silk ribbon, very thin and translucent, with 2 small golden bells at the end. How much is this? Not expensive. 2 taels. 2 taels. Why not just rob me? Seeing Dome Yaoer's dissatisfaction with the price, the shopkeeper spared no effort in promoting. Miss, this is made of real silk. This gauze material is actually twice as expensive as silk fabric. And although the bells are just brass, they are exquisitely crafted. Most importantly, this hairband is quite rare. If you buy it, few people will have the same one as you. It seems that not only modern people dislike wearing the same clothes as others, but ancient people feel the same way. But 2 taels of silver was still too expensive. One never knows the value of money without managing a household. Even though she was now considered a little wealthy woman in Liujia village, she wouldn't spend 2 taels of silver on a hairband she couldn't even use. Can't use it. That's easy. The shopkeeper directly pushed Dome Yaoer onto a chair. It's very simple. Let me comb it for you, and I guarantee you'll learn in no time. The shopkeeper's fingers moved swiftly, as if weaving casually. In no time, he fashioned a lovely double bun hairstyle, which was the most common hairstyle for unmarried young girls. However, rural girls mostly wore 2 braids, partly because they had no decorative accessories, and partly for simplicity. Dome Yaoer had never seen how proper ancient ladies dressed up, but she knew it looked beautiful in period dramas. Yet the hairstyle the shopkeeper created was even more stunning than those in the dramas. But after confirming with her eyes, she was definitely not someone who could learn hairstyling. Forget it. How much are these earrings? A pair of very simple earrings, small and delicate, shaped like teardrops. Although they were made of cheap mixed jade, their design was elegant and understated, and the color matched the hairband perfectly. Oh my, the young master has excellent taste. These earrings and this hairband are a perfect match. Let me put them on her, and you'll see. This young lady has fair skin. Most people would be overshadowed by such a vibrant green, but few can carry off this color as well as she does. In her past life, Dome Yaoer had more money than she could spend, but she never cared much about dressing up. Though she paid some attention to her appearance, it was limited to skincare and hairstyling. She had never even pierced her ears, let alone followed fashion trends deliberately. Now being dragged into the jewelry shop by Lu Tinka and sitting here being fussed over was a completely new experience. The image in the bronze mirror was unclear, but she could vaguely make out fair skin, curved brows, and eyes that were endearing, resembling a naive and adorable girl next door. It was a world apart from her previous life's spirited and heroic demeanor. This was the first time she had seen her own appearance since her transmigration. In Dome Yaoer's eyes, there was no girl in Liujia village prettier than her. No wonder Lu Tinka was willing to get serious with her. She herself liked this soft and delicate-looking girl. Dome Yaoer smiled at her reflection in the bronze mirror. 2 dimples were clearly visible, and her curved brows and eyes seemed to hold scattered starlight. The hairband on her head was airy and flowing, the bells making her appear even more lively. The two small earrings dangled by her cheeks, swaying gently. She had never realized she could be this beautiful. Domiauer felt she was falling in love with herself. No wonder so many girls spent a great deal of time and money on grooming. Indeed, the difference between being dressed up and not was like night and day. With just a little effort, she too could become a little fairy. Lutinka was also very satisfied. He had never imagined that with a little touch-up, Domiauer could appear so beautiful even to him. If only she were truly a soft, delicate, and innocent girl. Young master, look. With this makeover, this young lady is just like a fairy stepping out of a painting. How much for everything? The shopkeeper's smile grew even warmer. Not expensive. Seeing how lovely this young lady looks in them, I'll sell these earrings at cost price. Just 1 tael of silver. Together that's 3 taels, and you can take them all. When this young lady walks out of my shop, she'll be a walking advertisement for me. Otherwise I wouldn't let them go for less than 3.5 taels. Lutinka casually picked up 2 silk flowers. Add these 2, and I'll pay 3 taels. Young master, I can't do that. These 2 silk flowers alone cost half a tael. I could give you other silk flowers for free, but not these. 3 taels for this. Forget it, I can't. Fine. Seeing how perfectly these accessories suit this young lady, I won't make a single coin from you this time. I only hope you'll come back often and patronize my shop in the future. Lutinka immediately took out the silver. Certainly. The 3 taels he had just earned from the bookstore were gone, just like that. Domiauer felt a pang of pain. Lutinka, are you too extravagant? 3 taels, that's 3 taels, and you just spent it like that. But it looks beautiful. Domiauer couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That's only because I'm good looking. Lutinka suddenly understood. Praising a woman was indeed the right approach. So what's wrong with buying a couple of accessories for my beautiful fiancée? Other men with less attractive fiancées still buy them hairpins and bracelets. Isn't my beautiful fiancée worth 3 taels of silver? Domiauer rolled her eyes at Lutinka. You smooth-talking old devil, I wonder how many naive girls you've deceived with that mouth of yours. Do you think I'm some innocent little girl who knows nothing about the world? I don't believe a word you say. Though she said that, the uncontrollable smile on her face and the cheerful jingle of bells accompanying her steps betrayed her true feelings. Lutinka also curled his lips and followed her. This woman was so easy to please. He really had to keep a close eye on her. The two returned to the spot where they had agreed to meet Lin, who, and it was obvious, he had been waiting for a long time. Domiauer felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, brother, who we were delayed by something. Lin, whose eyes flashed with amazement when he saw Domiauer. He knew she had become prettier, but he never expected her to be this stunning. Lutinka subtly pulled Domiauer onto the cart using his not-so-strong body to block Lin, whose view. It's almost New Year, so I took Miauer to buy some accessories to dress up. Lin, who withdrew his gaze, sat down at the front of the cart and cracked the whip. It's only right. Sister Miauer looks completely different now, just like a young lady from a wealthy family in the city. Lutinka said calmly. In the future, I'll make Miauer a true lady of a wealthy household. She'll never have to worry about a mere 3 taels of silver again. Domiauer shot him a glare. Mere. That mere 3 taels was earned by me. I contributed too. Lin, whose heart still ached. His first ever crush in 17 years had withered before it could bloom. He understood more and more clearly that Lutinka could give her a life he never could. Although Domiauer had once been known for her lavish spending, she would never have given such a modest gift a second glance. In truth, since her family had passed away, many years had gone by, without her receiving a single New Year present. While her companions in play were likewise generous with their gifts, the meaning behind what Lu Ting gave was entirely different from theirs. The weight of sentiment could not be compared. This mere 3 taels of silver made her feel truly valued, accepted, and cherished. In fact, most members of the Doe family possessed rather odd dispositions. Anyone told from birth that they would only live 30 years might be driven to peculiar behavior. The affection she had experienced was incomplete, even distorted, yet from Lu Ting, she now felt genuine familial warmth. She could sense his frequent disapproval of her actions, but beneath it lay a deeper tolerance. He doesn't hold grudges against her. Perhaps this is what family means, knowing all your faults, suffering wrongs, yet refusing to tally scores or demand fairness, still keeping you close to heart. After returning home in high spirits, she prepared an elaborate feast for Lu Ting. The 4 joy meatballs, each the size of a fist, caused him to devour no fewer than 3 bowls of rice. Domiauer stared in astonishment. You've been eating quite heavily lately. I'm still growing so naturally, I need more food. Domiauer muttered worriedly. I just fear you'll grow fat instead of tall. Lu Ting heard this, but remained silent. He knew he was indeed about to shoot up in height. Having enjoyed proper nutrition in this life, he hoped to surpass his previous life's stature. He never wanted to stuff thick insoles in his shoes again. Just before sleep, Domiauer fiddled with her hair, studying it for a long while before undoing it. She wondered if she could replicate the style tomorrow. Instinctively, she felt she couldn't. She knew her own abilities well, while clever beyond average elaborate hairstyling was beyond her, for she had never possessed the patience for such delicate work. The 2 silk flowers the shopkeeper had gifted were genuinely beautiful, lifelike in appearance. One pink, one blue. Why not give these 2 flowers to Xiao Yenner? She's been so helpful and refused any payment, she'll surely appreciate this. Do you not like them? Domieter shook her head. I can't even do my own hair properly. Where would I even put these flowers? Lu Ting turned his back without responding. They're my gift to you. Give them to whomever you wish. Domieter pouted. You've grown quite temperamental lately. Aren't you fond of seeing me angry? Domieter sensed the conversation taking a strange turn. She felt as though she'd stepped into some melodramatic romance, and Lu Ting now resembled a male protagonist whose sincere feelings had been cruelly trampled. Yet she felt she hadn't done anything wrong. What a meddling old woman she'd become. Oh, by the way, what did Mu Ziyu say in his letter? He didn't say much. I secretly placed that scheme of harmful self-interest on him, and he merely offered polite words claiming he wouldn't use it. Domieter raised her eyebrow. Weren't you confident he would change his mind? Yes. He will definitely change his mind. Mu Ziyu now knelt in the Mu family ancestral hall, his face pale with cracked lips and blood soaking through his cotton robes from wounds on his back, the sight truly gruesome. Stone slipped into the hall and quickly produced a small water flask from his bosom. Young master, please drink some water. Looking at Mu Ziyu's wretched state, Stone couldn't hold back his tears. When have you ever suffered such treatment? This servant wishes to bear your punishment instead. You should leave now. I can't protect you. If caught, you'll face corporal punishment yourself. Little Stone departed through tears. Mu Ziyu gazed at the rows of ancestral tablets. The physical pain was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. He had followed Lu Ting's advice to deliberately tarnish his reputation and avoid this marriage. After careful consideration, he could think of no better reason than being unable to take a wife. Through his own connections, he obtained a medicine from a renowned physician. After consuming it, he developed symptoms of impotence, hoping this would prevent them from forcing him to marry Miss Wang. However, he had completely failed to anticipate that after consulting doctors, his family would never abandon the alliance. They sought greater benefits through the Wang marriage, viewing it as the beginning of elevating their family's status. After analyzing the pros and cons, Mu Ziyu clearly told his relatives that the Wang family only saw them as a money bag. This matter was far beyond the Wang family's control, and with his condition, marrying Miss Wang would likely turn the alliance into enmity. Yet while they summoned various physicians for him, they also confined him at home. Once they confirmed his condition was incurable, they devised an absurd plan: marry Miss Wang anyway, but have his 4th uncle stand in for him during the wedding night and all future marital relations. The children born would still belong to the Mu family, and he would be their biological uncle, effectively adopted. This way someone would burn paper offerings for him after his death. What a twofold benefit. Mu Ziyu could hardly believe his ears. How could they utter such monstrous words? He argued fiercely with his elders on the spot, and was ultimately punished with 30 strokes of the family law, then ordered to the ancestral hall to reflect. Only when night had fully fallen did Mu Ziyu's mother Cui Shi arrive at the hall. She appeared to be around 30, her presence radiating an unmistakable elegance, that cultivated grace born of deep learning, which no pretense could replicate. Her complexion was remarkably well preserved. Wrapped in a gray overcoat, she carried a small gold-embroidered ruby-lined warming box with an excellent jade bracelet adorning her wrist. For maids, and an elderly servant followed behind her, one holding an umbrella, another carrying incense, a third adjusting her garments, and the last guarding the silver. Each had their designated role. This was Cui Shi's diminished retinue after her fall from grace. Legend held that during the family's zenith, legitimate children traveled with 12 maids, legitimate concubine born with 8, collateral legitimate with 6, and collateral concubine born with 4. Now the Cui family had declined like the setting sun. What was once a vast clan seemed to crumble overnight, with members scattering and some even changing their surnames. Only the direct legitimate line maintained their dignity, but after a century the Cui family could no longer sustain its former grandeur. Even Cui Shi's procession had shrunk to just 4 attendants. Mother. Cui Shi seemed not to notice Mu Ziyu's wretched state. A mother knows her child best. Are you deceiving me as well? Mu Ziyu said respectfully. This son dares not lie. I have not spoken falsely. This son truly is unwell. Cui Shi remained unmoved. Gazing at the row of dark ancestral tablets, her eyes resting on the one at the very top, she asked, Where do you know what the Mu family's origins were? Bandits. Later one of our ancestors had a change of heart and betrayed his own kind, leading the officials to destroy the bandit gang. Only then did the family turn to commerce. Do you believe that? Naturally he did not, but he dared not speak such words inside the ancestral hall. When I had no choice but to marry into the Mu family, my greatest fear was that my child would inherit the dark qualities of the Mu bloodline. That is why I disciplined you rigorously from childhood. You have done well, bearing more of the Cui family's traditions than the Mu's. Among the younger generation, no one surpasses you. Even the outside world addresses you not as young Master Mu V, but as young Master Mu alongside young Master Ya. Do you understand what this signifies? Mu Ziyu fell silent. Cui Shi continued, this proves you are different from the rest of the Mu family. Your excellence has been recognized, and you have the chance to escape the merchant class. Do you know how unbearable it is for your uncles and cousins to possess great learning, yet have no avenue to serve? Yet now the opportunity sits before you, and you would abandon it. Why? Mu Ziyu kept his head lowered. Mother, I am the one marrying into the Wang family, not becoming their adopted son. I cannot pursue an official career. Cui Shi dismissed his words lightly. The Wang family is but a second-rate clan with shallow roots, and this generation lacks any outstanding figures. However, the Wang patriarch serves as vice grand secretary, and he maintains close ties with Grand Preceptor Zhou. Between the two of them, they control half the imperial court. If you become the Wang family's son-in-law, your abilities will ensure Wang Liangbi cannot ignore you. There will always be a path to officialdom. With the Wang family in the court, and the Mu family among the people, what reason do you have not to rise steadily? Do you truly wish to be a merchant for the rest of your life? Mu Ziyu's fists clenched tightly. He knew his mother could bear nothing more than her identity as a merchant's wife. She also knew her own dream was to secure imperial pardon and have the court revoke the decree that barred the Cui descendants from office. But had she ever considered what was best for him? Though he appeared dignified and radiant to the world, no circle truly accepted him. The reason he still lived well was simply that he had not yet touched anyone's core interests. Once that balance was broken, not to mention others, but even the people within the Mu family alone could tear him apart. Moreover, the Mu family, for all its flaws, had raised him. He could not plunge the Mu family into chaos for his own desires, nor push them into the Wang family's insatiable abyss. His mother had been blinded by years of yearning. Like those elders desperately eager to shed their lowborn status, she had become so obstinate that she could neither see the truth nor hear reason. Perhaps they understood, yet still clung to the faintest glimmer of hope, determined to risk everything. He could only sigh again. Mother, the Wang family's purpose in this alliance does not lie where you think. If we marry into their family to protect their financial interests, the Mu family succession rights would fall solely to me under their watchful eye. Once I take over the Mu family, all chances of entering officialdom would vanish. Besides, would the Wang family not see through our intentions? They do not need me to add glory to their position in the court. They only want the Mu family to flourish. That is precisely why they will not assist me. They will guard against me and suppress me. And would my elder brother sit idly by and watch the Mu family fall into my hands? He is the firstborn son of the principal wife, and many in the clan support him. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, how could I possibly succeed? Cui Shi's expression did not change. Looking down at the utterly wrecked Mu Ziyu, she spoke slowly. You are as I suspected. You are indeed clever. You know exactly what matters most to me, and you know how to persuade me. But have you forgotten who raised you? What goes on in your heart? Do you think I am unaware? Matters are planned by men, but their outcome rests with heaven. Your medicine was obtained from old Jiang, was it not? Mu Ziyu made his final struggle. Mother, since childhood, you have taught me the way of a noble gentleman. I know your wishes, and I am willing to help you achieve them. But I do not wish to accomplish this through a marriage alliance, nor do I want the price to be seizing what does not belong to me. I will strive for everything you desire, but could you please not force me? Cui Shi's expression suddenly hardened. I am forcing you. You say I am forcing you. After all the heart and soul I have poured into you over these years in your heart, it is all me pursuing my selfish desires. It is not that, mother. If you still acknowledge me as your mother, go to old Jiang yourself and take the antidote. Otherwise I will go to him personally and truly force you. Cui Shi left. Mu Ziyu gazed at the dark ancestral tablets. If he could choose, he would rather never have carried the noble Cui blood in his veins rather than be the brilliant young master of the Mu family. Young master, the patriarch requests your presence in the study. Mu Ziyu accepted the heavy cloak handed to him by the servant and, supported by attendants, made his way to Mu Zhen's study. Mu Zhen had just turned 50. Though he kept himself well, his hair had begun to show strands of white. He was somewhat stout with regular features and was currently occupied with calculating some accounts. Sit. Have you seen your mother? Yes. Mu Zhen closed his ledger. What is your decision? Mu Ziyu remained silent. Mu Zhen took a sip of tea. You are my finest son, the only hope for the Mu family to shake off its merchant status. The family has raised you, and everyone should sacrifice for the clan. As for you, you stand to gain far more than lose. You will wed a noble wife, produce a brilliant child, and gain a powerful family through marriage. Moreover, Miss Wang is beautiful. You will come to love her. And even if you do not, you may always take a concubine you favor later. Father, not everything unfolds as one wishes. If we truly ally with the Wang family, we will become nothing more than their vassals. Vassals have no voice. And the Wang family is not worthy of our trust. Mu Zhen set down his teacup. The Mu family are merchants. In business there are gains and losses. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. From the moment the Wang family proposed this match, we had already eliminated any possibility of retreat. Mu Ziyu opened his mouth to say more, but Mu Zhen waved his hand. Your injuries are no less severe. I have already summoned a physician. Return to your quarters and rest. Mu Ziyu had no choice but to return to his courtyard. He had just applied medicine and was preparing to rest when Shurtu announced that the eldest young master had come to see him. Mu Ziyu struggled to sit up. Please invite my elder brother in. The eldest young master was the firstborn son of Mu Zhen's principal wife. He appeared to be in his early 30s, resembling Mu Zhen quite closely, though taller and more slender. It seems I have come at an inconvenient time. It appears the fifth brother is about to retire for the night. No matter. Did my elder brother come on important business? Father, mother, have you come to your senses, eh? Mu Ziyu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Elder brother, I have never intended to compete with you for anything. Mu Ziyuan smiled. I know. That is why, even though they call you the young master, I have never harbored ill intentions toward you. Fifth brother grew up under my watch. I trust his character. It was only Cui Shi whom he did not trust. Mu Ziyu kept his silence as Mu Ziyuan continued. This marriage is inevitable. Father has been seeking a suitable bride for you since you were 15. Now that Miss Wang has barely managed to meet mother's approval, what right do you have to remain so stubborn? Do not speak such nonsense about your weakened constitution. Only the clan elders would believe that. As for me, you need not worry on my account. What belongs to me, I shall protect. If I cannot protect it, then I, who am merely older than you by over a decade, am truly inferior, and I have no grounds for complaint. With fifth brother's character, he would not drive me to ruin. Mu Ziyu finally spoke. But we are brothers. Mu Ziyuan rose from his seat. Since mother passed, I knew this day would come. It might have been you or another, but it is you, and that is acceptable. At the very least, fifth brother has his principles. Once Mu Ziyuan departed, Shurtu helped Mu Ziyu lie down. Young master, please rest now. The physician said the medicine works best when you sleep. As Mu Ziyu settled into bed and closed his eyes, he reflected that his elder brother still harbored resentment. Otherwise, the usually gentle Mu Ziyuan would never have come to confront him. Upon leaving Mu Ziyu's chamber, Mu Ziyuan encountered Mu Zhen heading toward the inner courtyard. Have you visited Ziyu? Yes, father. Mu Ziyuan replied with deference. I merely urged fifth brother not to hesitate on my account. This marriage serves as an opportunity for both our family and him. Mu Zhen nodded. You've done well these years. Even if Ziyu takes Miss Wang as his bride, what is rightfully yours I will not withhold. Mu Ziyuan understood his father's implicit preference. He had never erred, yet father's regard for him remained secondary to fifth brother's. Indeed, Ziyu's brilliance was visible to all. From the age of 13, the Mu clan entrusted the children with managing modestly profitable, sometimes even loss-making enterprises as both training and assessment. Ziyu's results stood out above all else. His ventures had multiplied fivefold in merely 2 years, a feat unmatched by any within the family. Mu Ziyuan knew his own worth, but it mattered little compared to how exceptional Ziyu truly was. The following morning, Do Miaoer rose early to comb her hair before a basin of water. Lu Tinka had already prepared porridge and warmed the dishes, yet her tangles seemed worse than when she'd first woken. Forget it, I knew I'd never manage to comb this properly. Lu Tinka took the comb from her. Let me try. His movements were gentle and deliberate, working through each strand until her hair lay smooth and orderly. The sensation of his fingers threading through her locks felt remarkably soothing. This was his first time combing another person's hair, and though it took somewhat longer than expected, the result was quite satisfactory, comparable to what the shopkeeper had achieved the day before. Lu Tinka, you're quite skilled at this. You must have done this often for other women, haven't you? Not at all. This is my first time as well. I simply observed the shopkeeper's technique yesterday and committed it to memory. Do Miaoer ran her hands through her hair, finding the result quite pleasing. You seem to master everything except bearing children. Lu Tinka offered no reply, merely suggesting. Once we relocate to town, I'll procure a finer mirror for you. The sentiment pleased Do Miaoer greatly. Tell me, did you simply become attached to my beauty? Lu Tinka's lips twitched slightly. Yes, I was drawn to your beauty, but it extends beyond that. Your culinary skill is excellent, your courage remarkable, and perhaps most fittingly, you happen to be my fiancé. Do Miaoer studied him carefully. Tisk, your flattery grows sweeter by the day. Lu Tinka met her gaze without hesitation, wearing an expression of quiet confidence. She finally broke eye contact. Enough, let's eat. In the end, Do Miaoer chose not to give the silk flowers Lu Tinka had purchased to Xiao Yener. After discussing it with him, they agreed to wait until their next trip to town to buy her a proper gift. They also decided to purchase New Year presents for the Lin family in appreciation for their kindness. The days leading up to the little New Year brought busyness to every household, yet neither of them faced the usual chores. No new clothes to sew, no courtyards to tidy, no livestock to slaughter. While their neighbors scrambled with preparations, they enjoyed an unexpected leisure. Lu Tinka copied text from his books, while Do Miaoer sat nearby snacking or practicing calligraphy. Neither anticipated that visitors would actually come to their typically quiet home on this day. They were all villagers bound together by networks of kinship, yet never before had they visited one another's homes. Today, however, they came with purpose, each carrying strips of cut red paper in hand. Do Meower quickly understood, having learned of their couplet sales, these relatives had come seeking free labor. Tinka, I'd heard you and the girl were busy selling spring festival couplets. I didn't dare disturb you thinking you'd be occupied. But now I suppose you have some free time, so I've come. Do Meower rolled her eyes internally. Should they be grateful for the visit then? Aunt Third, is there something specific you need today? Not anything major. I was hoping you'd write a spring festival couplet for me. I've heard that practice makes perfect, and since we're family, how could I ask anyone else? Do Meower felt sickened by the audacity. You're right, Aunt Third. I recall Brother Xingzi attended private school for 2 years as well, didn't he? Perhaps this opportunity should go to Brother Xingzi instead. We only purchased a full ream of paper from the bookshop yesterday, so we won't compete with him for such a chance. Aunt Third's expression darkened immediately. Niece, don't speak so distantly. Tinka is undoubtedly the best scholar in our village. Our Xingzi can barely write his own name, so any practice would be wasted. That's not how it works. More practice is always better than less. Lu Tinka had long grown accustomed to these so-called relatives in Lajiakan. He understood them well. They seized every small advantage, yet were incapable of true malice. He saw no reason to make enemies of them. What sort of spring festival couplet would you like, Aunt Third? Upon hearing this, Aunt Third broke into a wide smile. Anything will do. Ordinary folk like us know nothing about such things. Just write whatever seems appropriate, or as long as it's festive, I'm satisfied. Lu Tinka followed the style of the couplets he'd sold in recent days, writing one pair, then adding the character, fu, and other decorative elements. This complete set would have cost at least 2 gin of meat at a professional calligrapher's shop, yet Aunt Third accepted it while heaping extravagant praise upon him. The same pattern held with the other relatives. Each received a complete set, and all offered only empty compliments in return. I don't insist on having those things, but listen to what they're saying. Clearly they need something from us, yet they speak as though granting us their presence is a favor to us. How can all your relatives be such unbearable people? Lu Tinka sighed helplessly. The lowest members of society are like this. Vain and unwilling to give, yet at most they merely seek petty gains. Should you truly ask them to commit evil, they would never dare. Those uneducated by books do not comprehend grand principles. The only things they care about are whether they have truly saved money or made a profit. Do Meower sighed. I am only now realizing the necessity of quality education. People like them lack even a basic moral compass. The reason they dare not commit great evils today is simply because they fear death. Lu Tinka did not know what she meant by quality education, but that did not prevent him from understanding her words. This is the benefit of allowing everyone to receive an education. At the very least, one should learn the Dizi Gui and the Sanzi Jing. The vast majority cannot read a single character. Qingyang Commandery is not too far from the imperial capital, and Liuji village is relatively well off. About half the children in our village have attended private schools and can read a few characters. But in Linen Commandery, which borders Qingyang, it is rare to find a single literate person in an entire village. Across the whole county, there may only be 1 or 2 private schools, and academies are shared by 2 or 3 counties. Do Meower exclaimed in surprise. Then our Lixian seems quite remarkable. Lu Tinka shook his head. You overestimate us. Lixian has 3 academies only, because both neighboring Xianjiang County and Xingxin County have none. Why is that? Lu Tinka began recounting the local chronicles of Lixian. Originally, Lixian was not called Lixian. During the founding of the Daning dynasty, a high-ranking official of the 2nd rank emerged from this region and later married a princess. This was considered a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, so the name was changed to Lixian. Later, our area produced more successful examinees each year than the other 2 counties, and eventually scholars from those 2 counties came here to study. Their academies repeatedly closed and reopened until they gradually faded away. The academies of Lixian were also uneven, opening and closing in cycles. It was not until 30 years ago that Mingfeng Academy emerged, becoming the finest academy in Lixian. It grew dominant and gradually absorbed the others, drawing scholars from both neighboring counties. 15 years ago, a scholar from Xianjiang County came directly to Lixian and established Baichuan Academy. 3 years later, a gentleman from Xingxin County also came and founded Qilin Academy. The director of Qilin Academy had known the magistrate of Lixian since their youth and was also the brother-in-law of the magistrate of Xingxin County. Meanwhile, the director of Mingfeng Academy had fallen out with the county magistrate. Gradually, Qilin Academy became the finest academy as it is today. Do Meower fell into deep thought. In that case, if you go to Mingfeng Academy, are you not seeking trouble for yourself? Wouldn't the Tongsheng examination papers be graded by the county magistrate? Lu Tinka shook his head. It matters not. Next year, Lixian will have a new county magistrate. Do Meower couldn't help but feel impressed. What a cheat. Both of them were favored by heaven, yet Lu Tinka could seize every opportunity, while she only knew how to bring ruin upon herself. What could she possibly accomplish here? Lu Tinka saw through her thoughts and smiled faintly without speaking. Over the following days visitors came and went at Lu Tinka's place, all seeking couplets. At first they brought nothing but their mouths. Seeing how many people there were, Lu Tinka barely had a moment to rest from morning till night. The small boy looked truly exhausted. On the last 2 days most visitors brought something as a token. Of course no eggs or meat, but rather their own potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and tofu. Even so, Domiator was quite satisfied. As she put it, at least they were doing some proper human things. Some people never seem to grasp a simple truth: when others help you it is a kindness, when they do not it is no fault of theirs. Yet what is most infuriating is that some always mistake kindness for obligation. On the 29th day the two finally found time to visit the town. They bought some fresh meat and a piece of cloth intended as a gift for the Lin family. Then they purchased 2 silk flowers and a bag of candied beans, which were meant for Xiao Yin'er and the children at third granduncle's house. That evening Domier went to find Xiao Yin'er. She said she had already broken off her engagement with Qin Junkai. Third granduncle had asked someone to investigate thoroughly. It turned out that Jin'er had originally had a verbal betrothal with Qin Junkai. However, after Jin'er's mother fell ill and passed away, fearing her husband would remarry and Jin'er would suffer, had entrusted her daughter directly to her own elder sister, hoping that Jin'er would eventually marry Qin Junkai. But as Qin Junkai began to see some promise in his studies, the Qin family grew hesitant and no longer wished to honor the verbal agreement. Yet Jin'er was determined to marry him, so she agreed to become his concubine after he wed his principal wife. However, Jin'er was already 15 this year, and Qin Junkai was 16. According to people from Chun village, the two had already been spending time together in secret. Domier had wanted to offer some comforting words, but had not yet figured out how to phrase them. But Xiao Yin'er herself was quite open-minded. Sister Miera, you are right. Marrying into such a family would be like falling into a pit of fire. Master said I am still young and can still look for other matches. This time I will make sure to investigate thoroughly. Domier felt relieved and took out the silk flowers she had brought for her. Xiao Yin'er was overjoyed. This must have been quite expensive, right? I have never seen such beautiful silk flowers before. They look just like real ones. Since you refused the silver, I bought these for you instead. Besides, this is your prime years. You ought to dress up nicely. Xiao Yin'er immediately undid her hair and quickly braided it into a bun on top of her head, placing a pink flower in it. Sister Mia, or how does it look? Very pretty. Your hands are so skilled. You can do your hair without even a mirror. Unlike me, who can't even comb my own hair. Xiao Yin'er examined it carefully. Such a beautiful hairstyle. It couldn't have been Brother Tinka who did it, could it? Yes, he helped me do my hair. Xiao Yin'er grabbed Domier's hand tightly. Sister Mia, you must keep a close eye on Brother Tinka. Not only will he take the imperial examinations and become an official in the future, even if he were just a farmer, you would never find another man like him who knows how to cherish you. He is handsome, and who knows how many women will throw themselves at him in the future. You must treat him well, or by the time he is taken by someone else it will be too late to regret. Domiat silently rolled her eyes. I cook delicious meals for him every day. I'm practically his personal chef. Am I not good enough to him? How old are you? You haven't even married yet, and here you are giving me advice. My mother told me the same thing. Though I have not married, I have seen with my own eyes. My mother's second aunt and third aunt all have so much work to do every day. My father's second uncle and third uncle never even heat the kong or cook. How could they possibly help with hair combing? I think you are not attentive enough to Brother Tinka. This will not do. Domier had no response. What could she say? How could she explain? Domier. After returning from Xiao Yin'er, Domier fell into deep thought. Could Lu Tinka truly be the one most suited for her? But she genuinely felt nothing for him. How could Lu Tinka fail to notice the strange glances Domier occasionally cast his way? What's wrong with me? Domier furrowed her brows. Nothing. It's just. Never mind, it's fine. You should still tell me. Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just. Do you think I'm unpleasant to be around? Lu Tinka finally figured it out. It seemed Xiao Yin'er had urged her to be kinder to him. That girl had a conscience after all. Her time spent teaching her to read and write hadn't been wasted. Of course not. Domier's expression darkened. So you do think I'm unpleasant? A betrothed daughter-in-law from another family not only gathers firewood, sweeps, washes clothes, cooks, and tends to livestock, but she must also wash her husband's feet at night and warm his bed before returning to her own. Moreover, she must rise before dawn the next morning to serve her husband's breakfast. Domier narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Then would you like me to wash your feet? I could warm your bed too. I happen to have some free time right now. Lu Tinka immediately shook his head. You're overthinking it. I have no such hobby. I prefer to do things myself and never rely on others. Domier patted Lu Tinka's head with satisfaction. Good boy. Lu Tinka. He wasn't sure where she'd picked up this habit. Lately, whenever she had nothing to do, she loved patting his head, as if he were an actual child. But he He didn't dare show obvious reluctance, for Dou Meower's mischievous streak was merciless. If provoked, she would certainly pat him until he went bald. Before long, it was New Year's Eve. Early that morning, the two of them cleaned their already shabby home until it sparkled. Lutinka styled Dou Meower's hair into twin buns, the only hairstyle he knew how to do. Dou Meower had no choice but to accept it. They pasted bright red couplets on the door frames and set up a large bonfire in the courtyard using wooden poles. In the countryside, fireworks were a luxury most could not afford. Instead, families lit bonfires in their courtyards, believed that the larger the fire, the more prosperous the coming year. Last year, the Liu family had also built a bonfire, but they could only watch from inside their small room. Wang Shi feared they would steal away her family's luck and forbade them from approaching. This year, however, they had their own. The two prepared to make radish-filled dumplings for a few days prior. When they helped write spring festival couplets for others, they were given quite a few radishes as payment, so many that they nearly couldn't finish them all. Lutinka had never made dumplings before. Dou Meower asked him to help, but he ended up covered in flour. With no choice, she taught him hand in hand. Fortunately, Lutinka picked it up quickly, and the dumplings he made were even prettier than Dou Meower's. A trace of pride surfaced on his face. "See, I told you I learned everything quickly." "Indeed. Since you're so skilled, you finish them yourself. I'm going to deep fry meatballs." Lutinka. Of course, Dou Meower wasn't cruel enough to abandon him completely. Together, they finished making the dumplings. Hours of bustling activity passed unnoticed, and before they realized it, evening had fallen. Finally free from their chores, the two sat by the window gazing at the prepared dumplings, the chopped vegetables, the glowing red brazier, and the tidier room. A wave of emotion swept over them. "Lutinka, it's New Year's." "Amen. I haven't celebrated the New Year with someone like this in many years. Since my parents passed away, this has been the happiest New Year I've had in decades." "Thank you." Dou Meower didn't press further. She also spoke sincerely. "This has been the most festive New Year of my life as well. I'm very happy too." "Thank you." The two exchanged a smile, knowing that every word spoken between them came from the heart. "From now on, we'll celebrate every New Year together." "Well, that's not certain, is it?" Lutinka smiled faintly, then nodded. "Indeed, it's not certain." Dou Meower was about to retort that this old demon had no firm intention toward her at all when she heard him say calmly, "We'll have children someday. How many would you like to have?" "Dou Meower." Lutinka showed no concern for whether she wanted to answer. He continued, lost in his own vision. 3. The eldest should be a boy who can protect his younger siblings in the future. I'll teach him to read and write. I hope he stays as healthy as you. Then he can find a master to learn martial arts. He'll be clever and filial and help take care of his mischievous younger brother. The younger brother will be naughty and often get into trouble. I'll spank his bottom and you'll try to stop me. We'll argue, but in the end we'll make up. And we'll have a quirky little girl. Her 2 elder brothers will dote on her. She's clever and lovely. When she grows a bit older, matchmakers' representatives will trample over our doorstep. I'll chase those foolish boys away one by one." Whether because of his soothing voice or the vivid imagery, Dou Meower found herself drifting along with his words. The scene he described played out before her eyes. How wonderful it would be. Lutinka was unfazed, a smile playing on his lips, though his gaze grew resolute. "I will treat you well." His words left Dou Meower utterly flustered. She had never been at a loss for suitors. She had witnessed grand dramatic confessions before, but no one had ever made her blush and stutter with just a few simple sentences, especially not someone who was still a minor. She ultimately blamed it on Lutinka being too skilled at flirting. This old demon was indeed no good person. Anger suddenly welled up within her. "Who wants you to treat me well?" Lutinka looked thoroughly confused by her sudden outburst, but wisely chose not to ask further. "Tonight we stay up late for the New Year vigil. Would you like to take a short nap first?" At this hour she would normally be fast asleep. She did feel a bit sleepy, but more importantly, she didn't want to speak with him anymore. She was afraid she might truly be some kind of pervert for actually developing feelings for a minor. Soon her even breathing signaled that she had fallen asleep. Lutinka took out paper and ink. Gazing at her sleeping figure, he sketched 2 silhouettes seated across from each other by the window in just a few strokes. The girl's eyes curved into a smile. Behind them lay the dumplings and prepared vegetables. By the time the ink dried on the painting, the night had grown deep. Through the window, he could see the bonfires burning in other households around the village. He carefully folded the drawing and placed it into a small wooden box, then gently woke Dou Meower. "Time to boil the dumplings." Dou Meower rubbed her eyes and saw his fair, tender face right before her. Before she knew it, her hand had already reached out and patted his cheek. Lutinka worried she might catch a chill, draped an extra coat over her shoulders. They sat for a while longer before heading to the kitchen together. "Has everyone else at home already started eating?" "No rush. We won't be sleeping until the late watch anyway. There's still plenty of time." The dishes were all prepared, just 4 in total, needing only a quick stir-fry in the wok. The two of them boiled the dumplings and served 4 bowls, with the other 2 intended for Lu Dehai and his wife. Lutinka poured a cup of wine onto the ground. "Father, mother, sister Mir, probably reuniting with you now. Domiauer glanced at him, but said nothing. He continued, it's better that Sister Mir left early. She won't have to suffer those hardships anymore. Please don't blame her, as she owes me nothing. Furthermore, this son has encountered some extraordinary fortune. I wonder if it is because you are watching over me from the underworld. You sent me someone I cherish deeply. She has cared for me so well. My health has improved considerably, and I've even put on some weight. In short, I will live well. Please rest assured. Domiauer noticed the faint glistening in his eyes. She understood the profound significance Lu Dehai and his wife held for him. They were the only two people in this world who had treated him as their dearest treasure and loved him unconditionally, just as her own parents had been. That memory occupied a tiny corner of her mind, yet it was the most precious part. If you miss them, cried out. When I think of my parents, I cry too. There's no shame in that. Lutinka shook his head, yet no tears fell. He spoke calmly, I cannot cry. It has been too long. I have forgotten how. Those words hit Domiauer like a tear gas bomb. Her tears suddenly burst forth uncontrollably. She was the type of person who could go through 2 packs of tissues watching a movie, and Lutinka's current state was even more heart-wrenching than anything on screen. She wrapped her arms tightly around him in an embrace. Lutinka was taken aback for a moment, then gently patted her back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. Have you, Mr. Parents? Domiauer shook her head between sobs. No, I just feel so sorry for you. That answer caught him completely off guard. A faint smile touched his lips. I'm not pitiful. With you by my side now, I am truly joyful. To her surprise, hearing his words only made Domiauer cry harder. You're really good at this, at manipulating people's emotions. In your past life, you must have been a playboy. Domiauer truly was a mood killer. Lutinka found himself caught between laughter and frustration. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears, then asked earnestly, what does that mean? Manipulating emotions. Domiauer, seeing his sincere desire to learn, she finally stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. It means you're a gentle and considerate man. Although he didn't understand what playing with emotions meant, he knew perfectly well what a scoundrel was. The former term clearly carried no positive connotations. After finishing their meal, they walked out into the courtyard. They could still see that several households in the village who also ate dinner later than usual had just begun lighting their bonfires. Domiauer picked up a torch and without hesitation lit it directly. Let's burn away all the unhappiness. I hope to earn money next year. What about you? Lutinka pondered for a moment. Grow taller. Domiauer laughed out loud without restraint. Lutinka showed no offense. You won't grow any taller. Domiauer, what kind of joke is that? Lutinka remained silent, but his expression told her he was completely serious. For a girl of 15 or 16, Domiauer's height was not short. Yet she was deeply dissatisfied with remaining at this stature forever. After all, in her previous life, she had stood a full 1.70 meters tall, whereas now she could only manage about 1.60 meters. Could she really only ever breathe air at 1.60 meters height? Starting tomorrow morning, I'll get up to practice martial arts. Why, to grow taller. Lutinka's heart ached inwardly. Indeed, she might still grow another inch or so, but he sincerely hoped she would not. If he maintained his previous life's height, he would be less than 2 inches taller than her. Should she pile her hair into a top knot, she would match his height exactly. He detested this feeling. Had he known that in her past life Domiauer had been a stunning beauty, standing 1.70 meters, he would have found it even more detestable. Lutinka himself had barely reached nearly 1.70 meters in his previous life. The blazing bonfire cast a rosy glow upon both their young faces. Domiauer gazed at everything before her. Even now she sometimes doubted whether this world truly existed, whether it was merely an illusion conjured by her mind as an escape from the curse. Lost in her wandering thoughts, Lutinka produced a gift. Happy New Year. She had never expected it. Before the crackling bonfire, Lutinka opened the box, revealing only a single piece of paper inscribed with the characters Ching Ching. What does this mean? I know you are not her, so I do not wish to call you Mir. What I love is not that Mir either. You do not have a childhood name, do you? From now on, may I call you Ching Ching? Domiauer found herself reciting instinctively, Ching Ching is the caller of my scholar, distant, yet ever in my heart. You truly understand my heart. When you wore that hair ribbon, that day those lines came to mind immediately. The shopkeeper spoke truth. That fresh, vibrant hue suits only you. Domiauer, usually so articulate and quick-witted, found herself utterly speechless now. Her mind seemed to have turned to mush, unable to formulate any response. Lutinka gazed at her with burning intensity. This name marks a new beginning between us. No matter who we were before or what experiences we have endured, none of that matters. Let us begin from this very moment. It is the start of our lives. You are not my betrothed, and I will not force you with an official marriage document from the yamen. But I ask you to try being with me. Perhaps we truly are suited for one another. Her heart was profoundly moved. She was a soul from another dimension entirely, not anyone else. She was not Lutinka's child bride, and to anyone she bore no responsibility or obligation. Truthfully, the Yaman's marriage document had been a tremendous burden. If Lutinka had insisted upon it, she would have had no recourse whatsoever, for with that document in hand, she would have been little different from having sold herself to him. Now he willingly proposed to abandon it, sending shockwaves through her heart. Yet upon her face, as though her brain had lost its command, only a dazed and stunned expression remained. Lutinka smiled and took her hand. Since you say nothing, I shall take it as your agreement. Do Meower's mind thundered and clattered as though struck by an earthquake. She could not fathom what thoughts had raced through her brief seconds. In any case, good heavens, how could this ancient demon be so devastatingly charming? Today her emotions had surged and ebbed beyond measure. This indescribable array of feelings surpassed everything she had experienced combined across her entire previous life. Lutinka observed her exasperation and embarrassment clearly. Without thinking, he traced a gentle scratch across her palm with his finger, causing Do Meower's cheeks to flush crimson at once. You? Let us first relate as brother and sister. After you come of age we shall discuss other matters. Very well. Do Meower knew not that when she spoke of coming of age, she meant 18, whereas for Lutinka, it meant 15. On the morning of New Year's Day, Do Meower discovered a red envelope beneath her pillow containing only 3 copper coins. I have spent all my private savings. These are merely the last 3 copper coins I possess. As she spoke, she rose to dress, showing no intention of peering beneath her own pillow. Aren't you going to check whether I prepared something for you? Lutinka did not even turn his head. Then did you prepare anything? Do Meower replied with unshaken composure, no. She had also finished dressing, and while Lutinka combed her hair, she offered an excuse. Our region has no custom of giving lucky money during the new year. I see. We do have such a custom here. The two quickly warmed the leftover rice from the previous night and set out for New Year greetings. They had intended only to visit the Lin family and then third granduncle's residence, but were surprised to find third granduncle's home overflowing with visitors. They had planned merely to exchange pleasantries and leave, yet third granduncle pressed 2 red envelopes into their hands. Though they felt light, containing only a few copper coins each, they were tokens of goodwill. Not every child in the village received such gifts. Today everyone had donned new clothing, especially the young girls who had dressed themselves in what they considered their most beautiful attire. Before Do Meower arrived, the silk flower hats worn by the 2 sisters of Xiao Yin'er had already drawn considerable admiration. Few families in the village could afford silk flowers, and finely crafted ones were exceedingly rare. When Do Meower appeared wearing translucent hair ribbons and jade earrings, she sparked intense envy among the girls. They recalled how plain she had once looked, now dressed so elegantly. She possessed jewelry they would never dare to buy in their lifetime. Sister Mira, you've come. I gave one of the silk flowers you gifted me to my cousin. You wouldn't be displeased, would you? Of course not. Once I gave it to you, it is yours to do with as you please. What reason do I have to be unhappy? Moreover, Sister Linger looked lovely wearing it. As she spoke, she cast a deliberate glance at Lutinka, clearly mocking him for his earlier objection to her purchasing that very silk flower for him. He simply pretended not to notice. Heard you were out working like a man selling Spring Festival couplets these past days. Must have made a pretty fortune to gift such an expensive silk flower away so readily. The speaker was Lu Er, who wore a pink silk flower today, matching Xiao Yin'er's. However, her craftsmanship was far inferior, making the comparison embarrassingly obvious. She would have been better off without it. Upon learning the flower was a gift from Do Meower, her anger intensified. Such an expensive item given away so carelessly, yet she had never seen such generosity from Do Meower, despite living under their roof for over a year. Do Meower had no desire to squabble with these immature girls, but she particularly loathed Lu Er. Her own earnings. Why should she be judged for whom she chose to gift them? Furthermore, her remarks were utterly unreasonable. How was selling in public any different from a man's work? Do Meower deliberately set out to provoke her. Indeed, it wasn't particularly expensive. Only half a tael of silver. It's the new year, what harm is there in giving a gift to a good friend? Half a tael? Xiao Yin'er immediately felt her head grow heavy. She had suspected the flower might be costly, but never imagined it so dearly. Ordinary silk flowers cost merely 20 to 30 when this one was 10 times that price. Sister Meower, this is far too expensive. It's nothing. You've helped me so much, it's merely a silk flower, hardly worth anything. Wear it with peace of mind. At this, everyone understood she had truly earned a considerable sum of silver. Seeing Lu Er's furiously envious expression filled Do Meower with satisfaction. Second heir, hasn't your third brother Bao also begun attending the private school? Your second aunt often boasts about how clever the teacher finds him. Next New Year you could have Bao write and sell couplets as well. You're 14 now, are you not? Work diligently for just these few days, and by the time of your marriage, saving a dowry of 10 plus taels of silver will be well within reach. Lu Er's eyes lit up at the prospect, but she stubbornly retorted, even if I could earn mountains of silver, I would never venture abroad dressed like a man. That is unseemly and unladylike. I am not yet married, so I am hardly a lady. Moreover, if I do not sell the couplets myself, how would I know where the money actually goes? I never realized you had such cunning thoughts. Domira chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, thank you indeed. After exchanging New Year greetings, they intended to depart, but had scarcely walked a short distance when Lou de Bao appeared before them. Long time no see, dear younger brother. Indeed it has been a while. Lou de Bao was now 17 and carried himself like a petty thug. Last year he had apprenticed under a carpenter in town, returning home only after the autumn harvest. Intercepting them now certainly boded no good. Heard you made quite a profit this year. After living off our family, eating and drinking at our expense for a full year, don't you think it's time to settle the score? How do you propose we settle it? Lou de Bao sneered. Food and lodging, I'll say 10 taels. Furthermore, my father was injured because of you. Medical expenses, another 10 taels. Domira stepped forward to argue, but Lu Tinka held her back. After our parents passed, everything in our home was taken by your family. Very little has been returned. I'll say that is worth 10 taels. Last year you also cultivated our land and took all the harvest, leaving us nothing. 10 taels. Additionally, father's livelihood as a traveling peddler was taken by second uncle, another 10 taels. After calculations, your family still owes us 10 taels. You little bastard dares to. He paused mid-sentence, glancing around. This path was seldom traveled, and once certain no one was nearby, his features twisted into menace. Only moved out a few days, and already you think yourself too powerful. Lutinka pulled Domira backward. You would do well to leave now, or you will regret it. Regret? I have never regretted anything in my life. You ought to have died with your cheap whore of a mother. Now you not only conspire to have my father beaten, but the moment you move out you start making money. You little bastard are cunning indeed. During your time leeching off our family, you looked like a sickly ghost every day. Why didn't you earn some money to prolong your own wretched life? Today I shall teach you your father's replacement a lesson you ungrateful little wolf deserves. While he spoke, Lutinka continued pulling Domira backward. Yet she refused to yield ground. Watching the two struggle against each other, Lou de Bao leered. What's the matter? Want to settle this with your older brother? Never noticed it before, but you've grown into a pretty girl. That little bastard isn't much to look at, and with his frail body he won't last long. Why not join your brother? I'll show you what true pleasure feels like. Enraged, Domira wrenched free from Lutinka's grasp. Let me show you what pleasure truly is. Domira delivered a swift kick directly to Lou de Bao's groin, causing him to instantly curl into a ball, like a shrimp writhing in pain so intense that he could not utter a single word. Playing with my brother is indeed delightful. Lutinka's legs went weak at the sight. Let's go. Wait a moment. Domira punched Lou de Bao squarely in the face, knocking him unconscious. Then she pulled out his belt, bound his hands and feet together, stuffed his own sock into his mouth, and shoved him into the pile of straw nearby. With a grimace, she grabbed a handful of snow to rub her hands clean. The man who can teach me pleasure hasn't been born yet. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today, or I'd make sure you never sire children. All right, let's go. Lutinka watched in growing unease. Her brutality was escalating with each encounter. He had thought Lu Jiang's fate was tragic, but now it seemed Lu Jiang was merely the beginning. Lou de Bao is just a petty thug. In the village he's been notorious for stealing chickens, molesting young women, and peeping on bathing girls. That's why no family will betroth their daughter to him. In the future, if you encounter someone like him, don't confront him directly. Even though you know some martial arts, you're still a girl. It's easy to be at a disadvantage when fighting a man. Domira frowned at him. Lutinka, are you looking down on me? Even if there were 10 more scumbags like Lou de Bao, I wouldn't be afraid at all, you know. Lutinka sighed. That just means you're bold. Women are naturally weaker than men in physical strength, and what if they resort to some dirty tricks? Domira said smugly, coincidentally the moves I've mastered best are precisely the dirty ones, especially the groin kick. No matter which direction I'm facing, as long as they're within 3 feet of me, I'll hit the target with absolute certainty. Lutinka, I wonder what kind of master could produce a disciple like you. The master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. I'm just exceptionally talented. Although she was supremely confident in her skills, Lutinka didn't take it seriously. He could tell she had led a carefree life. Her so-called prowess was surely never tested by real danger, merely flattery from others. Against a lowlife like Lou de Bao, she could gain an advantage, but what if she encountered a true martial artist in the future? The thought gave him a headache. By evening, the Liu family realized Lou de Bao had not returned for dinner. After searching fruitlessly, Ernie finally mentioned that Lou de Bao had said he was going to see Lutinka. Wang Shi stormed into Lutinka's home in a fury, with Lu Jiang and Lu grandmother following close behind. Lu grandfather looked troubled. The matter is not yet clear. Let's talk this through calmly. My de Bao is missing, and they are the ones who harmed him. Lu Ernie, if you don't hand over my de Bao today, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Shi's loud outburst drew a crowd, all asking what had happened. She began to wail and sob, recounting her grievances between tears and mucus. Lutinka sighed. Second Aunt Louie came straight home after visiting third granduncle today and stayed in all day. We never saw Lou DeBeo, and he never came to my house. Believe it or not, that's the truth. Impossible. My brother said he was coming to find you. I don't recall having such a close relationship with Lou DeBeo. Why would he come looking for me? Lou Ernie couldn't exactly say it was for robbery. How? How should I know? Anyway, he definitely came to see you. Hand over my brother, or you'll be sorry. A crowd blocked the entrance to Lou Tinka's home. Considering that Lou Tinka had helped the entire village write spring festival couplets before the new year, no one was stirring up trouble. Some even spoke up for him. Maybe he went back to town on an errand. Or perhaps he went to play with a close friend. DeBeo is 17, a grown boy. How could he just disappear? Everyone thought the same. It wasn't a 3 or 5-year-old child. He was 17. What could really happen? But Wang Shi was relentless, throwing a wild tantrum and even smashing the only water vat in Lou Tinka's yard. Finally, the villagers had no choice but to light lanterns and help her search. Half an hour later, Lou DeBeo was dug out of a pile of firewood mistaken for a stray cat. My poor DeBeo, who did this to you? I'll skin them alive. Lou DeBeo, starved for a day and bound for hours, could barely stand. Mother, it was that little wretch and that girl. Wang Shi was furious. She immediately set off to confront Lou Tinka. Stop right there. Lou grandfather erupted in a rare fit of rage. How old are those two children? How could they possibly overpower DeBeo? Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You're just jealous that they earned some money this year, and you're willing to spout such lies. If you dare to make trouble for earning you today, I'll go back and divorce you on behalf of second son. Wang Shi had never seen Lou grandfather so angry. She turned to look at Lou grandmother, who was also taken aback, but unafraid of Lou grandfather. So you're saying DeBeo tied himself up like that? You say those two are too young to harm DeBeo, but I think otherwise. That little wretch is just as cunning as his mother. And when has DeBeo ever lied to me? They've trampled all over you, and you still keep silent. Do you still think you're their grandfather? Lou grandfather trembled with rage. What business is it of yours whether I'm Ernieu's grandfather? Ernieu and Meower. Could they have beaten DeBeo? You know the answer in your heart. If you want to find the real culprit and seek justice, I won't stop you. But keep your twisted ideas away from Ernieu. I've turned a blind eye to your favoritism all along, but now Ernieu has been separated from the family, and eldest brother and his wife are dead. What more do you want? The children are not to blame for the past. Wang Shi, I'm telling you, if you dare to bother Ernieu today, I'll send you back to the Wang family immediately. Just see if I dare. Lou grandfather's speech was impassioned, his face red and neck bulging with veins. It was clear he was truly furious. Only then did Lou grandmother feel genuine fear, sensing that this time he was serious. She found a face-saving exit, scolding Wang Shi. Hurry up and help DeBeo home. We'll find out who bullied our DeBeo and make them pay. The Lou family followed Lou grandfather back home, leaving the villagers wide-eyed. They remarked that the sun must rise from the west tomorrow. Who knew that Lou grandfather, usually so mild-mannered, could actually put Lou grandmother in her place when he lost his temper? Back at the Lou home, Lou DeBeo swore on heaven that it was indeed Lou Tinka and Do Meower. But Lou grandfather was adamant, repeating only one word: I don't believe it. Finally, he issued a stern warning: anyone who troubled Lou Tinka would be driven out of the family. Anyone who doubted it could try. Everyone could see that Lou grandfather was not joking. Lou DeBeo had no choice but to harbor this grudge in his heart, not daring to challenge Lou grandfather at that moment. They had naturally also heard about old man Lou losing his temper on the street. Do Meower could not help but reform her opinion of him somewhat. At least one sane person has finally emerged from that bundle of oddballs in the Lou family. Lou Tinka did not respond, instead saying, let us pack and move within these next few days. The examinations will begin after the 15th day of the first lunar month. I would rather avoid the rush of relocating later. There is not much to pack anyway. Once we have rented the courtyard over there, we will move. The two wasted no time. On the third day of the new year, they went to the real estate agency. It happened to be during the spring festival, and the agency was nearly empty, with only the two of them as customers. The man who received them was the same middle-aged gentleman with a handlebar mustache from last time. They recognized him as soon as they walked in. Have you two already made your decision? Do Meower let out an amazed laugh. Uncle, you have sharp eyes. You recognized us at a glance. In my line of work, I may lack other skills, but recognizing people is my only real strength. Lou Tinka went straight to the point. Has that house been rented out yet? Not yet. You have come early. Most people do not look for rental properties until after the first month. Lou Tinka did not ask further questions and made his decision on the spot. After all these years in the business, I have rarely met someone as straightforward as you, young sir. I trust your reputation, Uncle Son. The mustached man laughed heartily. Young sir speaks truly. I, Son Seer, have conducted this trade for so many years without ever cheating a single customer. With that, Son Seer retrieved the keys. Shall I take you to view the property now? The streets were not crowded. Most people were visiting relatives. After walking for about 30 minutes, they arrived at a narrow alley. This is Osmanthus Alley. Mingfeng Academy is just one street away, a walk of less than 15 minutes. Sun Seer opened the main gate. It was clear that someone had cleaned it, and it did not appear particularly dirty. It was an independent courtyard with 2 side rooms, a kitchen, a woodshed for storing firewood and miscellaneous items, and a small garden. The greatest advantage was that the house came with its own privy. Sun Seer explained, there are only 3 houses on this entire street that come with private outhouses. The rest must use the public facility in the middle of the street. Therefore, this courtyard is somewhat more expensive than comparable ones, but the money is well spent. Would you not agree, miss? Domira nodded. If she had to trek so far every day to use a public latrine, she would never rent it no matter what. These furnishings were left by the previous owner and now belong to the agency. If you do not mind using them, you may keep them as they are. If you would prefer them removed, just let me know and I will arrange for someone to take them away. The 2 inspected the courtyard thoroughly inside and out and were very satisfied. Sun Seer immediately handed the keys to Lu Tinka. Normally, the rent requires a half-year deposit, and the furniture would also need a security deposit. However, you 2 are my first clients this year, and I trust you both. You need not pay a deposit. Simply pay the half-year rent first, then sign and seal the lease agreement. The local yamen has not yet opened for the new year. I will go file the registration myself in a few days. Then thank you, Uncle Sun. Lu Tinka signed the documents. Domira paid, and after seeing Sun see off, the 2 began discussing what they needed to purchase. Although they had tried to cut expenses as much as possible after tallying everything up, it was still a considerable sum. Finally, the 2 disagreed on the sleeping arrangements. They were certain to stay in the east wing, which received better sunlight. However, the east wing had 2 bedrooms, a master and a secondary one, which would have been perfect. But Lu Tinka insisted that they sleep in the same bedroom. There are rooms available. Men and women should maintain proper distance. Have you swallowed all your teachings of the sages? The master bedroom has a heated brick bed, while the secondary bedroom only has a regular bed. It is winter now. Are you sure you want to sleep on a bed? Domira thought about it. If she patted the bed more heavily and placed a hand warmer inside the covers, it probably would not be too cold. I am sure. Lu Tinka glanced at her and said with a meaningful tone, very well. After returning to the village, they first went to the Lin family, hoping to borrow their donkey cart to help with the move. When asked what they planned to do with the house, Lu Tinka, who had no intention of returning, said they would sell it if someone suitable came along. Uncle Lin thought it over, and they decided to buy it. The Lin family's house was built at the foot of the mountain. Not only was it somewhat distant from the village, but it was also dangerous. There had been a year when wolves had descended the mountain and eaten Aunt Lin's fattest pig. They had been too full to harm anyone. Then the 2 went together to see third granduncle. Upon hearing that Lu Tinka was moving away, he first thought of the Lu Debeo incident and was just about to begin his earnest persuasion, but Lu Tinka shook his head. It is not about that. I need to go to town to study, and I am worried about Mia living alone. Third granduncle had no way to refute this reason. A young girl living by herself was indeed unsafe. Then you need not necessarily sell the house. What if? Third granduncle, I am certain I will not return to live in the village. But do not overthink it. The family registry still exists and my parents' graves are still in the village. Lu village will forever be my home. Seeing Lu Tinka's resolute expression, third granduncle felt a twinge of regret. Back then they had all misjudged this frail-looking child. Although he had not yet entered any academy, he had an intuition that the young boy sitting across from him was the very carp destined to leap over the dragon gate. If only they had been a little kinder to him back then. Third granduncle could only nod in the end. Your elder Chongawe's health has been poor. He plans to settle the family affairs clearly before he passes. Some days ago your Uncle Hai came to me asking for a plot of land to build on. By the rules, your house should be offered to your Uncle Hai first. But since you have mentioned it, give it directly to Uncle Lin. With a single statement, third granduncle had pleased both Uncle Lin and Lu Tinka. Indeed, someone who could serve as the village head was different from ordinary villagers. After the 2 left, Domira said, Third granduncle seems to strongly oppose your selling the house. Naturally he does. If I achieve success in the future, I will have little connection to Lu village. Such was indeed the case. In his previous life, after he passed the provincial examination, people from Lu village came to invite him back to celebrate. At that time his house had not yet been sold, and they intended to erect a commemorative banner honoring his scholarly achievement. But he had refused. He did not want to share even a fraction of his glory with those who had coldly watched him struggle through hardship. If a meritorious banner for a successful candidate had been erected in the village, Lu village's status would have risen considerably. Marriages for the younger generation would have become smoother, and everyone who left the village would have gained face. At that time he had thought, why should his efforts serve the vanity of people who had nothing to do with him? So he simply picked up his bundle and went directly to the capital. But after going through so much, Lu Tinka now understood that everyone has roots. Especially in the eyes of the world, betraying one's clan is an even greater sin than filial impiety. Back then he was shunned everywhere in the capital, Even when he sought to attach himself to a noble family, no one was willing to take him in. This was likely one of the reasons. Consider how could someone who cares nothing for his own clan be trusted to truly devote himself to you. Moreover, Do Miaoer was right in saying that helping is a favor, not helping is one's duty. Why must others sympathize and assist him? Thinking that he too had once mistaken favors for duty, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did this prove that he couldn't shake off the inherent flaws of the Liu family? What are you thinking about? Nothing, just thinking how clever my Ching is. Who's yours? Have some shame. Let's figure out what we need to move, Lu Tinka said with a smile. That night Lin, who delivered the 5 taels of silver for the house. Lu Tinka didn't ask for more. In fact, he could have sold it for 7 taels if he wanted. The Lin family was grateful. Though they weren't short of 2 taels now, it was the goodwill that truly comforted the heart. If you need any help, just say so. Don't stand on ceremony. They had set the move for the 5th day of the month. The house was bare with little to move, just 4 sets of bedding, pots and pans, grain, and some vegetables. 2 of the beddings were brand new, left behind by Mu Ziyu during his last stay. The most abundant items were the firewood they had gathered, but even that wasn't much. Only a cartload. They would ask Lin who to deliver it when he had time. Third granduncle knew that Xiao Yin'er and Do Miaoer were close, so he asked her to help. Do Miaoer didn't refuse, as she understood his intention. Though there was little work left, she still let Xiao Yin'er accompany them to the new house to get acquainted. Arriving at Osmanthus Lane, they quickly arranged their belongings and cooked lunch there. Do Miaoer said with a smile, "Whenever you come to town for business, feel free to rest here. I'll make sure you have a full meal." Sister Miaoer, I wouldn't dare eat too much of your food. Fine grains are expensive and my family only cooks them on holidays. If I came here, wouldn't every day be like New Year's? So what? I'm the one providing the food, and I'm not the one complaining. Why are you worrying about it? Lin, who was more practical. This house seems to have been vacant for a while. The Kong isn't working well. I'll tear it down and rebuild it later. For now, don't sleep on the Kong tonight. They worked until nearly dark before the Kong in the East Room was finally built. Originally, they wanted the 2 to stay overnight, but Xiao Yin'er was a girl and hadn't told her family she would be staying. So they hurried back to the village before sunset. The bed in the secondary room was a double bed, probably where the original owners slept in summer. The bed was no larger than the Kong, and after laying out 2 sets of bedding, it was still a bit cramped. The 2 quilts lay tightly side by side. Although it was only separated from the main room by a wall, it was noticeably colder. They placed hand warmers under the covers. As the bedding gradually warmed, drowsiness set in. They were truly exhausted from the day. In the middle of the night, Lu Tinka woke up. Looking down, he saw that Do Miaoer had slipped her feet into his quilt, and it seemed she was trying to squeeze her entire body over. Her hands and feet were icy cold. The hot water in the hand warmer had probably cooled by now. No wonder she felt cold. Lu Tinka carefully pulled her into his own quilt, warming her cold feet with his legs. But he was much shorter than her, and in this position he was once again cuddling like a little bird, making it look as if Do Miaoer was holding him. No choice, he endured it. Listening to the girl's steady breathing, he tightened his arms around her soft waist and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Do Miaoer discovered they were sleeping together and directly grabbed Lu Tinka's ear to wake him up. "You old demon. You took advantage of me while I was asleep in the middle of the night. Have you no shame?" Lu Tinka covered his ear with his hand. "You'd better first see who took advantage of whom." Do Miaoer looked closely and realized that she had crawled into his bed. But how could Do Miaoer be the type to admit faults so easily? "You old lecher. You didn't even refuse a woman throwing herself into your arms. Do you have any principles? Any boundaries?" She said this, but her hand let go of his ear. Lu Tinka quickly rubbed his ear. She really had been a bit rough. "If your hands and feet weren't like ice last night, I wouldn't have wanted to sleep with you. You held me so tight it was suffocating." As soon as he said that, Do Miaoer realized that he knew everything that had happened when they were forced to share a quilt. He had deliberately been laughing at her in his heart. "Aya, I want to beat him to death. Lu Tingku. You said just a few days ago that you'd be good to me, and now you're complaining. You really were lying to me. You jerk." Lu Tinka. He sighed helplessly, got up, and began to dress. "I'll make breakfast." Do Miaoer snorted, turned her back, and ignored him, but the slight curl of her lips betrayed her good mood. She knew the game, even without personal experience. In the online world, what hadn't she seen? What to do when you're in the wrong. Naturally act cute, and shamelessly deny it. After all, she was a little fairy. Didn't she deserve to save face? Lu Tinka, fully dressed, suddenly leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Was Ching Ching just acting cute? So adorable." Do Miaoer. This shameless old demon. She wanted to kill him even more. What should she do? But before she could act, Lin, who came driving his cart early in the morning. "We're not in a hurry for the firewood. You arrived so early. You must have left at daybreak, right? Have you eaten? We just finished. The porridge is still warm. Would you like some?" "No need. I came today to help you rebuild the Kong in the West Wing. In case Tinka has classmates visiting, it would be inconvenient otherwise. Also, I need to fix the kitchen. When I saw the stove yesterday, it seemed to have some problems." I'll help you get everything done. Lin, who was a straightforward man. After speaking, he began unloading the cart. As soon as he moved the firewood into the woodshed, he went to the west wing. He worked for most of the day and finished by the afternoon. Before it got dark, he rushed back to the village without stopping. Do Meower couldn't help but sigh. Brother Huzi is truly a good man. It's hard to find people like him nowadays. Is that so? Do Meower, still holding a grudge against him, deliberately said, Of course. Much better than someone like you who is scheming and all talk. Lu Tinka laughed immediately. Then I was truly farsighted. Knowing I'm not good enough, I stamped my mark on you first. Now no matter how good others are, they have nothing to do with you. What mark? Lu Ting looked at her. Ching, only a woman's parents or husband would help her choose a childhood name. If you don't want me to be your husband, then what do you want me to be? Lu Ting, you don't need to test the boundaries of getting beaten. If your skin is itching, just say so. Lu Ting dared not tease her further. He broke into a broad grin, not the usual subtle curl of his lips, but one so wide his eyes disappeared. Ching, I'm truly overjoyed. We have our own home now. Do Meower couldn't bear his sudden sentimentality. No matter how angry she was, whenever he genuinely opened up, half her anger would simply melt away. What do you mean, our own home? We're renting this place. Then when we have enough money, we'll buy it. But I don't care. This is our home. Without those annoying people around, we can do whatever we want, free and easy. Do Meower rolled her eyes. Lu Ting, are you really being cute with me right now? Rarely did he blush, yet he maintained his composure, acting as though he were perfectly at ease. Then, do you think I'm cute, Ching? Do Meower. Was he addled by the move? Had he left his brains behind in Lu village? Seeing Do Meower completely unmoved by his charm, Lu Ting grew awkward himself, cleared his throat twice, and rose to tidy up the house. Since Lin, who suggested the Eastern Kong, needed another day to air out, the two slept once again in the secondary bedroom. Lu Ting asked pointedly, wouldn't it be easier to just come to my side? Otherwise you'll crawl into my blankets in the middle of the night and not even recognize me in the morning. A single killing glare from Do Meower successfully silenced him. In the dead of night, he skillfully pulled her into his arms, warming her cold hands and feet. Just before dawn, he quietly slipped into her now cool blankets, pretending he had spent the entire night at her side. When Do Meower woke, she found Lu Ting sleeping on the other side of the bed. Before she could process what was happening, his eyes fluttered open. Good morning, Ching. Did you sleep well last night? She said nothing, but her expression spoke volumes. What was this about? After you fell asleep last night, you kept hogging my blanket, so I gave it to you, and took yours instead. Do Meower said nothing, and suddenly grabbed his ear. Didn't I say I'd be up early to practice martial arts? Why didn't you wake me? Lu Ting, I miscalculated. Do Meower was equally furious inside. She had once suffered from terrible insomnia and severe nervous exhaustion. Terrified of dying in her sleep, she would lie awake all night, and eventually rely on sleeping pills just to drift off. If she had truly tried to overdose on them, a whole bottle probably wouldn't have killed her. But ever since arriving here, her sleep quality had completely reversed, causing her to repeatedly embarrass herself. It made her suspect that Lu Ting might be the reincarnation of sleeping pills themselves. While Lu Ting warmed the food, Do Meower practiced military boxing in the courtyard. He stoked the fire and watched her, realizing he may have underestimated her. Her skills were far from mere show. Yet seeing such a delicate young girl wielding such fierce techniques was truly, strangely harmonious. At the table, Lu Ting asked, Who is your master? He was a top-tier special forces soldier, the absolute best among the best. After he retired due to injury, I recruited him as my master. Lu Ting looked at her. If he's so skilled, why would he agree to teach a little girl like you? Obviously because I have money. Am I amazing, or what? Watching her proud expression, Lu Ting said, You haven't given me your New Year's gift yet, Ching. What do you want? Let me practice with you. It wasn't that Do Meower looked down on him. It was his fragile frame. Was he sure he wasn't trying to harm himself? You can't. My master said people with poor physical condition shouldn't learn this. Even my current body struggles with it. I'm starting from scratch tomorrow to avoid injury. You definitely can't do it. Lu Ting knew his own body. Despite eating well and staying warm for the past 6 months without illness, he had been born with congenital weakness, naturally more frail than ordinary people. Practicing martial arts was simply unthinkable. As she said, even she thought he couldn't do it. He fell silent and bowed his head to eat. Do Meower couldn't stand seeing him like that, hurt but refusing to speak. After the meal, he quietly cleared the dishes, and her sympathy overwhelmed her. Living under the same roof made it impossible to simply pretend he wasn't there. Fine, tomorrow I'll teach you a set suited to your abilities, but you'd better be smart about it, or I'll actually hit you. Lu Ting's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Can I truly practice martial arts? Stop dreaming, weakling. There's no martial arts for you. Just basic exercises to build strength, nothing more than what any ordinary person could do. Train hard, and after a year, fetching water and chopping wood will be your chores too. Since Lu Ting was so frail, Do Meower had shouldered all the heavy labor like chopping wood and drawing water. Now she made it clear. If she taught him these exercises, his responsibilities would grow by 2 more tasks. Lu Ting smiled. Naturally. I feel terrible every time you have to do such heavy work. Dou Miao rolled her eyes. Shut up. She had never considered teaching Lu Ting Tai Chi until today. Honestly, she herself had neglected her practice for months. She had learned combat skills out of necessity to survive, but now that life was stable aside from poverty, she had simply forgotten to reclaim that strength. The reason Dou Miao knew Tai Chi traced back to her uncle, who had practiced it since his youth. He believed in its profound philosophy and the mastery that could theoretically achieve the impossible. He wished to study Tai Chi in an attempt to break the curse upon the Dou family. After their parents passed, young Dou Miao lived with her uncle and was dragged into daily practice. But in the end, her uncle still left. 3 days remained before his 31st birthday. Dou Miao waited as usual for him to call her to train, but he never came. He never would. From that day forward, Dou Miao never practiced Tai Chi again. The combat arts she learned were not the orthodox kind used in competitions, but rather a ruthless, decisive, and ferocious style. A brutal art of survival filled with vicious and unscrupulous tactics. She told herself she was strong enough to face death without fear. But the next morning Dou Miao did not rise as scheduled, for she had fallen ill. Since the heated brick bed had already dried, she insisted on sleeping separately, forcing Lu Tinka to take the main chamber. He had long anticipated that sleeping in the guest room might expose him to a chill, so on the very day she proposed separate sleeping quarters, he had secretly purchased medicine for cold and wind invasion as a precaution. Partly to lightly avenge how she had once compelled him to swallow bitter medicine, and more importantly to make her realize that he was indeed the smarter one. Taking his advice every now and then would do her no harm. But he never expected her illness to be this severe. Lu Tinka could not help but regret it. If he had known, he would have slept in the guest room himself. He quickly took a cold towel to bring down her fever, for if she kept burning like this it could cost her life. He repeated the process over and over, replacing the towel, wiping her forehead, her palms, and her chest. Of course with absolutely no improper thoughts, only a sincere desire to cool her down. He pulled her clothes down only to just below the collarbone. He would never take advantage of a vulnerable moment. Lu Tinka made it clear to himself that he had his limits. While the cold towel worked on reducing her fever, the medicine was also ready. But even in her delirious state, she spat out every spoonful. Finally at a loss, Lu Tinka had no choice but to gulp a mouthful himself and feed it to her mouth to mouth. Dou Miao frowned deeply at the bitterness, and his face contorted into a grimace as well. My first kiss across 2 lifetimes is gone because of you, and I nearly vomited. And you still frown. I am the one who suffered the loss. He attempted to move her onto the brick bed, but discovered he could not lift her. She looks so slender. Why is she this heavy? After more than an hour of fussing, sweating profusely, Dou Miao's temperature finally dropped somewhat, and she regained consciousness. You caught a chill from lying on the cold floor. Go lie on the brick bed. This won't do. In the end, with tremendous effort, Lu Tinka managed to help her to the brick bed, then brought out a bowl of dark medicine. Time to take your medicine. I just want hot water. I don't need medicine. Dou Miao looked thoroughly resistant. Lu Tinka produced a spoonful of sugar to coax her. It won't be bitter, I promise you. If you get another fever, you might burn your brain away. Between becoming an imbecile and swallowing medicine, Dou Miao chose the latter. After taking the medicine, she grew drowsy once more. Stay here and wait for me. Shall I go buy you some candied fruit? She murmured a vague unaware that Lu Tinka would return not only with candied fruit, but also with a physician. The old doctor took her pulse and immediately identified wind cold invading the body. Lu Tinka was merely worried. Why had it become so serious? This young lady likely appears quite healthy and seldom falls ill, correct? That's right. She hardly ever gets sick, not even once a year. Then that explains it. She appears robust on the surface, but her constitution is actually weak. If she does not fall ill, nothing shows. But when she does, her condition will be far more severe than an ordinary person's. However, it is hardly a grave ailment. She is still young. With half a month of proper rest and nourishment, she will recover without lasting harm. Lu Tinka's heart finally settled. Seizing the moment, Dou Miao spoke up. My constitution is fine. I don't need so much medicine. Just let me recuperate naturally. Please don't prescribe anything. Lu Tinka ignored her. Dr. Bai, please go ahead and write the prescription. Lu Tinka. Dr. Bai chuckled dismissively and asked, may I ask, young sir, what is your relationship with this young lady? She is my betrothed. Is there something improper about that? Dr. Bai glanced at Dou Miao. Young sir, kindly follow this old man to the outer room for a word. Watching the two leave, Dou Miao was instantly panicked. Could she be suffering from some terminal illness? In the outer room, Dr. Bai asked, has this young lady ever experienced her monthly cycle? Seeing that Lu Tinka was quite young, the doctor assumed he did not understand what menstruation meant, and was about to explain when he heard the answer yes. Lu Tinka suddenly remembered that Dou Miao indeed had never had her period. She was already 16 years old, by all rights. She should have started long ago. He had truly overlooked this matter. Dr. Bai said this young lady suffers from severe constitutional weakness, and she has been exposed to cold. That is why her cycle has been delayed. If not properly nurtured, it may affect her ability to bear children. In fact, it could endanger both mother and child. Lu Tinka recalled those past days. During her over a year in the Lu family, she had rarely had a proper meal. And before that, at her own home, regardless of season, she had washed clothes in icy well water. How could she not have been chilled? So in his previous life, she had died in childbirth after marrying Lu Debao. Can her illness be completely cured? With proper rest and nurturing over several years, it is not a serious matter, especially given her youth. However, she must not conceive within the next 3 years. Lu Tinka nodded. I understand. Please write the prescription. Dr. Bai said, it seems the young lady is quite reluctant to take medicine. Our pharmacy can prepare it as pills, which are also more convenient to carry. The cost will be slightly higher, but young sir may wish to consider it. After seeing off Dr. Bai, Do Mirror was utterly distraught. Lu Tinka, am I suffering from some incurable disease? In an era where even a common cold could be fatal, she felt beyond saving. Did she still cannot escape the fate of dying before 30, no matter where she went? In over a month her soul would turn 31, would it not? Was she only left with a month of life? She closed her eyes, yet the tears still streamed from the corners, and sorrow spread through her like a tide. Lu Tinka was utterly bewildered. You? What is wrong with you? Lu Tinka, do I only have a month to live? What nonsense are you spouting? As long as you take your medicine properly, you can live for decades. Do Mirror wept silently. Do not deceive me. I know no medicine can save me. We have known each other for barely half a year. You need not waste silver on my account. Let it be. Lu Tinka. Do Mirror gazed at the bare ceiling as though all strength had drained from her. Lu Tinka, do you know that every single member of my family dies at 30? For hundreds of years, not a single exception. I have been to many dangerous places and done many perilous things. I told myself I was not afraid of death, but I am still so afraid. I fear dying namelessly, just as all my relatives did. So that day when I could have saved myself, I had a spare parachute, but I did not open it. I thought I could choose how I left. But then I found myself in this world. I thought everything was over, that I could start anew, like an ordinary person. But she could no longer hold back and broke down into sobbing. But I am still going to die. I cannot choose when I die, but why can I not even choose how? What? Lu Tinka sat beside her, carefully wiping away her tears and snot with a cloth before speaking softly. Dr. Bai only asked whether your menstrual cycle had returned. Since you are a young woman, she feared you might feel embarrassed, so she asked me to step outside to discuss it. Do Mirror's sobbing fell silent, abruptly replaced by a raging fury. Lu Tinka, I will kill you. Lu Tinka said wrongly. I told you to simply take the medicine properly, but you refused to believe me. You are still very weak. Rest well, and I will go fetch your medicine. Fetch what medicine? I am not going to die anyway, just let me die. She buried her face into the quilts, but Lu Tinka pulled her head out again. You have embarrassed yourself in front of me more than once or twice. What is there to be shy about? If he had kept his mouth shut, all would have been fine. But the moment he opened it, Do Mirror grew even angrier. Spotting his hand, she bit down fiercely. Lu Tinka's temple throbbed with a visible vein. He had assumed she lacked the strength to resist, which is why he dared to tease her. Who would have thought she could still bite? I was wrong, Ching Ching, please let go. I need this hand to write during the exams in a few days. Only then did Do Mirror loosen her grip. Though no blood flowed, deep tooth marks marred his flesh. 8 distinct indentations clearly visible. Do not think, because I lack strength now, that I cannot deal with you. Yes, this humble one admits his error. Ching Ching is the most formidable. Please rest a while longer. Watching the purple tooth marks on his hand, Lu Tinka could not help but laugh. Was this woman some kind of dog? And to call her 30, she differed little from a 3-year-old child. His spirits lifted. By accident, he had discovered one of her greatest secrets. At the same time, he became even more convinced of one thing: this woman was far too naive. Without careful attention, she could easily be sold off. Bringing her to the town to live was undoubtedly a wise decision. As Lu Tinka returned from the pharmacy with the medicine, he happened to encounter Zhao Jincheng. The two exchanged pleasantries, and upon learning that Lu Tinka had relocated to Osmanthus Lane, they agreed to meet again on another occasion. He purchased 2 cups of tofu pudding and 4 steamed buns on the roadside before heading home. Do Mirror was still asleep. He put another batch of cold medicine on to brew. This dose would last 3 days. It must not be wasted. If Do Mirror knew what he was truly thinking, she would have beaten him to death. When she finally awoke, a pill was stuffed into her mouth before she could react. Before she could process it, she instinctively drank a sip of water handed to her lips and swallowed it whole. What did you make me eat? He smiled and replied. Afraid you would refuse the medicine, I had no choice but to ask the doctor for some laxatives. I added an anti-diarrhea component to your cold medicine. Do you take me for a child of 3? Lu Tinka simply placed both the medicine bowl and the candied fruits on the table. If you do not believe me, so be it. But do not blame me when you end up with diarrhea. He then left for the kitchen. Do Mirror was momentarily unsure whether what he said was true or false. Could he really be that cruel? But recalling that morning's events, TCH, could he possibly be considered a good person? Staring at the pitch-black medicine in the bowl, she steeled herself and drank it down. When Lutinka returned and saw the empty bowl alongside the devoured candied fruits, he could not suppress a satisfied smile. Domyauer hissed venomously, Lutinka, I sincerely hope I never recover. All right, do not be angry. Deceiving you was my fault, but you must take the medicine to get better. Besides, when I was ill you ate candied fruits in front of me and refused to share any. Yet I never held it against you, did I, eh? Domyauer snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced by his words. Lutinka sighed. Then shall I offer you another bite? He extended his hand toward her mouth. Seeing the purple double row of tooth marks, she decided to spare him, for now. But drinking medicine? Impossible. As long as she did not die, she absolutely would not take medicine. Having no other choice, Lutinka could only boil hot water for her, since she claimed hot water could cure all ailments. Whether hot water truly cured everything, he did not know. But eating properly was undoubtedly far more useful than merely drinking hot water. By the time dinner was finished, she had enough strength to rise from bed and seek revenge. However feeble the effort, it was still a significant improvement. I told you no more medicine was needed. This body of mine has never taken medicine in my entire life. Today's 2 bowls are equivalent to 3 days' worth for you. In truth, it had been 3 bowls, but he had no intention of telling her. Before sleeping, after the 2 had washed up, Lutinka brought out a large basin of hot water filled to about calf level. Domyauer said coldly, since you fetched foot-washing water for me, I will let today's deception pass. But do not brew any more tomorrow. Lutinka noticed her condition had improved remarkably fast, so he nodded and agreed. The main reason was that he no longer pressured her to drink another bowl. Rather than risk another explosive argument or her vengeful retaliation, it was wiser to simply let her recuperate gradually. However, what Domyauer never expected was that Lutinka himself pulled up a small stool and sat before the foot basin. What are you doing? Could he be washing her feet? What else could I be doing? Domyauer quickly refused. This is so embarrassing. I am far from unable to wash my own feet. Please rise, you do not need to. Lutinka gave her no chance to refuse. He grabbed her foot and pressed it directly into the water. The scalding sensation sent a shiver from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. She had known he would never be so generous. You are abusing a patient. Lutinka held her foot firmly. Do not move. I tested the water temperature. It will not burn you. Just let yourself adjust for a moment. After a while, she indeed adapted. Looking down, both her feet had turned red. Who was it that claimed they never settled scores afterward? You hypocritical scoundrel. Lutinka ignored her. After soaking for a while, he helped dry her feet, then lifted them into his lap and began massaging them. Domyauer had a belly full of complaints, yet none of them came out. It seemed she had judged a gentleman with a petty mind once again. Your hands and feet are cold due to internal chill. The doctor said you must soak your feet in slightly warm water every day, then press the acupoints on the soles. Although Lutinka had never massaged anyone's feet, having once served as Grand Secretary, had he not received massages himself. Domyauer's face blushed crimson. Aside from a massage parlor, no one had ever massaged her feet. Why did she feel so shameful? Even more shameful was the fact that after finishing her massage, Lutinka directly immersed his own feet into the same foot-washing water she had used. Why didn't you change the water? It is not dirty. Besides, there is no extra hot water left. I had no time today and do not wish to boil more. Thinking back, it was indeed the case. He had been busy all day long. Although she knew he was an old demon, his body was still that of a child, one devoid of any strength whatsoever. With that thought, Domyauer felt that her relentless bullying throughout the day might have been a bit excessive. He was truly exhausted and had fallen asleep the moment he lay down. Domyauer gazed at his face, imagining what he would look like when he grew older. She was not made of stone. Oh, how could she feel nothing? Although he appeared to be a child, he was not truly a child. No one had ever pursued her so devotedly before. Perhaps having a puppy-like partner with an old man's soul was not such a bad idea after all. The next morning, still groggy, she was handed another pill by Lu Ting. Frowning, she swallowed it. What exactly is this stuff? To cure your chronic cold constitution. Domyauer thought for a moment. If I don't take the medicine, will I avoid my monthly cycle? No. But when it comes, you'll suffer greatly. She was overthinking it. Periods were truly a nuisance, especially in an era without sanitary pads. What was she to do? You must take one every day. 1 pill per day. How long must I take it? 1 year. 1 year. Seeing Domyauer's astonished expression, he felt relieved. He hadn't said 3 years. Lu Ting was undoubtedly a better caregiver than she had ever been. Within just a few days, she felt like her old, energetic self again. Remembering how she had tended to him before made her feel suddenly guilty. The academy exams are approaching. Shouldn't you be studying? I know what I'm doing. If I need to review just to enter an academy, then my life has been wasted. Cough, cough. Domyauer fixed him with an intense gaze. Did you just cough? Lu Ting nodded. Dou Mier looked deeply moved. Your health has always been frail, yet you've been caring for me every day. It must be because you've overexerted yourself looking after me that you've fallen ill. Lu Ting thought at least she has a conscience. It's not necessary. I'll go brew some medicine for you right away. One dose lasts 3 days, and I've only used one. Medicine is so expensive, don't waste it. Hearing that remark, he really wanted to throttle her. No need. You're different from me. I rarely take medicine. When I do even once or twice, it feels like a miracle cure. But you've been bathing in medicine since childhood. You must take it on schedule. Why did she seem so delighted? In truth, Dou Mier was genuinely happy. He had fallen ill so quickly, and now she finally had the chance to properly care for him and repay her debt. Watching her diligently brew the medicine, Lu Ting wanted to say she really didn't need to do this for him. His illness wasn't serious at all, but Dou Mier insisted on caring for him and did everything herself. Within just 1 day, she couldn't handle it anymore. She was so exhausted. Do you feel any better today? Much better. Good. Then tomorrow morning get up and tend the fire. Lu Ting lowered his head and secretly smiled. Dou Mier glared at him fiercely, and he quickly composed himself. Thank you for your hard work today, Qingqing. Good that you know it. Lu Ting increasingly felt that Dou Mier was like a loudmouthed cat. Outwardly aggressive, but inwardly, if you simply stroked her fur the right way, she would purr with delight. She was clearly deeply fond of him, yet deliberately pretended to be entirely indifferent. The more he observed her, the more he realized how extraordinary she was. He thought that having her in his remaining years would surely be, no, not merely interesting. It would be endlessly delightful. The next day, Zhao Jinsheng visited. As soon as he entered, he caught the scent of medicine. Has Miss Mier not recovered yet? Not me. This medicine is for him. With that, she looked at Lu Ting with a smile. Zhao Jinsheng watched from the side, wondering whether he would actually drink it. Lu Ting gave a bitter smile. Actually, it's nothing serious. But the exams are the day after tomorrow, and Qingqing was worried it might delay my preparations. Lu Ting welcomed Zhao Jinsheng into the house and brewed a pot of tea. The same package Master Chen had given him before, though it was nearly exhausted. Miss Dou Mier's handwriting is truly exquisite. It suits her perfectly. While Dou Mier was away clearing the medicine bowls, Lu Ting whispered helplessly, She's 3 years older than me. She always treats me like a younger brother. I can only try to make her understand we're not siblings. Zhao Jinsheng chuckled in understanding. Shinji, it's not easy for you. Never mind me. How have you been lately, Brother Mingguang? Fair enough. The provincial exam is approaching, so I'm still a bit nervous. Lu Ting smiled. That's only natural. But all your knowledge is already in your head. There's no need to worry excessively. Perhaps it would do you better to read less these days and go out to see more. While the two men talked inside, Dou Mier went to the street to buy some meat and vegetables, planning to invite Zhao Jinsheng for a simple meal. The greatest advantage of living in the city was the convenience of shopping. A single street offered nearly all daily necessities. Approaching noon, Lu Ting took out a copy of the Book of Rites that he had transcribed himself, filling the margins with dense notes. I would be grateful if Brother Mingguang could offer some guidance. While Zhao Jinsheng examined the notes, Lu Ting willingly took on the role of cook in the kitchen. Where's Master Zhao? He's reading my notes. I was afraid you'd be overwhelmed alone. She truly couldn't manage both tasks simultaneously, tending the fire and cooking at the same time. How she missed gas stoves. By the time the meal was served, Zhao Jinsheng had only finished half of the notes, but his delight was evident. I never expected you to be so well-read and memorious, Shinji. Your notes cover an extensive range, and they contain perspectives I had never considered. I've benefited greatly, truly immensely. Perhaps it's because I never had formal instruction from a teacher, which gives me a different way of thinking. In these notes, he had merely recorded some superficial thoughts based on available books, mostly viewing things from a student's perspective. If he had annotated them from the viewpoint of the current chief grand secretary, even claiming to be a rare genius through the ages, he would likely have been burned at the stake. People could accept a peerlessly intelligent genius, but they would never tolerate a peerlessly brilliant prodigy. That may be so, but Brother Shinji's extraordinary talent, I truly yield to you. Dou Mier smiled and said, when Buddha closes a door for a person, he surely opens a window. He has been frail since childhood, but his mind is remarkably sharp. Master Zhao, please don't compare yourself to him. He has a natural photographic memory. Zhao Jinsheng immediately clasped his fists in respect. Miss Mier is indeed a remarkable woman. Her words are very reasonable. Eat quickly now. Qingqing has been busy all morning. Don't let her kindness go unrewarded, Brother Mingguang. Zhao Jinsheng laughed. Shinji doesn't go 3 sentences without mentioning Miss Mier. The luncheon was a joy for both host and guest, and Zhao Jinsheng took Lu Ting's notes with him when he departed. The number of students coming to Mingfeng Academy for the examination was not large, only about 20-something in total, and quite a few of them had already failed to pass the other 2 academies after years of attempts coming to Mingfeng Academy only this year. Normally, only the tutors came for Mingfeng Academy's examinations, but today Headmaster Zhao Qingguo personally came to set the questions and supervise the exam. Although both his son and his second brother held Lu Tinka in high regard, he did not pay much heed to it, for clever children were not uncommon. Since they had come to Mingfeng Academy, there would always be an opportunity to meet them. However, the handwritten notes that Zhao Jinsheng had brought back a few days prior had sparked considerable interest in him. Although most of Lu Tinka's annotations were quite naive, some were remarkably insightful. So much so that he himself had not previously considered them. Lu Tinka had never attended an academy. According to what Zhao Jinsheng had said, he possessed a photographic memory, and his father, a traveling peddler, would borrow books from various places to read to him. In other words, he was entirely self-taught. To achieve such a level through self-study, there was no denying that his talent was truly exceptional. This was not something that could be summed up merely as cleverness. This was genius. He genuinely wanted to meet this boy now. Among the 20-some-odd candidates, Lu Tinka stood out conspicuously, being noticeably shorter than all the others. He was already 13 years old this year, yet he appeared far too young for his age. Being the shortest, it was hardly surprising that he sat in the front row directly under Zhao Qingguo's watchful gaze. Once the examination papers were distributed, Zhao Qingguo openly observed him as he worked through the questions. Anyone else would have been trembling with nervousness by now, yet Lu Tinka remained completely unruffled, behaving as though he were unaware of the scrutiny upon him. His brushstrokes and regular script were steady and controlled, and Zhao Qingguo could not help but show satisfaction upon seeing his neatly structured characters. This examination paper followed a fairly conventional format divided into 3 parts. The first part tested memorization, completing a line based on its preceding context or vice versa, which mainly assessed whether students had a solid foundation in the 4 books and 5 classics with no obscure or unconventional passages included. The second part, aptly named Interpreting the Classics, required students to expound upon classical texts. Beyond mere recitation, this section evaluated how well students could analyze and explain meaning with specialized instruction provided by the Academy's teachers. This part primarily served to distinguish between different levels of student ability, facilitating the selection of promising candidates. Previous year's examinations had consisted solely of these 2 parts, but this year's 3rd section was specially added by Zhao Qingguo after reviewing Lu Tinka's handwritten notes. The examination paper carried a special note stating, "This section may be skipped, it will not affect your score." Lu Tinka wrote with barely any hesitation, his answers flowing smoothly and effortlessly. When he reached the final question, he immediately recognized it had been prepared specifically for him. It concerned one of the more unconventional annotations from his notes. The question consisted of only 8 characters. The corruption of customs stems from a lack of education. In his notes he had written, "One must do one's utmost, yet fate is not determined by heaven, but by the noble clans." These words must have piqued Zhao Qingguo's interest. Since Confucius, those in power had consistently pursued the national policy of educating the populace. And though the transition from hereditary official positions and recommendations to the present imperial examination system appeared to be a monumental leap, it had not fundamentally altered the underlying structure. As Lu Tinka had previously remarked in casual conversation with Dou Miao, the path to advancement through the imperial examination system for those from humble backgrounds had been completely blocked by the noble clans. If one wished to truly rise, the only option was to join them. Should one refuse, the fate would likely mirror that of Zhao Jinsheng in his previous life, exiled to some remote backwater, unable to attain prominence throughout his entire lifetime. There existed another secret about Mingfeng Academy that few were aware of. Zhao Mingfeng, the Academy's founding headmaster, and Zhao Jinsheng's grandfather had been classmates with Li Mingfu, and the two shared a close bond. But who precisely was this Li Mingfu? He was the father of Li Hongbang, the current chief grand secretary of the court. In other words, Zhao Qingguo and Chief Grand Secretary Li Hongbang belonged to the same generation and should address each other as brothers. At first glance, this connection seemed unreliable, particularly since Zhao Mingfeng had long passed away and the Zhao and Li families had not maintained contact for many years. However, Lu Tinka understood that if Zhao Jinsheng were to travel to the capital, a visit to the Li residence would grant him a distinct advantage over others. If he could demonstrate his worth to Li Hongbang, this connection would grow even stronger. And that was precisely why he had chosen Mingfeng Academy. In his previous life, after hitting wall after wall and spending a decade at the Imperial Academy, it had been Li Hongbang who extended an olive branch to him. But this time he would take the initiative and seek him out himself. Although Li Hongbang was hardly a virtuous man, he was effective, and that was all that mattered. Staring at Lu Tinka, Zhao Qingguo's mind raced with thoughts, but it was over in an instant. He blew on his ink to dry it and immediately submitted his examination paper. Zhao Qingguo gazed at him and said, "The examination period has scarcely reached its halfway point. You may continue answering." Lu Tinka shook his head and replied, "I have finished, sir. There remains one more question. Was it not stated that leaving it unanswered would not affect your score?" Zhao Qingguo fell momentarily speechless. Lu Tinka offered a respectful bow, gathered his belongings, and departed the examination hall. The other candidates could not help but cast curious glances his way. Had he truly completed the exam so swiftly? And why would someone of such caliber come to Mingfeng Academy? Outside the examination hall, Zhao Jinsheng was sitting sipping tea and reading. He had not anticipated Lu Tinka emerging so quickly. I only answered the first 2 questions. Zhao Jinsheng looked bewildered, but Lu Tinka smiled and said, the examination paper stated that skipping the 3rd question would not affect my score, so I chose not to write it. The reply left Zhao Jinsheng caught between laughter and exasperation. The final question had been crafted specifically for him, yet he had simply declined to answer it. Since you have graced my territory today, Shinji, allow me, your humble senior, to extend the hospitality due to a guest. Zhao Jinsheng invited Lu Tinka to a tea house located at the center of the 3 academies, a place frequently visited by students. Seated on the 2nd floor, one could faintly make out the entrances to all 3 academies. All 3 academies are holding examinations today, and there will be a supplementary intake in 2 days' time. What are your thoughts on this, Shinji? Qilin Academy's plaque was grand and imposing, with a pair of marble lions guarding its entrance, exuding great prestige. The area around the gate was densely packed with people, mostly parents accompanying their children for the examinations, many appearing to come from outside the county. Baichuan Academy had roughly half that crowd, yet still quite a number of people. In stark contrast, Mingfeng Academy's entrance stood deserted with not a single soul in sight. Those 2 weathered wooden doors revealed their considerable age, even from this distance. No particular thoughts. It is merely the turning of fortune's wheel, nothing more. His meaning was clear. What Qilin Academy experienced today would be Mingfeng Academy's fate tomorrow. Zhao Jinsheng laughed and said, Shinji, you always manage to voice aloud the very thoughts that I dare say only entertain within my own mind. Had I not known that Brother Mingguang shares my own thoughts, I would never have spoken them aloud. The 2 men exchanged knowing smiles. As they prepared to part, Zhao Jinsheng had 2 orders of sesame cakes wrapped up. These freshly fried sesame cakes are both crisp and fragrant. One portion I will take home for Mother and my younger sister, and the other you may bring back for Miss Miao to taste. Then I must thank you, Brother Mingguang. Miss Miao's culinary prowess surpasses even that of the head chef at Rui Pavilion. I merely act as a humble messenger, conveying my gratitude to her on behalf of others. Do Miao nibbled on a sesame cake as she asked Lu Tinka about the exam. When she heard that he hadn't even answered the question specifically set for him, she couldn't help but laugh. I bet he's secretly cursing you right now. Zhao Qingbo was indeed cursing Lu Tinka, but not secretly. He was doing it openly. The moment Zhao Jinsheng returned home, he saw his father holding Lu Tinka's exam paper, indignantly complaining to his mother. As soon as he spotted him, his father's fury instantly redirected. What kind of friend have you made? I am his elder and his teacher. How dare he show no respect to his senior? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Relying on a bit of talent, he thinks he's invincible. I've seen plenty of his kind. Zhao Jinsheng was long accustomed to his father's outbursts. Though a scholar with a Jiren degree, he had a temper like a firecracker ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Shinji has always been this way. Besides, you'll have plenty of time with him in the future. As the dean, you can order him to write whatever you want. Why get angry? Zhao Qingbo took a deep breath and sat down. You're right. From now on, I'm his dean. I'll tell him what to write, and he'll write it. Seeing Zhao Qingbo's childish demeanor, Madam Zhao burst out laughing. You're a grown man, why are you sulking over a child? That kid definitely did it on purpose to spite me. Zhao Jinsheng took out the sesame cakes and handed them to Madame Zhao and Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner, only 11 years old, was a lively, adorable, though slightly plump girl. Brother, last time you said Sister Miao's cooking is even better than Rui Tower's. When will you go to Brother Lu's place to mooch another meal? Zhao Jinsheng corrected her. It's a visit. Right, a visit. Next time you go, can you take me? Madame Zhao interjected. If we take you, you'll eat them out of house and home. Zhao Wanner seemed to ponder this seriously. In her mind, scholars were always poor, barely able to afford enough food. Then next time we'll bring our own rice. Child who brings their own rice when visiting someone's home for a meal. 2 days passed in a flash. The supplementary enrollment was unique to Mingfeng Academy, as the other 2 academies never had fewer enrollees than planned. Today, even more people gathered than on the official exam day, 2 days prior. Do Miao had loved the sesame cakes from that day, so Lu Tinka took her to the tea house to wait for a fresh batch. Standing on the 2nd floor, they counted about 70 or 80 people at the entrance. How many will be admitted this year? Around 20. Only 20. Do Miao found it hard to believe. Why so few? Mingguang said there aren't enough teachers or dormitories. Most of them have been rejected by the other 2 academies for years and aren't promising candidates. A Xiaozai is their limit, the imperial exams are out of reach. So Dean Zhao decided to recruit fewer students and focus on training them, hoping a few might become Jiren. As they spoke, the sesame cakes were ready. They bought a portion, found a corner in the main hall, ordered a pot of ordinary tea, and listened to the storyteller with a goatee, who regaled the crowd with tales of the founding emperor. At the climax, a waiter brought a basket to collect coins, and everyone tossed in a few copper coins. Lu Tinka also threw in 2. After finishing the sesame cakes, they left the tea house. Do Meower casually remarked, "They've been telling the same stories for over 100 years, yet everyone still loves listening. That's faith. In the people's hearts, the founding emperor is no less than a celestial being descended to earth." Do Meower raised an eyebrow. "That's because the current emperor is still wise. With a formidable enemy at the border, if he weren't wise, it would be self-destruction. So having an enemy has its benefits. At least it keeps you from becoming useless." Lu Tinka smiled indulgently. Ching is right. Do Meower suddenly felt the atmosphere turn strange. Just as she was about to say something, they saw Zhao Jincheng and a young girl approaching. "Shinji, Miss Meower, what a coincidence." Zhao Wanner's eyes lit up the moment she saw the person whose cooking was even better than Rui Tower's chef. "Hello, Sister Meower. I'm Zhao Wanner, call me Wanner. My brother often talks about you, saying you're so clever and skillful. I've been wanting him to take me to visit you. Since arriving here, Do Meower had never met such an outgoing young girl. Miss Wanner, what are you two up to?" Zhao Jincheng said, "Just taking Wanner for a stroll." "Not at all. The academy is too crowded today. Father will definitely make my brother help grade papers this afternoon. He wanted to slack off, so he dragged me out as an excuse." Zhao Jincheng shot her a glare, but Zhao Wanner wasn't afraid at all. She stuck out her tongue at him. Lu Tinka said, "Since you're both free, why not come over to my place for a while?" Before Zhao Jincheng could respond, Zhao Wanner eagerly agreed. Sure. Thank you, Brother Lu and Sister Meower." Zhao Jincheng could only offer an apologetic smile. "My parents spoil her too much. Please forgive her." Do Meower said, "I think Wanner is wonderful, so frank and adorable." They returned to Hohot Alley. Zhao Wanner chattered endlessly with Do Meower, mostly complaining about Zhao Jincheng and expressing how she had never had any close friends because Zhao Qinghua had no intimate friends himself. And as his daughter, she naturally had no peers in the same circle. She desperately wanted to be Do Meower's best friend. Do Meower had never realized she was so popular. Zhao Wanner's enthusiasm lifted her spirits. In this era, she had only known 2 girls, Xiao Yin'er, who was honest, but shy with a maiden's reserve, and Lu Ernier. Well, better not mention her. Zhao Wanner was more straightforward in nature, and Do Meower actually preferred that kind of personality, lively and warm. Just after noon, Do Meower prepared to go out shopping, and Zhao Wanner insisted on joining her, saying she couldn't keep up with the conversation between the 2 men and wanted to be with Do Meower. But Do Meower hadn't expected that when she said she'd come along, it also meant she'd pay for everything. "Sister Meower, I want to eat braised pork. Can you make it for me?" "Of course. Then today we'll have braised pork." The next moment, just as Do Meower had chosen the meat, Zhao Wanner paid for it, looking deeply moved. "Sister Meower, you're so wonderful. I haven't had meat in ages. My mother says I'm too fat and won't let me eat it. If it weren't for coming here today, I don't know when I'd ever get to taste meat again." Not only the meat, but all the dishes too. Whenever she found something she wanted to eat, she would voice her desire without any hesitation. Yet when it came to paying the bill, Do Meower would never be able to outpace her. However, they had not purchased much in total. Only over 101 in all. Yet that was quite a lavish feast for an ordinary household. Upon returning to Osmanthus Lane, Zhao Wanner took on the role of Do Meower's little shadow, eager to learn how to cook from her. As evening approached, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Zhao Wanner's eyes were glued to the plate of braised pork and could not be torn away. Do Meower promptly served her a piece first. Zhao Wanner spared no words of praise, and Do Meower found herself utterly delighted by the compliments. "I'm the host treating guests, yet I still make them pay. I dare say few hosts treat their guests quite like this. Sister Meower, do not fret. You worked so hard preparing all these dishes. Moreover, although the academy does not generate income, my ancestors left my father some property, and my mother also brought a dowry. Even eating meat every day would never drain my family's wealth." Zhao Jincheng smiled bitterly. Though Wanner's words are amusing, they are not entirely without truth. Do not fuss over such trifles. Moreover, this girl will surely frequent this place in the days to come. When there is good food to be had, she will know before any dog. If you do not let her spend her own money, she will absolutely eat you into poverty. How can you speak of your own sister in such a manner?" Then he added, "But there is truth to that. My mother also says that someday I will marry into an ordinary family and eat them into ruin." Watching the 2 siblings bicker back and forth, Do Meower was beside herself with laughter. Zhao Jincheng could barely bear to look at the spectacle. Must this girl be quite so shameless? The food was indeed delicious, but were her praises not slightly overwrought? But upon glancing at Do Meower, he found her utterly delighted by the flattery. He and Lu Tinka exchanged a glance, both sharing a helpless smile. Never mind, he thought. If both parties are content, who is to say otherwise? Eat less. If you grow any fatter, mother will simply deny you all meals. Then, that is all the more reason for me to come to Sister Meower's and eat. Mother's cooking is not very good, and she will not tolerate anyone saying so. I simply cannot wait to dine at Sister Meower's place every day." Silence. "The food tastes poor, and yet you have grown so plump. If it were actually delicious, you would be reduced to a gigantic lump of fat." Zhao Wanner chose to ignore him and continued burying her face in her meal. The four of them consumed every dish until nothing remained. Not even a single drop of soup was left behind. You flatter me, you flatter me. Do Miaoer was in excellent spirits. What is there to be ashamed of? For a chef, there is no greater compliment than having every dish devoured clean. Sister Miaoer, I can help. Zhao Jinsheng sighed. It seems henceforth I must keep a close watch on her, or she will only grow ever larger. Wanner is quite fine as she is now. She will continue to grow taller, and she looks lovely indeed. Zhao Wanner nodded vigorously. She too felt quite lovely at present, and absolutely did not consider herself fat. It was not until darkness had nearly fallen that Zhao Jinsheng and his sister departed. Lu Tinka could not help but ask, "You seem to be in rather good spirits today. Do you take quite a liking to Wanner?" "Yes. With her around the house is far more lively. Moreover, she mentioned she has few friends within her circle and will visit often henceforth. Finally, I need no longer face only you day after day." Lu Tinka replied in a detached tone, "Is that so? Yet Brother Mingguang informed me that girl can get along with anyone she meets. I hear the youngest daughter at the youtiao and tofu pudding shop on the eastern street, the eldest daughter at the candied hawthorn vendor on the western street, the eldest granddaughter at the pastry shop 2 streets over and." Do Miaoer shot him an exasperated glare. "What on earth are you trying to say?" "Nothing at all. I merely wish to remind you that that girl sees you only as a source of good food. I am the one who is truly closest to you." Do Miaoer. She regarded him with a look that plainly said, "Are you quite mad?" Lu Tinka himself felt his attempt at jealousy was rather childish. He quickly shifted the subject. "I intend to write to Brother Heya to inform him of our move. Is there anything you would like me to send along? Did you not say last time that you were seeking a certain spice? You could ask him to help you find it." "Yes, I desire cumin, also known as small fennel." Lu Tinker pondered for a moment. "Small fennel is it? In the southern frontier regions, there is a plant called small fennel, though it is mostly used as medicinal herb. I am unsure whether it is the same. Bring me some to examine, and I shall know." 2 more days passed before the admission lists were posted at each academy. This year, Qilin Academy admitted 100 students, Baichuan Academy also admitted 100, while Mingfeng Academy admitted only 20. As expected, Lu Tinka occupied the first position. But what surprised Do Miaoer was that Lu Sanbao had actually been admitted to Baichuan Academy. Although his score was precisely at the bottom of the 100, last place, he had after all passed. I did not expect Lu Sanbao to have a modicum of ability. He is somewhat clever, merely not applying his wit to proper pursuits. Lu Sanbao is all right, I suppose. Although he bullied the 2 of us on occasion, he is far better than Lu Ernie and Lu Debeo, is he not? He seems to get along quite well with many children in the village, and quite a few elders are fond of him." Lu Tinka glanced at her, but he said nothing further. Lu Tinka remembered that in his past life Lu Sanbao had also barely scraped into Baichuan Academy. In the following year, Lu Sanbao used the matter of Do Miaoer and Lu Debeo's betrothal to gain admission to the same academy, and then placed first. This was something Wang Shi, who had previously boasted about her son's acceptance, could never tolerate. Lu Sanbao subsequently developed a deep hatred for him. After gaining admission, he had resided at the academy continuously and never once returned home. However, Lu Sanbao and he crossed paths daily. It was only upon entering the academy that Lu Tinka learned Lu Sanbao's life there was far from easy. Students at Baichuan Academy came from all 3 counties and were naturally divided into 3 factions. Those from Xinjiang and Xingxin counties, being outsiders, naturally drew closer to one another. Lu Sanbao, as a native of Li County with a penniless and powerless family and the lowest ranking, became the natural target of bullying. He endured it all in silence, living a humiliated existence, yet sparing himself from the gravest hardships. But after Lu Tinka arrived, everything changed. Why would one bother tormenting the last-place student when it was far more stimulating to persecute the top scholar? Lu Sanbao became a lackey to others, diverting all malice away from himself and toward Lu Tinka. At first the instructor would intervene, but later Lu Sanbao went about loudly spreading tales of Lu Tinka's humble origins, making him unable to hold his head high at the academy. Eventually, even the instructor ceased intervening. Lu Tinka gradually realized they simply enjoyed bullying the intelligent. The poor and powerless bright students were inevitably marginalized. It was merely that he had not yet encountered a despicable figure such as Lu Sanbao to betray him. With no alternative, he could only conceal his abilities. Later, perhaps finding him uninteresting, they no longer took pleasure in tormenting him. He endured 3 years at Baichuan Academy, and only when he felt sufficiently secure went on to successively pass the examinations for Shotsai, and then Jurin, immediately departing for the capital. But these humiliating memories he did not wish Do Miaoer to ever know. Zhao Jinsheng's assessment proved accurate. Zhao Wanner frequented this place at every opportunity, never arriving empty-handed. She would purchase whatever she craved, much like ordering dishes at a restaurant, the sole distinction being that she brought her selections home. Her visits spared Do Miaoer a considerable sum on groceries, leaving Do Miaoer feeling rather embarrassed. In times past, she had been the one providing for others, as she never imagined she would become the recipient of such generosity. Sister Miaoa, why do you stand on ceremony with me? I am the one who begs you to prepare meals for me. By all accounts, I am the one who benefits. Before they could finish, Lin, who arrived accompanied by little Yinner and her father Lu Lin. Due to his seniority in the family, both Do Miaoa and Lu Tinka addressed him as great-grandfather Lu Lin. Your little courtyard is charming. When spring arrives, you could cultivate vegetables in the yard. Great-grandfather, is this your first visit? You have come at the perfect time. We are all dining here together. There is no need. We have already eaten and came to deliver goods to shopkeeper Chen. I happen to bring silver for you along with some radishes and cabbages on the way. Nothing of particular value. How can you say that? We are in dire need of such things. Please come inside and converse. Lu Tinka brewed tea for the 3 guests and said, we have already relocated to the city, so we can no longer contribute to this business. Please consider the commission waived. Keep it yourselves? That simply will not do. This business was secured by the 2 of you and payment is due regardless of whether you reside in the village or not. Unable to refuse further, Lu Tinka could only accept, noting the considerable weight of the silver in his hand. We originally intended to move to the city. The contract was signed for only 6 months and will expire in March. From then on, please cease sending silver. Moreover, our exclusive dominance in this trade will likely last only until this winter, at the latest by year's end, when wild rabbits will lose their value. Once winter arrives, we shall withdraw and seek other ventures. Tinka possesses such a sharp mind, unlike our 2 children who studied for 2 years, yet barely recognize a few characters. They remain as stubborn as elmwood. We inquired specifically upon our arrival, and your entrance examination ranking was first. Study diligently, and should you attain the degree of Jiren in the future, you shall bring honor to our Lu family village. I shall strive to my utmost. Once the conversation concluded, Lu Lin prepared to depart, refusing any meal whatsoever. Little Yinner had scarcely exchanged a few words with Do Miaoa before she too left with visible reluctance. On the way back, little Yinner's spirits were low. Lu Lin could not help but inquire, what troubles you? Was it not you who wished to come along? I am truly glad that Sister Miaoa fares well now. However, she has made new friends. That Miss Wanner is the daughter of the director of Mingfeng Academy. The people they will encounter from now on will surely grow more distinguished, and they will likely forget me. Before Lu Lin could respond, Lin, who interjected, not at all. Miaoa and Tinka are not such people. They remember kindness. When my mother once sent half a rabbit to nourish Tinka, Miaoa subsequently found me this profitable undertaking. My father declared that after this year's work concludes, we shall abandon desperate hunting pursuits, engage in modest commerce and farming, and await our golden years in comfort. Little Yinna nodded. Indeed, during the new year, Sister Miao even gifted me exquisite silk flowers. Lin, who added, frankly, how Tinka and Miaoa regard me makes little difference. What matters is that I know in my heart they once aided my family. Should they ever require anything from me in the future, I shall not decline. Whether I occupy an important place in their hearts is secondary. My parents often taught me disregard others. Simply conduct yourself with an unburdened conscience. Lu Lin could not help but regard Lin, who with newfound respect. The Lin family couple were known for their honesty, and most attributed this to the deference expected of newcomers. Yet Lin, whose words truly moved him, for it is far easier to speak noble sentiments than to embody them. An idea struck Lu Lin. Huzi, you are 17 this year, are you not? It is time to consider a marriage arrangement. Lin, whose face flushed crimson. Yes, my mother said. My mother intends to send for a matchmaker in a few days. After they departed, Lu Tinka counted the silver, over 3 taels. The rabbits were reproducing more rapidly than they had imagined. Now I am a wealthy woman myself. You truly must not bring provisions next time. But brother Lu begins school soon. You should acquire a desk for him without delay. Had she not reminded her, Do Miaoa would have entirely overlooked this matter. Towards the end of the month, the 2 commissioned a carpenter and ordered a desk. Upon leaving the carpenter's residence, they spied a figure lingering at the entrance of the wine shop, yet refusing to enter. Lu Tinka paused briefly, then walked over. Third uncle. The man was handsome, yet seemed to lack vitality, bearing a somewhat timid and submissive air. You are? Third uncle, I am Erniu, though I now study at Mingfeng Academy and have taken the name Lu Tinka. We encountered one another at our parents' funeral. Recognition dawned on Lu He's face. So it is Erniu. You have grown so tall and sturdy. Excellent, most excellent. What brings you here, third uncle? Nothing. I was merely looking, observing. Lu Tinka noticed the shattered wine jar nearby, and said, it has been too long since we last met. I have nothing substantial to offer, so permit me to purchase wine for you. No. Lu Tinka grasped Lu He's arm, and led him into the wine shop. As soon as they entered, the proprietor recognized Lu He, Lu family's son-in-law. Didn't I just measure out 2 jin of wine for your father-in-law? Why, yes. Lu He did not know what to say, and could only offer embarrassed assent. Lu Tinka produced a small silver ingot. Measure 2 Jean. Oh, and who is this young master? My nephew. The proprietor swiftly prepared the wine, exchanged a few trivial remarks, and then released them. Lu Ho appeared distinctly uncomfortable. Why have you relocated to the city? Did second brother and the others come as well? No, we have established separate households now. Our names appear divided in the genealogy, severing ties with them henceforth. My wife Miaoa and I reside on Osmanthus Lane. Third uncle may visit whenever his schedule permits. But the injustice you endured. Lu Tinka shook his head. The hour grows late. I shall not detain you from returning home. Should circumstances allow, I shall seek you out. Lu Ha carried the wine home. Watching his retreating figure, Do Miao observed, it appears third uncle's circumstances are strained. Lu Tinka remained silent, and Do Miao sensed his mood was troubled. What troubles you? When I journeyed to the capital alone, only third uncle slipped me 2 taels of silver. She understood he referenced his former life. Lu Ha had been docile since childhood, even more so than Lu Dahai. He was neither as eloquent and responsible as Lu Dahai nor as glib and devious as Lu Jiang. His entire life was dictated by his mother, his eldest brother, and his second brother. Later, obeying his mother's wishes, he married into the Lu family of the city, and then his life came under the control of his wife, his mother-in-law, and his father-in-law. He was such a spineless man. Yet he was also the only one who, after everyone had dispersed, ran to Lu Dahai's grave and wept bitterly. He was also the only one who, upon learning that Lu Tinka had passed the provincial examination, neither fawned nor flattered. Instead, when he heard Lu Tinka was about to leave, he secretly took out 2 taels of silver. Lu Tinka later learned that this was the money he had earned by pawning his only valuable possession. Back then, a matchmaker had mentioned that the Lu family, who ran a grocery store in the city, was seeking a son-in-law to marry into their household. Lu Ho was sent to meet them. With his handsome features, the Lu family's daughter was smitten at first sight and gave him a jade pendant that very day. Grandma Lu, seeing the prospect of gain, thought that Lu He's marriage into the family would bring immense benefits to the Lu clan. But contrary to expectations, after Lu Ha married, and even returning to Lu village became difficult, let alone bringing any benefits. Over time, the Li and Lu families fell out and ceased all contact. Lu Dahai's funeral was the only time Lu Ha had returned home in nearly 10 years. Recalling the past, Lu Tinka felt a dull ache in his heart. His third uncle was the only relative he truly cherished. On the first day of the second lunar month, Mingfeng Academy officially began its term. Of the 20 students admitted this year, all except Lu Tinka brought their bedrolls. He simply reported in and then went home. On the first day, the new students visited each other only to discover that the top scorer had not come. They speculated whether he had changed his mind and decided to sit the exams for the other 2 academies next year. When Lu Tinka arrived at the classroom the next day, they were even more astonished. He was such a small child. Was he even 10 years old? I remember you. You're the kid who finished the exam in half the allotted time, right? With your talent, why did you choose Mingfeng? You can't be more than 10. A child prodigy. Lu Tinka removed the chubby boy's plump hand from his shoulder. I am Lu Tinka, 13 years old. May I ask your name, my friend? My name is Zhang Yingnan. My father hopes I'll grow into a handsome man. My family is from Xianjiang County. My uncle-in-law is the chief clerk of the Xianjiang County Yamen. And you? Lu Tinka. This fatty was way too familiar. Fortunately, the teacher arrived just in time to rescue him. Mingfeng Academy had only 3 instructors, all of whom were advanced in years. Mr. Liang in particular was already over 60, a genuine old provincial graduate known for his extreme rigidity. With his grizzled beard, stern expression, slightly downturned mouth, and the foot-long ruler in his hand, everything about him proclaimed his severity. After a brief introduction, he took out an attendance register and nodded only after confirming no one was absent. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Tinka. You come sit in front. In truth, there were no assigned seats. They were basically first come, first served. Today, Lu Tinka had arrived late, and he happened to prefer sitting at the back. Sir, there are no seats in the front. I like the back, so move your desk to the front. Lu Tinka. From now on, this is your seat. From the very first lesson, Lu Tinka had his own designated seat right next to the teacher's podium, standing out distinctly in the entire classroom. In that first lesson, Mr. Liang's teaching method was far from progressive. It was entirely the opposite. He bombarded the students who were already weak in their foundations with questions that left them utterly bewildered. Lu Tinka naturally understood his intention. He wanted to establish his authority in the first class by intimidating them. Lu Tinka had no intention of disrupting the plan, but Mr. Liang deliberately singled him out. Lu Tinka, you were the top scorer in the entrance exam. Why don't you share your thoughts? Lu Tinka had no choice but to stand. To answer you, sir, how vast and boundless. The people could not find a name for it. How majestic. He achieved great success. How brilliant. He established a system of rites and music. This is from the Analects Tai Bo chapter. Confucius was praising Yao's achievements, which were so extraordinary that words could not describe them. Yao's specific deeds are recorded in the records of the grand historian annals of the 5 emperors. His benevolence was like heaven, his wisdom was like a god. Approaching him was like the sun, gazing at him was like a cloud. He was rich, but not arrogant, noble, but not remiss. He wore a yellow cap and plain clothes, rode in a vermilion carriage drawn by white horses. He could illuminate and cultivate virtue, thereby bringing harmony to the 9 clans. Approaching him was like the sun, gazing at him was like a cloud. He was rich, but not arrogant, noble, but not remiss. He wore a yellow cap and plain clothes, rode in a vermilion carriage drawn by white horses. He could illuminate and cultivate virtue, thereby bringing harmony to the 9 clans. When the 9 clans were harmonious, he then distinguished the 100 officials. When the 100 officials were illustrious, harmony prevailed among all the states. He regulated the various officials, and all achievements prospered. Reciting such a long passage without a flushed face, without a single gasp, and without a moment's thought, Lu Tinka was even smoother than a rote recitation. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. But he was not finished. The Book of Documents Yushu Canon of Yao also records, examining antiquity, the Emperor Yao was called Fengshuan. He was reverent, intelligent, refined, thoughtful, and serene. He was genuinely respectful and yielding, and his brilliance shone to the 4 corners of the earth, reaching above and below. The people were sheltered, and the birds and beasts grew soft feathers. Other mythological tales and unofficial histories also contain records, but they cannot be verified, and their authenticity is hard to discern. Another fluent long passage left the entire classroom in dead silence. Mr. Liang's expression was also complicated. He had long heard that a promising student was coming this year. Even Zhao Jinsheng had admitted that his talent was inferior. But he had never imagined such a prodigy. Not only could none of the new students in this room match him, but even if you gathered everyone from all 3 academies in Li County, fewer than 10 could recite the 4 books and 5 classics backward, and even fewer could truly master them. Otherwise, why would only 1 or 2 people from the 3 counties pass the provincial examination every year? Originally, the principal had told him to take the boy down a notch, but instead the boy had taken him down. After class, the students all crowded around looking at Lu Tinka, as if he were some rare creature. In neither his past nor his present life had Lu Tinka ever felt so popular that he was overwhelmed. Especially the chubby Jiang Yingnan, who immediately treated him like a brother. Lu Tinka had no idea how to deal with such well-meaning, but overly familiar people. Thankfully, Zhao Jinsheng came to his rescue. Shinji, I heard you even silenced Mr. Liang Ha. Lu Tinka shook his head with a wry smile. No, Brother Mingguang, please don't make fun of me. I just answered the teacher's question properly. Zhao Jinsheng laughed heartily. A fine properly indeed. Mr. Liang likes proper behavior. I was taught plenty of proper lessons by him when I was young. That said, Mr. Liang's lectures on the 4 books and 5 classics are indeed excellent. It's hard to find anyone in Li County more familiar with them than he is. If it weren't for his attachment to the academy, he would have been lured away long ago. Just as they were speaking, Zhang Yingnan set his sights on Zhao Jinsheng. I am Zhang Yingnan. My father hopes I'll grow into a handsome man. My family is from Xianjiang County. My uncle-in-law is the chief clerk of the Xianjiang County Yamen. And you, my friend, Zhao Jinsheng. On the first day of school, Lu Tinka became famous overnight. Everyone in Mingfeng Academy from the top to the bottom knew that a child prodigy had arrived, gifted with the ability to remember everything at a glance. Lu Tinka was utterly overwhelmed and wished he could just go home. He had never realized that people who had studied the sage's books for so many years could be so childish. It was one thing for them to take out the 4 books and 5 classics to test him, but that overly familiar fatty Jiang actually pulled out some storybooks for him to read, directly verifying whether he truly had a photographic memory. The outcome was quite amusing. Lu Tinka merely said indifferently, Headmaster. Fatty Jiang's face turned pale. Headmaster, I'll hand them over. Can I avoid the ruler? Zhao Qinghua said sternly, I never hit students with a ruler. Before Fatty Jiang could rejoice, he heard Zhao Qinghua say, Open your book bag. Fatty Jiang slowly unzipped it, and then took out 1, 2, 3, 4 books. Zhao Qinghua glanced casually at the covers. Read? Even Fatty Jiang with his thick skin couldn't help but blush. He remained silent, but Zhao Qinghua had no intention of letting him play dumb. Read? The Hunter's Wealthy Wife. Keep reading. The Tale of Mandarin Ducks. Don't stop. The things I cannot say about the widow. Continue. Fatty Jiang closed his eyes and said with the air of a condemned man, Pleasures on the couch with my master. Is that all? Fatty Jiang clamped his mouth shut as if he would rather die than utter another word. Zhao Qinghua said, Since you don't recognize them, I'll have to call your father to recognize them. Fatty Jiang immediately caved. Headmaster, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Read? Fatty Jiang's head almost buried itself in his crotch. The sequel to 2 Dragons Playing with a Pearl. I didn't hear you. The sequel to 2 Dragons Playing with a Pearl. Everyone gasped. The audacity of that book was simply, but wait, there's a sequel. When? Zhao Qinghua nodded with satisfaction. Exactly 5 books. So copy each of the 5 classics 3 times. I'll give you 1 month. Hand them in when you're done. Thus another person who became famous that day was Fatty Jiang. Although he introduced himself to almost everyone, his personal characteristics were so striking that hardly anyone remembered his name. When people talked about him, they said, "That Fatty, the one who got caught with dirty books by the headmaster on the first day? What a bold move. TSK TSK. Thanks to this less than auspicious start, Jiang Yingnan's real name was cast aside. Everyone knew that this year the academy had a little prodigy Lu Xinji and a huge fatty surnamed Jiang. But Fatty Jiang's adaptability was truly strong. He was sad for less than an hour before bouncing back fully and naturally lumped himself together with Lu Tinka in the same camp. Now we're both famous. If my mother finds out that on the first day of school I'm already mentioned in the same breath as the top scorer of the entrance exam, she'll be overjoyed. Anyway, from now on we're brothers. I'll treat you to lunch today. Lu Tinka. No need, I have plans. Then let's go together. We're all friends. I can afford one more person. The person Lu Tinka had plans with was none other than Zhao Jincheng. When he saw Fatty Jiang, he was taken aback, but then Lu Tinka gave a helpless smile, and he understood. On the first day of school, let me as your senior treat both of you junior brothers. No, let me treat you. My father is a landowner. Zhao Jincheng said, my father is the headmaster. Fatty Jiang's smile froze on his face. He had heard that Headmaster Zhao's son was a talented scholar, but he hadn't paid close attention to his name. He never expected that Zhao Jincheng, who was close to Lu Tinka, was that very person. Come to think of it, they both had the surname Zhao, and if Lu Tinka didn't have a connection to Mingfeng Academy, why would he come here? Fatty Jiang suddenly lost his appetite. Mingguang, how did you end up hanging out with this fatty? Don't tell me you want to borrow a couple of books from him too. Haha. Senior, I really don't have any books left. I've learned my lesson. Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but rescue him. Don't bully the new student. I believe he's learned his lesson. Fatty Jiang nodded repeatedly, indicating he had reformed. The other person teased him a bit more and left. Fatty Jiang was overwhelmed with gratitude. Brother Zhao, you were still willing to help me after I did something so shameful. I won't say anything more. From now on you're my real brother. No need for formalities. We're classmates, it's only right. No. Brother Zhao, you don't know. My mother had 4 older sisters before she had me. I was spoiled at home. I didn't want to be this fat, but my mother kept feeding me. However, ever since I was in private school they bullied me because of my weight, gave me nicknames behind my back. No one ever helped me. If it weren't for my father being a landowner, they would have been even worse. This is the first time someone has helped me. I've decided, from now on you are my big brother. Lu Tinka. Zhao Jincheng. Are you sure you're not just trying to latch onto a powerful figure? He made latching onto a powerful figure sound so sincere, truly. Fatty Jiang completely ignored the ridicule of the entire academy. He even moved a desk over and placed it next to Lu Tinka's designated seat, looking like they would share weal and woe. Lu Tinka simply couldn't shake him off. He never imagined that on his first day of academy life he would encounter such an eccentric. Shinji, why aren't you living in the dormitory? I rented a house in Osmanthus Alley very close to the academy. Fatty Jiang asked. Are there any good places to eat or have fun near our academy? I just moved here not long ago, so I'm not very familiar. Fatty Jiang said regretfully, I'm not familiar with Li County. But whenever you go to Xianjiang County, I guarantee you'll eat well and have fun. The whole day passed in Fatty Jiang's incessant chatter. In just one day, Lu Tinka had learned almost everything about Fatty Jiang. From his family background to his life story down to the number of people in his family, all his powerful relatives, and everyone he had ever had a grudge against or played tricks on. When Lu Tinka got home, his head was full of Fatty Jiang's non-stop talking mouth. When Do Miaoer asked him how he felt today, Lu Tinka thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words. Well, I met a very eccentric person. Do Miaoer became interested and asked him to elaborate. He could only give a rough account, but when he mentioned Fatty Jiang's books he paused. What books? Why did you stop? Lu Tinka said vaguely, just some romance storybooks. Do Miaoer's eyes lit up. What storybooks? They're all low-quality stuff not worth reading. Fine, if you won't tell me, I'll ask Warner tomorrow. Lu Tinka had no choice but to tell her. Do Miaoer's expression of instant understanding made Lu Tinka's face darken. You're not allowed to secretly read them. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Hard to say. Do Miaoer outwardly promised she would, but secretly memorized the names. Zhang Pengzi was extremely clingy. He was almost the tallest and fattest person in all of Mingfeng Academy, while Lu Tinka was the shortest and smallest. The two of them appearing together was quite comical. Zhang Pengzi didn't care at all about what others thought. He simply adopted an attitude of, I'm sticking with you no matter what, and Lu Tinka could only let it go. In mid-March, there would be a county examination. Lu Tinka was preparing to take it. This put Zhang Pengzi in a dilemma. If Lu Tinka passed as a Tongxing, he could move to a senior class. Then what about himself? Shinji, you wouldn't abandon your brother, would you? Without you, I'd have no friends. Lu Tinka replied calmly. You could just pass the exam yourself. Zhang Pengzi murmured in a low voice, what kind of joke is that? I've taken the exam for 4 years at Baichuan Academy, and this time my father spent silver to get me in. If you have silver, why not just go directly to Baichuan Academy? Zhang Pengzi wore an unwilling expression. My father is old acquaintances with the instructors at Baichuan Academy. If he paid to send me in, he'd lose face. Lu Tinka had nothing to say. This fatty seemed useless at everything except eating. Shinji, you're a genius with a photographic memory. Do you have any way to help me pass as a Tongsheng? I'll cover your food expenses for a whole year. What do you say? Lu Tinka shook his head. I can't help you. You'll have to work hard on your own. The county exam only requires memorizing the 4 books and 5 classics and knowing how to interpret them. Nothing major. Zhang Pengzi glared at him grievously. If I'd already memorized the 4 books and 5 classics, I wouldn't be asking you for ideas. Shinji, I've never had a brother since childhood, and I truly like you. Lu Tinka shuddered. I have no interest in men. Zhang Pengzi quickly waved his hands. Neither do I. Don't misunderstand. I see you as a brother from another mother. Lu Tinka had no mood for his banter. I remember the director assigned you to copy the 5 classics. Why do you seem so unbothered? The director's policy essay test is this afternoon. There's still a whole month. It's plenty of time. Suddenly Zhang Pengzi leaned close to Lu Tinka's ear and whispered, I'll tell you a secret. The director has a grudge against the county magistrate. For students at our Mingfeng Academy, passing the Tongxing exam is harder than passing the Jiren exam. Even if you take it this year, you might not pass. Lu Tinka understood. I'll just give it a try. If I fail, so be it. That's true. Then I'll try to. In the afternoon class, Zhao Qinghua, with a stern face, first gave them a 15-minute lecture on attitude. The gist was that some people must not become lazy and arrogant because of their talent, while others who were already incompetent should stop wasting their energy on useless pursuits. The target was so obvious that Lu Tinka found it impossible to pretend he didn't notice. What a petty old man, holding a grudge like this. Zhao Qinghua distributed a policy essay to each person. You've never encountered policy essays before. Today I'll show you what one looks like and how you should write them in the future. The crowd read through it roughly. Zhao Qinghua then took back Lu Tinka's. I hear you have a photographic memory. Recite it for me. Lu Tinka. Surely you weren't reading carefully just now. Lu Tinka helplessly began, the affliction of the common people today, where does it lie? It lies in knowing only peace and not peril. Zhao Qinghua was clearly displeased. Sit down. Today they had witnessed what true photographic memory looked like. Everyone's admiration for Lu Tinka reached its peak. Especially Zhang Pengzi, whose eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Tinka. Near the end of class, Zhao Qinghua spoke about this year's county examination. Any student who wished to participate could collect a recommendation letter from him after class. Zhao Qinghua had assumed Lu Tinka would definitely participate, but he never expected Zhang Pengzi to want to join as well. What kind of character was Zhang Pengzi? He knew him well enough. Zhang Pengzi had been forcibly squeezed in by his father spending 50 taels of silver. If he weren't planning to renovate the schoolrooms, he wouldn't have let this fellow in. Zhang Pengzi wanted to take the county exam. Zhao Qinghua thought either he was dreaming or Zhang Pengzi was. Zhang Yinan, how much of the 5 classics have you copied? Director, it's only been a month. I'm in the middle of copying. My recommendation letter. Zhao Qinghua's anger rose seeing Zhang Pengzi's wretched expression. He had run this academy for so many years and had never encountered such a bizarre individual as Zhang Pengzi. Do you know that a single Jiren can only write 10 recommendation letters? Zhang Pengzi nodded. Zhao Qinghua waved his hand, dismissively ready to drive him away. Get out of here. For years, Mingfeng Academy had been suppressed by the county magistrate, accumulating quite a number of students. Aside from those completely beyond hope, at least 20 could pass as Tongsheng. Yet every year the magistrate allowed only 1 quota, and always an unflattering ranking. Already irritable due to the approaching county exam, Zhao Qinghua had no desire for Zhang Pengzi to make matters worse. But Zhang Pengzi chuckled again. Director, our academy has 3 instructors, which means 30 slots. Give me one, would you? What if I'm lucky? Get lost. Stop causing trouble for me. Don't you find it bothersome, but I find it a waste of ink. After shouting, Zhao Qinghua realized that as a man of learning and a role model, such language was inappropriate. He coughed awkwardly. Stop standing here blocking my view. Go away. Zhang Pengzi pouted grievously. Then I'll go ask the other instructors. What are you muttering about? Don't think I didn't hear you. Let me see who dares to give you one. Don't you know your own worth? Why are you meddling here? Believe it or not, I'll have your father summoned. Upon hearing his father would be called, Zhang Pengzi grinned. If my father knew I was this motivated, he'd be so delighted he'd burn incense at home and shout that the ancestors are manifesting their power. Zhao Qinghua was furious. You insist on taking the exam. Fine. This year you have no choice. If you fail, I'll send you straight home. Director, I won't take it, okay? No. Zhang Pengzi held the recommendation letter as though it were a burning hot potato, utterly torn between tears and laughter. Shinji, I'm doomed. Lu Tinka. If I get sent home, my father will beat me to death. I might as well just end it myself. There's still a month and a half. It's still enough time to start memorizing. Zhang Pengzi shook his head. Everyone knows our Mingfeng Academy produces only one tongsheng per year. It's never going to be my turn. I'd better hurry and pick some gifts for my mother so she can keep my father in check. Lu Tinka was amused by his bizarre way of thinking. Just as he was about to speak, he spotted two familiar figures in the distance. He quickly walked over. Why are you here? Do Mietra smiled. I came to visit Wanner and happened to be on the way home with you. Just then Zhang Pengzi noticed the two girls. His wretched demeanor vanished, instantly replaced by an honest and simple appearance. He performed a proper bow. Greetings, ladies. I am Jiang Yingnan. Do Mietra and Wanner exchanged a glance and smiled. We've heard of you. Zhang Pengzi. Do Mietra was quite intrigued by this gentleman. Just listening to Lu Tinka's utterly emotionless description had her in splits. This chubby fellow was absolutely a fountain of joy. Since arriving here, she had never encountered anyone so delightfully absurd. Seeing this, Lu Tinka could only introduce them. This is my fiancée Do Mietra, and this is Zhao Wanner, the dean's daughter. The mere mention of dean made Zhang Fatty's heart flutter with trepidation, and his demeanor promptly grew more upright. I apologize for any offense, ladies, I beg your pardon. Do Mietra gazed at Zhang Fatty's flustered and rather honest appearance, utterly unable to imagine how such a person could conceal so many risque novels in his satchel. There's nothing to apologize for. Shenji said you're quite an amusing person. Really? Tears nearly welled up in Zhang Fatty's eyes. He looked at Lu Tinka with the same adoring expression one might reserve for a dream lover. Brother, since childhood, everyone has only ever mocked me. You're the first person to call me interesting. From this day forward, I consider you my sworn brother. Lu Tinka. Do Mietra burst into laughter at Zhang Fatty's dramatic confession. It's getting late. We should head home. Do come visit me when you have free time. Before Zhao Wanner could utter a word, Zhang Fatty hurriedly chimed in. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll surely trouble you then, sister-in-law. Call me Meow. Let's go, it's almost dark. Lu Tinka grabbed Do Mietra's hand and briskly walked away. He couldn't help thinking that for once this Zhang Fatty had actually said something entirely correct. Time swiftly passed until the 10th day of the second month. The Academy granted a single day off every 10 days, meaning only 3 vacation days per month, a fact that made Do Mietra sigh at how blessed modern children were. Today happened to be his very first day off since enrolling, and he had promised Zhao Jinsheng's siblings that they would come over to play. Zhang Fatty had tagged along as well. After his relentless pestering and pitiful performances, Lu Tinka and Zhao Jinsheng had finally accepted his presence. To the outside world, the three of them were considered good friends. Though most still found Zhang Fatty somewhat peculiar, out of consideration for Zhao Jinsheng, few dared to openly mock him as they had at the start of term. As Zhang Fatty himself put it, the fact that I've found a stable footing here is entirely thanks to both of you brothers. Today I simply must make some gesture of appreciation. Unable to resist Zhang Fatty's entreaties, Zhao Jinsheng and his sister found themselves reluctantly accompanying him on a shopping spree. This roasted chicken looks splendid. Let's get 1. And 2 gene of braised beef as well. And 2 more gene of this pork belly. Zhao Wanner nodded enthusiastically. Sister Meower's braised pork is simply unmatched. That's precisely why this cut sells so well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fatty immediately called out, add another 2 gene. The vegetables were piled so generously it was as though they were giving them away. Even Zhao Jinsheng ended up carrying armfuls, making the 3 of them look like street vendors hawking their wares. By the way, Brother Mingguang, for a first visit, what kind of gift should I bring? Zhao Jinsheng replied, perhaps 2 liang of tea leaves. Shenji's supply has run out. Zhang Fatty scampered off to the tea shop, purchased 2 liang of mid-grade tea, and soon spotted a set of purple clay teaware. Look at this celadone bamboo patterned teapot set. It suits Shenji perfectly, doesn't it? Zhao Jinsheng said, you're buying so much, he'll feel embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? I like it. I plan to visit Shenji often from now on. Can't I simply use it myself? He then turned to Zhao Wanner. Sister Wan, what other good food can be found around here? Though Zhang Fatty possessed an eccentric personality, he was remarkably adept at reading the room. While sometimes he could be rather shameless, he was never truly annoying. He and Zhao Wanner had also become excellent food companions, exchanging countless insights and recommendations on the art of dining. The two had grown surprisingly close. Sesame cakes from the tea house, salted egg yolk pastries from the bakery in the West District, crab roe buns at Rui Pavilion, and those red date and brown sugar blooming buns from the steamed bun shop on the west side of the street. Zhao Jinsheng sighed inwardly. We're only 5 people. Let's wait until next time to buy these. Brother Mingguang is right. We'll buy them next time. Great idea. Next time we should all come together and buy them as a group. Zhao Wanner added cheerfully. Watching the 2 of them skip along with arms full of packages, visibly delighted, Zhao Jinsheng felt a headache coming on. One troublesome Zhao Wanner had already been more than enough, but now things were sure to get lively. Shenji, sister-in-law, we're here. The moment they stepped through the door, Jiang Fatty began bellowing at the top of his lungs a volume that sent the large yellow dog at the alley entrance into a frenzy of barking. As soon as they emerged to greet them, they saw all three carrying an abundance of goods. Do Meower said, "Why did you bring so much? You really shouldn't have. Sister-in-law, don't fuss over it. I'm here to steal a meal. All these things I bought are exactly what I've been craving. After 10 days at the academy, I was practically starving for good food. Today I'm troubling you, sister-in-law." With so many ingredients at hand, Do Meower assigned tasks to everyone. She cared nothing for the notion that a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. She would do the hard work herself. What nonsense. They were simply expected to sit and eat. No excuses. Fortunately, Zhao Jincheng was no stuffy traditionalist. He washed vegetables with genuine cheer. Meanwhile, Lu Tinka took the tea and teapot Jiang Fatty had just purchased and brewed a pot right there in the kitchen. Despite being in a cramped kitchen, surrounded by scattered ingredients, disorganized firewood, and walls blackened by years of cooking fumes, he poured the tea with effortless elegance. Hot water cascaded over the teapot as white steam rose from the dark purple vessel, illuminating Lu Tinka's youthful, clean-cut face. He looked like a celestial child who had inadvertently fallen into the mortal world, utterly out of place, yet possessing an inexplicable harmony with everything around him. The tea fragrance slowly diffused through the air. Zhao Jincheng set down the vegetables he had been washing and came over to sample a cup. "I never expected Shen Ji to be such a master of the tea ceremony." "Not at all. I've only ever read about it in books. This is actually my first time making it." Jiang Fatty and Zhao Wan'er both widened their eyes in astonishment. His first time. Shen Ji's natural talent is truly exceptional. I have rarely seen its like. My grandfather devoted his entire life to the tea ceremony, immersing himself in it for decades. I used to watch him brew tea when I was young. Had I not known this was his first attempt, I would never have believed it. This cup rivals what my grandfather would have prepared. The remaining three each took a cup. Jiang Fatty sipped thoughtfully. "I may not understand tea deeply, but I must say, it's quite delicious." Do Meower also savored hers carefully. Indeed, it was simply quite delicious. She drained her cup in one go. "Another round." Lu Tinka smiled. "Then you'll need to wait another 30 minutes. Do Meower shook her head. "Then I suppose I'll pass." Do Meower took charge of cooking. Zhao Wan'er assisted her. Lu Tinka tended the fire, and Zhao Jincheng carried the dishes. Jiang Fatty, remarkably perceptive, swiftly assigned himself the most suitable task of all, chopping firewood. After all, Jiang Fatty was a young master through and through. How could he possibly know how to chop firewood? At first he genuinely couldn't split a single log. But after Do Meower grew impatient and patiently taught him step by step, he gradually found his rhythm. It turned out Jiang Fatty's considerable bulk was not entirely useless. By the time dinner was ready, he had already split half the firewood, an efficiency that far surpassed Do Meower's. Yet his soft, pale, chubby hands had also developed two prominent, glistening blisters. Do Meower felt rather embarrassed, for she had forgotten to give him gloves, and she had never expected such a straightforward person. But Jiang Pongzi himself didn't mind at all, and said with a smile, "It's nothing, just a minor wound. If my father knew I could actually do work, he'd be so happy he'd eat 2 extra bowls of rice. When I return to the academy, I'll write to my father." Lu Tinka had also developed a new opinion of Jiang Pongzi. The man was actually quite decent. More importantly, he had truly been a great help. Lu Tinka couldn't chop firewood to save his life, and he certainly didn't want Do Meower doing such work either. Despite his injured hand, Jiang Pongzi's appetite remained unaffected. His food intake could certainly be described as double that of an ordinary person. Sister Wan'er was right as usual. "Your cooking skill is superb, even surpassing that of restaurant chefs. I don't even want to dine out anymore," Do Meower said. "Next time we should have hot pot. It's more lively with a bigger crowd." "Great. Let's do it. Next time we have a break, I'll buy the meat." Zhao Wan'er chimed in. "I'll get the vegetables. Then I'll go fetch a pot." Zhao Jincheng added, "I have a small pot at home, so there's no need to go out of my way. It should be different. The hot pot I'm talking about isn't the same as the pots used for stir-frying at home. You'll know once you see the pot I bring back." As they were leaving, Do Meower packed up the braised pork for them to take along. It wasn't that it tasted bad. It's just that Jiang Pongzi had bought far too much meat, and they simply couldn't finish it. After seeing the three off, Do Meower remarked, "Jiang Pongzi may be eccentric, but he's a decent person. We've got food sorted for the next 10 days. I never expected a young master like him to chop so much firewood." Lu Tinka hummed in acknowledgement. "Given that he helped you chop all that would, I'll treat him better from now on." Do Meower lay on her Kong bed, gazing at the ceiling with a touch of sentimentality. "I have friends now and don't have to worry about making a living. It's wonderful. I have family and friends now, and I'm not worried about livelihood either." "That's good," Lu Tinka replied. Do Meower turned her head to look at him. "I want some tea." "All right, I'll make it for you right away." Meanwhile, Jiang Pongzi and the other two made their way back to Mingfeng Academy with the braised pork, heading straight for the backyard, where Zhao Qinghua and his wife happened to be having a meal. "So you still know to come home. Running around every day, all of you, big and small alike." Zhao Qingbo was clearly displeased, but Zhang Pongzi quickly produced still warm braised pork from his chest with a beaming smile. Teacher madam, we brought this back specially for you too. I was worried it would get cold, so I kept it warm against my body. My sister-in-law's braised pork is exceptional. Please give it a try. The truth was plainly obvious. They couldn't finish it all. Yet neither Zhao Jinsheng nor his sister would be foolish enough to expose him. Zhao Qingbo took a bite, glanced at the three, and said, "You certainly know how to find a good spot." Though he didn't voice approval, everyone could tell he was in a decent mood. Zhang Pongzi hurriedly held up his hand. "Teacher, look at my hand. After all that effort to get this meal." A quick glance at the pale, chubby hand wrapped in bandages was all it took for Zhao Qingbo to understand what Zhang Pongzi was implying. Master Wu has already granted you a 10-day extension. But if you fail the county examination, you're going straight home. Now scram. Madame Zhao also picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Are you really going to send him back? Setting aside that Lord Zhang spent money to renovate our school building, this child actually has a good heart. Just scaring him, Zhao Qingbo snorted. His mind is always wandering in the wrong direction. Madame Zhao truly enjoyed the braised pork and ate quite a bit. Wonder did you learn how to make it? I just watched Sister Meower make it. Tell me tomorrow, and I'll give it a try. Madame Zhao purchased 2 gin of pork belly, and following Zhao Wanner's instructions attempted to prepare the dish. However, the flavor didn't quite match. The essence was somehow missing. The next day, Zhang Pongzi lamented to Lu Tinka, "The principal only granted me a 10-day extension for the 5 classics. If I don't pass the county exam, I'll have to go home. Shinji, I'm leaving in a month. Don't think of me. Though we've only known each other briefly, I'm truly glad to have met Yu Mingguang's sister Wanner, and my sister-in-law. If the opportunity arises, I'll come visit, and I hope to taste my sister-in-law's cooking again." Lu Tinka face-bombed. "That's enough." Zhang Pongzi continued to give him a pitiful look. Lu Tinka took his copy of the book of documents and marked roughly a quarter of its pages, memorized these, and asked me if you don't understand anything. "This is the county exam." Zhang Pongzi's eyes lit up immediately. "Could you make it less? Get lost." Ha ha ha. In his past life, Lu Tinka had taken the county exam 4 years later. Determined to pass every examination on his first attempt, he had thoroughly studied all the county prefectural and provincial exam papers from those years. He remembered the provincial exams quite clearly, but the prefectural and county exams had long since blurred together in his memory, with only a general sense remaining. With Lu Tinka serving as his walking cheat sheet, Zhang Pongzi actually put in serious effort, studying diligently not only during the day, but also at night by candlelight, reviewing the notes Lu Tinka had explained to him. Even his dorm mates found it strange. "Pongzi, have you changed? Why are you working so hard?" "I have no choice. The principal said if I can't pass the county exam this time, my father will come and take me back." "You? Taking the county exam?" Zhang Pongzi wore a bitter expression. "Don't waste my candles. Anyone want to study together?" At these words, they all perked up, pulling out their books to learn. After all, not every family could afford candles like Zhang Pongzi's, and such opportunities shouldn't be missed. Human potential is boundless. In just 8 days, Zhang Pongzi had memorized the assigned passages from the book of documents so thoroughly that he could recite them backward. He could even explain the commentaries with impressive clarity, leading Lu Tinka to realize that this hefty fellow was actually quite clever. Zhang Pongzi looked quite pleased with himself. "How about that, brother? Am I not impressive?" Lu Tinka remained silent and pulled out another text, the Analects, circling 5 chapters. "Keep going. How did you know which parts would be tested?" Zhang Pongzi asked mysteriously. Lu Tinka looked at him as if he were an idiot. "How would I know? I was just guessing." "Guessing?" Lu Tinka said calmly. "Essentially, exams rarely repeat questions from recent years. These practice materials are available at bookshops. Eliminate questions from the past 5 years, then remove those that are particularly difficult or absurdly simple, and what remains are the questions that separate the top students from the rest." Zhang Pongzi was thoroughly impressed, but he overlooked one crucial point. This was common knowledge that everyone already understood. Though Lu Tinka's scope was general, it was still far too narrow. Lu Tinka returned home unexpectedly, finding Mu Ziyu sitting in the courtyard. "When did you arrive, Brother He?" "Half an hour ago. Have you been well lately, Jinji?" Lu Tinka nodded, and the two entered the house together. "What brings you here, Brother He?" "I was traveling to the capital and happened to pass by. I thought I'd come bother you for a few days." Lu Tinka said with a smile. "I wouldn't refuse such an offer." Do Mier was preparing meals in the kitchen. "I invited Master Mu inside for tea, but he said he'd rather get some fresh air and wait for you to return." Lu Tinka understood that Mu Ziyu was keeping his distance to avoid suspicion. Once inside, he brewed tea himself. "Has everything been going smoothly since you returned home, Brother He?" Mu Ziyu smiled bitterly and remained silent, clearly indicating things weren't going well. "When you went to the capital, did you change your mind about something, Brother He?" Mu Ziyu could only laugh and cry at the same time. "It seems you knew all along that my chosen approach wouldn't work." Lu Tinka shook his head. "I simply understood that when faced with profit, most people won't care about others suffering. Once Miss Wang marries into the family, there are plenty of ways to silence her. Why would they abandon this marriage because of it? Mu Ziyu sighed. I was naive. Lu Tinka said, noble families have always looked down on others. They study the books of sages, but treat common people as inferior. This Miss Wang is surely no saint either. I don't know what kind of person Miss Wang is, but she has never harmed me. I truly cannot hurt her for my own selfish reasons. If I do, what difference is there between me and those people in my clan? In his past life, Lu Tinka had little interaction with Mu Ziyu. He had only heard that this person was a true gentleman, but he never imagined he could be so principled. After pondering for a while, he asked, I wonder if Brother Heya has the courage to burn one's bridges. Mu Ziyu was taken aback. What do you mean, Jinji? Lu Tinka wrote 4 characters in the tea. Establish your own household. Mu Ziyu was stunned. Lu Tinka slowly poured out the tea washing water. When you cannot make a decisive cut, you will surely suffer chaos. I imagine Brother Heya knows something about my situation. Mu Ziyu lowered his eyes. But parents and siblings are different from grandparents and uncles. They truly raised me. I believe Brother Heya understands the principle of a tail that is too large to wag. The Mu family has been prosperous for over 100 years since the high ancestor, hasn't it? When prosperity reaches its peak, decline must follow. If not for this, the clan members wouldn't need to cling to the Wang family. Besides seeking greater wealth, there is also fear. Rich merchants are sometimes like pigs raised by the court. Who knows which one will be slaughtered next? We all see it clearly, they just refuse to admit it. Lu Tinka poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mu Ziyu. The Mu family has been wealthy for a century and has long bred countless parasites. It would be better for Brother Heya to withdraw early. Rather than you navigating between the Wang and Mu families, why not start anew? On one hand, the Mu family cannot offend the Wangs now, and your actions would give the Wang family some explanation. Most importantly, an arm cannot twist against a thigh. When the Mu family's empire eventually collapses, this would still be a path of retreat for you. Mu Ziyu was moved by these words. Lu Tinka continued, however, this is also an act of great unfilial piety. Others will not understand your good intentions. Moreover, after losing the Mu family and making enemies of the Wang family, your path will not be easy. Only you will know the hardships involved, and whether you will succeed remains unknown. Mu Ziyu nodded. I understand everything. Thank you. Lu Tinka shook his head. I simply cannot bear to see someone like you, Brother Heya, broken by the selfishness of noble families. Perhaps only a rebel like me could think of such a desperate measure. To me, this is the best strategy. Whether it leads to misunderstanding or hardship, success or failure, this is my own choice. Shortstory had already cleared out the north room and organized their belongings and was now helping Do Meager with the fire. The two were chatting and seemed quite happy. Lu Tinka poured 2 cups of tea and brought them over. Try this, it's freshly brewed. Do Meager drank it in one gulp. Delicious. Lu Tinka smiled. Mu Ziyu watched the two not far away and couldn't help but show a trace of envy. Even an ordinary family has its own kind of goodness. Lu Tinka specifically requested 2 days off to accompany Mu Ziyu. Zhao Qingbua originally didn't want to approve it. In the end, Lu Tinka had to write a proper policy essay on the corruption of customs due to lack of education, and only then did Zhao Qingbua agree. This made Lu Tinka secretly complain. That old miser. Mu Ziyu felt somewhat apologetic, but Do Meager said, anyway, he has already learned everything the teacher taught. Whether he goes or not makes no difference. Qingqing is right. Brother Heya need not worry about it. Moreover, learning from Brother Heya for 1 day is better than a month at the academy. Mu Ziyu replied, Jinji, please do not flatter me to death. By the way, is Qingqing Mistress Meater's childhood name? Qingqing is your collar, lingering is my heart. Lu Tinka smiled bitterly. Exactly so. I have nothing but can only give a childhood name as a New Year's gift. Mu Ziyu teased, how is this giving a childhood name? You're clearly giving your whole heart. Do Meager quickly stopped the two. I'm still here. You're saying such things right in front of me. Isn't that a bit much? I'm a girl after all, wouldn't you feel shy? The shy girl is now covering her face with both hands and walking away rather than placing her hands on her hips and dramatically declaring she's shy. Do Meager glared at him, covered her face with both hands, and said, then I'm leaving. We'll eat soon. Go wash your hands quickly. Mu Ziyu laughed heartily. Living with Mistress Meager is indeed full of endless joy. Jinji, you'd better keep a close watch. Lu Tinka showed no embarrassment whatsoever. I'm always trying. This time in Lixian, Mu Ziyu didn't even visit Rui Tower. He had genuinely come only to see Lu Tinka. Apart from a few words on the first day, neither mentioned that matter during these 2 days. Lu Tinka discussed the ways of the sages and unusual stories with him, while Mu Ziyu shared what he had seen and experienced in the places he had visited, making Do Meager yearn for it herself. Lu Tinka couldn't help but regret. No matter how many extraordinary tales one reads in books, it is not as good as personally experiencing the lights of 10,000 homes and seeing the green mountains and clear waters with one's own eyes. There will be opportunities in the future. By the way, last time you wrote asking about my small fennel, I got some from the medicine shop. Mistress Mier, could you check if this is what you were looking for? As soon as the words fell, both were stunned. Lutinka was embarrassed while Do Mier pointed at him and laughed uncontrollably. Mu Ziyu was completely bewildered. What's wrong? Oh my. Master Mu, you don't know what Master Lu, who boasted of being a genius every day, said back then. Let me imitate him for you. Imitating Lutinka's manner, she frowned in thought and muttered, I remember there is small fennel in the southern frontier region, but it is all used as medicinal herbs. Then another round of hearty laughter erupted. Used as medicinal herbs. How come Master Lu didn't think to go to the medicine shop? You don't seem to have thought of it either. But I am no naturally gifted genius. I am just a weak woman who cannot even tie a chicken with her bare hands, and cannot read a basket full of characters. Ha ha ha. Lutinka had a face full of exasperation. He didn't know why he had made such a stupid mistake. Laughter aside, Do Miauer immediately recognized that fennel was actually cumin. You're in for a treat. That evening she decided to roast it. Raw cumin seeds had little aroma, but when roasted the scent could travel for miles, let alone the 4 people standing right by the pot. Shortstory pinched his nose and complained, it smelled good at first, but why is it getting worse? Do Miauer also held her nose and said, you don't understand, do you? When something is too fragrant it becomes pungent. Just like the saying that extreme joy begets sorrow, and prosperity inevitably leads to decline. You'll know when you taste it. Just as she spoke, the ant living at the alley entrance knocked on the door. As soon as Lutinka opened it, she asked, is it your family cooking something? Lutinka shook his head. No, we were also wondering who was making such a strange smell. The ant left, covering her nose, muttering, who's cooking? It smells like body odor. Hope they don't get poisoned. As soon as Lutinka closed the door, Mu Ziyu laughed. I never knew Shinji could be so amusing. After the cumin was roasted, Do Miauer cut some meat, skewered it, and grilled it over the brazier. She sprinkled a little salt and cumin. The oil dripped into the fire with a sizzling sound, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Shortstory's eyes lit up, and Do Miauer's pride was evident. Try one first. Thank you, Miss Miauer. Young master, go ahead and eat. Shortstory excitedly took a bite, the hot meat rolling on his tongue several times before he finally bit down. How is it? While chewing, Shortstory gave a thumbs up. Amazing. Do Miauer then gave a skewer each to Lutinka and Mu Ziyu, who were also full of praise. Miss Miauer, how did you know that fennel could be used as a seasoning? Do Miauer was momentarily stunned, but Lutinka took over the conversation. There was a fennel ingredient in my medicine before. She took a bite out of curiosity and said it would taste great roasted, so she wanted to find more. Do Miauer looked at Mu Ziyu. I made something before that was delicious, but others could figure out the recipe if they ate it enough times. However, with this added flavor it's even better. If we grind the fennel into powder so no one can recognize it, we can make it a unique business. Are you interested? Mu Ziyu thought for a moment. Can I have a taste? If it works, we'll split it 70-30. Do Miauer slapped her thigh. 80-20 is fine. 70-30 is too unfair to you. Lutinka and I aren't so desperate for money that we'd fleece an acquaintance. With that she stood up. There's still some tofu skin at home. I'll soak it now, and we can eat it tomorrow. Let's grind the powder first. From now on this will be called cumin powder, our secret recipe. The next day when Mu Ziyu woke up, he saw Lutinka practicing a slow, leisurely boxing form in the courtyard while Do Miauer was mixing something. Good morning, both of you. Do Miauer replied with a smile, and Lutinka also stopped his practice to greet him. Master Mu, would you like to have a taste? Mu Ziyu looked at the bright red strips covered in chili powder before him. It was hard to imagine that this was tofu skin. He had expected it to be very spicy, but it wasn't that spicy. Instead, the more he ate, the more he craved it. It was quite addictive. You can use not only tofu skin, but also wheat gluten made from flour, and shape it differently. The flavor can also be adjusted. Does it have a name? Do Miauer shook her head. Not yet. It was something I made by accident. We've been calling it spicy strips. And if it weren't for Lutinka's love for it, I wouldn't have thought of making money from it. Mu Ziyu thought for a moment. Spicy strips is quite fitting. Miss Miauer, please don't make any more of this for now. Let me make the proper preparations, and then we'll start making money. Do Miauer nodded. Alright, I trust your character, Master Mu. I'll give you the recipe shortly, and you can find the ingredients workshop and workers. Mu Ziyu clasped his hands. In business, we must follow the rules. Let's sign a contract first. You give me the formula, and I'll give you a deposit. Lutinka nodded. I'll follow Brother Hei's advice. However, when signing the contract, Do Miauer only signed her own name, having nothing to do with Lutinka. Mu Ziyu was a bit surprised, but since it was their private matter, he didn't say much. Do Miauer noticed his expression and casually explained, this is a recipe I discovered. Oh, it has nothing to do with him. Lutinka didn't mind. Ching Ching is capable. I couldn't be happier. And I wouldn't mind being supported by Ching Ching in the future. Do Miauer only kept a small jar of cumin powder for seasoning and handed over the rest that hadn't been ground to Mu Ziyu to handle. She felt she had reached the pinnacle of life again. In the past, she had endless money without doing anything. Now she felt that such a life was beckoning her once more. Mu Ziyu was surely more reliable than any fund management institution, right? Mu Ziyu left a deposit of 100 taels of silver, an amount most commoners would never see in 10 lifetimes. Do Miaoer, completely disregarding her image, planted a big kiss on the banknote. Lu Tinka, you'll really have to rely on me from now on. Haven't I always relied on you? Do Miaoer snorted twice and stuffed the banknote into her bosom. Warner and the others will be here soon. Let's tidy up quickly. Today I'm treating everyone. Sure to come with me to buy things. And so Sure to was borrowed by Do Miaoer. At first he would ask for Mu Ziyu's permission, but now he didn't bother since Mu Ziyu would only say go ahead. The two bought some bowls and plates since there would be 2 more people today, and they were short on dishes. Now that Do Miaoer was loaded with money, she felt she could afford anything for her home and started a shopping spree. If it weren't for the need to keep a low profile, she would have bought a maidservant. Sure Tu's arms were already full, but she showed no sign of stopping. Just then they ran into Zhao Jincheng and his 2 friends coming out of the academy. Free porters that had delivered themselves. How could she not use them? Seeing Do Miaoer's determination to buy out the entire street, Zhao Jincheng's mouth couldn't stop twitching. Did Shinji know about this? Zhao Wanner was also shocked. Sister Miaoer, where did you get all this silver? You. Don't worry, Wanner. I didn't steal or rob. I just exchanged wisdom for money. Zhao Wanner was speechless. Jiang Pengzi also secretly swallowed his saliva and whispered, Brother Mingguan, your sister-in-law, is way better at shopping than I am. Just as he spoke, his name was called. Fatty, help me carry this back. Jiang Pengzi took one look and almost fainted. A stone mill. Sister-in-law, I'm just flabby. I really can't do this. Do Miaoer sized him up for a moment, then stuffed the things in her hands into his arms, and silently picked up a small stone mill about 1.5 feet in diameter. Let's go home. Everyone. Do Miaoer took the lead and the others hurried along. Jiang Pengzi looked as if he had seen a ghost. Was this really the innocent and lovely sister-in-law? She was a lively, kind, and virtuous girl with crescent-shaped eyes full of stars when she smiled, and a pair of dimples as if filled with fine wine. How could she be a tomboy carrying a stone mill and walking briskly? And what did her eyes mean? Was it contempt? Jiang Pengzi felt 1,000 points of critical damage. Not only had his delicate sister-in-law disappeared, but he was also looked down upon by a girl in terms of strength. Jiang Pengzi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sister-in-law, wait for me, I can do it. When Lu Tinka saw Do Miaoer carrying a stone mill back, the veins on his forehead jumped 3 times. Why did you buy a stone mill? Because there's none to buy, I had to make it myself. Since we're having hot pot today, we have to have the best, or else all my efforts would be wasted. I spent 3 taels of silver on a copper pot. Do you think I'd begrudge 1 tael for a stone mill? What left him even more dumbfounded was that everyone was like a human shelf. Mu Ziyu couldn't help joking. Miss Miaoer, are you planning to open a grocery store? If you have money, don't keep it. It's wasted when you die. Besides, everything I bought is useful. Lu Tinka hurriedly told everyone to put down their things. Looking at the stone mill on the ground, he felt his heart was blocked by it. But there was something even more blocking. In no time, someone delivered a dining table, a large round table that could seat 10 people. All right, just put it here. Do Miaoer said proudly. This table is perfect for hot pot. Looking at the mess of pots, pans, bowls, chickens, ducks, fish, and various vegetables, more complete than a grocery store, Lu Tinka gritted his back teeth to suppress his urge to scold. He asked gently, Ching, you bought so much. Are you tired? Not tired at all. Today is the best day of my life. I feel like I could go out for another round, but I really can't think of anything else to buy. Lu Tinka quickly said, we have everything at home now. It's almost noon, let's set up the pot quickly. Lu Tinka briefly introduced Mu Ziyu and his servant to everyone, then began urging everyone to work. He was afraid Do Miaoer would think of something else to buy. To prove that he wasn't that weak, Jiang Pengzi volunteered to turn the millstone. Turning the millstone actually just required moving the arm in a circle. She had originally wanted to buy peanut and sesame paste, but there was none for sale, so she simply bought a stone mill and decided to make it herself. Mu Ziyu secretly asked Lu Tinka, should I leave some more deposit? At the rate Miss Miaoer is spending in a few days, Shunji, you'll be drinking the northwest wind. Lu Tinka quickly shook his head, absolutely not. If you leave any more silver, my house will really turn into a grocery store. Mu Ziyu watched the busy backs of Do Miaoer and Zhao Wanner and sighed. I didn't expect Miss Miao. She really surprised me. Lu Tinka smiled and thought to himself, aren't I the same? But then he thought again, this should be her true self, not having to budget every penny, doing whatever she wants. She once said she was very rich, so rich that she didn't know how much she had. It seemed she really preferred that kind of life. For Lu Tinka, just having enough to eat and wear was fine. Seeing Do Miaoer so happy today, he suddenly felt pressure. Silver really seemed important. In just over half an hour, the hot pot feast was ready. The table was full of side dishes, and the rich aroma of the broth filled the air even before anything was cooked. Thin slices of meat as delicate as cicada wings were arranged on several plates. The most important part was the stacks of dipping sauces. No one had ever eaten such a hot pot. I only put the basic sauce. Everyone can add whatever they like. But no one moved because no one knew what to add. They all followed Dome Meower, adding whatever she added: chopped spring onions, cilantro, sugar, vinegar, sesame, oil, minced garlic, and chili oil. She had secretly added cumin powder to the sesame paste before dividing the dipping sauce. She took a taste, smacked her lips, and it was not bad. Then everyone also took a taste and smacked their lips together. Dome Meower. Dome Meower was the first to pick up a slice of beef, swished it in the pot for a few seconds, dipped it in the sauce, blew on it, and swallowed it in one bite. Oh, that familiar taste. It was damn delicious. As a hot pot enthusiast, Dome Meower knew how long she had been yearning for this memory of hot pot. Everyone followed her and ate the meat they had cooked. It was so delicious it made their tongues drop. Sister-in-law, I've never eaten such a delicious hot pot. If we open a restaurant, it will definitely make money. Moo Ziyu replied, sorry, this matter has already been settled with Miss Meower. Dome Meower was stunned, then realized that the cumin powder couldn't be disclosed for now. So her money really needed a legitimate source. Well, you're too late. Dome Meower had prepared plenty of ingredients, even buying large prawns. Everyone ate to their heart's content. Zhang Pengzi wouldn't give up. Sister-in-law, brother Moo, let's talk about it. Can you share a little with me? Just a very small share. I just want to earn some pocket money. You don't know, every time I ask my father for money, I get a good scolding. Zhang Pengzi began to ramble on about how miserable and pitiful he was. Dome Meower didn't know what to say. There was no such business in the first place, but it was indeed a good idea. Hot pot restaurants originally opened all over the country. Dome Meower seemed to see silver beckoning her. Moo Ziyu spoke. This restaurant chain will start from Jingqing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, and the Jiangnan region and slowly expand nationwide. So I plan to invest 1,000 taels of silver as capital. Miss Meower's recipe will be converted into a 30 dry share. I've already paid the deposit. Everyone understood now. The silver they had squandered today was Moo Ziyu's deposit. Zhang Pengzi wilted at the news. His family was just landlords. 1,000 taels. He would never have that in his lifetime. His little bit of money. Forget it. Dome Meower looked at Moo Ziyu, who smiled and said, but I am like a brother to Shun Ji, and this idea all came from Miss Meower. The Li County store will be given to you as a gift. If you want to find a partner, I won't interfere. Dome Meower heard this and realized it was for real. Even Zhang Pengzi could see the business opportunity. How could Moo Ziyu let it go? If he said this now, Dome Meower wouldn't expose him, but if he waited until Zhang Pengzi and the others negotiated and then joined, things would be different. Then even if they contributed only a little silver, they would still take a portion of the profits. As a businessman, Moo Ziyu certainly wouldn't let that happen. But on the principle of leaving some leeway, and because of his relationship with Lu Tinka and Dome Meower, he couldn't be completely stingy. The Li County store was nothing in his eyes, so giving it away was fine. Moo Ziyu's words had barely fallen when Zhao Jinqing also joined in the excitement, and Zhao Wan'er followed suit. Originally, Zhao Jinqing had disagreed because she had no money of her own and would inevitably have to borrow from others, but she claimed she wanted to earn a dowry for herself, which finally silenced Zhao Jinqing. Moo Ziyu said, if you lack capital, you can come to me, consider it a loan from me. After he finished speaking, Dome Meower and the other three began discussing excitedly, as if ready to make a big move, while Lu Tinka and Moo Ziyu went to the north room to talk. It seems Brother Heya has already made a decision. What Shinji said is right. Hesitation leads to turmoil. Even if the road is difficult, choosing one's own path is better than having others arrange it. In this life, I want to be a rebel for once. Lu Tinka nodded. Brother Heya will succeed. Meeting Shinji and his wife is my fortune. Shinji always points out a clear path for me, and your wife's help is like charcoal in the snow, timely and invaluable. Lu Tinka shook his head. Actually, if Brother Heya were an outsider, he would surely understand. It's just that the player is often blind to the game. Moreover, Brother Heya's help to us is also like charcoal in the snow. The two burst into laughter. Nothing brings more joy than a win-win business. Moo Ziyu and Lu Tinka together formulated the next plan. The first step was to reject the Wang family's marriage proposal, then take the opportunity to break away from the Mu family. Next, they would open a hot pot restaurant named Jushin Manor, directly competing with the Rui Tower. This would inevitably provoke joint attacks from the Mu family and the Wang family, making their situation difficult. However, hot pot was a business that could be easily imitated. While everyone's attention was focused on Jushin Manor, they would quietly develop the spicy strip business. One in the open, the other in the shadows. This was why Moo Ziyu said Dome Meower was like charcoal in the snow. Without Dome Meower's novel ideas, he would have no chance of success in any other business. The combined power and connections of the Mu family and the Wang family covered almost every industry, making any endeavor difficult for him. But now it was different. At least he had the upper hand now. It was Dome Meower who gave him the capital to pretend to advance along one path, while secretly going along another. It was not until the sky was completely dark that Zhao Jinqing and the others left. Opening a shop was not a matter of a day or two. There were still many things to plan. Today they only confirmed how much each would invest and how profits would be divided. The rest was just random talk without any concrete plan. However, Do Meower was still very excited and kept talking about it with Lu Tinka and Mu Ziyu after they left. Mu Ziyu gave many practical and pertinent suggestions as he was the expert in business. Do Meower gradually felt the joy in it. I find that earning silver seems to bring more happiness than spending it. Lu Tinka laughed and said, then leave all the joyful things to you. I'll just spend the money. Even if people say I'm living off my wife, I don't care. Do Meower glared at him. You're quite a talent being able to frame living off your wife as such selflessness. Mu Ziyu couldn't help but say, Brother Shinji is magnanimous. How many talented women are confined to the inner quarters their whole lives raising children and serving their husbands? Do Meower said nonchalantly, who needs his magnanimity? When I become a rich woman, I'll recruit a husband. Lu Tinka looked at Mu Ziyu with a wry smile. You won't find anyone as handsome as me by recruiting a husband. Those more handsome than me are not as clever, those cleverer than me are not as doting, and those who dote on you more than me. There is no one who dotes on you more than me. How do you dote on me? You voiced such a rebellious idea as recruiting a husband, and I didn't say a word. Tell me which man could do that. Mu Ziyu laughed. I think it's not that no one dotes on your wife more than you, but that no one is smarter than you. Do Meower quickly nodded in agreement. Master Mu, you are wise. He's incredibly shrewd. Sister-in-law, please don't call me Master Mu anymore, but sounds distant. Now we are also business partners, and Shinji and I are like brothers. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Mu. Do Meower had a very good impression of Mu Ziyu and already regarded him as a friend. Now that Mu Ziyu suddenly wanted to get closer aside from their newly established partnership, she guessed it was more because something had happened between him and Lu Tinka. But she didn't ask further. If Lu Tinka wanted to say, he would naturally speak, otherwise asking would be useless. Maintaining a sense of distance from Lu Tinka was something she always reminded herself to do. Mu Ziyu insisted on giving her a 30% share of Jushin Manor's profits. She didn't invest a single coin, yet she received such a high share mostly out of respect for Lu Tinka, as she well knew. After a token refusal, she accepted. Moreover, she didn't intend to be a hands-off boss. She wanted to truly fulfill the duties of a partner. She was confident she could live up to that 30% share. Although she had never been a merchant, she had seen much of the world and had faith in her abilities. Unless she didn't want to do something, she was quite clever. Mu Ziyu stayed for 2 more days and then left. Do Meower and Zhao Wanner began to get busy. Zhao Jinxing and Fatty Zhang both had classes, so Zhao Wanner was just a follower. She was only 11 years old. What could she understand? Most of the work fell on Do Meower. She learned on the fly, borrowing many business books from Boss Zhao and reading by lamplight every night. Today she returned and opened the Shangjing Book of Commerce. Fight with the orthodox, win with the unconventional. What does that mean? Lu Tinka said, it means putting the most ordinary things into the market competition, then using unique methods to capture people's hearts to win. Do Meower nodded and continued reading. Lu Tinka frowned. Are you sure you can remember reading like this? Do Meower raised an eyebrow smugly. Sorry, I was also born with a photographic memory. Lu Tinka was taken aback, then laughed. I wasn't born with a photographic memory. Originally, I just had a slightly better memory than average. Later, I spent 10 years at the Imperial Academy with nothing to do all day but read the books stored there. Over time, I honed my memory to be photographic. Then I'm still more impressive. You're impressive. But why are you suddenly so diligent? I've never earned money myself before, but since I started earning it, I find that making money seems even more satisfying. And spending it freely after earning it myself is twice the satisfaction. Lu Tinka nodded and suddenly asked, what do you think of Brother He? Do Meower was startled. Why did he suddenly ask about him? Brother Mu is wonderful. He is amiable, wealthy, and handsome. What's wrong? Lu Ting said. And he is the most deserving gentleman I have ever met. He continued, do you remember last time I told you I gave him 2 approaches? Do Meower nodded. You said he would change his mind, but I guessed wrong. Do you know what vicious scheme I suggested to him? Do Meower shook her head. I told him to first feign agreement to the marriage with Miss Wang, then exploit the internal conflicts within the Mu family to push Miss Wang upon another Mu clan member. By assuming the role of the victim, he could win the Wang family's forgiveness, elevate his status within the Mu clan, and even use this opportunity to eliminate those within the Mu family with sinister intentions. Do Meower nodded. A brilliant scheme. But he is now backed into a corner and unwilling to do such a thing, for he cannot sacrifice an innocent Miss Wang, who bears him no grudge, for his own selfish ends. So he has decided to offend the Wang family, leave the Mu clan, and face the wrath of both great families alone, starting from scratch. Do Meower fell silent. Then Lu Ting said, by comparison, wouldn't you find me despicable? Someone who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. Observing his anxious expression, Do Meower was quiet for a moment before saying, I don't know. These things have not happened to me, so I cannot say what I would do. But I can only say that I deeply admire Brother Mu. Lu Ting nodded. Do you know what? Actually, I envy Brother He. But my heart seems to have turned dark, and it can never shine as openly and honestly as his. Looking at his haggard back, Do Miao suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She patted his shoulder. It is precisely because the world is filled with people who follow their nature and put themselves first that gentlemen are celebrated. And gentlemen are rare. Yet everyone likes gentlemen, don't they? I remember when I first arrived in the capital with no friends or family and empty pockets. I treated everyone with kindness, yet I was bullied at every turn. Later, I slowly learned to protect myself, and then Lu Ting's voice grew even lower. I don't know when I became like this. If I had not met Brother Hia, I wouldn't have even realized there was anything wrong with it. His inferiority was so conspicuous. Do Miao had never seen such a Lu Ting. He had always pretended to be confident and composed, always appearing steady and mature. Had he ever shown such self-loathing before? Do Miao couldn't help but gently embrace him. This is not your fault. Lu Ting reached out and hugged her tightly. Really, this is not your fault. Not everyone is Mu Ziyu, the young master of Rui Tower, nor is everyone Lord Hia. You are just an ordinary person. I too was once naive and ignorant of the world. But now I know that life is not as I imagined it to be. I don't blame you. Lu Ting held her close, and in a place she could not see, the corners of his mouth crept upward. Mu Ziyu was handsome, wealthy, and upright. No wonder countless young ladies were captivated by him. He certainly did not want to cultivate a rival in love. He would crush it before it could even sprout. Having served as Grand Secretary for over a decade, Lu Ting was exceptionally adept at reading people's hearts. He would never hide Mu Ziyu's virtues. If she discovered them on her own one day, would Mu Ziyu not become a treasure in her eyes? So he told her from the start, but he would make sure she did not hold those virtues too dearly. Lu Ting thought silently to himself. He would slowly ensure that her heart and eyes could only see him. No matter how good or bad others were, he would gradually replace every memory with himself. He was not in a hurry. He would slowly erode her heart bit by bit. Zhang Pengzi's potential was boundless. In less than half a month, he had already memorized the most difficult texts from the Book of Documents and the Analects. Next, Lu Ting circled the entire remaining scope. Zhang Pengzi wailed, "Shinji, this is far too much. Then pack your things and go home. Mingguang told me the dean takes this very seriously." Zhang Pengzi's face twisted. "My father spent 50 taels of silver on this. The dean hates people like you the most, those who buy their way in with money." He muttered under his breath. "Wasn't that still your father's silver? And you scholars conduct yourselves so dishonorably." Just then Zhao Qinghua entered. Zhang Pengzi immediately plastered on a sycophantic grin. Today's lecture covered the passage from the Book of Documents. Majestic is he who occupies the throne above, luminous are those who serve below. Their brilliance shines across the four quarters. None but the diligent in virtue shall be employed. Thus they are clear in their punishments and lead the people according to eternal principles. Zhao Qinghua's eyes landed immediately on Zhang Pengzi, grinning foolishly with bared teeth. "Zhang Yingnan, tell me, what does this mean?" Zhang Pengzi hesitated. He saw Zhao Qinghua's book rolled into a cylinder, tapping lightly against his palm like a ruler. But to Zhang Pengzi it felt as though the book might come crashing down on his head at any moment. Fortunately, this passage fell exactly within the scope Lu Ting had marked for him. He quickly replied, "Emperor Yao's majestic dignity occupied the throne as emperor. The scholars and officials valuing virtue above all served in their positions regardless of nobility or common birth. Their great achievements shone brightly across the world. All diligently pursued virtuous governance. The officials clearly brought the people's conduct under the rule of law, governing according to the natural disposition of the people through virtuous administration." Zhao Qinghua was stunned. He studied Zhang Pengzi carefully and found no cheat sheets nor any signs of outside help. This was truly surprising. Zhang Pengzi noticed Zhao Qinghua's suspicion. Grinning foolishly, he pulled out his own book, flipped to the relevant chapter, and revealed pages dense with annotations and notes. "Sir, I am studying hard now. I will surely learn diligently." Zhao Qinghua glanced at the book and confirmed the handwriting was indeed Zhang Pengzi's. "These annotations are remarkably detailed. Shinji dictated them, and I copied them myself." Zhao Qinghua flipped through casually. "Zhang Yingnan's annotations are very thorough. After class you may borrow and copy from each other. But if anyone cannot answer my questions next time, they will copy the book 10 times over." Zhang Pengzi, "This is mine. I don't want to lend it." The county examination was scheduled for mid-March, and before they knew it, it was already late February. On this day off, Zhang Pengzi mysteriously led Lu Tinka to a tea house. "What are we doing here?" "I spent silver to arrange a meeting with the county magistrate's brother-in-law. When we take the exam, the magistrate will surely not give us trouble." Lu Tinka frowned. "I don't need that, and you shouldn't waste your silver." "How can this be a waste of silver? Rest assured I've arranged everything. Since we're here, just come in and take a look." Lu Tinka was half dragged by Zhang Pengzi to a private room upstairs. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a moon-white brocade robe, his face powdered, holding a folding fan with a flippant look in his eyes. He was clearly a good-for-nothing, a complete blockhead trying to pose as a cultured man. A perfect example of trying to draw a tiger and ending up with a dog. Third Master Wu. Jiang Pengzi cupped his hands, groveling excessively. The man called Wu Sanyi glanced at Jiang Pengzi with some impatience, but seemed more interested in Lu Tinka. Who is this young gentleman? Jiang Pengzi said, this is my classmate Lu Tinka. He is a genius with a photographic memory. Although he is only 13 years old, passing the child scholar exam is a piece of cake for him. We really rely on your help, Third Master. Wu Sanyi said, young Master Lu, come sit over here. Lu Tinka obviously did not want to go over. Wu Sanyi stood up himself and reached out to take his hand. Sit down, don't be shy. I really like young and promising gentlemen like young Master Lu. You are all the future pillars of our Li County. But that Zhao Qingbua is like a stone in a latrine, stinking and hard, utterly ungrateful. Third Master Dean Zhao is my teacher. Such words may be inappropriate. Wu Sanyi laughed awkwardly. Young Master Lu is right. The moment I saw you, I felt an extraordinary fondness, and I inadvertently spoke from the heart. As he spoke, Lu Tinka suddenly felt Wu Sanyi's hand seemingly caressing his back intentionally or unintentionally. Instantly, Lu Tinka felt as if a disgusting insect had licked him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Apologies, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, Lu Tinka fled in a fury while Jiang Pengzi was still baffled, muttering a few words of apology before leaving. After they came out, Jiang Pengzi caught up with Lu Tinka. Before he could question him, Lu Tinka vented all his anger on him. Jiang Pengzi, if you ever do such disgusting things again, I'll kill you. Looking at Lu Tinka's fierce eyes, Jiang Pengzi swallowed his saliva. Wasn't it just finding someone to pull strings? Was it really necessary to make Shinji so disgusted? Lu Tinka returned home with a sour face, not saying a word. He took off his clothes and poured a ladle of cold water over his head. Although it was almost March, the spring chill was still biting. After this bucket of cold water, Dong Miaoer could see his lips turn white instantly. What's wrong? Lu Tinka's expression was extremely disgusted. You go out first, I want to take a bath. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Leave me alone. He kept pouring ladle after ladle of cold water on himself. Dong Miaoer didn't waste words as she dragged him into the room and wrapped him in a quilt. What exactly happened? You look like you've been molested. Lu Tinka said nothing. Dong Miaoer's face changed instantly. Who? Which shameless woman? Even laying hands on a minor? Dong Miaoer was furious. Setting aside the question of whether Lu Tinka was an adult in this era, women couldn't even bare their arms, yet something like a man being molested had happened. Seeing Lu Tinka's miserable state like a drowned rat, she felt that if not resolved, he would probably be traumatized. Lu Tinka still kept his lips tightly sealed. Dong Miaoer directly threatened, fine, don't tell me. Tomorrow I'll go to the academy and ask Jiang Pengzi and Brother Zhao. Don't go. Will you talk or not? Just as Lu Tinka was about to open his mouth, a big sneeze burst out. Dong Miaoer glared at him fiercely. This is what they call, if you don't court death, you won't die. Saying that, but her body honestly went to make him ginger soup. After drinking the ginger soup, Lu Tinka, aggrieved and angry, simply said that Jiang Pengzi tried to pull strings to include him, but unexpectedly encountered a pervert. Dong Miaoer was furious. The county magistrate's brother-in-law. But, isn't he a man? Lu Tinka's face turned even more ugly. Dong Miaoer quickly asked, did he do anything to you? No. Then what did he do to you? Nothing. If he did nothing, how do you know he's a pervert? Lu Tinka gritted his teeth. Dong Miaoer. Dong Miaoer dared not press him further. It was indeed embarrassing to say. Alright, I won't ask. You should rest quickly so you don't catch a cold and can't get up tomorrow. Although he drank the ginger soup, Lu Tinka still couldn't get up the next day. His forehead was burning hot, startling Dong Miaoer, who quickly got up to fetch medicine for him. While Dong Miaoer was at the pharmacy, two sneaky figures slipped into their home. Looks like he's seriously ill. If we take him back like this, will there be trouble? If something happens, Third Master will take the blame. What are you afraid of? If we can't bring the person back, Third Master will skin you alive. The man muttered quietly, wouldn't it be better to find two obedient male prostitutes? Third Master is getting harder and harder to please. Which male prostitute is as good looking as this young gentleman? Besides, why so many complaints? He's sick, which saves us trouble. No need to drug him. The man said weakly, I'm just nervous. First time kidnapping a man, what if we get caught? So what if we get caught? The lady wouldn't let her only brother rot in prison, would she? You're always worrying about nothing. As they spoke, they had already gagged Lu Tinka and tied him up. Facing Lu Tinka's angry glare, the two were completely indifferent. They stuffed him into a sack and carried him out. At the mouth of the alley, Dong Miaoer happened to run into them. She was puzzled as if she hadn't seen these two people before. But worried about Lu Tinka, she quickly returned home. As soon as she entered, she found Lu Tinka was gone. He was still running a high fever. Where could he have gone? Seeing the messy quilt, Dong Miaoer remembered the two people at the alley entrance and quickly chased after them. As she arrived at the alley entrance, the two figures had already vanished from sight. I know which way they went, but you must give me one tael of silver. Do Meower gazed suspiciously at the grimy little beggar, wondering where he had come from. He had suddenly appeared in the vicinity these past few days. You can chase them first, and come back to give me the silver once you've caught them. Do Meower nodded. The little beggar pointed in a direction, and she hurried after them. At a lane entrance, she caught up with the two men, and could still see the sack they were carrying moving. Stop! The two men were startled, but upon seeing it was just a young girl, they immediately relaxed. Little girl, what do you want by calling your big brother to stop, eh? But do you want to come with your big brother and have some fun? Right now, big brother doesn't have time though. Master Wu-san is waiting for me to deliver the goods. I'll take good care of you another day. These shameless obscenities made Do Meower unable to restrain herself. She charged forward and struck. The foul-mouthed rascal had not taken her seriously, but in a single exchange Do Meower landed a direct kick to his groin. Let your granny take good care of you first. The other man, seeing this, did not take it lightly, but he was just a local thug. Within 3 moves, Do Meower had brought him down as well, and both lay curled on the ground convulsing. After Lu Tinka was released, seeing the two men clutching their injured parts, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Let's go quickly. Lu Tinka was already ill, and after all this turmoil his steps felt as if he were walking on cotton. Do Meower crouched down. Come on, I'll carry you on my back. No need, just help me. Just then someone came out of the alley. Upon seeing the newcomer, the rascal on the ground enduring the excruciating pain shouted, "Grab that damned woman." One of the gang. Do Meower directly pulled Lu Tinka onto her back, hastening to escape. As she ran, she heard the man who had come out of the courtyard calling for more people. In this day and age, kidnapping someone in broad daylight with such arrogance. Truly, one had lived long enough to see everything. She could only try to run toward areas with more people, while 3 or 4 ferocious thugs chased behind her. After running some distance, even though Do Meower was naturally strong, carrying a person on her back meant she could not outrun a group of robust men. She screamed with all her might, "Help! Someone is kidnapping a maiden in broad daylight. Is there no law?" Seeing that more people were gathering to watch, the thugs finally left. But from their vicious expressions, it was clear that this matter was far from over. The two returned home. Do Meower looked at the frail Lu Tinka and couldn't help but remark, "What a disaster." Lu Tinka, however, was pondering what had happened in his previous life. But at this time in his previous life, he was still in Lu family village. How could he know what had happened? He only remembered that after the county magistrate was dismissed for some offense, the new magistrate's surname was Huang, who seemed to be the former assistant county magistrate. Since Lu Tinka had not gone to school for several days, Zhao Jinsheng and Fatty Jiang came to visit. Although Do Meower knew Fatty Jiang meant well, she couldn't help but be furious at the sight of him. What kind of shady bastards have you been associating with? It's bad enough that you went yourself, but why did you take Lu Tinka? You knew perfectly well that Wu Sanner is a lecher who doesn't discriminate between men and women, yet you still took Lu Tinka. If I hadn't arrived in time, he wouldn't have come back today. Zhao Jinsheng was startled. Wu Sanner? How did he get targeted by Wu Sanner? Fatty Jiang then realized he had stirred up big trouble, so he recounted the matter to Zhao Jinsheng. Zhao Jinsheng frowned. Wu Sanner is a local bully in Li County, relying on his brother-in-law being the county magistrate. He has been oppressing men and women for a long time, but he never touches those from wealthy or scholarly families, only poor commoners. And I've heard that although he has no discrimination in gender, he has never sought anyone outside of the pleasure houses. Do Meower said, "Just our luck. We happened to hit the point where the villain became even worse. And this is not over yet. Today they dared to come to our home to kidnap someone. Tomorrow they might dare to set fire to our house." Fatty Jiang looked apologetic. "I really didn't know Wu Sanner was such a scumbag. Otherwise I could ask my uncle-in-law to see if there's any way." Lu Tinka, who already had a headache, felt even worse from the noise. Even if your uncle-in-law is the magistrate of Xianjiang County, people from Xianjiang can't meddle in Li County. He rubbed his temples. "Go out and help me find out what kind of person the assistant magistrate is." Fatty Jiang, eager to atone for his mistakes, immediately patted his chest and promised to investigate thoroughly. When Wu San learned that Lu Tinka had escaped, he flew into a rage. Besides being angry at his subordinate's incompetence, he was more furious at Lu Tinka's ingratitude. He had already checked. Lu Tinka was nothing but a fatherless and motherless bastard relying on his own little cleverness to move to town. Even if someone like that were killed, no one would care. Thinking of how Lu Tinka had brushed him off yesterday, Wu Sanner was incensed. Who gave him the audacity to slap the face of Master Wu San? "Since he doesn't want to come to me, then I'll go to him." The rascal, who had been beaten badly by Do Meower yesterday, said, "Master, that damned woman is very ruthless. She won't comply easily. Useless trash. Can't even handle a little girl. Get lost." Wu Sanner led a gang of thugs swaggering over to Osmanthus Alley. As Do Meower opened the door, she saw a middle-aged man with a smile that concealed a knife, followed by the familiar rascal from yesterday. She knew this must be Wu Sanner. "So this must be Miss Meower. My surname is Wu, and I am the third son. Yesterday my subordinates were ignorant and misunderstood my intentions, causing a misunderstanding with young Master Lu and Miss Meower. I heard that young Master Lu fell ill because of this. I am deeply sorry, and I have come specially today to visit. Wu San'er shook the gifts in his hand as he spoke. No need. As long as you master show mercy and pretend you never saw us leaving us to our own devices, we would be most grateful. Wu San'er raised an eyebrow. From what Miss Meower says, you're not giving me face. I wouldn't dare. We are just common folk. How could we dare not to give you face, master? Wu San'er's expression hardened. I think you are very bold indeed. I, Wu San'er, am a person of standing. In all of the county there is no door I cannot enter. Yours is the first. Lu Tinka is still ill. I'm afraid I might not entertain you properly and incur your anger, master. Wu San'er suddenly pushed hard, and the door swung open halfway. He strode in. Since young Master Lu fell ill because of my men, it is only right that I take care of him until he recovers to make amends. As for entertaining or not, forget it. I don't mind. Do Meower really wanted to punch Wu San'er's lecherous face, but thinking that he was the county magistrate's brother-in-law, and seeing how many people he had brought, she held back. Wu San'er behaved as though he owned the place, issuing orders to his lackeys to fill the water jars in the courtyard, while he himself took a seat by Lu Tinka's bedside, addressing him in an artificially tender tone. Lu Tinka's face was grim, his eyes closed, but Do Meower could read his fury in the white-knuckled grip of his fists. Master Wu, he is still unwell. He needs rest. Mistress Meower speaks truly. Young Master Lu, please rest now. I shall remain until you recover. I take full responsibility for you to the very end. Do Meower forced her temper down and replied coldly. Our household has meager provisions, barely enough to feed our own. I'm afraid we cannot accommodate so many of your people. Wu San'er sat by the table as one of his men promptly poured him tea. Fanning himself lazily, he commanded, Go to Rui Tower and order some fine dishes. Young Master Lu is ill and requires proper nourishment. Do Meower swallowed her rage. Later that evening, Jiang Fatier arrived and was startled by the courtyard full of men. Upon seeing Wu San'er, he dared not speak against him. His sister-in-law had not exaggerated. This Wu San'er was indeed both audacious and despicable. Sister-in-law, I've come to check on Shinji. Little Fatty, you've come at a terrible time. Young Master Lu is ill and receives no visitors. Seeing Jiang Fatier about to protest, Do Meower cut him off sharply. You had best leave now. He is asleep. At the doorway he leaned in and whispered, The deputy magistrate is surnamed Huang, past 50, and once on good terms with the county magistrate. However, several days ago Wu San'er set his sights on a girl in the Huang household to take as a concubine. Word is Huang angered his wife over this matter. I spent silver to have the situation sounded out. Magistrate Huang has not publicly committed himself. Do Meower filed the information away, but once she had seen Jiang Fatier, out she slammed the door shut with a bang and muttered to herself, Do I not know how to care for Lu Tinka? Who asked for your interference? Busybody. She carried in the freshly prepared medicine. Wu San'er glanced at it without comment as his man refilled his teacup. Do Meower spoon-fed the medicine to Lu Tinka, whispering Jiang Fatier's words as she went. The bitterness made him wince. Only when she had finished did he snatch the bowl from her, stealing himself, and drained it in one gulp. His brow remained knitted tightly even after finishing. Do Meower pressed a candied plum into his mouth, and only then did his expression ease. He whispered something into her ear, and she took the empty bowl and stepped outside. Master Wu's illness has passed. You may leave now. Passed. Wu San'er entered the room. Looks somewhat improved then. All the better. The sooner he recovers, the better. Witnessing Wu San'er's lewd demeanor, Do Meower felt a murderous urge unlike any before. She had never known a man could be so irredeemably vile. Order another spread of fine wine and dishes to celebrate young Master Lu's recovery, ha! As he spoke, his salacious gaze continued to rake over Lu Tinka's body as if he were unclothed. Do Meower could scarcely contain her urge to kill the scum before her. True to his word, Wu San'er had a lavish feast brought back. The three took their seats, and Wu San'er poured wine for both Lu Tinka and Do Meower. Taste this. It is Rui Tower's finest. Unlikely you have ever partaken of such. Neither of them moved. Wu San'er raised an eyebrow. You too refuse to grant me the courtesy. Do Meower endured her fury and said evenly, Master Wu, any past misunderstanding we have long since forgotten. We ask you to do likewise. This humble establishment is no match for someone of your stature. We beg you to withdraw with grace. Wu San'er looked at the furious Do Meower and smiled. What grace? You make it sound as though I am some villain. I simply hold affection for young Master Lu. And you, little girl, you grow so angry. Could it be that you envy being overlooked by me? Only then did Wu San'er truly examine Do Meower. He had come for Lu Tinka, yet this betrothed of his possessed a certain beauty, and something remarkably uncommon about her. Women either flattered him openly or cowered in terror. He detested those who threw themselves about in hysterics, for they always soured the mood. This girl plainly held no affection for him, yet she fearlessly stood her ground. She was no weeping dramatic wretch. There was spirit in her. And not only that, she was engaged to Lu Tinka. The mere thought set him abuzz with desire. Mistress Meower is already 16, is she not? Young Master Lu is still young and unlikely to know how to please a woman. It would be a pity to see such a lovely maiden wasted. Today, since I have nothing better to occupy me, I might gladly take on the role. Show young Master Lu precisely what it means to cherish a woman. How could Do Meower possibly endure another word? She flipped the table with a violent sweep. Cherish my grandmother's leg. You surnamed Wu. Others may fear you, but this lady does not. Leave now, or I shall ruin you, you bastard. Wine and food splattered everywhere. Wu Sanair exploded in rage. You filthy wench. I deign to notice you, and you dare spit in my face. How dare a scum like you speak to me of face? Do Meower launched a flying kick that sent Wu Sanair crashing into the wall before he stumbled and fell. He had surely broken at least 2 ribs. Filthy whore, I'll sell you to the lowest brothel and have a gang of thugs take turns until you beg for death. Before he could finish, Lu Tinka drove his foot squarely into Wu Sanair's groin. A piercing scream tore through the air. The commotion drew the ruffians from the courtyard. They rushed inside only to find Lu Tinka pressing a letter opener hard against Wu Sanair's throat. The pressure was so great it seemed 1 more ounce would spill blood. The thugs froze, attempting to reason with him. Lu Tinka increased the pressure slightly. All of you, kneel on the ground and do not move. Wu Sanair was so terrified he forgot even the agony between his legs. Do as he says. Do as he says. Do Meower fetched rope and bound the men tightly together, securely enough that escape was impossible, then tied Wu Sanair firmly, as well patting his face. You wished to cherish me, did you? Wu Sanair's mouth was gagged. He could only stare in wide-eyed terror and shake his head. Lu Tinka, already weakened by illness, felt the strain of the ordeal. Do Meower gazed at Wu Sanair's frightened expression and said, I really want to kill this scum. What should I do? He shook his head, frantically thrashing like a fish pulled ashore. With no other option, Do Meower struck him unconscious. Lu Tinka instructed, force a few drinks upon those thugs to knock them out. Then go to the county yamen and beat the drum to report the authorities. Bring as many as you can. Charge them with trespassing and kidnapping a commoner. Make certain Magistrate Huang comes personally. Do Meower. Wouldn't that be improper? We might as well forcibly seize a commoner's woman, for he was already destined to. Have you lost your senses? You are a maiden, oh, would you still dare to venture abroad? Hurry and find someone. After Do Meower did as told, she hurried to the county yamen. The sky had grown dark and the streets were nearly empty. She ran all the while shouting for help. By the time she reached the yamen, quite a few people had followed behind her. Just as the county magistrate and his wife were lifting their rice bowls, the drum at the entrance of the yamen began to boom. The magistrate's wife couldn't help but complain, day in and day out, where do all these troubles come from? Not even let me eat in peace. The magistrate was also in a bad mood. Have Assistant Magistrate Huang go and take a look first. This just suited Do Meower's design. Assistant Magistrate Huang looked like a kind grandfather at home and was rather amiable. He asked, who goes there? Do Meower began to tearfully recount her and Lu Tinka's ordeal, but she changed forcibly taking a commoner's man to forcibly taking a commoner's woman. She wasn't really foolish. She was a girl, and Lu Tinka was still a scholar. How could he face people if this got out? Moreover, she wasn't from this era, she wouldn't actually kill herself over others' gossip. Lu Tinka's experience this time was already disgusting enough. If people started talking filthy things about him, just thinking of him irately splashing cold water on his head ladle by ladle, Do Meower didn't dare imagine what he might do if someone actually said such things. Your Honor, please give this poor woman justice. Wu Sanair said, his brother-in-law is the county magistrate. Even if I file a complaint, it will be useless. But this poor woman has no relatives anywhere. I have no choice but to report to the authorities. Assistant Magistrate Huang stood at the yamen gate without speaking. Do Meower said, is it really true that officials protect each other with no law at all? My fiancé risked his life to let me escape, and now his life is uncertain while no one deals with the evildoers. All you neighbors bear witness, if anything happens to my fiancé, even if I have to crawl to the capital, I will keep appealing. The magistrate and assistant magistrate of Li County are colluding, working in cahoots to oppress the common people. Stop your nonsense. Assistant Magistrate Huang stiffened his face. You, a young woman, dare to speak such recklessly at the yamen gate. Do you have any evidence? Your Honor, just come to my home and see. But poor is my fiancé, who knows how he is now. His constitution was already weak. If anything truly happens to him, I won't live either. Do Meower was both angry and sorrowful, speaking with fervor. The onlookers' emotions were soon stirred, and some began to jeer. The county magistrate in the rear quarters also found out, and slammed his rice bowl down heavily. It's that good brother of yours again. The magistrate's wife was not to be outdone. Then I also have only this one brother. Do you want to make our family line end? He seeks so many women, isn't it, to leave an heir for our old Wu family? But don't forget who provided the silver for your studies and trip to the capital back then. And when my parents were on their deathbeds, how did you promise them? The magistrate was instantly speechless. It was the same reason he'd used since he became an official, and over 10 years later it still left him with nothing to say. Seeing he didn't speak, the magistrate's wife knew he had yielded again. She couldn't help but soften her tone. Master, my sister-in-law is a hen that doesn't lay eggs. After giving birth to a girl all these years, she hasn't been able to conceive again. My brother is already over 30, can he not be anxious? And he hasn't caused any major trouble. It's just a girl. At most we can give her a status and bring her back as a concubine. Once she bears a son, I will manage him properly. You'd better be able to control him. The magistrate's wife quickly assured she could definitely control Wu San'er, then brought up the county examination matter. This time Qilin Academy contributed 1,000 taels, Baichuan Academy 800 taels, but Mingfeng Academy refused to give a single penny. This Zhao Qingbua is simply a stone in the latrine, both stinking and hard. Not a single quota for them this year. The magistrate's face immediately darkened. How many times have I told you don't involve yourself in such matters, you woman? If someone reports this to the superiors, you'll get me killed. The magistrate's wife said carelessly. Nothing has happened all these years, but what could go wrong? Besides, we've been generous in our presents to Prefect Zhou. What are you afraid of? The magistrate was quite angry with his wife, but couldn't say a word. Seeing this, the magistrate's wife said with a smile, all right, this concubine promises this is the last time. The magistrate swept his sleeve and left. The maid worriedly said, Madam Master, The magistrate's wife didn't mind, he'll be fine tomorrow. Having read too many books, he thinks he's become a true gentleman. Hunger, remember this. Although this madam hasn't studied much, this madam sees clearly. These men are all deceivers. They curse and resent and hate with their mouths, but the silver you bring back, they spend. The things you buy, they use. The delicacies you prepare, they eat with relish. It's just how it is. Hunger remembers. Thank you, madam, for the teaching. The food had gone cold, and the magistrate's wife had no appetite to eat. She promptly rose and returned to her bedchamber. Go inform Assistant Magistrate Huang, handle it as before. Yes. By the way, have the kitchen send over a bowl of bird's nest soup later. Meanwhile, Assistant Magistrate Huang led the Yamen runners following Dou Miaoer to the Osmanthus Alley. Quite a few onlookers also followed. Originally the runners wanted to shoo them away, but Dou Miaoer loudly shouted whether they were plotting something and thus afraid of being seen. The runners intended to discipline Dou Miaoer, but were stopped by Assistant Magistrate Huang. Dou Miaoer felt somewhat reassured. It seemed Lu Tinka's guess was correct. Pushing open the main gate, she saw several ruffians lying crosswise and upside down on the ground, drunk and unconscious. Then opening the room door, Dou Miaoer was instantly stunned by the scene before her. Lu Tinka was covered in blood on his head and face, sitting dully on the ground. And in the corner of the wall, Wu San'er had a pool of blood between his legs, already fallen into a coma. Why is it like this? Clearly when they left, Wu San'er was still tightly bound. How could it be? Quick, go see how Master Wu is doing. Assistant Magistrate Huang immediately spotted Wu San'er, whose life was hanging in the balance. The runner checked his breath. He's still breathing. Quick, send him to the medical clinic. The runners carried Wu San'er away. Only then did Assistant Magistrate Huang turn to Lu Tinka. It seems the young master will have to return to the Yamen with me. On what grounds? We acted in self-defense. Dou Miaoer stepped in front of Lu Tinka, but Assistant Magistrate Huang remained unmoved. We must wait for the investigation to know the specific facts. Lu Tinka slowly raised his head as if his soul had departed. He deserves death. He deserves death. Take him away. Dou Miaoer hadn't expected things to develop this way. Although she was anxious, she felt he had just slipped something into her waist. Dou Miaoer watched helplessly as Lu Tinka was led away by the Yamen runners. He resembled a puppet whose strings had been cut, utterly lifeless. Though she knew he harbored his own schemes, the world was full of uncontrollable events. Otherwise, how could there be so many unforeseen accidents? After everyone had departed, she retrieved the slip of paper tied at her waist. Following its instructions, she found a letter hidden beneath the table. She was going to the prefect's office. But before setting off, she refused to sit idle and wait for doom. What if Lu Tinka's calculations proved wrong? She had originally intended to visit the academy to find someone, but no sooner had she stepped outside than Zhao Qingbua arrived in a hurry, accompanied by his siblings Zhao Jinxin and the portly Jiang Pongzi. What's going on? I heard it was wretched lad Lu Tinka. Where is he? Taken away by the Yamen. Dou Miaoer briefly recounted the incident. She omitted the disgusting detail that Wu San'er had set his sights on Lu Tinka, saying only that it was her he had targeted, and that Lu Tinka had accidentally injured Wu San'er while protecting her. Upon hearing Dou Miaoer's account, Jiang Pongzi and Zhao Jinxin fell silent. Dou Miaoer explained her intention to go to the prefect's office, but neither of them agreed. Sister-in-law, the prefect is not someone you can simply demand an audience with, nor is he likely to aid us. Sister-in-law Xiaopeng speaks sense. Besides, you are a young woman traveling alone. It is far too dangerous. Dou Miaoer kept Lu Tinka's contingency plan to herself. Such a potentially suspicious matter was best known by as few people as possible. But I cannot trust the county magistrate, nor do I trust Vice Magistrate Huang. Lu Tinka is now imprisoned. Once Wu San'er regains consciousness, he will certainly make a move against him. I cannot simply hope for Wu San'er to show remorse or for the magistrate to uphold justice. In short, I must go to the prefect's office and take my chances. I ask you to help me stir up this matter. The larger the uproar, the better. Make it so grand that they dare not lay a death sentence upon Lu Tinka. Zhao Qingguo's fiery temper was roused. He declared without hesitation that it would be done. I will stake my reputation. There are plenty of people in Li County who still respect me. Rest assured, Domir, Zhao Qingguo will never allow my student to come to harm. Moreover, I will write you a letter of introduction. The prefect has an advisor who once served alongside my father. He may yet prove useful. Domir was deeply moved. If we survive this crisis, we shall never forget your kindness today. Sister-in-law, please do not speak thus. This trouble was largely born of my own making. If Shinji suffers any ill fate, I would have no face left to live in this world. Jiang Ponzi was bursting with regret. He almost wished he could slap himself several times over. How could he have been so foolish as to seek a backdoor solution? He might as well pack his belongings and return home. After all, his father could not kill him, and hadn't he disappointed his father countless times throughout his life? One more mistake made no difference. Focus on getting the job done properly. I will settle scores with you when I return. After speaking, Domir went to a carriage and horse rental shop and hired a horse. She learned that riding non-stop from Li County to the prefect's office would take roughly 1 day. By now it was fully dark and the city gates had been closed. She would have to wait until morning before departing. Meanwhile, Lu Tinka had been thrown into the prison. His interrogator was still Vice Magistrate Huang. Huang did not order torture, but Lu Tinka remained stubbornly silent, refusing to answer any questions. Just as Huang was about to have him beaten, Lu Tinka suddenly formed 2 words with his lips. Huang's command died on his tongue. He recognized the gesture, Spring Rain. Spring Rain was the maid whom Wu San'er had intended to force into concubinage. Huang dismissed his attendants and asked privately, "What do you wish to say?" "Spare me 7 days without death, and I will not only bring down the county magistrate, but also ensure you become the new one." Huang was incredulous. "You? Me? Only 7 days. If I fail, I place myself at your mercy afterward." Huang pondered. "Regarding Spring Rain, what do you know?" "I know nothing." He truly knew nothing beyond the name Spring Rain, but by saying so he made Huang suspect that he knew far more than he admitted. "You had better." Before he could finish, a furious cry echoed through the prison. The county magistrate's wife had stormed in like a madwoman. Who dared injure my brother?" Lu Tinka glanced at Huang and softly said 7 days. Huang neither agreed nor refused. By then the magistrate's wife had already reached Lu Tinka's cell and rained blows upon him, slapping, kicking, and stomping with the ferocity of a raving witch. "Will nobody stop the madam? If she comes to harm, who here can bear the consequences?" Huang finally spoke, and the maid and yamen runners reluctantly pulled her away. The magistrate's wife was beside herself with rage, screaming that Lu Tinka must die. Huang could only soothe her. "Madam, this violates protocol. He must be interrogated, judged, and only then sentenced to execution." I don't care. He injured my brother and severed our Wu family's future. I want him dead. I want his 9 generations exterminated. I want his line wiped out entirely, not a single drop of blood remaining." Huang's heart lurched. How foolish a woman could be. Only the emperor possessed the authority to execute 9 generations. Could she really utter such words so carelessly? Madam Third Master's fate is still undecided. Death would be far too merciful for him. There are plenty of methods to make living worse than dying. The magistrate's wife gradually calmed somewhat and growled, "I will make him suffer. Living. Worse than death." Huang agreed, and after seeing the magistrate's wife off, exchanged a look with Lu Tinka before quickly averting his gaze. He then ordered, "Keep it moderate. This lad is naturally frail. Do not kill him. Understood?" "Yes, my lord." Legends spoke of interrogators who could rupture internal organs while leaving the skin almost unbroken, a skill supposedly reserved for the capital's prisons or the imperial palace. Such a person could hardly exist in a small county town like Li County. Thus, to ensure Lu Tinka did not perish, they held back from inflicting serious harm. Though he appeared wretched after the beating, he knew the injury was not as severe as it looked. Most of it was performed merely to satisfy the magistrate's wife. After all, if someone were to die outright, there would be no easy explanation should an investigation follow. And so Lu Tinka survived his first night unharmed. At first light the following morning, Dome Yarrow stepped out of the city gate. She carried only a few hard biscuits and a waterskin at her waist, then mounted her horse and rode away from the county. Meanwhile, Mingfeng Academy had suspended classes for the day. Zhao Qingguo led his students in drafting a petition demanding a public trial for Lu Tinka's case in the name of fairness and transparency. As soon as the yamen gates opened that morning, they found over 100 scholars seated before the entrance, their leaders at the forefront being Zhao Qingguo and Zhao Jinchen. About 100 people, neither noisy nor rowdy, each holding a small folding stool, sat expressionless at the entrance of the yamen. If not for the large character posters written on the ground, one would hardly guess what they had come for. People came and went at the Yamen gate, and no one could help but cast a few extra glances. Yet their quiet demeanor made it difficult to forcibly and rudely drive them away. However, Zhang Pengzi was not among the crowd sitting there. He was now in a narrow alley shouldering a burlap sack full of copper coins, playing the role of a wealth-dispensing youth. Is what you said truly true? Truly. I witnessed it with my own eyes. In warmer weather I used to beg in that very area. You could still dig up corpses if you looked hard enough. Zhang Pengzi pulled out 2 full strings of coins. This string is payment for your information, and the other string is yours if you spread the word about this matter. Ideally, let the entire county know. Rest assured, sir, the entire county will know by tomorrow. The beggar left joyfully with the 2 strings of coins. In truth, Zhang Pengzi did not care whether what he said was entirely true. His main goal was simply to publicize the wicked deeds of Wu Sanzi. He refused to believe the county magistrate would ignore the voice of the common people. Although Wu Sanzi's reputation had never been good to begin with, no one had dared to speak against him. Zhang Pengzi simply could not believe that with the matter now, public silence would still prevail. Money truly does make the world go round. Within a single day, Wu Sanzi's grotesque exploits had spread throughout Li County. Forcing courtesans to take their own lives and coercing women from honorable families were merely the tip of the iceberg. Cases of callous disregard for human life could be counted by the handful. The matter continued to fester and grow. The entire county of Li now knew that Wu Sanzi had set his sights on the fiancée of a scholar, and when his advances were rebuffed, the scholar had severed his manhood with a pair of scissors. Everyone privately clapped their hands in approval. Such whispered conversations, once shared among those who understood the unspoken, naturally made their way into the open. At that moment, Zhao Qinghua stepped forward, posting a lengthy manifesto at the notice board. He furiously denounced the county magistrate of Li for bending the law for personal gain and seeking private revenge. For years he had used his position to unfairly target students of Mingfeng Academy, due to personal grudges ruining the promising futures of countless diligent scholars. Moreover, he had repeatedly condoned his brother-in-law's wicked deeds, and this time he had even imprisoned the victim. Zhao Qinghua declared that he absolutely could not tolerate such injustice. The posting of this manifesto resonated deeply with many impoverished commoners. Several respected elder scholars in Li County also publicly supported Zhao Qinghua. Soon more suffering families emerged, most of whom had been persecuted by Wu Sanzi, petitioning for his severe punishment and justice for the victims. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Pengzi drafted a petition signed by 10,000 citizens. Besides students from Mingfeng Academy, it included ordinary commoners willing to stand forward, as well as beggars who had received his monetary favors. Some among them swore vehemently that Wu Sanzi was directly responsible for their misfortunes. With righteous fury etched on their faces as they signed, they appeared utterly genuine. If Zhang Pengzi had not personally paid them, he might have been convinced himself. Regardless of the methods employed, the red thumbprints on the petition were so numerous they dazzled the eye. Zhao Qinghua issued a threat: unless they were granted an audience with the living Lu Tinka, they would send this petition directly to the Ministry of Justice in the capital. The county magistrate grew afraid. He was only in his 40s, and under normal circumstances could expect to serve for at least another dozen years. If this truly escalated, he would lose not only his position, but potentially his head. However, upon visiting the prison and seeing the wretched state of Lu Tinka, he erupted in fury. Who administered the torture? Who gave the order? County Vice Magistrate Huang replied, It was Madam. She intended to kill him outright. I pleaded with her on the grounds of propriety and managed to persuade her to hold back. Madam. Day after day you do exactly as she commands. Tell me, who is the county magistrate here? Is it she or I? The constables stood frozen in terror. Huang, County Vice Magistrate, asked nervously then. What shall we do now? The county magistrate replied irritably, Clean him up and send someone in to visit. Since Lu Tinka's injuries were superficial, they rinsed the blood from his wounds with salt water to prevent infection. His entire body was submerged into a tub filled with brine. The searing pain was so intense it felt as though his soul had been torn from his body. Lu Tinka lay helpless as a tattered cloth doll at their mercy. The constables felt no pity for his miserable state. They treated him no differently than a side of pork being washed. Once cleaned and dressed in fresh clothes, they threw him back into the prison cell. He had never endured such suffering. Even in his previous life, no matter how arduous his circumstances, he had never been imprisoned or subjected to torture. Compared to his present plight, the bullying he had suffered at Baichuan Academy in his former life seemed like child's play. After all this torment, Lu Tinka was barely clinging to life, his breath coming in shallow gasps. A high fever seized him, and in his delirium, he wondered whether he would truly die here. If he were to die like this, he still could not decide which fate was more bitter: enduring decades of humiliation in his past life before rising to power, or living only a few days of peace and happiness in this life before dying young. His consciousness began to blur. When the constables noticed they were startled. This lad was truly frail and delicate. Fearful that Lutinka might actually die, they fetched the family physician hired by the magistrate's wife and forced medicine down his throat. The bitterness briefly revived his fading senses. He was not dead yet. He could not die. He must leave his name immortal in history. He must achieve extraordinary deeds. He was no treacherous minister. He would still marry and raise a family. He would grow old together with his beloved. Ching ching. This boy may be small in stature, but his ambitions are vast. I wonder if he has even grown his whiskers yet. Still thinking of women at a time like this. And at that very moment, Do Meower sat in the rear hall of the prefect's mansion. She had traveled a great distance, her inner thighs raw and aching from prolonged horseback riding. She suspected her skin had broken and her undergarments were likely stuck to her flesh. Yet she paid no mind to the pain, for the prefect had promised to see her immediately. She did not know what Lutinka had written in his letter. But since the prefect had read it and decided to summon her, it must have contained something of great importance. She had expected immediately to mean the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, or perhaps 15 minutes, at most half an hour. Instead, a full hour had passed. She had handed the letter to the prefect at dusk, and now darkness had fully settled. The only light came from the 2 lamps burning in the main hall. She sat alone in the central hall, with not even a maidservant to refill her tea. Doubts began to creep in. Had Lutinka's letter lost its effect? Perhaps what it contained was not as crucial as she had hoped. If that were the case, what recourse did she still have? Just as her thoughts reached their darkest point, the prefect entered the hall. The prefect was surnamed Pei Gu, around 40 years old. He wore a short mustache, dressed in a dark green round-collar robe, with a scholar's hat clearly in plain attire. Seeing his casual dress, Do Meower's heart relaxed considerably. The fact that he deliberately made her wait and acted indifferent only proved he cared deeply. This humble woman, Do Sure, pays respects to your excellency. Pei Gu raised his hand. I apologize for the delay. Might I ask what portion of your letter is truthful? After all, I am the governor of this province, and must be accountable to the people. Pei Gu displayed impeccable courtesy, showing no trace of condescension toward Do Meower for being a peasant woman, as though he remained entirely unaware she had been left waiting. Do Meower bowed deeply in respect. I do not know, your excellency. I merely delivered this letter on behalf of my fiancé. He once told me that if he were ever imprisoned, I should find a way to bring this letter to the prefect for his rescue. Oh, did he foresee his imprisonment? Do Meower nodded. Though young, my fiancé possesses an extraordinary memory. Shortly after we settled in the county town, he confided that he had stumbled upon something of uncertain consequence, neither blessing nor curse, and would not disclose its nature. He then entrusted me with this letter. Do Meower's tears spilled as she pleaded. Your excellency, I beg you to save him. He is truly innocent. Wu Sanner has used his brother-in-law's position as county magistrate to terrorize and oppress the people of Li County without restraint. My fiancé was forced into that confrontation. By Wu Sanner's own crimes, a dozen death sentences would be justified. Pei Gu offered his reassurance. Young Miss Do, there is no need for alarm. The Yamen operates according to established procedures. Though I hold the position of prefect, I too must adhere to regulations. Rest assured, now that I am aware of this matter, I will ensure it is handled fairly. No innocent soul will suffer injustice, nor will the guilty escape punishment. Do Meower's face showed genuine gratitude, yet internally, she seethed with frustration. As expected, a seasoned bureaucrat whose words left no opening for criticism. He projected the image of a conscientious and righteous official, yet had actually committed to nothing whatsoever. By what rules? Whose rules? Handle it fairly. Fairness to whom? In truth, the county magistrate of Li County held all the power. He had never intended to intervene at all. Has your fiancé shared anything else with you? Nothing. Pei Gu nodded, reassuring her to remain calm before casually asking a series of questions as though engaging in ordinary conversation. For instance, what books did Lutinka prefer reading? Were there any places he frequented? While Do Meower feigned ignorance on every question, hoping to gain advantage through deception, she was equally unwilling to reveal anything without reciprocation. It became a contest of endurance between them. Though Do Meower burned with anxiety, she understood she could not afford to lose. A defeat would mean certain peril for Lutinka. Might I ask, Miss Do, whether you have secured lodging? Do Meower shook her head. I intend to rest at the inn tonight, and depart for Li County at dawn when the gates open. I came to Ijo City solely to meet with your excellency. Now that the letter has been delivered, and I have spoken with you, I trust you will uphold justice for my fiancé, and restore his name. Pei Gu chuckled softly. Young Miss Do, put your fears to rest. Thank you, your excellency. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I take my leave. Do Meower departed without hesitation, her face radiant with relief, as though genuinely moved by Pei Gu's words, bearing the weight of a burden lifted from her heart. After leaving the prefect's yamen, she found an inn and instructed the waiter to feed her horse before retiring to her room. Removing her clothes, she discovered severe wounds on her inner thigh. After gently cleaning the blood, and carefully separating fabric stuck to the injury. Pain sent cold sweat streaming down her face. She had endured many injuries before, but rarely tended to them herself, and now watching her own wounds made the agony seem magnified several times over. Lutinka, I suffered greatly on your behalf this time. If you don't make it up to me properly, I'll beat you within an inch of your life. Having finally cleaned the wounds thoroughly, she asked the waiter for wound powder and bandages. Though the price far exceeded that of the apothecary, she had no choice but to pay it. Only after finishing her treatment did she begin eating the noodles that had gone completely cold beside her. Exhausted and starving after such a long day, having managed only a few bites of hard flatbread earlier, even these bland noodles tasted extraordinary to her now. Domir's lamp went out, and she fell into a deep sleep, but Pegu found himself unable to rest. This peasant girl had answered every question with ignorance. Easily deceived perhaps, but utterly useless. Lutinka was young, yet proving to be remarkably cunning. The Great Ning encompassed 18 commanderies, with Qingyang Commandery subdivided into 4 provinces. The Qingyang Commandery governor was aging and retirement was imminent within 1 or 2 years. Absent any mishap, the next governor would most likely be promoted from among their ranks of 4 prefects. Yet in terms of achievements, he was not the strongest, in seniority not the most experienced, and in connections not the most well-supported. But to claim he harbored no ambition to advance further would be impossible. Still, regarding what Lutinka had mentioned, he was merely a teenager. What could he possibly do about such a momentous matter? Pegu wrestled with his thoughts throughout the night. At first light, word reached him that Domir had already departed the city, leaving him even more restless and unable to sleep. That peasant girl had truly left. She had actually walked away so decisively. Pegu remained deeply conflicted. This matter was far too significant. If Lutinka had deceived him, but if he hadn't, after careful deliberation, he instructed, go inquire about the circumstances surrounding Lutinka's case. Lutinka's fever had broken. Zhao Jinsheng brought food to visit him. The prison cell was dark and damp, and Lutinka looked poorly, which concerned Zhao Jinsheng. Shinji, are you doing all right? I'll live for now. I've heard everything you've done on the outside. Your kindness in saving my life cannot be adequately repaid. Zhao Jinsheng shook his head. You and I are like brothers. This is only natural. The fault lies not with you, so we will naturally strive with all our might to seek justice for you, but Zhao Jinsheng spoke without much confidence. The county magistrate's attitude seems rather. We will do our best to help clear your name. As soon as Zhao Jinsheng stepped outside, he was surrounded by Zhao Qingbo, Jiang Pongzi, and Zhao Wan'er, who bombarded him with questions. Before he could respond, he noticed a man watching them from a distance, seemingly hesitant to approach. Seeing that Zhao Jinsheng had noticed him, he gathered his courage and walked over. I am Lutinka's third uncle. I simply wanted to ask how Tinka is doing. They knew little of Lutinka's family affairs, aware only that he and Do Mira relied on each other for support. They had never expected there would be a third uncle. His complexion isn't great, but he's holding up. Luha nodded his shoulders, hunched at a loss for what else to say. After an awkward pause, he managed to choke out, please. Please. Zhao Jinsheng gave a slight nod and turned his attention elsewhere. He had never heard Lutinka mention any family, nor had they ever inquired about one, so he was unsure how to regard this inexplicable appearance of Luha. Luha reached into his clothes and pulled out a small sum of broken silver. There are quite a few things that need to be smoothed over, and I don't have much to spare, but please accept it as my humble token of appreciation. Luha hastily pressed the silver into Zhao Jinsheng's hand and fled like a startled rabbit. Zhao Jinsheng weighed the coins in his palm, watching Lu's somewhat disheveled retreating figure, then tucked the silver into his clothing. He would find a better opportunity to properly question him. As the city gates were about to close for the evening, Domir finally returned. She stopped at a random street stall and ordered a bowl of noodles. Miss, I'm about to pack up for the day. Old man, don't worry, I eat quickly and won't delay you. I've gone hungry all day. Please just cook me a bowl. Seeing you've traveled so far, I'll cook a bowl, but please eat as fast as you can. Domir smiled and agreed, then asked, I don't recall the curfew ever being this early. Did it change? The old man stirred the pot as he spoke. It's all because of that Wu Sanner case. A whole crowd of that scholar's fellow students have been sitting at the Yamen gate and refusing to leave. To drive them away, the authorities had no choice but to advance the curfew time. Domir murmured in acknowledgement. That scholar has really caused you all trouble, hasn't he? The old man shook his head. That scholar is pitiful enough himself. The most despicable one is Wu Sanner. He even smashed my stall. If his brother-in-law weren't the county magistrate, his numerous crimes would have earned him death 1,000 times over. Yesterday, a skeleton was unearthed near the city wall. The child looked young and still had a red hair ribbon tied in their hair. This morning, Widow Zhang from the West Street went to see it and confirmed it was her missing little girl. In just one day, her hair has turned white. What a tragedy. Domir was surprised. Had they really managed to steer public opinion so effectively? This outcome had also caught Jiang Pongzi off guard. He had known most people were merely coming to swindle him for money, but he hadn't cared. He never imagined someone would actually go digging up bones, and they had truly succeeded. Regardless of whose bones they were, the fact that they had been unearthed served as evidence proving the rumors credible. Previously outrageous claims now seemed almost believable. Public outrage was running rampant across Lee County. Whether or not the county magistrate's wife sought private revenge when the verdict was delivered, Lou Tinka would almost certainly survive. But this was far from enough. No matter what charge Lou Tinka received, his career path would be completely blocked. Therefore, he had to be found not guilty. There was no other option. Later, Do Mier went to Mingfeng Academy. As soon as Zhao Wan'er saw her, she disregarded the dust covering Do Mier's body and threw herself into her embrace. Sister Mier, are you alright? I'm fine. I came to ask about the situation. Zhao Jinqing quickly invited her inside. Did you meet with the prefect? Did he agree to help? Do Mier nodded. Everyone's faces brightened. Mrs. Zhao hastily clasped her hands together. Blessed be the Buddha, blessed be the Buddha. After briefly understanding the situation, Do Mier was surprised to hear about Lu He's gift of 2 taels of silver. She paused to think for a moment, then said, I plan to demonstrate at the yamen tomorrow. Demonstrate? Zhao Wan'er asked. Sister Mia, how do you plan to demonstrate? I met with the prefect and he has agreed to help. Naturally, I want both the county yamen and the common people to know that the prefect is a righteous magistrate who will restore innocence to the unjustly accused. Zhao Wan'er nodded vigorously. Sister Mia, you're right. With the prefect's support, they definitely wouldn't dare to pin false charges on Brother Lu. Zhao Jinqing was also overcome with joy. You've worked so hard, sister-in-law. I imagine you've suffered greatly. When Shinji hears this, he will surely be both heartbroken and filled with remorse. Do Mier shook her head. I only want to get him out of prison as soon as possible. His health was already fragile, and he had only recently begun to recover these past few days. He simply cannot endure the torture of a dungeon. You're absolutely right, sister-in-law. I'll go with you tomorrow. Sister Mier, I'll go too. Mrs. Zhao said go. Everyone goes tomorrow. Mier is exhausted. Stay here tonight. Share a room with Wan'er. I'll go prepare bathwater right away. Do Mier had initially wanted to avoid imposing, but Mrs. Zhao reminded her that the curfew was already in effect. Going out now risked arrest, which would only bring trouble. She ultimately decided to stay. After tomorrow's arrangements were mostly finalized, Zhao Qinghua called Do Mier aside to the study. Did the prefect truly agree to help? As expected, experience proved sharper than youth. Zhao Jinqing hadn't suspected a thing, but Zhao Qinghua had seen through it at a glance. Do Mier made no attempt to deny it. At this point, stubborn denial would be pointless. I genuinely met with the prefect and spent over an hour in his residence. If Pei Gu knew that his hour-long dismissal of Do Mier led to such calculated maneuvering, who knew what his reaction would be? Anyway, that 1 hour was impossible to clarify. Even if Pei Gu fabricated an elaborate tale, Do Mier could spin an equally convincing one. After all, anyone with a tongue could tell a story. Zhao Qinghua studied her for a moment. Sleep well and rise early tomorrow. Zhao Qinghua had originally been 8/10 satisfied with Do Mier, but now he held her in complete admiration. The 8/10 satisfaction came from her feat of traveling between Izhou City and Li County within 2 days. As for her devotion to Lu Tinka, her feelings for Lu Tinka were secondary. In Zhao Qinghua's eyes, she was Lu Tinka's betrothed, and caring for him was only natural. What truly commanded his admiration was her capability. After all, reaching Izhou City within a single day and successfully gaining entry to the prefect's residence was something many men could not accomplish. Of course, Zhao Qinghua was unaware of Lu Tinka's letter. But his full admiration was for her boldness and meticulousness. She had thought of something even he hadn't considered. Daring to use the prefect's authority as her banner, such courage was unmatched even by men. This was precisely why his foolish son had harbored no doubts. Yet he failed to consider, was the prefect really the type to meddle in such matters? However, even he had to admit that regardless of the prefect's true stance, tomorrow's confrontation would leave the prefect no choice but to act. Currently, everyone was calling for Wu Sanner's head. Even if Wu Sanner was genuinely innocent in this matter, and he did possess a sliver of innocence, the prefect would not allow Lu Tinka to be convicted. For if Lu Tinka were found guilty, the prefect would cease to deserve the title of righteous magistrate. The common people trusted no evidence. In their eyes, Lu Tinka was innocent. Do Mier took a deep breath. She knew she would surely anger Pei Gu, but she only wanted to get Lu Tinka out of prison first. As for putting out the fire she had started for Pei Gu, Lu Tinka would have to handle it himself. As an old fox, he should have some means of saving himself. Early the next morning, Do Mier set out with the appeal document, written by Zhao Jinqing, followed by a large crowd, all marching with a spirited, high-spirited demeanor. Fatty Jiang was the most imposing, holding a bronze gong in his hand, clearly intent on stirring up trouble. The yamen staff were puzzled today, wondering why no one had shown up at the door. Could it be that those students had finally given up? Not only the yamen staff, but even passers-by were curious. Had Mingfeng Academy abandoned that poor scholar? Some curious people waited near the Yamen gate to see if anyone would come today. Equally anxious were Xiao Yin'er, her father, and Lin Hu. They had come to the city yesterday to deliver rabbits to shopkeeper Chun and had intended to bring silver to Do Miaoer, but found the gate of Ho Hot Lane tightly shut. Only after inquiring did they learn of the enormous trouble, and hearing that Mingfeng Academy students had been sitting in protest at the Yamen gate daily, they returned to Liujia village yesterday and promptly reported what they had learned to third granduncle. After much deliberation, third granduncle instructed Xiao Yin'er's father to bring the two children back to the city today with 20 taels of silver, 10 from their family and 10 from the Lin family, to help however they could. Thus Lin, who drove the cart, and the three set out before dawn, entering the city as soon as the gates opened, specifically waiting here for people. Yet no one arrived. Could it be that something had been decided regarding Tinka's case? Was it resolved, or? Among the three, only Lu Lin was a mature elder who could make decisions. Lin, who was a simpleton, and Xiao Yin'er was just a young girl. Neither could be relied upon to make major decisions. Lu Lin had little schooling himself, who aside from sending his son to the academy, he had never entered one. In his heart the academy was a sacred place, and he feared making a fool of himself by doing something inappropriate. After a moment's thought he said, "Let's go directly to Mingfeng Academy." Before they had gone far they saw a massive crowd approaching in the distance, led by Do Miaoer in her light green attire. "It's Sister Miaoer." Xiao Yin'er hurried forward to meet her. Do Miaoer was surprised to see them. "Why are you here?" "We learned about it yesterday when we delivered rabbits to Boss Chun. We went back to get silver and came here early this morning to wait for you." Lu Lin said, "We thought you weren't coming today since we didn't see you earlier, and we were about to head to Mingfeng Academy to find you." As he spoke he pulled out a heavy pouch of silver. "These 20 taels are not much, but use them to grease palms. It's a small token of our concern." Lin Hu said, "Sister Miaoer, my parents said if this silver isn't enough, just say the word. Our family has earned a lot from raising rabbits, all thanks to you and Tinka. If silver can save Tinka, the Lin family will not hesitate." Lu Lin also said, "I've watched Tinka grow up. If the silver is insufficient, just speak up. Great-granduncle and third granduncle will not abandon you." Do Miaoer could tell that Lin Hu's words came from the heart, and knowing Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin's character, she believed they truly meant it. But great-granduncle Lu Lin's words were clearly more reserved. Still, coming at this time was a gesture of kindness. Not everyone was like the Lin family. 10 taels was no small sum, and third granduncle had treated them with considerable loyalty and righteousness. "Thank you, great-granduncle, and thank you, Brother Huzi. However, I went to Ijo City 2 days ago and met with the prefect. He has promised to restore Tinka's innocence." Lu Lin was astonished. "Miaoer, you met the prefect, and he agreed to help?" Do Miaoer nodded. "It was thanks to the academy head that I was able to meet the prefect. If I were just a peasant girl, I could never have seen him." Lu Lin bowed to Zhao Qinghua in gratitude, inwardly amazed. He had thought that Lu Tinka's admission to the nearly bankrupt Mingfeng Academy, even as top scorer, mattered little to the village. But now it seemed otherwise. The academy head could even sway the prefect. While expressing thanks, Lu Lin silently resolved to have his younger son take the entrance exam for Mingfeng Academy in 2 years. Do Miaoer repeatedly declined, and only then did Lu Lin put away the silver. But he didn't leave. Instead, he stayed, saying he wanted to see if he could help. Do Miaoer did not refuse this time. The group arrived at the Yamen gate, where she raised the big character poster written by Zhao Jinsheng high above her head and loudly recounted the whole story of Wu San'er's affair, substituting herself for Lu Tinka. After finishing, she loudly praised Pei Gu's virtues and finally declared that Pei Gu had promised to restore Lu Tinka's innocence. Her original speech had been repeated by Zhao Jinsheng and the others, and even written down, but the Yamen staff had paid no attention. However, when she mentioned Pei Gu, they could not ignore it. He was their direct superior. Not only the county magistrate, but also assistant county magistrate. Huang grew tense. If Lu Tinka had access to the prefect, then Huang had to reconsider Lu Tinka's words. Although he had not fully believed Lu Tinka's claim that he could make him county magistrate if Lu Tinka had ties with the prefect, he began to regret his earlier caution. In truth, he could have spared Lu Tinka from physical suffering, but he had avoided the trouble of dealing with the magistrate's difficult wife. If he had known, he would have exerted more effort. The magistrate paced anxiously, knowing that Do Miaoer's words were probably half true, but at least she had likely met the prefect. He muttered, incessantly blaming his wife. "It's all because of that good-for-nothing brother of yours. I told you to keep him under control, and now he's offended someone untouchable, even involving the prefect. This time you'll be the death of me, the death of me." The magistrate's wife was unmoved, long accustomed to her husband's habit of blaming everyone else when things went wrong. "My lord, she did go to Ijo City, but we have paid tribute to Lord Pei for years. Do you think a mere girl can open her mouth and have Lord Pei act on her behalf? If Lord Pei truly cared, would he have let her speak for herself? Have you received any message from Lord Pei yet?" The magistrate began to calm down, finding his wife's reasoning sound, and sank back into his chair. The magistrate's wife ordered, "Go tell her she can stay at the yamen gate if she wishes. If the prefect wants to do her justice, then my lord and I will await the prefect's decree here." Hunger stood haughtily at the gate, conveying the magistrate's wife's words with a hint of righteous confidence. Dom Yower showed no guilt. "Then let the magistrate and his wife wait well. The prefect's order will arrive by tomorrow at the latest." Then let the magistrate and his wife wait well. The prefect's order will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Dom Yower's emphatic attitude once again made the magistrate nervous. The magistrate's wife said, "What are you afraid of? She's just a paper tiger. Who knows what Prefect Pei's writ really says? Since she used Prefect Pei as a pretext, who knows if the prefect is furious and has issued a writ to severely punish this lying little wretch." Although the magistrate's wife said this, the magistrate was still uneasy and appeared somewhat agitated. However, his wife did not try to console him further. She knew that if she spoke again, he would surely blame her for being too conspicuous and for failing to discipline her brother. Though she had heard it all before, she had no wish to hear it again. Dom Yower sat as steady as Mount Tai at the entrance of the yamen, repeating over and over that the prefect had agreed to uphold justice for her. The yamen gate was bustling with people, and within a day everyone knew, as the prefect of Ijo Pei Gu had his own intelligence channels in every county. The news Dom Yower released in the morning reached him by evening. Dom Yower's guess was correct. He was indeed furious. He clearly realized that he had been hoisted by her own petard, forced into a corner with no way out, but to press on reluctantly. He had never expected that peasant girl who seemed so easy to fool would dare to scheme against him like this. Pei Gu now truly understood the saying, "A lifelong hunter of geese only to be pecked by the geese." But thinking of how well Dom Yower had feigned ignorance before him, he could not help but give more credence to the contents of Lu Tinka's letter. This pair could not be mere fools who tried to trick him into saving their lives with some random story. Pei Gu thought to himself, "If they dare to toy with me, I will have these two audacious little beasts skinned, minced, and fed to the dogs." He then issued a writ ordering a public trial of Lu Tinka's case in 3 days. The bearer of Pei Gu's writ left the city smoothly and delivered it to Li County before dawn the next day. The magistrate was utterly stunned. Not only had the prefect sent a writ, but it was an urgent one. He was completely panicked. "What do we do? What do we do? You've ruined me this time, you've ruined me." The magistrate's wife was also stunned into silence. She had never expected Prefect Pei to send an urgent writ specifically for Lu Tinka. But looking at the writ alone, it seemed to require nothing more than a public trial. She was uncertain about what outcome Pei Gu intended for Lu Tinka. Perhaps he didn't care much about Lu Tinka after all, and was merely putting on a show because the girl had spread rumors forcing the prefect's hand. The magistrate said angrily, "Stop dreaming. Would Prefect Pei use an urgent writ to put on a show for a little girl? Isn't his meaning clear? Your brother has been bullying people all along, and I turned a blind eye. But this time he has offended the prefect. Even if I wanted to protect him, I can't." The magistrate's wife became anxious at once. "What do you mean?" The magistrate got up and said while dressing, "Your brother was in the wrong to begin with. Now the prefect demands a public trial. What can I do? It's just that I won't press charges against that scholar Lu Tinka." The magistrate's wife was not foolish, that how could she believe his lies? "Not press charges against Lu Tinka? Then you intend to acquit him? If you release Lu Tinka, won't those commoners outside the yamen demand retrials for their cases, and those who never reported crimes will come forward? My brother is already on the prefect's list. What good can come of it? You just want to throw my brother to the wolves." Seeing that his wife saw through him, the magistrate gave up and said, "Then what do you expect me to do? Isn't it because he caused too much trouble in the past? If he had behaved like a decent person, would so many people come after him?" The magistrate's wife trembled with rage. "You? Are you even human? He is my only brother. You want to end the Wu family line. Don't forget back then. Back then the silver for my imperial exams came from your family, and I promised your parents to take good care of your brother. You don't need to remind me over and over. Haven't I done enough all these years? Do you think I don't know what you've done? I turned a blind eye to your brother's deeds as well. Because of your brother, I've lost face among the people. Have I ever complained? Now your brother's manhood is gone, so what's the point of talking about continuing the family line? So you're going to push him out. Don't forget you took the lion's share of the benefits my brother gained. Otherwise, where do you think your silk nightclothes, brocade quilts, and pure gold incense burner came from?" The magistrate flew into a rage. "I never imagined you would do so much behind my back with that rascal of a brother of yours." I. Whether from anger or shame, the magistrate's face turned crimson. "For the sake of our years of marriage and the children, I will cover for you this once. But from now on you are not to meddle in your brother's affairs." The magistrate's wife sat on the ornately carved canopy bed of yellow pear, with tears streaming down. She had always known this man was spineless and cold-hearted, but she had never expected him to so readily cast out her brother. Just a few days ago, when her brother came over, the two had drunk together. When her brother brought gifts and silver, they were like blood brothers. When her brother got into trouble, he was a damned scoundrel who tarnished his reputation. Now just because there was a slight risk to his official career, he could push her brother out. For the first time, the magistrate's wife regretted marrying such an ungrateful man. The magistrate was extremely agitated. He told Assistant Magistrate Huang about Pei Gu's urgent writ, which made Assistant Magistrate Huang's heart skip a beat. If yesterday he had only regretted not putting in more effort, now he decided he must seize the opportunity. The public trial is in 3 days. Prepare all the evidence. The prefect is very concerned about this case. Then, what evidence should we prepare? The magistrate frowned. Prepare whatever evidence there is. Witnesses, physical evidence, anything. Handle it fairly and impartially. And what about the madam? The magistrate said irritably. Am I the magistrate, or is she? Assistant Magistrate Huang quickly apologized, but as he lowered his head, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He was already over 50 years old, still stuck at the lowest rank of assistant magistrate. Long ago he had accepted that he would be a mere assistant magistrate for life. But Wu Sanner had gone too far. For the first time he entertained the thought of becoming magistrate himself. He never expected the opportunity to come so soon. His relationship with the magistrate had been fairly pleasant. The magistrate lacked initiative, making his own job easier. When the magistrate was dissatisfied, it just took a few more words of persuasion. He had no ambition, but now the opportunity was right before him. Then he could only say sorry. Blame the magistrate's wife and her brother. The county magistrate entered the prison and saw Lu Tinka, whose face was pale. Sitting in the only relatively clean corner of the cell, his eyes slightly closed and brows furrowed, the magistrate ordered, "Move him to another cell and summon a physician at once." Lu Tinka slowly opened his eyes. Though his body was frail, his gaze was sharp with the unique aura of a superior, as if scrutinizing everything around him. It seemed as though merely by opening his mouth he could determine your life or death. The county magistrate's heart skipped a beat within. He became even more convinced that Lu Tinka was no ordinary person, and at the very least, he must have a special relationship with Pei Gu. Otherwise, how could he carry himself with such unshakable confidence? However, he did not wish to appear too cowardly, so he stood outside the cell looking down upon Lu Tinka from above, as though this posture alone would grant him the upper hand in spirit. "What is your relationship with Lord Pei?" Lu Tinka cast but a single glance, and could tell at once that the county magistrate was all bark and no bite, neither ambitious nor courageous. He promptly closed his eyes. No particular relationship. No particular relationship. Do you know that Lord Pei personally wrote an urgent warrant specifically for your case? Lu Tinka merely replied in a detached tone, "I am unaware." His indifferent attitude made the county magistrate even more cautious. It felt as though Pei Gu deeply cared for Lu Tinka, while Lu Tinka showed little concern for Pei Gu in return. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through the county magistrate's mind, and he even entertained the notion that Lu Tinka might be Pei Gu's illegitimate son. Moreover, the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. How else could one explain the bizarre dynamic between Pei Gu and Lu Tinka? It must be that Lord Pei, constrained by numerous reasons, could not publicly acknowledge Lu Tinka, yet wished to compensate this brilliant son who had endured untold hardships far from home. But Lu Tinka bore deep resentment toward Lord Pei and refused to forgive him, resolving instead to sever all ties. That was why the situation had come to this. A sudden flash of insight struck the county magistrate like lightning. He felt certain he had cracked the case. There could be only one truth: Lu Tinka was undoubtedly Pei Gu's illegitimate son. The county magistrate was filled with renewed dread, his heart seething with hatred toward Wu Sanner. That blind fool had actually provoked Lord Pei, and Lu Tinka was now in his custody, a thoroughly dangerous situation. It is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. If Pei Gu were to discover that his treasured son had been nearly beaten to death under the orders of his wife, would he not flay him alive and light a beacon fire as punishment? It truly proves that marrying a virtuous wife is of paramount importance. The county magistrate still wished to say more to Lu Tinka, but upon seeing his dismissive demeanor, he could think of nothing appropriate to say. Bringing up Pei Gu would surely annoy him, and if he angered Lu Tinka, the latter might embellish the matter when reporting to Lord Pei, leaving the magistrate with no favorable outcome. Discussing the case would be even less appealing. He had already been unfairly bullied by Wu Sanner, and then subjected to the torment of his own foolish wife inside this prison cell. Mentioning it would only fill him with further anger. What about asking after his academic pursuits? Surrounded by damp and filthy straw, the air thick with the foul stench of urine and excrement, cockroaches and rats crawling across the floor from time to time. Clearly an unsuitable topic for conversation. The words circled on the magistrate's lips several times before he finally kept silent, merely instructing the Yamen runners to take good care of Lu Tinka and ensure nothing happened to him. Meanwhile, upon learning of her husband's actions, the county magistrate's wife grew so furious that she snapped a golden hairpin in two startling hongs. "Madam." The county magistrate's wife wore a grim expression. "How is Sanner?" The young master flew into another temper today and smashed a medicine bowl against young Mistress Lu's head. The county magistrate's wife said nothing. Instead, she selected another lavish ruby gold ornament from her vanity box and had Honger place it in her hair. Wearing a deep crimson gown, she rose slowly. Ensure your sister-in-law attends to the young master properly. Honger felt uneasy. Yes, madam. Let us go out for a walk. It has been quite some days since I last ventured out. Upon entering Rui Tower, the young waiter hurriedly came forward. Madam, you've arrived. The private room upstairs has been prepared for you. No need. I'll dine in the main hall. The county magistrate's wife took a seat in the farthest corner of the main hall. The waiter, puzzled by this unexpected choice, quickly slipped away to inform Manager Chun. Manager Chun personally attended to her, attempting to strike up conversation along the way, but the county magistrate's wife was clearly in ill humor and exchanged only a few words with him, merely instructing him to serve the food. Manager Chin kept a watchful eye on her from a distance, but the county magistrate's wife simply ate quietly, doing nothing out of the ordinary. She sat in the farthest corner listening to the murmur of the common folk, her expression unreadable. Those who dined at Rui Tower were all relatively prominent figures in the county. Now even they were eagerly discussing Wu Sanner's case, and word of Lord Prefect Pei's urgent warrant from the previous night had already spread. It seemed everyone was convinced she was about to lose her standing. Back then, every one of these people bowed and scraped before her, showing even greater respect than they did to the county magistrate himself. And now, before she had even fallen from power, they were already sizing up her misfortune. She sat in the corner for over an hour, barely touching most of the dishes before her. Let us go. Pack everything and bring it back to the mansion. When the county magistrate's wife emerged from the far corner with Honger carrying 2 large food containers, the entire dining hall fell completely silent. Every patron bowed, their heads low, fearful of meeting her gaze. But the county magistrate's wife walked with her eyes straight ahead, as though moving through an empty passage, and exited through the doors of Rui Tower. After she left, Rui Tower remained still for a long while. Upon returning to the county mansion, the county magistrate noticed the multiple food containers she had brought back and couldn't help but scold her sharply. You seem to be in such good spirits. Do you even know what kind of person Lutinka is? What kind of person? The county magistrate exclaimed in exasperation. He is Lord Pei's. He suddenly lowered his voice. He is Lord Pei's treasure. Do you now realize the trouble your precious younger brother has gotten himself into? The county magistrate's wife showed no surprise. Oh. The county magistrate was deeply dissatisfied with his wife's reaction. What do you mean by that? I mean nothing. What do you mean? You pushed my brother out to certain death. What is your next move? Are you going to divorce me and marry someone else next? We have shared many years of married life. I would never divorce you. Besides, do not put it so crudely. When did I ever say I would send your brother to his death? The county magistrate's wife sneered. My brother is already a ruined man. If he loses his footing now, who will not turn against him? Will he still have a chance to survive? That is the consequence of his own countless sins. The county magistrate's wife mockingly replied, what a masterful use of borrowing a knife to kill. A true scholar's cunning, no doubt. Enraged, the county magistrate turned red in the face. Unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Your brother is this way because your entire family has spoiled him. Regardless, from now on you are to stay indoors. The county magistrate swept away in indignation. The county magistrate's wife chuckled bitterly. He hasn't even had the chance to do anything, and already he seeks to confine me. If something truly happens to Sanner, he will likely cast me out altogether. A woman must always have her family behind her. Madam, you. She smiled faintly. Nothing. Merely some reflections. In a casual tone, the county magistrate's wife said, Lutinka and Lord Pei share a deep connection. It seems this madam cannot lay a hand on him. Deliver those food containers to him as an apology. I am somewhat tired and wish to rest. Honger pondered for a long moment, then picked up the food containers and headed to the prison. Honger delivered the food box to the prison. Just then, Deputy Magistrate Huang arrived, taking it from the jailer's hands. He opened it and saw that it contained fine wine and exquisite dishes. Deputy Magistrate Huang proceeded to Lutinka's cell. Now Lutinka's cell was a private room, clean, tidy, and with half a day of sunlight each day. It was undoubtedly the most comfortable cell in the entire prison. This is food sent by the madam for you. She already knows your identity and wishes to extend her goodwill. Lutinka glanced at the dishes: braised fish, sauced pork knuckles, steamed pork belly, with rice flour, and a flask of wine. What is my identity? Deputy Magistrate Huang did not answer directly, but instead said, I now believe you can bring down Wu Sanner. Lutinka corrected him, it's the magistrate. Deputy Magistrate Huang glanced at him and poured him a cup of wine. Will you drink? Deputy Magistrate, do you think I should drink or not? Deputy Magistrate Huang looked at his ambiguous smile, then drank it himself, turning the cup upside down. Not a single drop remained. Lutinka smiled. The cooperation continues. Deputy Magistrate Huang also smiled, looking at Lutinka with the same expression he had once reserved for the magistrate. Then he gathered up the dishes, took the food box, and walked out of the cell. The cup of wine Deputy Magistrate Huang had just drunk was a gesture of loyalty. He knew clearly that because of his earlier actions, although he had saved Lu Tinka's life, he had also half-killed him. Lu Tinka could not have been unaware that he had not done his utmost. Now if he wanted to obtain what he sought, he would have to pay a much greater price than before. For instance, by voluntarily lowering his stance as he did now, because he had lost the opportunity to negotiate with Lu Tinka on equal footing. But after he left, Lu Tinka still had one thing he couldn't figure out. He said the magistrate's wife already knew his identity, but what identity did he have? He had only sent Qingqing to deliver a letter to the prefect begging for his life. Speaking of Qingqing, Lu Tinka curled his lips. Ever since he heard the prefect's urgent order this morning, he knew that Dou Miaoer had truly set out alone for Yizhou City. Judging by the timing, she must have traveled day and night. Her heart truly cared for him. Yet Lu Tinka felt somewhat uneasy. He had not explained everything to her, and this time was indeed perilous. If Deputy Magistrate Huang had not intervened, he might have been directly killed by the magistrate's wife. So he worried that Dou Miaoer might take this opportunity to leave him, go somewhere else, change her name, and start a new life. He had always known that Dou Miaoer inwardly resisted their engagement. This was a good opportunity for her, and given her own capabilities, Lu Tinka believed she could live well on her own. But now he realized that she had actually begun to value him, whether it was familial affection or love. In any case, a stone in his heart had settled somewhat. But it hadn't completely settled. Without seeing her, he always felt she might have sneaked away like that. After all, she could have left after delivering the letter. How he longed to see her. Lu Tinka felt he might truly be in love with her. Originally, he had wanted to spend his life with her because he no longer wished to be alone forever. He wanted to find someone to be with, to experience the ordinary joys of family life. Why her? Because she was special. She might be a variable, so he had to watch her. Later it was because being with her made him happy, as she made him feel warmth. If he had to choose someone, why not her? But now, while in prison, his only thought was that once he got out he would stay with her forever. They would marry and have children. His only worry, the one thing that tormented him, was that she would take this opportunity to leave him, completely fleeing to a place he could never find. That night, when he was tortured, having never suffered such torment, he thought he might die. And the image that filled his mind most was her. If asked why he fell in love with her, none of those previous reasons seemed to be the answer. The specific answer he didn't know. But if she was still there when he got out, then he would spare no effort to never give her a chance to leave him again. Deputy Magistrate Huang meanwhile took the food box to see the magistrate. When the magistrate saw him, he immediately recognized the food box that his wife had just brought back. How did it end up in your hands? Did my wife give it to you? It was given by the madam to Mr. Lu. The magistrate's brow twitched. Seeing Deputy Magistrate Huang's steady demeanor, he quickly grabbed a silver wine cup from the curio shelf behind him and placed it into the braised fish. The cup instantly turned black. He tested the other two dishes as well, and although nothing unusual was found, the magistrate was still terrified. He didn't eat any, did he? No. I saw it, and quietly took it away. I didn't dare let Mr. Lu eat it. The magistrate hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That's good, that's good. Then he erupted in fury. This foolish woman. Madness. Absolute madness. As he spoke, he picked up the food box and went to confront the magistrate's wife. Finding her still asleep, he dragged her off the bed. Did you order this scent? What if I did? Am I wrong to show goodwill? Showing goodwill, is it? Then eat it. Take one bite, and let me see. The magistrate's wife fell silent. The magistrate shouted, You venomous woman. You weren't trying to kill Lu Tinka. You were trying to kill me. This is nothing short of attempting to murder your husband. The magistrate's wife broke free from his grip, and with all her strength, slapped him hard. You ungrateful wretch. Have you completely forgotten how you groveled like a stray dog, begging my father for shelter, how you pursued me, and begged my father to give me to you in marriage? And now you call me a venomous woman. If I were a venomous woman, I would have killed you, the faithless scoundrel, long ago, when you kept those mistresses. Then there would be no today where you push my brother to his death, and make me endure a life of ridicule, a living death. The magistrate's mind went blank for an instant from the slap. Recovering, he struck his wife back hard. Madness. You are truly mad. Blood trickled from the corner of the magistrate's wife's mouth. Keep the madam confined. She is not to set foot outside the inner courtyard. He paused, then added, and hung. The county magistrate's wife was confined, imprisoned in the backyard alongside Honger. She remained silent, merely weeping in silence. Honger wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to open her mouth, and in the end could only cry along with her. Meanwhile, Lu Tinka had transformed into a distinguished guest of the prison. The jailers who had tortured him before treated him with even more deference than they would their own fathers. Lu Tinka paid little attention to their favoritism. He only asked one thing, have you seen a girl of about 15 or 16 outside? She has curved eyes. Yes, she should be your fiancée, correct? She has been waiting outside for a full day. Lu Tinka's lips curled slightly, the heavy stone in his heart finally settling. Would you like to see her? Lu Tinka remained silent, and the jailer, showing keen awareness, departed gracefully. Outside the door there were no longer so many people. Since Vice Magistrate Huang had personally announced that the prefect had ordered a public trial in 3 days, everyone, including Zhao Jinsheng, deemed the outcome certain and returned to the academy. Had Lu Tinka already been released, they would surely be celebrating with victory wine by now. Seeing that matters seemed settled, Lu Lin also returned to the village with Lin Hu and Xiao Yan, saying they would come back on the 3rd day when the case was heard. It made people feel certain that the matter was secured, but only Dou Miao herself knew that she had thoroughly offended Pei Gu. Moreover, Lu Tinka was currently imprisoned and his fate uncertain. These 3 days were the most dangerous, for this was the best opportunity to create an irrefutable case. She was completely unaware that it wasn't that no one had thought of it, but rather that Lu Tinka had already evaded it. At this moment her heart was in turmoil, unable to find peace for even a moment. She finally decided she must go see Vice Magistrate Huang. Vice Magistrate Huang readily met with her and subtly asked many questions, but Dou Miao performed the role of an anxious fiancé perfectly. She knew nothing else, repeating the same phrases over and over, which boiled down to 2 sentences. The first was that her Lu Tinka was a good man and would never intentionally harm others. The second was, "I beg your honor to investigate the truth and clear his name." Realizing he couldn't extract anything further from her, Vice Magistrate Huang still gained something. Seeing the girl repeat the same lines endlessly, she didn't seem capable of swaying the prefect. It appeared the matter of Lu Tinka being the prefect's illegitimate son was indeed true. Lord Lu also inquired about Miss Dou today. "Would you like to see him?" "I can really see him. Thank you, Your Honor, thank you so much. You are truly a kind person." Dou Miao could never have imagined that Lu Tinka was enjoying VIP treatment, even in prison. This wasn't imprisonment at all. It was more like being a guest. Seeing Dou Miao, Lu Tinka's eyes lit up, but he remained seated without moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but rather that his wounds had just been treated by the doctor, and he didn't want her to notice any flaws. "You're doing quite well here. I've exhausted myself traveling day and night, yet you never suffer wherever you go. Not only do you have a private room, but they've even given you new clothes." Lu Tinka immediately noticed that in just these 3 days Dou Miao had visibly lost weight. The journey from here to Izhou was not short, and she had made the round trip twice consecutively. One could imagine the hardship she endured. "You've suffered for me, Qingqing. Once I'm out, I'll make it up to you properly. You'd better keep your word, or I'll beat you into a swollen mess. You have no idea. On my way to Izhou City, I wore 2 layers of skin off my thighs. I know you've suffered for me, Qingqing. It's all my fault." Though she spoke thus, seeing Lu Tinka sitting before her unharmed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as long as he was safe, that was what mattered. The public trial in 3 days with the prefect's urgent decree will surely clear your name. "Don't worry." Lu Tinka nodded. "I already know. Vice Magistrate Huang has informed me." Dou Miao understood in her heart. It seemed he had found protection. With Vice Magistrate Huang's support, he shouldn't face any trouble. Only then did she feel completely at ease. "Since you're fine, I'll head back. I'll visit you tomorrow. Is there anything you need me to bring?" Lu Tinka shook his head. "No need to come. Rest well, eat properly, and just wait until the trial in 3 days. You've lost weight." Dou Miao sniffed. "If you won't let me come, then fine. Actually, I didn't want to come either. I'll head home, and I'll come pick you up in 3 days. "Very well. We'll return home together in 3 days. After their meeting, both felt their hearts settle. Seeing that Lu Tinka was truly doing well, Dou Miao genuinely returned home to sleep. She hadn't slept soundly these past few days, and now, with nothing on her mind, she simply wanted a good rest. Meanwhile, Lu Tinka took the opportunity when the jailer wasn't looking to secretly pour out the medicine. Without candied fruit, he refused to drink it. Besides, with the doctor changing his dressing daily, he wouldn't die anyway. Before long, it was the 3rd day. A dense crowd gathered before the county yamen. Everyone from Mingfeng Academy had come, as well as many residents of Li County. What surprised Dou Miao most was that quite a few people from Lu family village had also arrived, yet only Elder Lu from the Lu family had come. Lu Ha had also come, but he stood at the edge far from Elder Lu. Dou Miao greeted the crowd and went to the back hall, as she was also one of the parties involved. When Lu Tinka was brought out, aside from walking somewhat slowly, he was clean and tidy, vastly different from the prisoners everyone expected to see from prison. Before the trial even began, everyone had already guessed it must be the prefect's intervention that made the county magistrate dare not neglect him. Wu Sanner was still bedridden, carried directly from the medical clinic to the courtroom by constables. Since he went mad the moment he saw Lu Tinka, the county magistrate had no choice but to gag him and tie him up, then remove him to the back hall. Dou Miao glanced at Wu Sanner as he passed by. It seemed Lu Tinka had thoroughly crippled him, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a state. The magistrate paused. He knew Wu Sanner had no scruples, but he never expected Lu Tinka to openly admit it in public. The atmosphere grew awkward. Dou Miao was also stunned. He had really said it just like that. Even now she could already feel the suspicious, mocking, even lascivious glances from the crowd. Everyone had heard of robbing a woman for marriage. Even in storybooks and plays it was common, but robbing a man for marriage, and a man robbing another man, such a thing was truly beyond words. Beyond the shock, there was contempt. Lutinka was still a scholar, and the consequences were far more severe than if a woman had been taken. She didn't believe he was unaware of that. The magistrate quickly adjusted his composure. Ahem, then tell us the detailed process of the incident. Lutinka began from the meeting at the tea house. Everything after that was basically true, except he made a slight alteration to the events of the day of the incident. Do Miaoer had never had any contact with Wu Sanner from start to finish. The only thing she did was take advantage of the ruffians getting drunk to knock them out, intending to escape with Lutinka. But Wu Sanner discovered them, and then Lutinka fought desperately to protect her, allowing her to leave and report to the authorities. Meanwhile, after she left, Lutinka accidentally wounded Wu Sanner during the resistance. Do Miaoer was completely exonerated, her presence in the whole affair minimized to the lowest degree. She remained silent, tacitly accepting Lutinka's account. This was his protection, his goodwill, and she wouldn't contradict him at this moment. But her heart felt warm. This old fox, though he looked very young, seemed quite trustworthy. Lutinka recounted the entire development of the case from beginning to end clearly and thoroughly. He provided details and witnesses because most of the events were indeed true. At this point, the case could basically be concluded. Only one doubt remained. The magistrate said, "Now there is only one final question. Earlier you said you would save it for last. So I ask you, why did you go to the tea house with your classmates to meet Wu Sanner?" Lutinka raised his head, his gaze directly fixed on the magistrate. "Your Honor, do you truly wish for me to answer?" Seeing his expression, the magistrate sensed that nothing good would come of it. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, he couldn't forbid him from speaking. He had no choice but to steel himself. "The reason lies in the county examination." The magistrate's brow twitched. "What does this have to do with the county examination? Matters irrelevant to this case need not be mentioned. I shall pronounce the verdict now." "Your Honor, you should hear it." Lutinka declared loudly. The county examination has always been reviewed by the magistrate himself. But in recent years, the number of child scholars from the Qilin and Baichuan academies has been considerable, while Mingfeng Academy only produces one every year. The reason is that our dean refuses to pay tribute. So even an exam paper that clearly merits a child scholar, if it comes from Mingfeng Academy, can only be rejected. Everyone in Li County knew this well, but Lutinka's blunt declaration now was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Was he trying to blow the lid off the whole affair? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The magistrate slammed the gavel, making it crack loudly. But Lutinka said calmly, "This year Qilin sent 1,000 taels, Baichuan 800. Wu Sanner said so himself. If I'm not mistaken, the silver should still be in the county office. Selling official positions is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. I wonder what the crime is for selling the title of child scholar. Slander. Pure fabrication." At this point, the magistrate no longer cared whether Lutinka was the prefect's illegitimate son. He immediately ordered him thrown into the prison. Assistant Magistrate Huang stepped forward. "Your Honor, forgive my impertinence, but according to Article 39, Section 2, Chapter 2 of the Great Ning Law, if the chief official dies, is severely injured, mentally confused, or commits a major error in office, the deputy may fully assume the chief's duties." By now, what else could the magistrate not understand? These two had long been in collusion. "You seize them. Defaming a superior officer. Arrest them as well." The constables were bewildered. The top and second in command were fighting. Who should they side with? "Are you all dead?" The constables looked at the furious magistrate, then slowly shuffled toward Assistant Magistrate Huang. But Huang smiled. "Your Honor, one of my duties is to supervise the chief official. So yesterday, I already reported to the prefect." "You? I never realized you were such a honey-tongued, dagger-hearted man." Assistant Magistrate Huang was unperturbed. "I draw the court's salary and simply do my duty. Please bear with me, Your Honor. If you consider the time, the prefect should be sending someone by now." Hearing this, the constables all moved together and bound the magistrate, throwing him into the prison. But they placed him in Lutinka's luxurious cell, just in case the situation turned around. Assistant Magistrate Huang pronounced the verdict in place of the magistrate. Lutinka was acquitted. Wu Sanner was charged with multiple crimes, including breaking and entering, buying and selling child scholar titles, and kidnapping. But since he was already as good as crippled, only his property was confiscated. As the words fell, cheers erupted from the crowd. Lutinka smiled and said, "Let's go home. Let's go home." Do Miaoer took Lutinka's hand, and the two walked out of the courtroom together. The plaque above, reading, "Bright Mirror Hanging High," was exceptionally conspicuous. The people of Li County would not forget that it was this frail, handsome young man who in the courtroom had shattered the sky of Li County. Zhao Qinghua felt a great sense of relief. Good lad, not lacking in courage. Well done. The students of Mingfeng Academy all felt as if a fortune had fallen from the sky and landed on them. Originally, not everyone was willing to skip class every day to sit at the Yamen gate and create momentum for Lutinka. But but now they felt it was truly worth it. Especially those who had been studying for several years and had already mastered the 4 books and 5 classics. They felt as if they were already child scholars. They all came forward to express concern. Zhang Pengzi in particular was drenched in tears. He hugged Lu Tinka tightly. Shinji, if anything had really happened to you this time, I would have slammed my head against a wall and still not been able to atone. Being hugged by him, Lu Tinka immediately broke into a cold sweat from the pain. He let out a muffled groan and involuntarily squeezed Do Miao's hand so hard that it hurt her. Lu Tinka quickly pushed him away. You meant well, I know, but in the future you must act on the right path. Crooked ways will eventually lead to trouble. Zhang Pengzi nodded vigorously. Lu Tinka immediately looked at Do Miao. Are you all right? I was startled, sorry. Do Miao was about to say something when the people of Lu family village surrounded them, speaking all at once. Words of praise, lingering fear, congratulations, concern, everything. Old Master Lu and Lu He did not approach, they watched from afar. Lu Tinka saw them too. Manager Chun, in celebration of Lu Tinka's safe return, closed the Rui Lu for business that day to host Lu Tinka's relatives, friends, and fellow villagers. Manager Chun, absolutely not. The Rui Lu earns great wealth every day. Miss Miao, please do not say such things. Before our young master departed, he instructed me to convey to you both that if you have any needs, I must inform him without delay. However, our young master is currently unable to attend personally. As for this matter, I have been of little help, so I can only express my gratitude in this small way. The banquet is already set, everyone please follow me. Manager Chen warmly ushered them along, and the scholars and villagers followed suit. The Rui Lu was the finest restaurant in Lixian, and they had never before had the opportunity to visit. What a rare treat this day had turned out to be. Lu Tinka and Do Miao had no choice but to accept. They knew Mu Ziyu would at least reimburse Manager Chen for his expenses, and this was also an opportunity for the manager to curry favor with Mu Ziyu. With that in mind, they did not refuse. Old Master Lu and Lu He remained standing motionless. Lu Tinka approached his grandfather and said, "Let's go together." Old Master Lu sighed deeply, remarking, "You have truly made something of yourself now." Lu Tinka said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His grandfather then joined the crowd heading toward the Rui Lu, while Lu He approached only after he had departed. "It is good that nothing serious happened. Your eldest brother would be delighted to see you now. The capable people you associate with today will surely help you rise high in the world, unlike your third uncle. Brother Mingguang mentioned that you gave me 2 taels of silver, third uncle. Since it was not used, I would like to return it to you." No. Lu He firmly refused. "I am merely an incompetent uncle who failed to bring a housewarming gift when you moved here. Take it back quickly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Without giving Lu Tinka a chance to respond, they could only plan to visit him another day. For now, they needed to attend to the guests at the Rui Lu. Manager Chen's original intent was to celebrate Lu Tinka's survival. It would hardly do for the guest of honor to be absent. With so many people came so much chatter, and Lu Tinka and Do Miao kept busy engaging with everyone's conversation since all the guests had come in Lu Tinka's honor. The Rui Lu's main hall was nearly full, with scholars making up the vast majority. The entire Lu family village could barely fill 2 tables. The scholars, having had a bit to drink, could not resist composing poetry and couplets, especially now that the county magistrate had fallen and their spring was coming. Their joy was boundless, filling the hall with Confucian sayings and classical expressions that left the villagers completely bewildered. Yet the more they failed to understand, the more impressive they found it. Who would have thought that frail Ernyo had truly risen to such prominence? Not only had the academy's director taken a liking to him, but so many scholars older than himself showed him respect. Even the manager of the Rui Lu seemed eager to curry favor, word having reached them that he knew the young master of the establishment. In just a few days since leaving the village, he had become an entirely different person. The villagers were beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with the village's feng shui. Otherwise, how could Lu Tinka have gained such extraordinary fortune after moving out? The banquet finally dispersed near dusk, and Lu Tinka and Do Miao made their way home. Standing before their gate, they pushed it open, finally back. "I have only been gone 6 or 7 days, yet it feels like an eternity. The place has lost all its liveliness." Do Miao sighed heavily. Not only did those ruffians break many things, but while everyone was watching the commotion, some items went missing as well. "Looks like I will have to spend money again." Lu Tinka smiled. "Aren't you the one who loves spending silver? You caught me. I will check what is missing and go buy replacements tomorrow." Lu Tinka started the fire and heated water, noticing Do Miao had already made a list. "So much. I was surprised too. They say a ruined home is worth 10,000 pieces of gold. Now I understand why." He brought over a small stool and had Do Miao sit on the bed. He removed her shoes and gently submerged her feet in the warm water, spooning it over her calves with steady, careful strokes. Do Miao remained silent. Though only 6 days had passed, this moment felt like a lifetime away. "Did you take your medicine on time?" "I forgot. I will make up for it later." According to Dr. Bai, you should have started your cycle by now. I wonder if this exhaustion has affected anything. Do Miaoer rolled her eyes, anger rising at the memory. How could Dr. Bai have acted so carelessly? Shouldn't a physician be more mindful? She had been so humiliated in front of Lu Tinka. I am a woman. Do you really think it appropriate to discuss this around me? Lu Tinka chuckled, massaging her foot. You are too shameless to be embarrassed. Who are you calling shameless? She kicked him lightly but squarely in the stomach, drawing a sharp hiss from him. She remembered something fell off when Jiang Pongzi had embraced him, but with so many people around and the interruption, she had forgotten about it. What is wrong? Nothing. But Do Miaoer was a woman of action. Before he could finish, she had already risen and pulled open his outer garment, revealing bandages wrapped beneath. Take off your clothes. This isn't quite proper. We are not yet married. Do Miaoer had no patience for his affectation. Stop pretending. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist? Are you angry? Is Qin worried about me? Does she care? Are you beginning to like me? Lu Tinka tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes brimming with delight, while Do Miaoer grew increasingly impatient, unfastening the traditional frog buttons on his robe. Though she had been in this era for some time now, she still detested those buttons. They were terribly difficult to untie. Watching her battle with the stubborn fastenings, Lu Tinka caught her hand. Let me handle it. You look like a female predator right now. If I were a female predator, I would not have resorted to such cunning tactics against a child. Lu Tinka was not displeased this time. Children grow up eventually. I will wait for the day when Qin turns predatory toward me. Do Miaoer blushed furiously. This old demon had barely left the prison, and his mind was already wandering to such absurd thoughts. Lu Tinka's hands were nimble as he removed his robe, revealing a torso wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy. Faint red seeped through the fabric on his chest, suggesting fresh bleeding. Do Miaoer was furious and reached out to undo the bandages, but Lu Tinka dodged her. Do not frighten yourself. I can manage it myself. I have seen enough in my life to be scared easily. Stop your nonsense, or I will use force. Lu Tinka fell silent. Do Miaoer carefully began unwrapping the bandages, and what she saw left her shaken. His entire front was a landscape of wound upon wound, crisscrossing lash marks, raw red flesh exposed. Tears sprang to her eyes instantly. How had he remained so composed, so calm in conversation throughout this entire day? Do Miaoer was furious. Lu Tinka, are you out of your mind? Your body is nearly all wounds, yet you still went to Rui Pavilion to recite poetry with others. You came back, drew hot water for my feet, and even had the nerve to flirt. If you don't care about your own body, why should I? I hope the pain kills you. Lu Tinka looked at her flustered, tear-streaked face, and his heart swelled with joy. He even laughed out loud. Qin finally admitted she cares about me. Did a donkey kick your brain? Is that what I meant? He brushed it off casually. Regardless, that's how I heard it. Qin, don't worry. It looks terrible, but they're merely superficial wounds. The treatment was timely, so nothing serious. There might be some scarring later, but as long as you don't despise me, that's all that matters. I despise it. I despise it to death. He thought for a moment, then I'll find a way to remove the scars. Seeing him genuinely troubled over the scarring matter, Do Miaoer's anger surged once more. Hurry up and sit down so I can apply the medicine. Lu Tinka smiled and obediently sat down. I knew Qin still cares about me. Do Miaoer muttered curses under her breath, yet her hands moved with gentle care. It reminded her of when she first transmigrated here and had bandaged his wounds. Back then she had felt only a trace of sympathy. But now it was far more, she heartache. The bond between people truly is something vital. That evening after the lamp was extinguished, the two lay side by side on the kong. There was no moonlight tonight. The room was pitch black. They had both been exhausted these past few days, and though everything had settled, neither could sleep. Lu Tinka secretly reached his hand into Do Miaoer's blanket and found hers. He scratched her palm with his finger. Do Miaoer pulled away and he reached in again, scratching once more. Finally she could bear it no longer. Are you going to sleep or not? I'm too excited to sleep. Do Miaoer turned her back to him. If you won't sleep, fine. I will. Lu Tinka naturally knew she was still awake. He spoke softly. Qin, I'm truly overjoyed that you didn't leave. During the first 3 days in that prison, my mind was consumed with the thought of what would happen if you left, where I would find you. All hatred, all regrets, all ambitions. They meant nothing. What terrified me most was that you might vanish as suddenly as you had appeared. Do Miaoer snorted. Thanks for the reminder. Next time there's such an opportunity, I'll flee far away. She meant it. After everything had unfolded, she had only worried about whether Lu Tinka would be all right. Her mind had been entirely consumed with rescuing him. She had truly not considered leaving. Lu Tinka secretly draped his arm around her waist. There won't be another chance. Do Miaoer swatted his hand away. How old are you? Thinking of taking advantage already? Haven't I been spoiling you too much lately? Lu Tinka sheepishly withdrew his hand. I'm 13. If your body permits, we could already be raising a child. Do Miaoer ground her teeth and said, Lu Tinka, I think your skin is truly itching. But Lutinka was unusually exhilarated tonight and remarkably fearless. Ching, do you know? When the whip struck my body, I was nearly dying of pain. I truly thought I might die in that prison. But then I thought, if I died I would never see you again. I would never marry you. We would never have children of our own. So I made a resolution I would never let myself fall into danger again. His hand reached out once more, heedless of danger. Although I grasped many advantages, they could not guarantee my safety. I underestimated the magistrate's wife's wrath and boldness and overestimated County Magistrate Huang's ambition and courage. I nearly paid with my life in that prison. I must admit I am genuinely frightened now. Domir did not speak. He was frightened, and so was she. But this is no excuse for you to take advantage of me. If you don't remove your paw now, I'll break it. Playing the victim had failed. Lutinka dejectedly withdrew his hand and said grievously, Ching, you're so cruel. Domir snorted coldly. You wicked old man of unknown age. Don't think that wearing a child's face lets you play the victim. This old lady won't fall for it. Lutinka thought you ate far more of that before. So Ching finally admits I'm not young. Yes, I admit you're old. Elders need less sleep. Someone young like me cannot manage without rest. I'm going to sleep. Lutinka. But after a while he secretly reached his hand out again. Just as half his palm slipped under the blanket, he heard Domir's sinister voice. Don't you want that paw anymore? Lutinka silently withdrew his hand. I'm sleeping too. Domir gave a soft snort and muttered, such a lustful, creepy old man. Lutinka. Maybe you should just call me young instead. Why do I suddenly feel creepy myself? Lutinka was depressed. He was only 13 years old. Lying in the same Kong with the woman he loved, his fiancée, and barely touching her hand was considered creepy. Well, perhaps a little. But wasn't this only a matter of time? If being creepy makes her remember I'm her fiancé and not just a kid or a younger brother, then so be it. Better she grows accustomed to my creepiness early so she never forgets who I am. With these tangled thoughts racing through his mind, Lutinka drifted into sleep. When he woke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Domir had long been up. For him, this was the first time he had slept in. It proved he had been truly exhausted these past few days. If you're awake, get up and eat. After finishing his meal, he was about to wash the dishes when, to his surprise, Domir actually went to wash them herself. How extraordinary. Ching was washing dishes on her own. He knew it. Ching truly cared about him and worried for him. She was already learning to take care of him. Seeing his smug expression, Domir couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even if faced with a stranger severely injured, I would still tend to him. Why are you grinning like spring has arrived? Lutinka didn't catch what she was saying. He simply nodded along. Yes, Ching is right. As he spoke, his smugness grew even more pronounced. Domir was utterly speechless. Had he left his brain in that prison? Actually, no. He was simply overjoyed. He had toppled the county magistrate, regained his freedom, and most importantly, he had discovered that Domir now cared deeply for him. To put it plainly, his current state could only be described as being in love, hot, passionate love. But objectively speaking, it was one-sided. Lutinka fetched a chair from the house. The sunlight outside was perfect for basking in, and as he sat there, he thought to himself how lovely it would be to have a rocking chair. Meanwhile, Domir had gone to the apothecary. She intended to invite a physician back to examine Lutinka properly. Such extensive wounds could become infected if not treated well, yet he insisted it was nothing serious. At the alley entrance, a young beggar suddenly darted out. I'm here to collect money from you. Domir recalled. Wasn't this the same boy who had given her directions that day? You're carrying silver. What if someone robs you? Then that's none of your business. Are you going to keep your word or not? If I don't keep my promise. The boy's expression immediately tensed, a hint of ferocity cutting through his anxiety. Then I'll fight you. Domir gave a light snort. Who do you think you could fight with those skinny arms and legs? How old are you? 12. Domir studied the boy up and down, much like a trafficker inspecting goods. The boy took 2 steps back involuntarily. What are you going to do? Her eyebrows rose. Can you work? The beggar boy didn't answer. Domir continued. If you're willing, you can help me with odd jobs from now on. No wages, but room and board included. If you don't want to. I'm willing. I'll go pack my things right now. Before she could stop him and tell him it wasn't necessary, the boy vanished in a blur. Domir shook her head. He probably wouldn't even need his belongings anyway. This beggar boy was decent enough, smart and sharp-eyed. Lutinka was a scholar after all, and couldn't be expected to handle menial tasks like boiling water and washing dishes day after day. Given that Lutinka had been kidnapped this time, she realized she really ought to get him a servant to stay by his side. Adopting this beggar boy would save her money on buying someone. When Domir arrived at the apothecary, she summoned Dr. By once more. In Lee County, the old physician had built a decent reputation for his medical skills, so she decided not to hold a grudge over the embarrassment he'd caused her. Domir understood she was referring to the matter of getting the prefect to intervene. She waved her hand dismissively. It was all due to the prefect's wisdom. If there had truly been some powerful backing involved, he wouldn't have suffered so much in prison. That's why I've come to seek your expertise. Dr. I packed up his medicine chest and followed Do Meower back to Osmanthus Lane. However, the moment they entered the courtyard, he froze. Lutinka was staring blankly at two young beggars. They said you sent for them. Do Meower pointed to the smaller beggar child. This is the baggage you mentioned. The beggar boy looked guilty. My sister doesn't eat much and I can eat even less. Please, we can do lots of work. His eyes were full of pleading, while the tiny beggar girl timidly added, I really don't eat much. Do Meower closed her eyes. She couldn't stand people playing the victim, yet she truly hadn't planned to take care of two people at once. Lutinka asked, where are you from? How did you become beggars? Wong family village. My mother passed away and my father remarried. Our stepmother regularly beat and scolded us siblings. Last year she wanted to sell my sister into a brothel to pay for her son's medical treatment, and my father agreed, so I ran away with my sister. Hearing their tragic story made Do Meower's heart soften even further. Lutinka noticed her change of heart and said, the kitchen is over there. Wash your faces and wait here. He then guided Dr. By inside while Do Meower whispered, you plan to keep them both. What other choice do we have? Do Meower felt relieved, but also somewhat amused. At 30-something, she was worrying about taking on extra help at home and free labor at that. Dr. I checked Lutinka's pulse, then unwrapped the bandages and reapplied medicine. This remedy was different from what they'd used in the prison. When applied, it burned fiercely, drawing cold sweat across Lutinka's forehead. Lord Lu's injuries are primarily external. Internally, he's in good condition. He just needs to eat well to recover. As for this wound medicine, the one he was using before mainly served to relieve pain, but it wasn't particularly effective for healing. For minor cuts, it would be suitable, but for these extensive whip wounds, if they don't heal promptly, they could become infected. Do Meower watched Lutinka sitting rigidly, afraid to move, and muttered to herself, I thought you weren't afraid of pain. It turns out you were using painkillers. Dr. I smiled. Although my medicine stings a bit, it should form a scab within 3 or 4 days. This is my exclusive prescription. Lutinka thanked him, and Dr. I suggested, since I'm here, let me also check on Miss Do. Do Meower extended her wrist, and after examining her pulse, she asked, Dr. Bai, when do you think my period will arrive? Dr. Bai was initially surprised, then replied to him, around 10 to 15 days from now. I'll leave you 3 pain relief pills. If the pain becomes severe, take one. She showed no embarrassment at all, which put Dr. Bai at ease. Most young women he had encountered before were too shy to discuss such matters, with many even refusing to see him again as a result. Someone like Do Meower was quite rare. Before leaving, Dr. Bai examined the 2 young beggars at Do Meower's request. Their chilblains on hands and feet were quite severe. He left 2 bottles of chilblain ointment and noted that the rest of their ailments stemmed from malnutrition, which would improve with proper nourishment. After seeing Dr. Bai off, Lutinka could no longer pretend everything was fine and wander about. The pain was real. After washing their faces, the 2 young beggars looked decent enough, though they were quite thin. Do Meower looked at the boy and said, you're quite clever, aren't you? Playing tricks on your older sister. No, I didn't mean to deceive you. My sister is very obedient. We can do all kinds of work. Back at home we used to do everything. Lutinka watched her scaring the children again and recalled how she used to do the same to him. It seemed she genuinely had this mischievous streak, and it wasn't directed at him personally, which put him somewhat at ease. What if your father comes looking for you in the future? We won't go back. I won't acknowledge him. Lutinka took a sip of tea and asked, what's your name? The beggar boy quickly knelt and said, please bestow a name upon us, my lord. Lutinka nodded. You're quite smart. Do Meower. Clearly, I was the one who brought you here. Since you've come here, you shall take the surname Do. Then Lutinka glanced at Do Meower and said, you choose the names. You're finally wise. You have a square face, so you shall be Do Fong. As for you, tiny as you are, you shall be Do Xiao Xiao. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young lady. We'll register your household in a few days. For now, stay in the north room. Go heat some water and wash yourselves. We'll send clothes over later. After Do Fong and his sister left, Do Meower was puzzled by his actions. Are you interested in this boy? Lutinka nodded. He is one of the Lu clan leader's trusted aides. How could I let him slip away? Even as ignorant as Do Meower was, she knew the 3 great clans of the Dayut dynasty: Qinghe, Zhou Fengyang Wang, and Luling Lu. To be a trusted aide of the Lu clan leader, he must be exceptionally capable. This boy surely has extraordinary qualities. And I just picked up such a treasure by chance. Are you sure you're not mistaken? No, I've checked him. He indeed came from Li County. Though illiterate, he has a sharp mind and is ruthless enough. You can teach him some martial arts later. He's a rare talent. Do Meower frowned. He sounds like a handful. I have my ways to make him obedient. Do Meower poured herself a cup of tea. Isn't this the so-called protagonist's halo? I pick up a beggar off the street, and he turns out to be a genius. Even if you're thrown into prison, which seems like a dead, and you just serve a few days and walk out. You'd better drop that dangerous mindset. Imagining Lu Tinka's mummy-like upper body, she chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, he hadn't just served a few days. She gave Do Fong and Do Xiaoxiao their old clothes to wear for now, planning to take them shopping for proper garments once Lu Tinka recovered. But with Lu Tinka immobilized, the two children proved a great help, splitting firewood, lighting the stove, washing vegetables, and cooking. She only had to handle the wok, making everything much easier. Life was comfortable. However, at mealtime the siblings didn't serve themselves. Sit down and eat. No, it's fine. Do you have any coarse grains? We'll eat that instead. We have no coarse grains here. Just eat this. At the sight of the gleaming white rice, the children's eyes nearly stuck to it, yet they still didn't move. Do Meower had to serve them herself, adding some vegetables. Eat. You won't get wages, but you'll have enough to eat. Only then did they pick up their chopsticks. They ate quickly, but never helped themselves to more vegetables. Their manner was restrained, yet they savored every bite. Are you full, eh? Yes, miss. I've never eaten white rice before, nor have I ever been full. Miss Young Master, you are both true benefactors. Do Xiaoxiao's sallow face bore a look of cautious gratitude. She knew she was a burden her brother had to carry. At home, she had always been the least favored had it not been for her brother's protection. Do Meower felt a pang of sympathy. She was still a child. How old are you? 9. You're at the age to grow. I'm not afraid of you eating. Just work hard afterward. Lu Tinka said, you seem uneasy eating with us. If you'd like, you can keep your portions in the kitchen from now on. Thank you, young master. Clearly both were delighted. They swiftly cleared the table and retreated to the north room. Lu Tinka said to Do Meower, servants should know their place. Be kind, but keep a proper distance. Don't let them forget their station. After all, we intend to keep them long-term, not just for a few days. Do Meower understood he meant the shared meal. She had employed servants before, just never such young ones. Shortly after dinner, Jiang Pongzi and Zhao Jinsheng and his sister arrived. Seeing Lu Tinka lying motionless in bed, they were startled. He had been fine just yesterday. Do Meower explained, the painkiller has worn off. He'll be fine in a week or so and can go to the academy. Don't worry. No need to rush. Rest a bit longer. Lu Tinka said, it's not a life-threatening injury. I won't miss the county examination. Then he turned to Jiang Pongzi. In less than half a month, are you prepared? I'll do my best. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the county magistrate Huang will preside over this exam. Despite the county chief, he'll be lenient with Mingfeng Academy students. This is your only chance. Jiang Pongzi nodded repeatedly. Normally talkative, now he was filled with guilt at the sight of Lu Tinka's condition. How could he have the heart to chatter? Lu Tinka read his thoughts. I heard you spent a lot of silver this time. My quick release owes much to you. It's all my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have. If not for you, I wouldn't have met County Magistrate Huang or gotten connected with the prefect. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Don't dwell on it. If you truly feel guilty, focus on preparing for the county exam. Shinji, rest assured. I will pass the child scholar examination. I won't let all those days of your urging go to waste. Zhao Jinsheng noticed the two new faces and asked about them. Lu Tinka simply said they were beggars Do Meower had picked up and they were kept to help with chores, thus introducing the two new additions to the household. That night, he was in too much pain to sleep. Do Meower asked, shall I change your painkiller? Lu Tinka shook his head. No need. Dr. Bai said the wound will scab in 3 or 4 days. I'll endure it. Just talk to me. About what? Lu Tinka thought for a moment. Tell me, what kind of husband do you want for your future? And then, then I'll grow into exactly what you like. Oh, that damned feeling of a racing heart again. Lu Tinka, tell me the truth. How many girls have you charmed before? I've only said such things to you. I swear. May I die a miserable death if I lie. Somehow with you the words just flow naturally from my heart. Do Meower felt she needed a moment. These saccharine love confessions hitting her out of the blue. Who could withstand that? Lu Tinka, don't think I won't hit you just because you're sick. Go to sleep for heaven's sake. Lu Tinka watched her retreating back, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He closed his eyes, knowing that when he awoke in the morning her sleeping face would be the first thing he saw, not a cold, indifferent back. Although the heated Kong in the northern room was already warm and cozy quilts were available, the two children remained awake. Xiao Xiao was excited, but Do Fong was filled with worry. Brother, this quilt is so soft and warm. Back home, I never had a quilt this fine. The young master and young lady are so kind to us. Do Fong watched his sister's joyous expression and simply said, in the future we'll work hard and do our best. Just having a meal is enough. But don't be afraid. If they have ill intentions toward you, brother will protect you. You think so? I believe the young lady and young master are good people. We'll see. Now sleep quickly. We need to get up early tomorrow for work. Xiao Xiao quickly fell asleep, but Do Fong found it hard to rest. He'd never slept on such warm bedding or eaten white rice before, yet if he had a choice, he still wouldn't want to be here. His sister didn't understand Lu Tinka's words, but he did. Being registered as a servant would mean a servant's household registration, certainly not a free person's. But while begging, he'd witnessed several times how servants in wealthy households were beaten until they were covered in wounds, and how concubines were beaten half to death by the main wife and sold to the lowest brothels. So he'd rather beg with his sister than sell himself into slavery. But he also knew that when they left home it was early autumn, and surviving this winter had already been a miracle. The reason they were allowed to beg here was because several children had frozen to death during this winter, and the beggar leader needed the children's offerings, so he and his sister were permitted to come here to beg. However, they wouldn't survive another winter. If not for Dom Yower appearing, he would have had to sell himself and his sister before the next winter came. It seemed to him now that this place was far better than those wealthy households with their strict rules and fondness for beating people. But he silently resolved in his heart that if Lu Tinka and Dom Yower dared to harbor ill intentions toward his sister, he would fight them even at the cost of his own life. The next morning, when Dom Yower woke up, the Doe's siblings had already prepared hot water for washing and even made breakfast. The two children appeared quite diligent, making Dom Yower feel like she was exploiting child labor. You don't need to get up so early from now on. Just buy some soy milk fried dough sticks or steamed buns at the street corner for breakfast. Yes, miss. Dom Yower performed a set of martial arts movements to warm up. Do Fong watched for a moment before going off to fetch water. He could only carry nearly half a bucket at a time, but Dom Yower noticed the water vat was already more than half full. Xiao Xiao was also sweeping the courtyard. In short, these two children always had something to do. After finishing her washing, she changed Lu Tinka's dressing. She had expected him to be in great pain, but he seemed to be enduring it well. I'm not sure if I've grown accustomed to this pain, but it doesn't hurt as much as yesterday. Dom Yower was also secretly marveling at Dr. Bai's medicinal concoction. Within just one day, she could visibly see that the lighter injuries were beginning to scab over. If this wound remedy formula were sold, wouldn't it enrich Dr. Bai for several lifetimes? Lu Tinka shook his head. Not many people live in constant warfare these days. But this medicine would be suitable for the military. He merely brought it up casually as his influence didn't extend that far for now. But what was the biggest gossip in Li County now? It was about the magistrate and his wife's fate. Today Wu Sanner was raided by County Deputy Huang and his men. The common people hadn't seen how much gold, silver, and jewelry was confiscated, but the courtyard full of women was quite spectacular. Not counting the young and beautiful servant girls, there were at least 20 to 30 concubines with formal status. In Li County, it wasn't uncommon for men to be unable to afford even one wife. So after seeing the spectacle at Wu Sanner's home, the ones cursing the harshest weren't women, but rather men. Dom Yower looked at those women who were either wailing in despair or utterly broken, and she couldn't help but feel pity for them. Now that Wu Sanner had fallen, where would they go? Those who had been kidnapped were somewhat better off as their families could claim them. But as time passed and gossip spread, would their families still accept them? And those who had been given as gifts with no dowry or family behind them, penniless, and without even a temporary place to stay, where could they possibly go? Dom Yower guessed that these women would likely have only 3 paths ahead to survive. They might have to enter a brothel, shave their heads, and become nuns, or marry far away to some disgraced, impoverished bachelors. Sister Maiater, do you pity them? Zhao Wanner looked at those women with no way out, and felt uneasy too. My mother was right. For a woman, marrying is like being reborn. It's all that scoundrel Wu Sanner's fault. Dom Yower sighed. This is the way of the world. Wanna, you must keep your eyes open. But what surprised her most was Wu Sanner's wife. She was a woman in her 30s, accompanied by a girl of about 12 or 13. Facing the raid, she showed no panic at all. Calmly, she took out her dowry list item by item, removing things from her bundle for the bailiffs to inspect. Along with it was a divorce document. Watching the Wu mansion fall from her own eyes, Dom Yower even felt a sense of satisfaction. Where is Wu Sanner? Why haven't I seen him? Zhao Wanner said. He was sent back to the Wu mansion by the clinic yesterday. After that madam paid his medical bills, she forced him to write the divorce document and then threw him out to the East City Wall. Before half an hour had passed, all his clothes and money had been snatched away. This morning I specifically went to take a look. He's basically a beggar now. Dom Yower was speechless. How much free time did you have? But then she thought about it, as Zhao Wanner was just the type who loved gossip. Thanks to her nosy nature, Wanner knew almost everything about the neighborhood happenings, which served as entertainment. Actually, Dom Yower wasn't out today to gawk. She mainly wanted to see what properties Wu Sanner had, hoping to find a suitable place to open Jushin Zhuang. The main gate of the Wu residence had been sealed. The two of them walked along, each carrying a bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts, following the bailiffs. At a street away from Rui Lu, a brothel was also sealed, and Dom Yower's eyes lit up instantly. This brothel had 2 floors. The first floor had a spacious hall, and the second floor had private rooms that could easily be converted into elegant chambers with minor modifications. Most importantly, the location was excellent. In all of Li County, there were only so many people who could afford such luxuries, and they were almost all concentrated in that area. She had been looking at shops here for several days before, but they were truly difficult to buy. Now nearly a third of them had been sealed up. This is the one, Zhao Wanner said. I always wanted to come here and take a look before, but my brother kept a close eye on me. From now on I'll come here every day. If the place you've been dreaming of going to was a restaurant, no doubt your brother, Zhao, wouldn't watch you so closely. Sister Maider, don't you want to take a look? Do Meower. Wanner is still a 12-year-old girl, ooh, I can't lead her astray. The two returned home, and Lu Tinka asked, have you made up your mind? Yes, it's that old brothel on West 2nd Street. What do you think? Lu Tinka pondered for a moment. It's certainly an excellent location, but acquiring it would likely cost over 100 taels. Do we even have that kind of money on hand? Do Meowa shook her head. We have some, but once spent there won't be much left. Lu Tinka was quiet for a moment, then said, leave this matter to me. If I help you settle it, how will you thank me? Do Meowa frowned. We agreed to rely on each other. Besides, I earn money to support you. Now you're helping me solve a problem, and you want compensation. Lu Tinka closed his mouth. He knew full well that getting any advantage from her with a straight face would be harder than reaching the heavens. Xiao Xiao poured a pot of tea, her eyes flickering nervously. Please. Please have some tea. Seeing her, Zhao Wanner couldn't help but say, Sister Meow, it was dark last night, and I didn't see clearly. I didn't expect the little girl you picked up to have such lovely eyes. Xiao Xiao was thin and sallow, but her large shimmering eyes held a particular spark of spirit. Xiao Xiao had rarely, if ever, been praised by anyone. Her face flushed crimson, and not knowing how to respond, she looked to Do Meowa, as if seeking refuge. Hurry and thank Miss Zhao. Thank you. Miss Zhao. Wanner casually handed her the uneaten chestnuts. Take these and eat. She didn't take them, instead looking at Do Meowa. Take them. Wanner simply likes you. Thank you, Miss Zhao. This servant will take her leave now. Do Meowa's brows furrowed. This servant? Who taught you to speak like that? It was. Brother, wasn't that right? Lu Tinka waved his hand. Never mind. You may go. Lu Tinka said, don't you like hearing it? I'm just not used to it. Then you'll have to get used to it. After all, you'll be an official's lady one day. Zhao Wanner teased. Brother Lu speaks truly. Do Meowa rolled her eyes. How old are you? What do you know? How could I not know? I haven't eaten pork, but I've certainly seen the pig run. Sister Meowa and Brother Lu, what you two have is the very definition of childhood sweethearts. When you were young, Sister Meowa took care of Brother Lu, and when Brother Lu became the top scholar, he'll marry you with a dowry stretching 10 li. The opera always sings it that way. Do you know why every one of those stories stops at the 10 li dowry procession? Zhao Wanner shook her head. Do Meowa continued, because after the 10 li dowry comes the chaos of married life. The man becomes a top scholar, enters officialdom, powerless, penniless, with no connections. His country-bred wife, limited by her status and outlook, cannot integrate into the circle of madams, and often shames him, becoming a laughingstock. The man, despite his brilliance, watches inferiors surpass him and vents all his resentment on his wife. She grows ever more guilty, ever more inferior. To avoid hindering his career, she hangs herself from a beam. And the man remarries a daughter of a noble family. No one gives a thought to that pitiful woman who died on the beam. Her voice was low, as though she herself were the wandering ghost of that woman. Zhao Wanner swallowed hard, a chill creeping up her spine. So Wanner, do you understand why they don't write about what happens next? Because it's too heartbreaking. Do Meowa stroked her hair. Foolish child. If we told them the ending, how would ignorant, silly women still throw themselves away for men without complaint? You must understand. The ones who write those storybooks and dramatic pieces are all men. They believe that once they rise, they'll be good, loyal men. But in truth, of 100 men who succeed, 99 become chinshirmis. Who is chinshimi? Do Meowa paused, then said, I wanted to write a dramatic piece about ungrateful scoundrels. I even thought of a name, chinshimi. But I can't write, and Lu Tinka won't help. Sister Meowa, if Brother Lu won't help you, I'll ask my brother to. We must save more deluded, naive girls. Do Meowa. Lu Tinka, watching her embarrassed predicament, could not help but laugh uncharitably. No need to trouble Brother Mingguang. I'll write it for you. Zhao Wanner, swept up by Do Meowa's rhetoric, left brimming with passion. She had already decided which drama troupe to find. Before departing, she swore solemnly, Sister Meowa, don't worry. I will absolutely never marry a poor scholar. Do Meowa. She looked at Lu Tinka. Did I say something wrong? Lu Tinka merely smiled. She went on. I heard Lady Zhao has her eye on a distant nephew from her maiden family. Only 15, but already a Tongsheng. His family has fallen on hard times, but judging by Wanner's reaction, could Lady Zhao beat me to death? Lu Tinka said, tell me first, who exactly is this Chin Shimi? Do Meowa rolled her eyes. You actually want to write it? Of course. Otherwise Wanner will pester Brother Mingguang to write it for you. Do Meowa suddenly felt a pang of guilt toward Chin Shimi. She had actually spread his infamous name across worlds. Old physician Bai's words proved true. By the 4th day, a thin scab had already formed. Though ointment was no longer needed, Do Meowa insisted on wrapping him like a mummy to prevent his clothes from rubbing the wound. At the same time, the magistrate's case was drawing to a close. The prefect announced he would come to Li County personally to preside over the trial. Lu Tinka and Do Meowa paid a visit to the residence of County Vice Magistrate Huang. They had rendered him such a great service. Collecting a bit of interest hardly seemed excessive, did it? The Huang residence was a modest two-courtyard compound, unadorned and plain, only slightly better than an ordinary household, fitting perfectly for a county vice magistrate. What came out to greet them was Madame Huang, a somewhat plump woman in her 40s or 50s with a stern countenance. Yet she was warm and hospitable toward them, knowing well that the two bore some connection to the prefect. Chunyu, haven't you seen our guests? Hurry and serve tea. Yes, godmother. So County Vice Magistrate Huang had taken that little girl back and acknowledged her as a goddaughter. The girl still wore a maiden's hairstyle, leaving one to wonder what arrangements the vice magistrate had in mind. After some polite exchange, Huang got straight to the point. You two have come today. I wonder what business you have. Lu Tinka said, Your Honor is more composed than I imagined. I feared disturbing your recovery. If that is how your honor sees it, then we shall not impose further. Vice Magistrate Huang smiled. Does young Master Lu perhaps remember our arrangement? Lu Tinka also smiled faintly. I was beginning to think your honor had forgotten. Tomorrow Lord Pei will personally come to Li County to hear the case of the child trafficking. I wonder if Lord Lu has any thoughts on this matter. Lord Huang is too kind. I am merely a commoner. How could I possibly have opinions on such a case? I have come today on personal business, something I need to trouble you about. Vice County Magistrate Huang raised an eyebrow. Personal business. I have a business venture in mind. I wish to acquire that brothel currently held by Wu Sanner. I wonder if Lord Huang would be willing to invest. Vice County Magistrate Huang did not even ask what use she intended for the brothel. Instead, he merely said, I am naturally most pleased to help. However, I do not have the authority to decide such matters. As acting county magistrate, those properties in Wu Sanner's hands should, according to regulations, be handed over to the licensed brokerage for public auction after the new county magistrate takes office. Therefore, even if I agree now, I fear I may lack the power to follow through. Domier sneered inwardly. This old man was essentially asking for a guarantee, just beating around the bush. Lu Tinka extended a finger. 20%. Vice County Magistrate Huang turned and fetched a small box. I have been overwhelmed with affairs these past few days and had no time to visit. Today, since Lord Lu has graced my residence, please accept this wild ginseng I happen to obtain. It is most suitable for replenishing vital energy. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. I shall accept it then. Vice County Magistrate Huang smiled and said, Lord Lu is endowed with extraordinary talent. I am certain you will become a pillar of the state in the future. Take good care of your health, all right? After Lu Tinka and his companion took their leave, Madame Huang emerged from the kitchen. Do stay for a meal. The rice is already cooking and will be ready shortly. Do Miner noticed she was indeed wearing an apron, suggesting she truly intended to keep them for dinner. This Madame Huang was refreshingly straightforward. Thank you for your kindness, madam. However, we have other matters to attend to. We shall not disturb you further. Perhaps another occasion to taste your culinary skills. Once outside the Huang residence, Do Miner asked, Do you think Chunyu is Vice County Magistrate Huang's illegitimate daughter? Otherwise, why would he treat her so well? I do not know. Do Miner began sharing her theory. Judging by Madame Huang's temperament, she must be a fierce woman. No doubt Vice County Magistrate Huang encountered some charming flower elsewhere, but dared not bring her home, so he secretly kept her, and they had Chunyu. Later, when that pretty flower died unexpectedly or from illness, he had no choice but to bring Chunyu back as a servant girl. But he never expected that after raising his daughter right under Madame Huang's nose, Wu Sanner would come into the picture. Lu Tinka listened to Do Miner's family drama with an expressionless face and merely asked, Shall I help you write this as a traditional opera? Do Miner. After returning home, Do Miner's first act was to boil a pot of ginseng chicken soup. This was wild ginseng after all. Although Lu Tinka had said this particular wild ginseng was only 40 or 50 years old, not particularly precious, Do Miner felt extraordinarily excited inside. In her past life, she had never even seen wild ginseng over 10 years old. She cut only thin slices, and logically there probably was not much flavor to be had. Yet she found the ginseng chicken soup extraordinarily fragrant, unlike any ordinary chicken soup she had ever smelled. Do Miner took 2 drumsticks and chicken wings, leaving the rest for Do Fong and Xiao Xiao. The two were overwhelmed with surprise. This was chicken stewed with wild ginseng. How could they dare eat it? Consider this a reward for your hard work. Eat well, so you'll have the strength to work. She carried a large bowl of chicken soup and Lu Tinka, and she promptly transformed into enthusiastic diners, finishing every last drop. Lu Tinka remarked, I feel that from now on no dish besides what you cook will pass my lips. Do Miner was greatly satisfied. Those words were undoubtedly the greatest affirmation and praise for a chef. She thought to herself, I really am a genius after all. It is not merely boasting on my own behalf, dear sister. When it comes to cooking, since the day I first touched a kitchen knife, I have never feared anyone. Lu Tinka nodded with a smile. With Ching Ching being so skilled, I am truly worried. If one day you disappeared, would I not starve to death? Therefore, for my own survival, Ching Ching must not leave me. Do Miner. Are you attempting to morally kidnap me? Lutinka shook his head. Far from it. How could this be called moral kidnapping? I merely stated a fact that may well come to pass. Doe Miner gave a cold snort. Moral kidnapping is moral kidnapping. What need to squabble over the name? Besides, I have no morals anyway. Lutinka instantly choked. What is there to be proud about? I have no morals either yet. Look, I am not acting proud. The next day at noon, Lutinka received a summons from the yamen. The prefect wished to see him. Lutinka was somewhat surprised. He had expected Pei Gu to wait until after the child trafficking case was concluded before meeting him. He changed into proper attire. Doe Miner asked uncertainly, if I provoke him and make him angry, you have a way to put out the fire, right? How did you provoke him? Nothing much. I simply handed him the reputation of an upright judge on a silver platter. But the man took the advantage and still played coy. What else could I do? Lutinka. Pei Gu essentially considered the matter of Doe Miaoer, forcing him to be settled. What do you think of the Qingyang River? The Qingyang Prefecture was named after the Qingyang River. Most of the main course of the Qingyang River lies within Qingyang Prefecture, and half of the prefecture's land irrigation and daily water supply for the people depend on it. However, during floods, the Qingyang River also becomes the culprit that displaces people and destroys their harvests. In the past 20 years, there have been 2 particularly severe flood disasters, each causing tens of thousands of casualties, while small-scale floods occur almost every year. Last summer, 4 counties in Izhou were flooded by the Qingyang River with essentially no harvest. Coincidentally, this year is the triennial performance evaluation. If he achieves no notable accomplishments this year, his evaluation will certainly be average. If he's unlucky enough to be flooded again this year, it will be inferior. Then his chance for promotion would be completely gone. That's why he decided so quickly not to pursue the matter. Otherwise, as a prefect, crushing Lutinka and Doe Miaoer would be as easy as crushing an ant. The history of the Qingyang River spans hundreds or even thousands of years, but upon examining the geographical and historical records of these millennia, it is not difficult to see that the river course has changed significantly. The greatest reason for this lies in the various water conservancy projects built by humans. Pei Gu didn't speak, signaling him to continue. Your Excellency can consult the records. 300 years ago, the worst floods were not in Qingyang Prefecture, but in Linan Prefecture. During the previous dynasty, there was a prefect Fan. Pei Gu continued. Prefect Fan came from a family of artisans and was extremely proficient in water conservancy. He spent 6 years in Linan Prefecture leading artisans to build the Linan Dam. That dam still plays a significant role in Linan today. Hence, Prefect Fan earned a place in historical records. Are you asking me to build a dam like Prefect Fan? Lutinka shook his head. Not at all. Not to mention whether Your Excellency can currently mobilize the manpower and resources needed for such a massive project. I'm afraid you don't even have 6 years. Then what is your meaning? Lutinka did not answer directly, but instead spoke of the cause of the Qingyang floods. The reason the Qingyang floods are becoming more severe is that we are upstream of Linan Prefecture. Due to the obstruction of the Linan Dam, the water flow upstream of us has slowed. Silt accumulates more each year, and the water level rises higher year by year. Lutinka then asked, what are the results of the Imperial Observatory's calculations this year? The 3 prefectures near Qingyang will have heavy rain. So what is your solution? Lutinka asked, does Your Excellency have a river map of Qingyang Prefecture? Pei Gu directly took out a very detailed river map from his sleeve. It seemed that Pei Gu had been thinking about controlling the floods for a long time, but had never found a solution that fully satisfied him. Lutinka noticed that on this river map, one of the 4 counties flooded last year had already been marked with a dam. Lutinka was fairly satisfied. Regardless of his motives, Pei Gu was still a man who did practical things. There were 22 counties in the entire Izhou, of which 13 were in the Qingyang River basin. Only 2 counties had dams, including the one built after the last flood. Lutinka couldn't help sighing. He now understood why the floods next year would nearly wipe out Izhou. What used were just 2 small dams. This year there was no major incident, but next year's heavy rain would fall continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. In the Qingyang River basin, fewer than 1 in 10 houses would remain, and all other land would be flooded with no harvest. Pei Gu would be dismissed from office as a result. He remembered that he couldn't even grab wild vegetables and survive by eating leaves and grass until the court's disaster relief grain arrived. Lutinka pointed his finger at 4 places. These places all need to have dams built. Then he pointed at several others. And these places need to have reservoirs built. Pei Gu wore an expression of, are you kidding me? This year all of them. Yes, this year all of them. From last year's flood until now, he had only built 1 dam. Did he know how difficult it was to build a dam? Labor was secondary. Obtaining government funding was not easy. That small dam. If it hadn't been for the flood last year, he didn't know how many years he would have had to wait. You are toying with me. Lutinka shook his head. I dare not, Your Excellency. I know your difficulties, but you need not worry. As long as you secure funding for 1 dam and 2 reservoirs, I have a way to have them all built within this year. Pei Gu couldn't believe it. Are you not a madman? Why doesn't your excellency think I am a genius? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. The reservoirs you want to build are all outside the Qingyang River basin. Although they are only one county away from the Qingyang River, do you know how massive a project it would be to dig a canal to divert water there? And how much silver would it cost? Ignorant brat. Peigu was furious. He had thought Lu Tinka had some good idea, but instead he came up with such a huge project. The anger of being deceived made him want to throw Lu Tinka into prison immediately and subject him to all kinds of torture. He was truly foolish to have believed such a young lad. He was only a prefect. Even a prefect would find such a huge project difficult, wouldn't he? Lu Tinka chuckled lightly. Your excellency, calm your anger. This can indeed be done. Take Yinshui County for example. It was flooded last year. Although your timely relief efforts resulted in fewer casualties, what if this year you tell them that the Imperial Observatory's calculations still predict a great flood and the affected area is still them? Peigu was truly angry. Who would believe that? The people believe it. Last year's disaster made them unwilling to take risks, and they are reluctant to leave their homeland. So even if they are only provided meals and no wages, they are willing to spontaneously build dams. Then what do you plan to do for the other 3 counties? Lu Tinka said nonchalantly. Your excellency, think about it. Who is most afraid of floods? Peigu answered without hesitation, of course the people. Is that really true? Peigu was stunned. Wasn't it? Lu Tinka said, if large areas of land are flooded, who suffers the greatest loss? Peigu suddenly thought, the landlords. That's right. If the people are unwilling, aren't the landlords still there? They have a considerable number of tenant farmers. If you gather the landlords of a county, their tenant farmers would account for nearly half the population. For the rest, aren't there the corvée labor mandated by the court each year? This year specifically recruit from non-tenant households. Won't that provide enough labor? Peigu looked at Lu Tinka in astonishment. This kid had calculated every single person he could use and squeezed them to the extreme. His behavior was tantamount to starting from scratch with nothing. Peigu only wanted to say one thing: ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Peigu was caught off guard by Lu Tinka's sharpness concealed beneath a calm exterior, but he could never have guessed that Lu Tinka, having served as Grand Secretary for over a decade, had long been hardened through daily struggles of wit against scheming veterans like Old Man Lu. This is but a trivial matter, a mere drizzle. You are so young, yet your mind is full of cunning schemes. It is my duty to ease your burdens, my lord. However, you will face great hardship ahead. Moreover, I suggest you begin with Xinjiang County. Why? Because this humble scholar has some acquaintance with the only son of Master Jiang, the wealthiest landlord in Xinjiang County. I hope the prefect will not forget Master Jiang when the time comes. Peigu remained silent, but Lu Tinka understood that this was his tacit approval. Today's meeting had been quite satisfactory. Although his proposal had become feasible, Peigu still failed to grasp why Lu Tinka wished to build reservoirs in other locations. It seemed superfluous to him, for the cost of constructing reservoirs and irrigation canals in other counties appeared unlikely to yield significant benefits, especially since Qingyang Commandery was not a particularly drought-prone region. Then tell me again, what purpose do these reservoirs serve? Lu Tinka pointed to the river chart and said, my lord, please observe. If we construct a dam in each of these 13 counties, the force of flooding waters will be gradually diminished at each barrier. As for the reservoirs, Lu Tinka's finger traced across the map. The irrigation benefits for the land are self-evident. The crucial point is that we are building small dams with limited flood control capacity. When catastrophic floods surge, we must inevitably open the sluice gates. With diversion canals leading the excess water to another reservoir, the destructive impact will be significantly reduced. My lord, consider this. If every county in Izhou possesses a reservoir, neither inadequate rainfall nor drought will affect crop yields. One could rightly call Izhou the Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, can one not? Peigu gazed at the blueprint Lu Tinka had outlined, and a surge of ambition stirred within his heart. The Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall. If he could truly achieve such a feat, his name would surely be enshrined in history. He took a sip of tea. I shall remain here for several more days. Stay and keep me company. Lu Tinka hesitated, but I must prepare for the county examination. Peigu's gaze silently warned him, do not be ungrateful, boy. This humble servant gratefully accepts your kindness. Peigu finally nodded. Upon returning home, Domir noticed Lu Tinka's dejected appearance and realized that only the old demon could handle such matters. One person worth two. What exactly did you say to him? Lu Tinka picked up his brush and sketched a rough map of the waterways within Qingyang Commandery, then explained his design and implementation plan to Domir. She pondered for a moment. The plan is sound, but what about the fish? Fish? Domir furrowed her brows. Many fish species require migration to reproduce. If you construct so many dams, how will they spawn? If the fish populations suffer, what will become of the fishermen? Even if the fishermen can change occupations, what will the animals that feed on these fish eat? And might not the fish's prey overpopulate? Left unchecked, this will inevitably lead to serious problems. Lu Tinka had never considered this issue. This was his own water conservancy plan covering the entire Qingyang commandery. It took 4 years to complete, and the results were excellent for the following 4 or 5 years. And then, he died. The consequences Do Mier described were long-term effects. He may never have lived to see them. Seeing him lost in thought, Do Mier continued, but there is a solution. How? Simply leave a fish passage when constructing the dams. A fish passage. Do Mier had once visited the world's largest water conservancy project where a fish passage had been specially built to address the migration problem. People of this era hardly understood the importance of biodiversity and ecological balance, so it was only natural that they had not considered it. After she described the fish passage she had seen, Lu Tinka nodded. Feasible. Qingqing truly has wide experience. Why can't it have been my own idea? I just know. On what basis? Lu Tinka smiled. Because I carried Qingqing in my heart. Would I not know what you were thinking? Do Mier. She felt she would suffer a heart attack one day. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? You are certainly wondering why my mouth keeps saying such things, and how many women I deceived in my past life. Do Mier. Qingqing, I swear again. I have only ever said such words to you. Enough. I take my leave. I cannot afford to provoke him. If I cannot provoke him, I can certainly avoid him. Spring has arrived, and this old demon is perpetually swept by romantic flutterings. She went to the doorway and watched Do Fong planting vegetables. It was already March. She had no intention of farming, for she knew nothing of it, and Lu Tinka. Forget it, she could not count on him. But the previous day, while Do Fong went out to buy breakfast, he happened to pick up some seeds. He said he wanted to grow vegetables himself. It required no worry from her, so let them plant as they pleased. Do Fong did not appear particularly robust, and was about the same age as Lu Tinka, yet he handled farm work with ease and familiarity, clearly well practiced. Do Mier thought that if Lu Tinka had been in better health, the Lu family might have raised him similarly. Such thoughts brought a pang of sadness to her heart. There is no rush. This work can be done anytime. After a while I will take you to buy 2 sets of changing clothes. She calculated in her mind that she and Lu Tinka should also purchase 2 sets of spring attire, each preferably at the same time. Without delay, Do Mier took Lu Tinka's hand and led Do Fong and his siblings onto the street. They had walked this street many times before, but always to beg. Walking openly as they did today was a first. Along the way, Do Mier wanted to buy everything she saw, but Lu Tinka stopped her without mercy. We do not know how much the renovation of Jushin Manor will cost. Prioritize that expense first. Once we earn silver, you may buy whatever you desire. Money, money, money. Again with money. Truly, even a single coin can stump a hero. I must earn enormous wealth in the future. When they arrived at the clothing shop, the proprietor's face bloomed like a flower upon hearing that each of them needed attire. She chose 2 sets of medium quality fabric for herself. 1 lake green, 1 light purple. Lu Tinka also purchased 2 sets, 1 moon white, 1 sky blue. The proprietor praised her excellent taste repeatedly, though she knew that no matter what she chose, the proprietor would always compliment her discernment. In truth, she was not as particular about clothes as most girls. Comfortable, well-fitting, and not ugly. These were sufficient. You 2 should also pick something out. 2 sets each. The 2 stood stunned. They had scarcely worn new clothes before, let alone purchased ready-made garments. Xiao Xiao spoke up. Miss, this servant can sew her own clothes. There is no need for you to buy ready-made garments for me. After all, she was only 9 years old. Do Mier looked at her with a hint of doubt, and said, It's all right. Simply tell me which one catches your eye. There's no hurry, you can have it made when you come of age. Do Fong spoke up. Miss, my younger sister truly knows how to sew. Back at home she made all their garments. 1 bolt of cloth would be enough to tailor 2 outfits for each of us. Only then did Do Mier believe them. She had her eye on a bolt of fine blue cotton, a color suitable for both men and women, perfectly suited to their needs. Though the Do siblings insisted that coarse cotton would suffice, Do Mier paid for the finer fabric anyway. Xiao Xiao clutched the cotton cloth as though it were the greatest treasure in the world, refusing even when Do Fong offered to carry it for her. Miss, she said, this servant hasn't worn new clothes since she was 4. I've only ever seen such fine material on Grandpa Lijing. Do Mier stroked her head. Seeing how overjoyed the little girl was, she also bought her 2 chi of red hair ribbon. Xiao Xiao was absolutely thrilled, happier even than during the spring festival. Do Mier suddenly turned to Lu Tinka and said, Our life now is already more comfortable than most people's. Yet I still feel impoverished. Do you think I'm simply ungrateful, failing to appreciate what I have? Lu Tinka shook his head. It's not just you. Neither do I feel content. But the reason neither of us is satisfied with our current circumstances is simply that we have both seen broader worlds. Once a fish has glimpsed the ocean, how could it ever be content with a pond? Even if it knows most fish can only ever live their entire lives in aquariums, do you think it would be satisfied? Do Mier's eyes lit up. You're right. So we must return to the sea. Yes, together. The next day was the public hearing of the county magistrate. From early morning crowds had already gathered outside the county yamen, making it impossible to squeeze through. However, trying a county magistrate was no ordinary affair. Everyone who could come wanted to witness it, so in the tea house storytellers provided real-time commentary, with designated runners shuttling between the two locations to relay the latest developments. Walking along today, the tea house was packed to capacity. Listeners had even brought their own small stools and sat outside the doors. Thanks to Lu Tinka's influence, Do Meower was led by the yamen guards to the front row to watch the proceedings. Meanwhile, Lu Tinka took the stand as a witness accompanied by Wu Sanner, though he now resembled neither man nor monster, lying on the ground like a mound of putrid mud. He likely had little time left. Both the county magistrate and his wife bore visible wounds, not from torture, but more from a physical altercation. According to Lu Tinka, Vice Magistrate Huang had confined the pair in a single cell in the prison, treating them to fine food and drink. The injuries were presumably inflicted by each other. Do Meower couldn't help but think, Vice Magistrate Huang truly was a remarkable figure. This case was remarkably straightforward to investigate. Wu Sanner, who considered himself the local tyrant of Li County, was accustomed to flaunting his deeds. Countless people knew the inside story of the county examinations, and evidence could be gathered by the handful. Even Pei Gu had known something of this matter. However, without a formal complaint, officials would not investigate. Under normal circumstances, bypassing the chain of command was strictly forbidden. Someone like Do Meower would never have been granted an audience with Pei Gu were it not for the letter in her possession that had piqued his interest. Buying and selling examination candidates was scarcely different from trafficking official positions, a capital offense from which there was no escape. My Lord Wu Sanner collected the money, and it ultimately ended up in the madam's hands. I never touched a single coin from start to finish. It has nothing to do with me. It was all her. She forced me. I told her I wouldn't do such things, but she compelled me. The county magistrate suddenly leapt up to blame the magistrate's wife, and with such an utterly unbelievable excuse that everyone sneered. The wife was furious beyond measure. She never expected that at this very moment he would still be thinking only of saving his own skin. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? When you were eating, drinking, and spending silver to keep your mistress, why didn't you say I forced you? Now that execution is on the line, it's suddenly my fault for forcing you. Let me tell you, even if I die, this old woman will take you down with her. The county magistrate sobbed with tears and snot streaming down his face, endlessly wailing about how unjustly he had been treated. He claimed that for all these years his wife had coerced him by reminding him of the silver her family had provided for his imperial examinations. Every time he brought it up, he felt guilty and compelled to obey her, forced to turn a blind eye to Wu Sanner. Everything had been done under duress. The magistrate's wife went berserk in court and lunged at her husband, and the two who had once stood at the pinnacle of Li County now tore at each other like mad dogs. What a splendid drama, what a farce. In the end, Pei Gu still sentenced all three to death, to be executed after the autumn assizes. Given the magistrate's special status, this death sentence required review not only by the provincial governor, but also by the Court of Judicature and Revision in the capital. Should higher authorities take notice, the couple could even be transported to the capital for trial. Therefore, Pei Gu directly ordered the magistrate and his wife to be sent to the governor's office. First, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, and second, so that should anything go wrong, the blame would not fall on him. As for Wu Sanner, his death was certain. Thrown into the prison to await the autumn executions, but any sharp-eyed observer could see he would not live to see autumn. When they carried him past, Do Meower saw blood-tinged fluid dripping from Wu Sanner's crotch. Whether pus or urine she could not tell, and she could smell the stench of decay. Who would have thought that Master Wu, who had dominated Li County, would come to such an end? The case was closed, but Pei Gu had not yet departed. He summoned Lu Tinka again, and this time produced a design blueprint for a dam. Pei Gu's efficiency was truly impressive. Lu Tinka found himself somewhat approving. Noticing Lu's expression, Pei Gu remarked to him, "It seems Lord Lu is rather satisfied with what this official has done." Lu Tinka started realizing he had forgotten his place. He was no longer Grand Secretariat leader and indeed had been excessively disrespectful. Flattery never hurts. Your Excellency's dedication to the people makes Ezhou blessed to have such a virtuous official. This student is truly fortunate to receive your guidance and instruction. Pei Gu snorted dismissively and chose not to press the matter. But regarding this damn design blueprint, he truly could not manage it. For someone who speaks so persuasively, you cannot read a design blueprint. I can grasp the basics, but I am unfamiliar with the critical details. Pei Gu suddenly felt that trusting him had been somewhat misguided. All that eloquent talk, yet when it came to the practical matter, he knew absolutely nothing. You with your half-baked knowledge dare to offer counsel to this official. Replying to your lordship, I intend to take the imperial examinations, not become a craftsman. Why waste so much effort on this? Once I obtain an official position, I shall simply find someone skilled to handle the repairs. Lu Tinka said, "Do you remember the prefect Fan who built the linen dam? He has a descendant named Fan Qing, who is still young. But he is proficient in water conservancy. If you could recruit him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Fan Xing. Pei Gu had indeed never heard of him. Where can I find him? Lu Tinka shook his head. I don't know, probably in Linen County. Pei Gu was very dissatisfied with his answer. He did not have the audacity to repeatedly accept such ambiguous answers that fooled him. But he also knew that although Lu Tinka was clever, he was still young and inexperienced. He did not realize that if he brought up half-baked issues without a sure solution, it would be better not to mention them at all. This time he was magnanimous enough to let it slide. Linen County was vast, and finding one person would not be easy. Lu Tinka took his leave from the county office. He was not ignorant of officialdom, rather this solution had been proposed by Fan Xing in his previous life. At that time the Qingyang flood crisis had become severe, requiring a thorough remedy. The court summoned talents widely, but no one dared to take the military pledge until Fan Xing stepped forward. But by then Fan Xing was nearly 50 years old. Lu Tinka had only heard that in his youth Fan Xing was devoted to the imperial examinations, hoping to restore the glory of Prefect Fan, but he failed repeatedly. Later he fell into dissipation for a long time, and somehow in his old age he suddenly mustered the will to strive again. Although the flood control effort had been advanced by 2 or 3 decades in this life, Lu Tinka did not want to entirely claim his credit. Calculating the time, Fan Xing should now be preparing for the imperial examinations right. If he could recognize his own path, he might avoid decades of wasted time. Meanwhile, Dou Miaoer sat on the Kong watching Xiao Xiao cut clothes with intense focus. Xiao Xiao worked with a maturity far beyond her age, which made Dou Miaoer both heartbroken and respectful. She had thought the original owner's life was miserable enough, but now she realized that compared to Xiao Xiao, she was not the worst off. How old were you when you learned? When I was 6, my brother's clothes were too short. My stepmother said she was busy with the little baby and had no time, so I tried to use my father's old clothes to extend my brother's. Later my stepmother beat me, but she saw that my stitching was passable, so she made me do it from then on, and I gradually learned. Dou Miaoer said, no one forces you to do this here. You don't have to if you don't like it. Xiao Xiao quickly replied, Miss, I truly enjoy making clothes. I love it. Back in the village, everyone praised my skill. I used to think that when I grew up, I would become an embroiderer. Dou Miaoer did not dampen her enthusiasm. Since you like it, keep doing it well. When I have time, I'll find you some books to study. Once you're good, I'll have you make all my clothes. When Lu Tinka returned, he saw Dou Miaoer reading a storybook, while Xiao Xiao had already cut out the pattern of the clothes, but had not yet started sewing. Lu Tinka picked it up and glanced at it. The Tale of Peach Blossoms. He flipped through it casually. Another love story between a down-and-out scholar and a wealthy young lady. Why have you been so into these frivolous things lately? Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well see how much you men can fantasize. Lu Tinka looked bewildered. What does that have to do with anything? Dou Miaoer replied, it has everything to do with it. Most of these storybooks are written by down-and-out scholars, right? Lu Tinka nodded. Dou Miaoer continued, and in real life, would a wealthy young lady ever fall for a down-and-out scholar? Of course not. They are proud and aloof. It is rare for them to marry beneath their station, and wealthy young ladies are strictly educated. How could they engage in secret liaisons with down-and-out scholars? Dou Miaoer said disdainfully, exactly. They achieve nothing, yet never look inward for the cause. They only complain about fate and bad luck, holed up in their rooms imagining romantic tales with wealthy young ladies, as if meeting the right one would make them pass the imperial examinations. Lu Tinka had no rebuttal. Such people were indeed not few. But she was painting with a broad brush. Ching, that is too harsh. Down-and-out scholars do not represent all scholars, and scholars do not represent all men. But the thoughts of down-and-out scholars are also shared by scholars and men. Lu Tinka had no intention of arguing over such meaningless matters. As long as she was not corrupted by those frivolous books, it was fine. Ching is right about everything. But I am different from them. I have never thought about wealthy young ladies. My heart only has Ching. Dou Miaoer snorted coldly. What good is a wealthy young lady compared to me? A wealthy young lady is just a lady, but I am the head of the household. How long could her dowry support you? It would eventually run out. But I know how to make money endlessly. Lu Tinka nodded. Ching sees through me. So you should know that with your excellence I will never let you go, right? Dou Miaoer raised an eyebrow. Though you look a bit frail, your appearance is passable. I will reluctantly take you in. Take me in, eh? What else do you want? Lu Tinka curled his lips. I'd like to see who dares to go over me. Dou Miaoer blurted out, Brother Mu is quite good, handsome and wealthy, and he knows how to make money. I happen to love money. Don't you think we are a perfect match? Lu Tinka's expression turned dangerous and he fell into a contemplative silence. Dou Miaoer suddenly felt her joke might have gone too far. Lu Tinka, you are not serious, are you? He said nothing, but Dou Miaoer could sense his ominous aura spreading. Brother Mu is our ally. You wouldn't betray an ally, would you? Why not? After all, I am no gentleman. Dou Miaoer's heart quivered. She could see that Lu Tinka was serious. She knew that Mu Ziyu had staked everything on them. If Lu Tinka stabbed him in the back, he could ruin him completely. I was joking. Don't do anything rash. Lu Tinka frowned. You seem very concerned about him. Do Meower. She deeply regretted her loose tongue. Why did she have to provoke that old fox for no reason? I'm not. Don't let your imagination run wild. I just blurted out nonsense. You haven't thought about marrying someone else. Do Meower shook her head like a rattledrum. Absolutely not. In my eyes, Brother Moo is just walking silver. Nothing more. Lu Tinka kept his head bowed in silence, which sent Do Meower into a panic. She knew all too well how black-hearted this old demon could be. If he truly lost his mind and did something to Mu Ziyu, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Do Meower rattled off a basket full of explanations, only falling short of drafting a written guarantee. For Lu Tinka, my heart holds only you, no one else. Only when Lu Tinka finally reluctantly believed her did Do Meower breathe a sigh of relief. Mu Ziyu was her express elevator to the pinnacle of life. If that psycho Lu Tinka were to truly destroy him, she would fight him to the death. Of course, Lu Tinka knew perfectly well that Do Meower was merely jesting. 9 out of every 10 sentences she uttered were specifically crafted to irritate him, had he not known her well enough. But he needed to make it clear which jokes were acceptable and which were not. Moreover, just moments ago his mind had genuinely raced through every possible scheme to ruin Mu Ziyu. Yet considering Do Meower's satisfactory performance, he decided to let it pass. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Mu Ziyu held in his hands a letter from Lu Tinka reporting his safety. Ever since receiving news from Manager Chen, Mu Ziyu had been consumed by anxiety. Distant waters could not quench a nearby thirst, leaving him helpless and fretful. Beyond their personal bond, his entire plan rested on these two individuals. He had staked everything on them. Now at last his heart eased. He had never imagined Lu Tinka would emerge from imprisonment after merely a few days. That Lu Tinka possessed such means of self-preservation only deepened his sense of security. What he could not fathom was that even as he rejoiced sincerely for his good brother's freedom, that very brother had nearly plotted his demise. Shortstory entered to report that Miss Wang of the Wang family wished to meet him at a tea house. In truth, since arriving in the capital, he had received word that Lu Tinka had been thrown into prison. This had stayed his hand, for though his heart ached with worry for his friend, his reach simply exceeded his grasp. He began visiting throughout the capital with gifts in hand, much like any merchant arriving in the capital. Except the offerings destined for the Wang family were considerably more substantial. Humble and courteous in manner, handsome in countenance, and distinguished in bearing, he won the complete approval of the Wang elders. A child raised by the Chui family, truly exceptional. Yet while others had already laid eyes on him, the principal party to this prospective marriage, the Miss Wang herself, had not yet seen Mu Ziyu, which was precisely why she desired an audience. Young master, shall we receive her? Or decline? Then let us meet with her. The following morning, Mu Ziyu arrived at the tea house's private room, half an hour early. After another 2/4 hours or so, a gray carriage drew up before the establishment. Though unassuming in hue, a closer look revealed the curtains woven from exceedingly costly brocade embroidered with silver filigree. The curtain lifted and 4 maidens clad in matching pale blue attire descended first. Then the coachman knelt and bowed low, offering his back as a step. A jade-white hand rested upon one maiden's hands, and a young lady robed in plain brocade and wearing a veiled hat stepped down from the carriage upon the servant's bent back. Upon examining the carriage's insignia, he realized it bore the Wang family crest. If it were indeed the Wangs, then such elaborate pomp became entirely comprehensible. Miss Wang's face was completely concealed beneath her veiled hat, yet her figure proved extraordinarily graceful. Her bearing was impeccable. As she moved, the jade pendants at her waist remained utterly silent. Upon ascending to the room, Miss Wang paused briefly in surprise to find Mu Ziyu already present. She had arrived early, yet he had been even earlier still. I fear I have kept you waiting, young Master Mo. Miss Wang's voice was likewise pleasant. She took her seat with gracious composure, though she made no move to remove her veiled hat. I have also just arrived. I wonder what tea the miss would prefer. Da Hong Pao, if you please. Mu Ziyu ordered several pastries as well, though he suspected Miss Wang would not partake. Gazing at the woman before him, every gesture and movement as though she had stepped from a painting, he felt a sudden tremor of fear. In her he glimpsed the shadow of his mother. The world declares that women from noble houses are difficult to win. To marry one would be the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Yet Mu Ziyu understood that such ladies from birth enjoyed the finest instruction and the most exquisite provisions. Yet they were also bound by the most rigorous codes of conduct. Even their footsteps measured with the precision of a master craftsman's ruler, each stride identical in length, not a hair's breadth more or less. Mu Ziyu suddenly felt as though he could not breathe. He rose and opened the window. Today I specially selected this window-side room from whence one may observe the street performances over there. Miss Wang glanced once before turning her gaze away. Truly common diversions. A pack of porters and laborers bearing their chests and backs. Such vulgarity has no place in refined company, nor is there much worth observing. Mu Ziyu smiled, but said nothing, nor did he close the window. Might I ask young Master Mu whether you intend to reside in the capital permanently? No. The Mu family has dwelled in Jiangnan for generations, and I too shall return there. Miss Wang inquired. Surely Jiangnan surpasses the capital in some regard. Mu Ziyu shook his head. The capital lies beneath the son of heaven himself. Where could Jiangnan rival it? Yet a son does not despise his mother's ugliness, nor a dog its master's poverty. However splendid the capital may be, one cannot easily forsake one's native soil. I shall return. Miss Wang fell silent for a moment, then spoke bluntly. Though I recognize that an unexpected summons violates propriety, we both know the true purpose of your journey to the capital. I wish to ask you directly, young Master Mu. Would you consider entering official service? She might have rephrased this: would you be willing to become a matrilocal husband, joining her family? How could one of merchant status ever attain office? The sole path lay through marrying into a noble house. Observing his silence, Miss Wang continued. Young Master Mu, I am aware that the Mu family commands great wealth and countless treasures of gold and silver. Yet ultimately you remain registered as merchants, a base caste. I have also heard that you are a man of profound learning, celebrated as one of Jiangnan's most gifted scholars, renowned for possessing the talent of a top imperial examination graduate. To see such brilliance squandered merely because of your merchant lineage, is it truly worth it? Only now did Mu Ziyu fully comprehend this. Miss Wang was far from ordinary. He had originally assumed she merely wished to meet her future husband, but it appeared her true motive was resentment at being asked to marry into a merchant family, coupled with her inability to defy her clan's arrangements. Hence this secret consultation designed to persuade him to take her surname. No doubt the Wang family welcomed this prospect as well. They too had no desire to give their legitimate daughter to a merchant reeking of copper coin. Previously, it was simply the Mu family's steadfast refusal that had thwarted such an arrangement. Now, with direct targeting of the man himself, they hoped to bypass those obstacles entirely. Miss Wang, I echo my earlier sentiment. A son does not scorn his mother's inadequacies, nor a dog abandon its impoverished master. I have no desire for officialdom. Though I may be steeped in the stench of commerce, it is that very household of merchants who raised me. Therefore, before he could finish, Miss Wang removed her veiled hat. Mu Ziyu had not anticipated that she would suddenly remove her veil. He had intended to lower his gaze in accordance with the principle of not looking upon what is improper, yet was surprised to find a gauze mask covering the lower half of her face. Among the four beauties of the capital, each remarkable in her own right, Lady Wang was the most enigmatic. It was said that she possessed the beauty of a celestial maiden descended to the mortal world, and that her countenance was so breathtaking she was forced to veil her face with light gauze lest heaven herself summon the fairy back. Mu Ziyu now understood the origin of these rumors. Even catching only a glimpse of her brows and eyes, one could not fail to perceive the captivating grace of Lady Wang. Seeing her eyes, Mu Ziyu could not help but recall a line from an ancient poem: 1 inch of autumn waves holds more brilliance than 1,000 pearls. Such luminous eyes, brighter than pearls and clearer than lake water, made him nearly believe the woman before him was not the same person who had spoken to him so stiffly and formally moments before. Being gazed upon by Lady Wang's luminous eyes, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He was immediately seized by a wave of shame. He had always faithfully observed the teachings of the sages, and though he had encountered many breathtaking beauties, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to remain unmoved. Yet now, merely having been glanced at by Lady Wang, he felt thoroughly discomposed. After all, he was merely a mortal man. Noticing Mu Ziyu's distraction, Lady Wang spoke bluntly. Mr. Mu, what do you think of my appearance? Mu Ziyu answered sincerely, unparalleled in beauty. She chuckled softly. Then would Mr. Mu be willing to remain by my side? Without hesitation, he shook his head. I must regrettably decline. Lady Wang continued, does Mr. Mu believe I lack the authority to decide this marriage? Mu Ziyu had indeed thought so. Lady Wang, like himself, was likely a prisoner of circumstances beyond her control. But now, with such a distinguished family and such extraordinary beauty, a marriage into the royal house would be easily within her reach. He could not understand why she would choose him. Lady Wang spoke slowly. Mr. Mu, do you truly understand what our union represents? Mu Ziyu nodded. Lady Wang then said without mercy, Mr. Mu, the Mu family cannot rival the Wang family. You are nothing but fuel for our Wangs. While it is commendable to dare snatch food from a tiger's mouth, one must also have the fortune to survive it. Mu Ziyu did not expect her to speak so plainly. He truly could not discern what Lady Wang desired. So, Lady Wang does not wish to marry me. Naturally, but he was confused once more. If Lady Wang does not wish to marry me, then why speak of my becoming a member of your household? If you marry into our family, you become a Wang. How could that be the same? Mu Ziyu was at a loss. You do not wish to marry me, yet you would accept me taking your surname. Lady Wang went on. But even after I removed my veil, you did not waver. You did not even offer verbal consent. It shows that Mr. Mu is a man of steadfast resolve, unmoved by the charms of women. So, Lady Wang shook her head with a hint of regret. But since you refused to marry into my family, I still have no intention of marrying you. Muziu, was she really this blunt? Yet it was precisely what suited him. In that case I shall not. But I will not acknowledge that I am the one reneging. He found this Lady Wang exceedingly contradictory. Every gesture and movement was as proper as a textbook, yet her words left him utterly unable to respond. He did not know how to answer. Mr. Mu, do you know why no one has ever seen my true face? Muziu shook his head. She slowly untied her veil, revealing skin like polished jade, a graceful nose, and lips like cherry blossoms. Yet upon her extraordinarily beautiful face, a long, thin brown birthmark extended from her left ear, winding its way down along her cheek to her neck. Muziu was profoundly shaken. This birthmark was like an hideously ugly scar, or like a flaw scribbled carelessly across an exquisite portrait by an ignorant child with an ink-stained brush. The stark contrast between her peerless beauty and the disfiguring mark left him utterly at a loss. Yet Lady Wang seemed entirely unfazed. Mr. Mu, do you now understand why no one has seen my true face, and why the Wang family was willing to marry me off to the Mu clan? Muziu could not find his words. Lady Wang said softly, Mr. Mu, do you still find me beautiful? Hearing her speak, he quickly composed himself, concealing the shock in his eyes. True beauty lies in character, not in skin. Lady Wang naturally merits the title of beauty. She smiled gently. Mr. Mu speaks so eloquently. A former friend once said the same thing. He also said that beauty and ugliness reside in the heart, and cannot be judged by a mere visage. This humble one shares the same view as your former friend. Lady Wang sighed. That man. He was far too kind-hearted, too fond of bearing burdens alone, wanting to shoulder every responsibility upon his own shoulders, unwilling to wrong anyone, yet taking every grievance upon himself. Muziu noticed the nostalgia in her eyes and remained silent. Suddenly she asked, Mr. Mu, do you believe clan loyalty is more important, or one's own small family? This caught Muziu off guard. I have not yet founded a family, so I do not know. Lady Wang took a sip of her now cold tea. This is my first time tasting tea outside. Before he knew how to respond, she suddenly asked another question. Mr. Mu, do you believe that one's countenance reflects the heart? Before Muziu could process her words, she threw the remaining cold tea upon him. Lady Wang snatched open the door and fled. Muziu pursued her closely, but halfway down the stairs he saw Lady Wang standing in the center of the grand hall, drawing a collective gasp from the crowd below. Only then did Muziu realize she had removed her veil. Lady Wang ignored the astonishment of the crowd. She merely glared at Muziu in fury. Mr. Mu, though I am disfigured, I am still a legitimate daughter of the Wang family. How dare you humiliate me thus? I did not. You were the one who sent word to me. I refused numerous times, telling you that the half of my face concealed by this veil resembles a demon. Yet you insisted you did not care. You came to the capital to propose, and I barely persuaded my father and mother to allow me to marry into the Mu family. I relinquished my noble status and entered the humble registers. And this is how you repay me, with disgust and revulsion at my face. You accuse me of deceiving you, but who has been deceiving whom? Ask yourself that question. Muziu was completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What was happening? Among those frequenting the tea house were many young masters from prominent families, all in the prime of youth and infatuation. Nearly everyone had longed to catch a glimpse of Lady Wang's true face. Now that they had seen it, they were immensely grateful they had not been sufficiently devoted or persistent, but that did not prevent them from standing upon the moral high ground and condemning Muziu. Absolutely shameful. A mere merchant's son dares to mistreat a noble lady of the capital so brazenly. He has no sense of heaven or earth. Today this young master will teach him a lesson he will never forget. No one expected that by the time everyone snapped out of their daze, Muziu's face had already been struck. Although he had learned a few self-defense moves, the attacker was clearly a seasoned fighter who deliberately targeted his face, leaving Muziu with no choice but to passively defend himself. The sudden interloper also startled Miss Wang. What was this person doing? Watching the spectacle and then jumping into the fight. By the time she regained her composure, Muziu had already taken several blows. Young Marquis Wu, I remember you. At last year's Mid-Autumn Palace banquet you spoke with me. I never imagined that today you would still be willing to stand up for me after seeing me again. Wu Huaibin suddenly stiffened. Miss Wang, you need not thank me. In this capital, who does not know young Marquis Wu? I simply cannot abide injustice. Today, whether it is you or any other person, I would certainly have intervened to teach them a lesson. Regardless, I must still thank you, young Marquis Wu. Once I return to the manor, I will send a token of my appreciation. There is no need. Absolutely no need. Wu Huaibin observed Miss Wang's attitude toward him and feared that if he stayed any longer, she might develop feelings for him. He needed to hurry home and tell his mother that gifts from the Wang Manor must never be accepted. I seem to recall I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Young Marquis Wu bolted out of the tea house like the wind while Mu Ziyu covered his nose from which blood still flowed with one hand and clutched his swollen eye with the other. Shirtu was utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such a scene. Miss Wang looked at Mu Ziyu's disheveled state, and to everyone's surprise drew a slender dagger from her waist likely meant for self-defense. Mu Ziyu thought she was about to do something foolish. You must not. Before he could finish, a lock of black hair fell to the ground. Lord Mu, all that has passed between us ends today with a single cut. Since the world cares so deeply about my appearance, I shall become a nun at the temple tomorrow and never show my face to anyone again. After speaking, Miss Wang boarded her carriage. Just as grand as her arrival had been, her departure was equally chaotic. Mu Ziyu, his face bruised and battered, returned to the private room upstairs. Gazing at the veil and hood left behind by Miss Wang, he could only laugh bitterly. What manner of affairs were these? His original intention had been to avoid marrying Miss Wang, and he truly planned to clarify matters with her that day. He had braced himself for her anger. But who would have guessed that before he could even speak, she had maneuvered him step by step, leading him until he ended up beaten instead. This was the first time Mu Ziyu had ever been beaten in his life, and in broad daylight at that, left with a face swollen and blackened. Though the outcome coincidentally suited his wishes, the process was rather. He feared that before tomorrow his reputation as a scoundrel would spread throughout the capital. As predicted, in the evening, Shirtu reported that rotten vegetables had been thrown at their gate. Mu Ziyu sighed. Pack our things. We shall move to the country estate. The Wang Manor was no less turbulent. Miss Wang demanded to go to the mountains to become a nun, and the Wang family flew into a rage, pressing her about the rumors she had spread. She could only weep and explain, with so many witnesses present, if I had not spoken as I did, would you have me say outright that he was nearly nauseated by my face? Madame Wang scolded her with exasperation. I told you long ago that you must never remove your veil. Yet you not only met a man secretly before the wedding, but also barefaced yourself before him. You are deliberately sabotaging this marriage. Miss Wang replied. If he cannot bear to look at my face now, how can he possibly accept it after marriage? This face of mine is surely unendurable to any man in the world. It is better that I shave my head and become a nun. Madame Wang was thoroughly infuriated. You were always the most obedient child. Now you dare to deceive me behind my back. Miss Wang lowered her eyes, concealing whatever emotions swirled within them. Now the entire city knows the Wang family's beauty is but an ugly woman. If I remain at home, it will tarnish my sister's reputations as well. Tomorrow morning, I shall depart for the temple to pray for your longevity and father's health. Watching her daughters poised bearing Madame Wang's eyes betrayed a flicker of sorrow. This daughter was perfect in every way except for the birthmark upon her face, a flaw for which no physician could find a cure. What sin had she committed in a past life? After Madame Wang departed, Miss Wang gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, her expression impossible to decipher. Have everything been packed? All has been prepared, miss. She rose and glanced around casually. Throw away those veils. Miss, I have not yet become a nun at the temple. Has my word no longer held weight? This servant dares not disobey. This servant will dispose of them at once. Whatever had transpired that day seemed to have left no mark upon her. She extinguished the lamp and slept soundly. Meanwhile, Mu Ziyu and Shirtu had just arrived at the country estate. Fortunately, the master and servant carried little luggage, and after a simple rearrangement they rested. Yet Mu Ziyu could not sleep, recalling the day's events. Only now did he begin to understand. Miss Wang had likely harbored no intention of marrying all along, and he had merely walked right into her scheme, providing the perfect excuse. So be it. He had worried that breaking the engagement would damage Miss Wang's reputation and that she might brood over it. Now this outcome spared him any lingering guilt toward her. Now he possessed 100 mouths, yet could not explain himself. If he claimed he had truly met Miss Wang for the first time that day, who would believe she had ruined her own reputation to frame him? What gain could such framing bring her? To reveal her face and render herself unmarriageable, or to destroy her name and retreat to the mountains as a nun? Mu Ziyu had a vague sense that this time, aside from the Mu family, the Wang family would certainly not let him off lightly. Miss Wang's words at the tea house made it appear to everyone that he had trampled upon the entire Wang family's dignity. It would be strange indeed if the Wang family took no action. But he was certain he had never offended Miss Wang. Why had she struck so mercilessly? Shitu, tomorrow morning, we leave the capital at first light. Before dawn broke, the master and servant had already reached the city gate. No sooner had they traveled a short distance outside, when two groups of horsemen emerged from the city behind them. Mu Ziyu sensed ill intent. The sky was still dark and the usually bustling road was deserted. He urged Shirtu to quicken their pace, yet the riders behind them spurred their horses to a faster gallop. Sir, they seem to be after us. Stay on the main road. Gazing at the two aggressive groups closing in, Mu Ziyu wondered whether he would survive this calamity. The carriage could not match the speed of horses. Within only a quarter of an hour, Muziu's carriage was completely surrounded. He lifted the curtain. I know this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. I ask, what would it take for you to let me live?